Today's Friday.
Yes, it is. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. And I have a whole bunch of things that just hit me last night. And thinking about the game this weekend, what's kind of at stake? And you know what you got? This isn't the radio thing that Jeff Legwold accused me of yesterday. You're doing the radio thing. I promise you, I'm not doing the radio thing. That was for a different subject. I accused Jeff Legwold of accusing Dre Greenlaw of being a slow healer, and it was a joke. And then Legwold scolded me. Like he was my father. This isn't a radio thing, what I'm about to tell you right now. This is real, and I think it's rare. And for a team that has lacked big-time expectations for a while, it's a much different discussion now. You are playing a Chargers team that has, to my knowledge, for the first time I can ever think of, played two divisional opponents already and is going to play their third by week 3. In the first 2 games, they have beaten both divisional opponents, with you the only remaining one left on the schedule. This is massive. Because here's what's on the line. If the Chargers win, I'm not one of those people that puts up like percentages and odds and stuff like that. But it's got to be crazy. They will have an insane chance to win the AFC West, which was the goal when we went into the season. It was, this team is good enough to compete for a division title and a home playoff game. Not to say that they would, but to be competitive. I'm going to tell you what happens here if the Chargers win this game. If the Chargers start 3-0 and are 1-0 against all 3 divisional teams, here's the breakdown. At minimum, they go 500 in the division, and at minimum, they have a tie head-to-head with each team in the division. You know how hard that is? What a advantageous position that is to be in week 3 of an NFL season? Literally, I think unheard of. If they win, the Raiders are playing Washington. Do you think they win that game? I mean, the Raiders have looked better, I suppose, this year than what we kind of expected out of them. But do you think they go on the road, East Coast time, 11 a.m., early kickoff in Washington and win? Doubtful. Kansas City, they're probably going to beat the New York Giants. Sunday night game in New York, doesn't matter. Giants aren't good. If you lose to the Chargers are 3-0, and every other team is likely to be 1-2 in the AFC West. They're going to have a 2-game lead on everybody else in the division. They're going to have at least, to use a golf term, they're going to be dormy against all of you guys when it comes to who has the advantages for the rest of the year as far as head-to-head goes. But in measuring who wins what, when it comes to your division, the first thing is head-to-head. The tiebreaker's divisional record. Guess who's going to have 3 right out of the gates? Who's going to be a minimum of 500 after 3 weeks of the season? This is a massive game if you want to win the division. Massive. Like, I can't emphasize that enough. It was just one thing. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, dude, if the Chargers win this game, they are going to be in a very healthy position. I understand it's still, 14 weeks left after this, and a lot of stuff can happen. And what if Herbert gets an injury? And yeah, all of that stuff is possible. Bottom line, God, you'd want to be them right now, wouldn't you? Just out of curiosity, there was something that we did last year, Nelly. I'm trying to find what it was. It was like the NFL.com playoff machine or something, playoff picture. Remember, it had those percentages, and I don't even know if they do it this early in the season or not. They might not. I have no idea. But I'm trying to find this on the fly. Because I just want to see with a win what the odds to make the playoffs for the Chargers would be at this juncture of the season. Yeah, it says no playoff data yet. It's got to be really high. I mean, look, we aren't talking about the 85, 90% yet, but I don't know if you could say any team in the NFL would put themselves in a better position than them. Like, even the Bills. Championship windows! The Bills, who won last night and are now 3-0. So they got wins over the Ravens, Jets, and Dolphins. It would not be as good as the Chargers 3-0. Despite a win over the Ravens being a better win than anything the Chargers would have. It's just an incredibly massive game for this early in the season. Now, ultimately, it still keeps you in a playoff. Like, your playoff chances are still fine. 1-2 is not an ideal place to be, but you're in fine shape. If you just are looking to get in, it's not like do or die. But it does really matter if we're talking about the division, which I was under the impression, I think most people said the same thing. That's the goal for this year. You're finally in a spot where you're like, can we compete with the best of them? Can we compete with Kansas City? But this game is huge. And I think it's all of the people in that locker room, and especially the coaching staff, are well aware of what I'm discussing right now. And I think this is a massive test for Sean Payton, who in his career against Jim Harbaugh does not have a great record, who has been, I think, since he's taken over in Denver, at a disadvantage to what Jim Harbaugh took over, because you were trying to build a quarterback and Harbaugh took a proven product already, maybe not to the fullest ceiling he can reach, but at least somebody who's got experience under his belt. His record against Sean Payton is not great so far. I'm trying to find the exact number that he's had head-to-head against him. It's giving me their stats as players. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. I think Vic said something like 1-5 yesterday is their record, Sean Payton's record head-to-head against Harbaugh. And it's because Harbaugh's a great coach. No, if you guys missed it from yesterday, Colin Cowherd was talking about Jim Harbaugh. This is what he had to say about him.
Football's different. There's the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and then there's the College Football Hall of Fame. But I was thinking this morning that if you combined it like basketball, and it was just, there was a Football Hall of Fame, you could count college and pro. I would make an argument today, the greatest coach in the history of football is not Bill Belichick or Bill Walsh or Vince Lombardi. It's Jim Harbaugh, the greatest coach ever. Think about this. He's never failed. He's 5 for 5. At San Diego, Stanford, San Francisco 49ers, Michigan, and the Chargers. He's never failed. Saban and Urban, unbelievable college legends, struggled in the NFL. He's also not tied to a single player. What's Belichick without Brady? Not great. The only person that kind of compares to him is Jimmy Johnson.
He's saying maybe the greatest coach at both levels in college and pro in the history of the sport. Look, it's fair enough argument. I think you could say that and not have too much pushback. But again, considering the situation that the Broncos faced this weekend, if you want to be a player in the AFC West, it would go a hell of a long way to win this game. it would go in a massively positive direction to be 2-1, tied up with the Chargers, as opposed to 1-2, they're 3-0 with 3 divisional wins. Like, all the tiebreakers you talk about is going to be so heavily tilted in the Chargers' direction, it's going to be almost impossible to come back from. Unless the Chargers just fall apart somewhere. Which, the way that this team is built, under that head coach, I have a really tough time seeing. So again, you don't get to say this. God, I don't think I've ever said it this early in the year, but it's pretty close to, like, I don't want to say must win, but it would be really, 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 really nice. Like, here's what's funny. You're almost competing a little bit on behalf of everybody in the AFC West. Like, if you win, the Chiefs will cheer you on. If you win, the Raiders will cheer you on. You're just playing to make this still competitive. But God, it's a weird, weird thing that the schedule makers put 3 divisional games in front of them, and to the Chargers' credit, they took it very seriously, and they should have. You know, you lose a game early. It's kind of like the Colts lost last week. Does it suck? Yeah. But it's kind of like, okay, we dropped a game against a non-divisional opponent. Is it a huge deal? Probably not a huge thing. You would have loved to have it, but you can make up for it. This is just going to be hard to make up for if you lose this game. And so I hope that a couple of different factors are in here. I'm not buying into the Chargers are going to Charger thing because their head coach. I think it's different. If you want to say that to, a Brandon Staley coach team, or you want to do that to a, I don't know, who else has coached there for all these different years? Who was the head coach before Brandon Staley? Everybody does the Chargers are going to Chargers. Okay, fine. This dude on the sideline's different. I don't think you can apply anything with him that would apply to Brandon Staley or Anthony Lynn or Mike McCoy or Norv Turner, or the list goes on and on. Massive game. Again, Bud Light Football Friday. We'll talk to Chad Brown at 6:30 this hour, 15 minutes, as he had some flight stuff going on. So we are going to move him into the appetizer, the rare appetizer guest.
I was going to ask, Brett, in my, albeit somewhat short time doing the appetizer hour, I've never seen a guest. Have you ever had a guest on the appetizer before?
We have. It's been rare. I don't remember who they've been.
Well, Chad will be our first memorable appetizer hour guest.
Dave Tollefson has joined me in the appetizer before. That is where he told his story of he thought he tore his backside orifice on a kickoff. Very, very funny story.
Backside Orifice is my favorite metal band, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good one, huh? So there's been a couple. It's just been rare. As rare as I would say having 3 divisional opponents in the first 3 games of your season. So we'll talk to Chad Brown in just a few minutes about the Buffs. I do want to get his thoughts on this subject as well. Stick around. All right, so Chad Brown's going to join us in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, it's a Bud Light Football Friday, so we're going to be talking about all sorts of games from the weekend, and there's three that we kind of focus on for sure every single week, and it's the Broncos, the Buffs, and the Rams. And I got an exercise I would like to put out to you guys. Who is most likely from 1 to 3 to cover this weekend? And I want the people who are listening right now who jump on to the Champ Mazda text line, 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. I want you to give me the list. Because here's what you got. CU is a 12.5-point favorite over Wyoming. CSU is a 4.5-point dog against UTSA. And the Broncos are 2.5-point dogs at Los Angeles. Most to least likely to cover. And I want to give you a second. Go ahead and jump on the text line and tell me where you think those rank. Because I don't think any one of these are going to be incredibly easy. Sometimes you look at a spread with your team involved, you have intimate knowledge of your team, and you say, you know what, this is super simple. I've watched this team. I know how they stack up. I know how they match up against this other team. This is going to be an absolute, an easy cover, or my team's going to get rocked, or whatever. But I don't think any of these are easy to predict. But now that I've given you time, here's the way that I would rank it. Most likely to least likely to cover. I think CU is most. Honestly. And it's not because I think it's going to be an overwhelming game from them. I think that the CU-Wyoming game is going to look a lot like Delaware. It's going to be ugly. You aren't going to be happy about it, but maybe a late score or two pushes them over the top. You know, probably close early in the game. That's how it feels to me. I got the Broncos second because I do feel like this is a coin flip. But I give the Chargers the edge. The Chargers are a really good football team. They're at home. And to cover by a field goal is not all that difficult. If the Broncos can run the ball and keep time of possession in their favor, then they'll be okay. I have CSU last for this reason. UTSA. What do you know about them? Not a ton. UTSA is a 1-2 football team from a conference you don't care about, with games that the Roadrunners have played that you are wholly uninterested in. Week 1, they played against Texas A&M. Very good football team. At the beginning of the third quarter, there was a 75-yard run, first play out of the half, that made that game 21-17. They're down 4. And then A&M started to pull away. The next week, UTSA lost to Texas State by 7, and then they beat Incarnate Word 48-20. Now they go on the road to CSU, 7:30 at night, to play against a CSU team that is basically do or die. Like, I truly believe, I know it's early in the season, but if CSU doesn't come back and play incredibly well after having a week off, and the last time you saw them on the football field, CSU should have lost to Northern Colorado, then there's going to be heavy changes. So why are they 4.5-point favorites again? Like, this feels like the easy one. Team from an unknown conference plays against Mountain West. It's not the SEC. but it's probably the most known of the non-power fours. 4.5-point favorites on the road is not a small number. And this one just feels like there's some bleepery surrounding that. That Vegas knows something that we don't. And so I have them last for that reason. And to be honest, not knowing a lot about the Roadrunners isn't helping this situation either. But I'll tell you this. They got a running back right now in Robert Henry Jr. that is averaging 10 yards a carry. 480 yards on 47 carries there. Their quarterback is Owen McCown. Very obviously the son of Josh McCown. Just look at his face. It's very obvious. They seem to have at least a little bit of talent. But that number is messing with me. If this game said CSU 4.5, for the lack of knowledge I have about UTSA, I'd be like, okay, well, the Rammies haven't looked good so far this year, but they should be favored at home against a team like that. But they're dogs. I just don't like anything that surrounds that number. Nothing. So that's how I got it. I got CU first, Broncos second, and CSU third. It just kind of feels as if all of these games are going to be ones where you're white knuckling until you get to, I don't know, for CU's purposes, maybe midway through the fourth. For Broncos purposes, I don't think there's going to be a moment in which you're calm, and I think the same thing applies to CSU. So that's how I kind of came to these numbers, but God, is it weird to see CSU as a 4.5-point dog at home to UTSA. Because you guys tell me, knowing nothing about UTSA, I try and follow as much college football as I can. I'm not going that far, okay? I have a wife and a child. If I looked at my wife dead in the face and said, babe, I have to grind the UTSA film. I can't put baby Jamal Cale to bed.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
I do love football, but I can't watch 135 teams in college football, okay? Can't do it. Point is, I just see the number, and the number scares the holy hell out of me for all the folks in Fort Collins. So we'll talk to Chad Brown here in just a couple of minutes. We have a ton of football that's on tap for you guys right here on Altitude Sports Radio because we do love football. At 1:30 tomorrow, it is ranked number 21, Michigan at Nebraska. And then we'll have the Rapids and FC Dallas at 6:30. Sunday, 11 o'clock, Rams at Eagles. And then you know what you have, ladies and gentlemen, on Sunday? The Colorado Avalanche at 2:30 play against the Utah Mammoth in preseason. How about that? And then finally, the Sunday night game, the big game. Chiefs at Giants. And what's really odd is that we're going to feel like we're Russell Wilson fans, aren't we?
And actually, that's 2 preseason Avalanche games. They're doing the split squad thing.
That's right.
So one's going to be at 2:30 p.m. That's going to be played at DU. And Connor McGahee's on the call. Then he's going to hop in his car. I believe he's going to bust ass up the road to Pepsi Center. Pepsi Center. What year is it?
What year is this?
Yeah, he's going to go
Arena.
He's going to go to McNichols Arena, excuse me, and then call the second game against the Utah Mammoth. So
at the 6:30 game for the Avs in Mammoth is going to be on AM 950 with the Chiefs Giants on 92.5.
yeah.
So a little double dipperoo of the same team on Sunday with the Avs as they get going.
Double dipperoo.
Gosh, Juice, you did it so well, and then you left immediately. Texture says, this is Lance, our guy Lance, maybe if you spent less time on the golf course, you'd be able to watch all 135 college football teams. Well, I just got to be honest.
Stupid-ass questions.
There's not a single ounce of me that would find let's see here, incarnate word Citadel game more entertaining than a quadruple bogey? Just saying. 303-504-0925. Chad Brown is going to join us in just a moment. Again, give us a little preview of the Buffs this weekend, along with what we were talking about with the Broncos, because I do think it's a very, very interesting spot that they're in right now to start their season. When you talk about like what's on the line for all three of these teams this weekend, CSU has, it's kind of like perform or changes might come. CU has a perform or we're going to start playing for the future. And the Broncos have a perform or you're playing for a wild card spot sort of feel. There's a lot of stakes on the line for this early in the year for all three of those teams. So with that, we'll head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by Chad Brown. Chad, welcome to the appetizer hour with no Vicar Moj.
Well, thank you for having me, and happy Football Friday to you. And it's quite early. This is normally not how I operate, but thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you for the time. We were kind of discussing a smorgasbord of things, especially with the college football, but also the Broncos I want to get to with you. Starting with the Buffs. So the reports are they're going to go back to Caden Salter. If they somehow don't perform well this weekend in a game that they're favored by 12.5 over Wyoming, do you think it's going to be sort of this is the last breath for keeping your eyes set on success this season? Like, if they don't play well, do they just go to Julian Lewis next week and just say we're playing for 2026?
I think that's what they're going to have to do. The number one recruit quarterback, at some point you've got to play him if you want to keep him on campus. So if Caden Salter doesn't get it done and you're not happy with his performance, it seems like it's the obvious move there to let the young fella struggle through Big 12 play and hopefully come out ready for next season at a much higher level.
And then on top of that, it's I do want to discuss the Broncos with you because there's a really interesting thing. If the Chargers win this weekend, they had what I believe to be the oddest schedule abnormality that I can remember. 3 divisional games to start your season, 3 of them. And they'd be 3-0 against each team in the division. This kind of feels like, as stupid as this is to say, Chad, a massive game for the third week of the year, doesn't it?
It's absolutely a massive game. And to your point, yeah, for the Chargers to literally take command and hold of the AFC West just 3 games into the season, it would give them such a huge leg up. So I'm not sure how the league scheduled it that way. But for the Chargers to recognize that and get off to a hot start is obviously huge for them.
With the Broncos playing against the Chargers, it's an odd question because both of these guys are both great head coaches. But do you think that Jim Harbaugh has the leg up in the coaching advantage over Sean Payton, or is it even? How do you see it?
Harbaugh has certainly been on a Super Bowl team. He's won a college national championship. So as crazy as it sounds, could Coach Payton be the worst head coach, as crazy as that sounds, in this division?
Yeah. I mean, totally. With all the different coaches in this division, too, I mean, there's no doubt it's one of the best in the entire, in maybe in league history. I mean, you look back at all the names.
Yeah. I mean, let's just think about this. I mean, this division is so stacked with quarterbacks and with head coaches. It would be fair to say, and it wouldn't be completely out of bounds to say, that Sean Payton is the 4th head coach in this division, and Bo Nix is the 4th quarterback in this division. Now, of course, Geno Smith didn't play so good the other day, so I don't think that's going to be the case as it plays out long term. But a couple of weeks ago, that argument could have been made. And Bo Nix is not a bad quarterback, and Sean Payton is clearly not a bad head coach, but that's how stacked this division is. And so for the Broncos to win the AFC West, that's how much of an uphill climb this is going to be.
Are you more encouraged by the way the offense played last week against the Colts, or discouraged by how the defense played?
I'm certainly encouraged. The running game was a much bigger factor. The persistence from Sean Payton to call running plays. But all that's not going to matter for much if your defense gives up 160-plus yards rushing and allows a number of explosive big plays like they did last week against the Colts.
Chad Brown with us. Just a couple more for you, Chad, and this is going to be a tough one for you. What do the CU Buffs do well?
Wow. They do have an explosive nature to themselves. So while that certainly is a good thing and you want your offense to have some explosiveness to it, they're also lacking consistency. So that's a bit of a tough spot to be in. But I can more cleanly list out what they don't do well than I can what they do well. And that's partially why their record is what it is and why we have concerns about them this weekend against the Wyoming team that's not exactly playing high-level football.
Do you still see them being bowl eligible right now?
The game last week I thought was critical for high level of confidence with that. So at this point, I feel it's 50-50. There's some very talented teams left to play in the Big 12 schedule. So this one is going to be huge. If they don't pick this one up, I feel as if we're talking about a 10% chance after this. But if they do win this one, we're still at roughly 50-50.
Chad Brown with us. What game do you got this weekend, Chad?
I am on the train headed to DIA. I've got Illinois at Indiana.
Ooh.
And just 3 or 4 years ago, people would have been like, what? You got that terrible game? I can't believe they gave you that terrible game. And now, I mean, this is a possible game that will determine who is going to be the third or fourth team in the Big 12. The Big 10, which means you'll probably be a top 6 football team in the rankings next week. So this is a critical game for both these programs that are looking to, really advance where they're at and make some national noise.
I feel like people are very dismissive of both of those teams. Is that just based off the history and not looking at no, if you watch these teams, they're very good. I feel like they just hear the names Illinois and Indiana. They're like, oh, they'll lose. They aren't that good. They aren't Ohio State level.
Yeah, I think that's generally the perception about both these programs. And so both coaches, Kirk Singetti and Brett Bielema, have done a tremendous job building programs, and they've got really good players. And this just seems to be the year of the Big Ten. With all those combining together, I think, again, both these teams have a chance to finish in the top 10 this year.
Chad Brown joins us every single Friday. Chad, appreciate being a little flexible and joining us this early, man. Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you making time for me and the RTD noise in the background. Have a good one, my friend.
You bet. Thanks, Chad. It's Chad Brown joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline as he's going to be on the call for Illinois, Indiana. Huge game, number 9 versus number 19 this weekend. Now, when we return, we're going to make Nelly sing next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Texter says, I love that why you don't work 24/7 because you want to live. Exactly right. Like, I don't trust any of these sports nerds that know everything about every team in the American Athletic Conference, okay? Don't trust them. They're too into it. You ever had that before? Somebody that's too into something? You need to find a balance in your life. Did I watch the Bills and Dolphins last night? Of course I did. It's the NFL. And Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Do you ever see, it was years ago, I think it was last week tonight, with John Oliver did an episode on those daily fantasy things. Because you remember, what was it, 7, 8 years ago? Things like, was it FanDuel who first started doing the thing where you'd pick
pick
a daily fantasy lineup?
And they still have those. They still have them. But it's since sports gambling has gotten more broadly legalized across the country, those have sort of dissipated. But trust me, I got family in Nebraska that it is still not legal to sports bet there, but you can drive 15 minutes to Council Bluffs and do it, whatever. So they do the daily fantasy stuff still.
And so there was this one guy who was one of the few people who actually had consistent success winning money from those daily fantasy things, because these companies say, oh, it's so easy. All you got to do is pick 9 guys and then you win, right? Well, in order for this guy to consistently have success, he had a whole spreadsheet that he auto-populated with players and teams, and he had all the cells programmed to track stats.
Yeah.
He would even look at weather conditions of so-and-so's playing on the road in Buffalo. There's going to be this much wind swirling from the east, which means I'm not taking this receiver. I mean...
So he just nailed it? He found an algorithm?
It was basically his full-time job of just logging stats of the entire league in his spreadsheet. And, yeah, he made a lot of good money doing it, but I mean... nobody's got time to do that, man.
Not me. I ain't going to do that. I do have time for Brady and his bets, which we'll get to in just a little bit. Now, before we do that, just something that I want to toss out there. It feels like Troy Franklin is due for a breakout. We've heard the offseason sort of narrative surrounding him was, it looks like it clicked this offseason. He didn't have that last year. Remember, when they targeted Troy Franklin last season, there was a lot of miscommunication, a half step long, half step short, just a lot of that stuff that was going on. A couple of drops mixed in. And then we heard this offseason, he started to get it a little bit more. You're like, okay, cool, great. I think that they need him to establish himself in a very big way. Because right now, Evan Ingram is not reliable. And maybe it's purely a health thing. He's now listed with a back injury heading into this weekend. Was the calf last week. But everybody kind of assumed that Ingram was going to be the second dude on this roster that gets targets. I think that could be Sutton. I think that could be Franklin now, opposite of Sutton. And when I say a breakout, what I'm talking about is consistency over the couple of weeks, because he had a great game last week. 8 catches, 89 yards or something like that. He's got the body type that Sean Payton wants. He's got a physicality and athleticism that is really hard to teach. But if he can mix in the hands and crisp route running with it, I think it would be preferred that Troy Franklin's your number 2 over Evan Ingram. Because listen, he's bigger than Ingram is, at least taller. He's more athletic. And Evan Ingram is on a 2-year plan in Denver. Maximum. Troy Franklin could be on an 8-year plan. The younger guy you'd want to have more success. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think you need to get your tight end involved in some shape, form, fashion, whatever. But Troy Franklin's the guy that I think if you want to point to somebody on this offense as, man, if this guy could do X, Y, Z, I want it to be him. I think he's your dude. I'll tell you something else. Heard audio yesterday, and this is, it made me cringe a little bit because I'm like, why would you say this already? We're 2 weeks into the season. But there was somebody that I wanted in the draft for sure. Now, it's been a rough go to start for this guy. But I did want him. I did. And Ashton Genty's first couple of games in the league have not gone as he would like. And it's this. He's got 30 carries across 2 games for 81 yards total. He also has 5 catches that have resulted in 3 yards. Did get a touchdown on the board. I believe that was in week 1. Run from the goal line. So he was at his press conference yesterday, or at a press conference yesterday, and said this.
I don't think you draft a guy like me to not give me, carries and touches. And, I'm ready for the responsibility. And, like I said, it's going to start with me and, in the run game, and I got to continue to get better.
So I don't have the full context of this. Now, Nelly, when I had you grab this audio, he wasn't saying it like, I need to get the ball more, or is that how he was saying it? Like, what I'm trying to figure out the context surrounding that answer is that, hey, they don't draft a guy like me to not give me the football, and I'm ready to grab the football. Or is he saying it like, don't draft me, a guy like me at running back, if you're not going to give me the football? Is he complaining about touches? Because here's what's funny. 30 carries for 2 games, if that was a Broncos running back, would be like, that guy's gotten the ball a lot. But the other thing is this. You have a head coach in Pete Carroll who's pretty damn good. Trust the process with that guy. He knows what he's doing. That guy has earned the benefit of the doubt. He has forgotten more football than even most guys in the NFL will ever know. And look at the teams that he's coached before. Whether it's Seattle, you don't think he liked himself a little bit of Marshawn? You don't think at USC he liked himself a little bit of Reggie Bush, Lendell White? He's a big fan of running the football. So I would just advice to the rookie, don't call out your Hall of Fame head coach quite yet. He's got a plan for you. Now, as we do every Friday, Nelly, dust off that microphone and hit that music. Bretty and his bets. Come on, everybody in your car, sing it with us. Bretty and his bets. Woo. Every single week to close out the appetizer, we have Nelly sing, and I give you 2 games with no research. This is just, I open up the screen, and I start taking a look now. So I have 2 games for you. There's always a lock of the weekend, and then there's an underdog of the weekend. Here's my lock. The Steelers are going on the road at the Patriots. If you watch the way that the Steelers played last week, it was a close game until Caleb Johnson inexplicably left the ball in the end zone on a kickoff that kind of blew the game out of the water. I watched the throw that Aaron Rodgers made, still running to his right, heaved it downfield right on the money. It was an incredible throw, and I can't believe he still does that at his age. The Patriots are struggling. Steelers coming off a loss. I think that Aaron Rodgers, as a 1.5-point favorite, goes on the road in New England, finds a way to steal a win from New England, and keeps them winless. So that's going to be the lock of the weekend. The underdog in the Big 12, 10 a.m. on Fox. It's big noon kickoff. Number 17, Texas Tech, takes on number 16, Utah. Both unbeaten at 3-0. Utah's a 3.5-point favorite. I am a big fan of Texas Tech, and I am a huge fan of Baron Morton, the quarterback at Texas Tech. I think they pull off the upset on the road at Utah and get themselves a dub to stay undefeated and 4-0 on the season. So that is Brady and his bets. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel and never miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and I am so happy to be here. Because you know what happened, Moj, yesterday? You ever have those moments where you go, damn, I didn't think about that before. It hit me on Thursday night.
Oh, yeah.
About this game, this Broncos game this weekend. And I try not to be one for the hyperbolic. I try not to blow things out of proportion. But I am guilty, as Jeff Legwold called me out yesterday, of doing the radio thing, I guess, from time to time. And it's not something I do to inflame, without believing it. I always believe the things that I say.
By the way, we don't get that attitude out of Jeff Legwold very often.
He scolded me.
He was like, "Yeah, you're doing that radio thing."
Now, all I was doing was making a joke.
I know, but the full Chicago came out in him, man. Awesome.
But here's what I thought about Moj. And again, tell me if I'm being hyperbolic. But again, I'm nothing if not honest with you guys. What I say is in my head that I truly feel. This feels as close as a, quote, must-win as you can have 3 weeks into an NFL season as I can remember. And here's why.
No, you're doing the radio thing now.
So you're asking me if you're being hyperbolic.
Yes. Let me lay out the case first. The reason I would say this, because I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, the Broncos haven't even played their third game yet, and you're already saying this? Here's why. You ever seen a team start a season with 3 divisional games before?
I can't recall ever seeing that.
How do tiebreakers work?
Head-to-head.
And then what?
Division wins.
Record.
Yeah.
So if you lose this weekend to the Chargers, here's how the rest of the AFC West looks like. The Raiders have to go travel to the East Coast in Washington and play an early game at 11 o'clock. Likely a loss. That would put them at 1-2.
About 75% loss. Yeah.
The Chiefs are going to play the Giants Sunday night, which you can hear Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
They are going to win.
Which would put them at 1-2. If you lose to the Chargers, you're at 1-2. And if the Chargers win, not only are they 3-0 with a full 2-game lead on every team in the division, they have, to use a golf term, Moj, they're dormy with everybody head-to-head, and they're dormy with everybody at least divisional record, having at least a 500 record so far. They win this game, they have to have, I was trying to find odds. Nobody's doing playoff odds so far. I've checked every website. Nobody's giving me playoff prediction percentages. But you know what, Moj? In the Brett Kane percentages, they got to be like a 75% chance to win the division. They win this weekend. You start the year 3-0 against your division 3 weeks into the year? You tell me the monumental comeback that either the Chiefs, Raiders, or Broncos would have to have being 1-2 and 0-1 in the division so far. You tell me.
Let's say the Rockies. Just for fantasy's sake, okay? The Rockies start out the season with a 4-game set against the Dodgers, 3 against the Padres, 4 against the Giants, and 3 against the Diamondbacks. So that's 8, and that's 14.
Loss?
And let's say they go 12-2.
Yeah.
Now, it's a long season, but, man, you've already beat up your division pretty damn well.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Am I being hyperbolic when I say this?
Then you take that down to 17 games. Everything is magnified big,
of course.
big time. I wouldn't say you're being over the top. I'd say a little hyperbolic.
That's what I felt. I felt like maybe I'm getting a little bit up there, but it's huge.
Let me back you up in this regard, and I hope that the Broncos fans out there understand the magnitude of the situation. It's very, very easy to get behind quickly in the NFL and not be able to catch up.
Yep.
It's very easy because, again, you got the Bengals coming to town on Monday night. Now, again, it's Jake Browning. It's not Joe Burrow. It's a different story. But who knows?
It's Jamar Chase and it's T. Higgins, though.
You've got – and Browning can throw the ball around the yard. I don't know how good that defense is. He's a step up from Jarrett Stidham, no offense.
Yeah, he's one of the better backups in the league.
I mean, they like him there. That's why they keep having him back all the time. And maybe Stiddy's better than him. I really don't know. I'm just saying. But then you got to go to Philly. And the odds of that being a loss, flying back to the Eastern time zone, playing the early game, even the good teams lose those games, the really good teams. So I'm going to pencil that in as an L right now.
Yeah.
At best, you're 2-3. At worst, you're 1-4. This is a big, big game on Sunday afternoon.
It's also like, I think this stuff matters, okay? And you can preach it's a long season thing, and teams have to have that perspective. We hate the folks who do power rankings. We hate the folks who do this kind of stuff because we're like, oh, what does it ultimately mean? I think it counts for something. I don't know how much, but the perception of your team is a reflection of how I think the locker room feels at times. Moj, when you feel a crowd kind of lose it, when we go back to the Hackett year and they're counting down the play clock and they're leaving before overtime, and you feel like the audible groans inside the stadium, that is a reflection of what the team feels. I don't think there's any question about it. Like, there's not a team that's confident out there where their fan base isn't. It just doesn't exist. And so if you got the win this weekend, now all of a sudden it's like it's us and the Chargers that are kind of leading the way for this division so far. And guess who has the upper hand now? We do.
Yeah.
You lose, you're in the Raiders territory. You know what I mean? Like, you're down like, well, we got to fight to get out of the cellar.
Now, let me throw some positivity in the mix.
You get nothing.
Yeah.
You lose.
For all you Broncos,
Good day, sir.
For all you Broncos fans out there. And that is, it's a pretty damn good football team. They're a 2.5-point dog. We're giving the Chargers 3 points, according to Vegas, just because they're playing at home, which historically has felt like a Broncos game. Did you hear Cortland Sutton yesterday talking about playing down in L.A. or, quote, San Diego or anything of that nature? Quote, it's hilarious. There's always a point in the game where you hear, let's go, Broncos. I don't want to start no beef or nothing, but it's always funny how another set of fans won't really want to start to chant until they hear Broncos country hitting that chant.
Yeah.
And it is loud and pronounced down in Southern Cal. Again, I'll go back. This is now 6 years ago, if you can believe that. Can you believe it was 6 years ago when you were just a little baby?
Yeah.
Wearing your little Pampers, right?
I was wearing Pampers.
Little jumper,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're
Had my binky.
hanging out with Ashton Kutcher. Yeah, you're hanging out with Ashton. You're like, hey, Moshe, is that Ashton Kutcher? I'm like, well, Brett, that is, yes.
Yeah.
All the Hollywood stars were at the Chargers game, right?
Jim Nance, mac
Jim
and cheese.
Nance, mac and cheese. How many Broncos fans were there? And were you blown
in
away?
The soccer stadium, yeah, it was full of them. I mean, it was 80%, I would say.
I would say too, but that's not abnormal. What
No.
I'm saying is, 80% is abnormal, but a gigantic percentage is not abnormal. Okay?
Right.
So that's what the Broncos have going for them, and they're a competent, good football team. I would argue to you, and they would argue to you, they should be 2-0. Absolutely 2-0. They blew it against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
But that game, blowing that game, you know what that game was not? That game was not a confidence ruiner. It wasn't. The defense had an off day, and you did some really dumb things, like the Dolphins did last night to lose that game.
Oh, my God,
You did,
Tua.
right, you did some really dumb things to lose the game. You could be 2-0. So they're not going into this game going, golly, we stunk it up. We laid an egg, questioning themselves, are we really that good? They're not doing any of that. They're going in, hey, man, we're right there with these guys at least. Let's go down there and let's go get it.
Yeah, this feels like a coin flip to me. It does. And maybe, look, that's my perception now. Maybe after this game, my mind will be changed, and maybe the Chargers are just way better than you are. I have no idea. Like, here's what I can't see. I can't see the Broncos going in there and whooping them. I don't think that's a possibility. there's three options to me. It's close win Broncos, close win Chargers, or the Chargers beat you up.
I think those are the three possibilities. I think the Chargers beating you up of those three is the smallest of possibilities.
Me too.
But I'm concerned about, well, Greenlaw, fine. Evan Ingram did not practice yesterday.
Yeah.
If you don't practice on Thursday, let's say you're limited.
Tough go.
Let's say you're limited on Thursday. You still got a chance. I mean, I'm not talking about full participant, just limited. You still got a questionable chance to play on Sunday.
Yep.
If you don't practice on Thursday, you don't play Sunday.
Yep.
That's it. I can't envision a scenario where he'd be on the field, and if he is, there's no way he's going to be effective. So let's say the middle of that linebacking core is a mess, and Harbaugh finds a way to really exploit it. And let's say you're back to being the same old offense you were because you know why? You don't have a tight end anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You have a Troy Franklin who's emerging. That's good. But you don't have your tight end that you thought you were going to have. Then what are you?
Right.
So, again, I think they're going to be fine. But that possibility is there. Otherwise, the other two real possibilities, one team just gets over on the other team.
Yeah. It's way bigger of a game for a week 3 than I would have anticipated. And it's because of the schedule makers. And I don't know why they did this for the Chargers, but to the Chargers' credit, Moser, this could have went sideways for them, right? Like you have 3 divisional games. Let's say you lose 2 of the 3. Now all of a sudden you're in a deep hole when the season starts. It's a credit to Harbaugh to have his guys ready to play immediately. Like I think they took, you know what's funny? This is how it felt to me. They took that game in Brazil in week 1 against the Chiefs very, very seriously. Like that was a December game. And the Chiefs, because they've had so much success, I think they're like, we've lost the first game of the year before and been fine. A couple of years ago, we played Detroit the first game and lost to them. And guess what? We were right back where we always are, winning the division, AFC championship game. We're fine. And the Chargers are like, if we steal this one from the Chiefs, this is massive for the rest of the year. Like, I think Harbaugh just had a bigger picture approach towards what the season was. And if they win on Sunday, forget pole position. Like this is, they've lapped the field, and that's how much you have to come back. Now, I get it. 14 weeks left in the year, Moj. If Justin Herbert gets hurt next week, then all of this changes immediately. But, God, you put yourself in such an advantageous position in a way that it's just really hard and really rare to find a team in this with this kind of opportunity this early.
I absolutely agree. In fact, I would say this, though.
You're playing for the entire AFC West. Guess who's a Broncos fan on Sunday? The Chiefs.
And the Raiders.
The Raiders?
Yeah.
They're both like, please, Denver,
Come
win.
on, Broncos. I would say this, that somebody asked, hey, Khalil Mack being out, is that, how big of a deal is that on the text line?
Mm-hmm.
How old do you think Khalil Mack is?
Oh, he's 32?
4.
34? Yeah, he's been in the league a long time.
But he's still on that defense coming back to L.A. Dude, he's still a big factor for them.
Yeah.
So him being out is definitely going to help the Denver Broncos. Definitely.
There's plenty of guys.
Last week he had a sack. Early in the game, he had a sack, and then he got injured.
Yeah. No, Khalil Mack is incredibly effective still. It's one of those positions you can age as a pass rusher. You can age. I mean, you can think back how many guys in their mid-30s were still really effective at getting after the quarterback. I mean, Jared Allen was one of those guys. Reggie White played. I mean, he played a long time,
Sure
didn't
did.
he?
Yep.
You can be effective as a pass rusher. Like Von Miller's still getting sacks. I watched him last week get one.
Yep. Hey, I know I've been toning it down last couple weeks, several weeks. I haven't mosed out at all, and that's good. I'm done with that. What did I say? I don't do that no more.
Good for you.
I want you to.
But I really am mad at myself. I'm really angry with myself. Because every time we've talked about the Chargers and the Chiefs in Brazil, And we talked about it a lot leading up to the game, season opener, so on and so forth. I didn't do this. And I want to let the listeners in and the viewers in on a little something right now. That's Astrid Gilberto singing, right? Stan Getz. Total stud.
What about
Antonio,
the song?
The Girl from Ipanema is one of my favorite songs of all time.
Does she... Okay, when Sinatra did this, did he do the song with her or with somebody else?
With Astrid Gilberto?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure.
Sinatra's got a really famous version.
Well, and let me tell you, they're unbelievable. Every single version is great. But this was the original. This is the Astrid Gilberto. It was written in 62, but I think she recorded it like in, I don't know, 63, 64,
it's
something like that.
It's an amazing song. Truly amazing.
But Ipanema, of course, is in Brazil, Ipanema. And there is a real girl from Ipanema. I mean, she, to this day, still exists.
Yeah.
From the early 60s. Now she's older, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Moj, can you make some way for Stan here?
Go, Stan.
I don't know who doesn't like this song. Who doesn't hear this? You're like, yeah, I'd listen to this song. In the meantime, I got a question surrounding the Chargers.
That's so killer. Then I'm done with it. I'm just saying, every time we talked about Brazil, I should have done that. It's my fault.
Texture says, I can't hear the song without listening to it 5 times in a row. See you guys in about 15 minutes. I don't blame you.
I'm dead serious. It's that good of a song. And Astrid Gilberto, she was splendid. Especially, if that's the Stan Getz version. There's other versions, but you get the idea.
There's this thing that we've said for a long time. Chargers are going to Charger. Does that still apply? We'll get to it next.
See, you're not going to get that kind of operation when you call Dan Kaplis Law. You call, you're going to talk to a human being. It won't be representative. Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law wins, used to winning, and winning in record-setting ways. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help today, call him, 303-770-5551. You will speak to a human being. 303-770-5551 or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
Ram it. You got to ram it. Oh.
All right, so that old line, Chargers going to Charger. Can I ask you just a very basic question? Does that still apply? The Chargers are in good position here. If they win this weekend, they're in unbelievable position. But you would always say, oh, Chargers are going to Charger. And I think that was totally appropriate. No, I don't buy into a lot of that stuff. It kind of reminds me of like, hey, man, Peyton Manning can't win the big game, and then 2 Super Bowls later, we don't say that anymore.
I'm trying to think I'm trying to think
David Price can't make he can't have a great start in a game that matters in the postseason.
Except
and then
Game 7.
Lights out for the Sox. But you want to say that about Brandon Staley? Fine. Anthony Lynn? Sure. Mike McCoy? Okay. Norv Turner? Chargers are going to Charger.
Good God, Mike McCoy was there. That's right.
It's Jim Harbaugh. I don't think Jim Harbaugh is going to have that same thing. I don't think if you believe in the stink of an organization applies to a coach like that. I think he's his own entity. And so I don't think this is the case. And it's why I'm just like, please win this weekend. Because if they get this stranglehold on this division, they're going to be 3-0 Moj, 14 games left. They go 7-7, they're a 10-win team. Do you think Harbaugh can do at least that?
Yeah.
I do.
Well, a lot of things can happen between now and
I get it.
January. A lot of things can happen. You know how I work.
You know the interim was after Staley got fired, by the way? A guy named Giff Smith.
Yeah, my man Giff. What's up?
Giff.
Well, he goes by Jiff. Is
that the meme joke?
Yeah, it's just dumb, yeah.
Anyway, continue.
Well, let me continue. My history would tell you that, look, man, until you prove me wrong, just like the Kansas City Chiefs, 0-2, I think they're going to rally. I believe that their past history and who they are as players, they're going to rally and they're going to be definitely in the mix before this is all said and done. The Chargers have proven time and time again, and I'm trying to think of when the Chargers are going to Charger, when that really came about. Because it wasn't that way really 30 years ago. Certainly like 40. When you go back to all the Dan Fouts era and all that, Kellen Winslow and all those guys, man, they were pretty damn good. With Eric Coryell, they kind of set football on its ear.
Yep.
With their high-flying offense. That being said, man, they've blown it time and time and time again. I think back to if they take a tie, both they and the Raiders get into the postseason.
But
they both make it.
That was Brandon Staley.
And Staley tries to stick it right up the Raiders' craw. And they're like, whoa, what are you doing? We can both get in if we just play for a tie. We got a minute left in the game.
So wait a minute. The Raiders walked up to him on the green. They said, good? For 3-footers.
Right.
And Staley was like,
no,
I'm going to see it. Raiders bury it. Staley misses.
Well, no, more like Staley misses, then the Raiders bury it.
Yeah.
That was hysterical because they didn't have to kick the field goal to beat the Chargers. It's just hysterical. That's ultimate Chargers are going to Charger, right? Just dumb, stupid, blow it type of things.
Yep.
So until they prove that they're done with that, I guess I won't believe it, but it sure feels different. It sure feels like, look, Harbaugh, I was reading the comments of Sean Payton. I don't know if we have these, Nelly, when he's talking about Harbaugh, because he worked with John Harbaugh with the Eagles when they were both young guys coming up. And he was talking about Jim Harbaugh. And he was talking about the ties to the Harbaugh family. And I thought it was pretty cool. And this is where I get respect for coaches, talking about other coaches that they have respect for. He says, quote, our league is better when Jim is in it.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before out of respect. I'd rather him be in a different division, as would we all, but he does a tremendous job with his team, as does John. And that's absolutely the case. And I heard Chad Brown on this morning. By the way, I'm driving in. I'm listening to you talk to Chad Brown. And I swore to God, I thought I was late for work. And I know, I'm like, what? I did a double take on what time it was. Like, did I wake up at 8 or something?
Yeah.
I know he had to get to the airport to get to.
He's doing Illinois, Indiana.
Yeah, he had to get to Indiana. But he said, look, man, this division with these coaches, he said, I'll make you an argument that Peyton's the worst coach in the division, or like the least accomplished, or, whatever, right?
You could.
It'd be silly too because he's won a Super Bowl and he's a very, very good head coach.
Well, I think the point is still like between Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Jim Harbaugh. I mean, you could make an argument.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So the point is that under Jim Harbaugh, you've got to think that things are different because they certainly feel different. I mean, last year when you look at what he did with the Chargers, taking them all the way to 11 wins, now they got popped in the postseason.
Yeah.
And by the way, they've dealt with part of the reason the Chargers, because of all the teams in this league, I know the Lions were incredibly unlucky last year in terms of injury. Those stinking Chargers, man, they've dealt with key injuries year after year after year, and you're like,
Bosa's hurt.
Those poor guys can't catch a break.
Derwin James is always hurt, and then Justin Herbert goes down. You're just like, good Lord.
They can't catch a Tyrod, as the starter, took a horse needle in the lung. I mean, these kind of things. No, so it's just that it feels different. Harbaugh's got them playing great. He completely reined them in and did everything different in his first year than what they were doing before.
We're still like, how does that happen? Like, all I can picture is they did it like Travolta in Pulp Fiction to Uma Thurman. Just way above his head, just went, ah! Jammed it straight down into the lung of Tyrod.
I'm not going to lie. When she came to life and goes, ah! That scared the hell out of me in the theater. I jumped. Did you jump?
Oh, I didn't watch it in the theater.
Oh, yeah, you're too young.
Yeah. I was like 94.
Yeah. It scared me.
Oh, can I tell you something
when she
quick?
came to life. Yeah.
When you said you thought you were late for work when you heard Chad on here. So I can't remember if Jesse was filling in for Nelly or if it was still when Marty was here. So Jesse was filling in. One of those two were out. One of those buffoons behind the glass over there. So Jesse's filling in. Jesse does, and we all kind of know, if you guys don't, Jesse Trujillo is on the show occasionally. He does a lot of things, especially during the season. So he's always doing an Avs game or a Nuggets game.
Broncos,
or a
whatever.
Broncos game or a Rockies game or a Rapids game or something. He's always at night. He's out and about. He doesn't get home until like 2 o'clock in the morning ever.
Spins.
And so Jesse's time clock is always messed up. He's taking naps. He's waking up. He's just figuring his life out like that. Jesse calls me at 6:15 at night. I'm sitting on the couch. And he goes, I'm so sorry, man. I'm on my way there right now. Like yelling at me. I go, what? He goes, I'm sorry. I overslept. I'm going to be there in a second. And he's making me panic. I'm like, am I supposed to be somewhere right now? He took a nap, woke up, saw 6, thought it was in the morning.
Right.
It was in the winter, so it was pitch black at night already, and he was panicked that he was late for the show. And
I've done that.
I had to tell him, I was like, Jesse, it's nighttime.
I've done that.
You're fine.
I've done that.
I'm sure.
I think everybody's probably done that at one point or another. Anyway, so.
But Brett, did you say it like Walter White? Did you go, Jesse, it's not time to cook?
No, I did not.
Jesse.
He was just in a panic.
But so the point is that, hey, man, Harbaugh's got them playing better, different football. And they're a more disciplined team. They're obviously a healthier team, but now Khalil Mack is out. But when you look at the offense, again, they haven't even really – maybe this should scare you. Maybe it won't, but maybe it will. They haven't really even gotten into Harbaugh football yet offensively, the way he wants it done, because right now they really can't run the ball that effectively. Najee Harris missed all of training camp after shooting himself in the eyeball with a bottle rocket or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they've got a rookie. They got Hampton carrying the ball, and he hasn't really been that effective yet. So they really haven't gotten off in terms of running the ball. Now, their run stopping has been killer, but they haven't run the ball that well yet. Harbaugh would like to run the ball. He would like to ideally have that lead the way for the entire offense.
Yep.
And then he can unleash his cannon in Justin Herbert. But what he has said, and you saw this in the first 2 weeks more than you did any time last year, he said, hey, Herbert, you want to throw the pig around a little bit? He said, yeah, I think I'll throw the pig around.
I'll do
okay,
that.
so then that's how they've been getting it done. So they haven't even really found their game yet, and maybe that should concern you because they're on the precipice of 3-0.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and at halftime of tonight's Fossil Ridge Regis game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Last night, Moj, surprisingly, Dolphins make that a game. It's 21-21 in the fourth quarter.
They played hard, man.
Buffalo gets a score. It's 28-21, but with about 3.5 minutes left,
No, don't say Buffalo gets a score. Don't say Buffalo gets a score because the Dolphins had them dead to rights.
Well,
the Dolphins had them dead to rights and forced them to punt. And they rough the kicker.
Yeah.
Sealer roughs the kicker, the punter. He runs into his plant leg and blows him up. And then they score. I mean, it was an absolute joke.
It just, this goes back to it. God, man.
Sealer goes over the center, dives to try and block the ball, misses, and big old 92 rolls right into the punter's plant leg and blows him up.
So
it was like that's just so dumb. You talk about dumb things. And by the way, I watched Altitude After Dark last night with DMac and Coach.
Yeah.
Another great episode. Watch it this morning if you can. After our show's done, whatever. Broncos did some dumb things.
Well,
the whole trying to block
hang on.
that field goal dumb. These are the dumb things that teams do to lose when they could do smart things to win.
What I was just getting to was the Dolphins. They did exactly what we talked about all week, stemming from the Colts game. Great teams don't make mistakes like that. They don't rough the kicker when you have a really good team on the ropes. And then when you get the opportunity to score, where were they at, by the way? Was it the 20? About the 20-yard line with 3 minutes left.
Okay. But when they held the Buffalo Bills, the Bills were at midfield.
Yes, I know all that.
It's unbelievable.
But you give up the score, and you're like, all right, we got to get a touchdown back. And part of me thinks, like, God, if the Dolphins do end up getting a touchdown, are they going to go for two? Because they're marching the ball down the field. They get a first down. It's 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. And Tua throws it right into the belly of the linebacker because he stared at the same wide receiver for about 3 seconds before he threw the ball. And I'm like, this is such basic football 101 stuff. Tua can't be making these mistakes this late in his career. You can't. And I'm like, what do you do with Tua? You can't make that. You can't make that mistake.
He's a $50 million quarterback. I don't know if anybody, I'm sure everybody saw it, or a lot of you saw it. I'm not sure everybody saw it last night, so let me explain to the listening audience and the viewing audience what happened. It's 1st and 10 at the Buffalo 21, and they are driving. They got 3 minutes left in the game. And Buffalo's like hanging on for dear life. Like, oh, crap. These guys are good. The 0-2 Dolphins are going to tie us, man. What are we doing? And they just gave us a touchdown. They just gifted us a continued drive, and the Bills cashed in. He takes the snap, looks to his right to Jalen Waddle, and he stares at him like a stalker at Britney Spears across the bar.
Right.
Stares him down, and the linebacker goes, oh, those eyeballs ain't lying. He's thrown it over here to my left.
I almost wonder, does the linebacker see that and be like, is he intentionally
This
trying
is
to...
Bernard. This is Bernard.
Yes.
He wasn't trying to lure Jack. He's sitting in the middle of the field.
No. But is Bernard thinking, this is so bizarre how long he's looking, he's got to be trying to pull me off something? Like, if as a defender, you're thinking about a million things at once. And in my head, I'd be like, he's not really going to throw it to the spot he's been staring at the whole time, is he? Is he? And sure enough.
So Bernard jumps the route right in his breadbasket. I mean, it was an easy pick. And basically, he had not only did Tua stare down Waddle, but Bernard had started to ease his way that way following the eyeballs of Tua.
Yeah.
So when the ball was released, it was basically he's throwing it to Bernard. Nelly, you recall the preseason? We're watching Kyler Murray, and I'm like, he literally threw it to the other team like that was his receiver. There wasn't a receiver within 10 yards. Now, Waddle was like,
threw it to the other team.
Yeah. He literally threw it right into his breadbasket, and I'm like, as a $50 million quarterback, you can never, ever do that. The Dolphins had an opportunity. And you know what? Anybody who in Miami today would say McDaniel's got to go, I'll tell you what. He coached his butt off.
He did.
He did a great job. He's not responsible for Sealer roughing the punter. And he's not responsible for Tua literally stalking Waddle, staring him down like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Crazy. Because the Buffalo Bills last night could have been had.
They're on the ropes.
Miami absolutely blew it.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. When we come back, Moj, this is going to be very difficult. But I want everybody listening to participate as well in the Champ Mazda text line. 303-504-0925. Rank these from most likely to least likely to cover this weekend. Buffs 12.5 against Wyoming. CSU 4.5-point dogs to UTSA. And Broncos 2.5-point dogs to the Chargers. We'll get to it next.
Guys, simple question for you here in 2025. Are you dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction? Well, you don't have to tell me. It really is none of my business whatsoever. That's between you, your spouse, whomever. But if you are, I've got some help for you, and it's called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. And look, they've treated tens of thousands of guys up and down the Front Range here in the last 10 years. They do a great job, and they're total pros. They take care of your whole dude engine. Don't be ashamed because there's nothing to be ashamed of. Don't laugh it off because it's not a funny matter. Do yourself a favor and get yourself taken care of because you can be back in business and back to being you right away. Intimacy is wonderful, right, dudes? So if that is harming you, your ED, do something about it. Schedule a consult. They got success rates well over 90%, and they got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. In fact, if you're in the South Side, like Castle Rock, it's been revamped. It looks great. They are great, and they're going to help you out. An expert staff, you could be back in business right away. Give them a call today. And again, you don't have to be embarrassed. I go in there for low T. Dude's just in there, hey, man, getting fixed. All good. 720-440-7900. That number again is 720-440-7900. Or go online and find out everything that they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So I asked you guys, I wanted your take on this, and I will leave it open for another minute or two. Between the teams that we talk about every week on this show during football season, Broncos, Buffs, Rammies, I think this is very, very hard to figure out. And so I asked you, the audience, what you think. Most likely to least likely to cover. The Buffs are 12.5-point favorites at home over Wyoming. CSU is a 4.5-point dog to UTSA at home. And the Broncos are 2.5-point dogs on the road against the Chargers. Wow. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You tell me.
Yeah, I want to hear from people. 303-504-0925. Wow. I think when you look at the Broncos, such a tiny little spread that you think, could they win that outright? Absolutely, they could. Now, let me give you my number one.
So just for the record, Moshe, the first three I've looked at have all the same order. Broncos, Rams, Buffs. First three responses I've seen.
I'm going to change that.
I'm going to change it too.
I think the most likely to cover is the Colorado Buffaloes.
I think so too.
Do you really?
Yes. Now, okay, go ahead. You first.
Well, no, I'm saying it may sound counterintuitive because the Buffs are coming off a stupid loss. I mean, it was a dumb loss at Houston. Houston is not that great. But, and again, I don't want to offend any cowpokes out there. I don't think Wyoming is that good either. And they beat up Akron, they beat Northern Iowa, but they got stomped by Utah. I think with Caden Salter's back and just playing competent football, they win this game by 2 touchdowns. That's my thought.
Here's why I have the Buffs first.
And you're at Folsom Field. It's a late game. You are not. The crowd's going to be everybody's going to be lubed up, greased up. You are not going to lose that game, number one. Number two, I think if you just you play competent football, you're going to win by 2 touchdowns.
Here's why I got the Buffs first. I feel as if this game is going to be a lot like Delaware. I think it's going to be close for a while. And then you're eventually going to be able to break away towards the end. Maybe a late score gets you the cover. 12.5 points is not that much. Not in a game like this.
Not for a Big 12 team at home.
And so,
come on, man.
I think that this is going to be, remember, Delaware was 10-7. Was it at or right before halftime? Before stop to the touchdown. It was 10-7. I think it could feel a lot like that, and then the Buffs break away. My second team, actually, I'm going to tell you my team that's last first. So I told you the Buffs, I think, is most likely to cover. Now I'm going to go to least likely.
I will too. That's fine with me. Let's say it at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Broncos.
CSU. I'm going to tell you why I think CSU is last.
I'm going to tell you why I think they're second.
I think CSU is last on this list for one reason and one reason only. There's a ton on the line for this team.
Yeah.
I think this could spur on change if they lose this game to UTSA. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know a lot about UTSA. I know they have Josh McCown's kid at quarterback, and their running back averages 10 yards a carry through 3 games.
Well, I know I watched them already once this season.
And they played tough against Texas A&M before Texas A&M pulled away late.
That's correct. They lost to Texas State, and they got they smoked Incarnate Word.
Yeah,
big deal.
But here's why. Here's why.
They have some players. They do.
You tell me, in what world would you ever expect CSU to be under the lights at home in Fort Collins, 4.5-point underdog to a team that nobody knows anything about? When would you ever have imagined that? And so I started to think about it this way. I did the old sniff test, Moshe.
Well, what was the line? What was the line when my Sac State Hornets came to town and put a whooping on them?
I don't know. But I went like this. That ain't right. I took the milk out of the fridge. I popped off the cap. I gave it the old smell, and I go, it's bad. It's turned bad. Why in the hell would Vegas have them a 4.5-point dog at home to a team we don't know anything about?
Because they've looked like dog meat. That's why.
UTSA is 1-2. Let's not pretend like this is some non-Power 5 that looks awesome and is like, you know that Malik Willis team a couple years ago, that Liberty team that he was on? Like, maybe you could understand that.
I'm going to tell you why you're full of crap.
I hate this number. I hate it. I don't know why it looks this way. It shouldn't. If you told me they were 4.5-point favorites at home, then I'd be like, that sounds more right.
I'm going to tell you why.
I despise this number.
Here's why.
I feel like they're setting me up.
They might be.
They hit me with a jab just to get my hands down. Oh, body shot. Hands are down now, and here comes the hook.
Nelly, are we going to lay it down in the 9 o'clock hour?
I need it, Moj.
Okay, good.
I need to be laid down.
I think I got you, Moj, at when are we going to
9:45?
I think 9:20 is what you have on the rundown.
9:20. Okay, 9:20 today we're going to lay some stuff down. So, hey, everybody out there, if you want to lay it down, and you really want to lay it down, be here at 9:20 because we're going to lay it down.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams had a bye week. Let me explain what went on. They played at Washington in the opener. And you know what?
Well.
I thought they acquitted themselves pretty well.
They did.
Did Fowler Nicolosi forget how to play football?
Oh, Moj, they were talking about a quarterback competition.
Did Fowler Nicolosi forget how to play football?
I would ask the question differently.
Okay, but you're not even counselor. He refuses to answer.
No, my question would be, what do you mean forgot how to play?
Okay. Well, I know he lost some pieces. I get. Okay, let me explain. They played pretty well against Washington.
They did.
On the road in Seattle, that's not an easy thing to do, and they acquitted themselves okay. They come home against Northern Colorado, and let me tell you, that is a sleepwalk game. You just get done playing the friggin' Huskies in the Big Ten, a very good football team, and here comes UNC. They took them way too lightly, way too nonchalant, way too everything. And you know what? They should have lost that game, but they won. Now they've had 2 weeks to think about it. Good Lord. What? And Coach Norvell's going, what in the snot were we doing? And they went through everything. And they said, look, you see this ball? That's actually a catch. We should have lost this damn game.
Yeah. Get
your act together. I think the Rams are going to be primed, ready to go. I think that student section, somebody said they had a record student section 2 weeks ago, Mo. Okay. I know what I saw with the tweet. Please show up. I think, again, you're talking about a 7:30 game on a Saturday night at Canvas in Fort Collins. Hell, I wish I could be there. I can't, but I wish I could because that would be fun as heck.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams not only going to win outright, I think they win by a touchdown. I got the Rams number 2. And I got the Broncos number 3 for this reason. This game's in L.A. Say what you will about Broncos fans showing up. The Chargers are a competent football team. They really are. They're good. And Jim Harbaugh is a dang fine coach. He may look silly on the sideline. Kevin Laura texted me yesterday and said, you know why when you look at Harbaugh's face on the sideline, he looks like that? He goes, because he's got these Coke bottle glasses, and they blow his eyeballs up like 3 times.
Yeah.
And he looks like, right? Everything's just a question mark to him. And I don't know how he turns that question mark into dubs, but that's exactly what he does, him and his khakis. I just think they're a very confident, competent team, and I have them. And listen, I think they all 3 could win. They all 3 are going to win outright. Very well could. But that's my number 3.
I have the Broncos second because I feel like that's a coin flip game. And it's going to take – I think you have an advantage in this game in which it's going to matter most, which is the running game. Now, whether you commit to it –
Hold on a second. You want to sniff something?
Okay.
Sniff this. You want to sniff this. How have the Chargers looked in their 2 wins?
Good.
How good?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I don't know. They didn't look amazing against the Raiders last week. They looked good. They were fine. They were solid.
Well, Raiders' defense is pretty good. It's Geno Smith who blew that.
We think.
I think. At least right now.
Okay.
The Broncos, dude, they stumbled, bumbled, and fumbled their way through week 1 against a Tennessee team that's going to be a 2-win team max.
Yeah.
Maybe 3-win. Maybe they'll match last year's win total.
Yep.
And they bumbled their way through it at home. They look like crap.
Yeah.
They go to Indy, and they just do silly things.
Mm-hmm.
And their defense, I think it's a one-off, but their defense, you're like, got exposed a little bit, and they're dealing with injury in the middle of that linebacking core. Ugh. I look at it and I say, this line, Chargers minus 2.5, that doesn't smell right. To me, it should be more along the lines of 4.5, 5. That's my opinion. That's what I think. Hey, 3 points just because you're home. That being said,
that's not a thing anymore.
It's a thing to me.
Okay.
I think the Chargers are a 2.5 point on a neutral field favorite against the Broncos. And maybe that's what Vegas is saying. This is a neutral
this is
field.
Neutral.
Okay, there you go.
I hear everything you say.
And let me say this to Rams fans. You may not believe, and they've been remarkably quiet to start this year. Hey, Rams fans, don't let me down. Rams, don't let me down. Don't let yourselves down, and don't let me down. Okay? I'm throwing my junk on the line here for you. Bruce. Don't pull a Moj, by the way. Don't rip off my bit either. I mean, what is going on this Friday, man? Buffs, I got no worries about you. If you blow this game to the Cowpokes, then I won't talk about you the rest.
The most consequential.
You don't exist.
The most consequential of all these games is the CSU one. There could be changes after that game if it goes poorly. You know what I mean? There's some substance.
I don't believe it will. I think that Norvell has got these guys ready to go this week. Hey, it's time to get serious. You played pretty decent at Washington. You acquitted yourself quite nicely. You screwed off against the Bears. Play football. Fowler Nicolosi, get back to being you. This is the week they do it.
303-504-0925. When we return. The Broncos, if they win this weekend, aren't just doing themselves a favor. They're doing the Chiefs and the Raiders a favor. We'll get to it next.
Bryant was in the backfield. First and 10. Caught for the touchdown! Marvin Mims! Acrobatic move! Got it! And he was working on Xavier Howard. Touchdown, Broncos on top.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Still a whole bunch to get to. Moser's going to lay down at 9:20 this morning.
Also,
so stay tuned for that.
Vic is finishing some stuff up.
Yeah, he'll join us shortly.
Hoping to join the program today. And
yeah, never mind. Vic is not going to be on.
He's not going to make it now. Man.
He's taking care of things. He's fine.
Yeah, he is. Doing good.
You know what he's doing, Moj? He's laying it down in his own personal
He's
way.
laying it down. Yeah.
Yes.
Lay it down.
High school football is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio tonight as Moser and Polumbus going to be on the call with the action between Fossil Ridge and number 10 Regis Jesuit on 92.5 with a 6:30 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Pumped about that game tonight, Moser?
Actually, I mean, there's something about high school football.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so dang fun. Both these teams need to win big time. I think it's going to be a hell of a game.
I do too. And with this weekend, it's funny. The Broncos are going to be responsible for the happiness of both the Chargers and the Raiders if they win. It's true. Everybody at this team does not want this to turn into Chargers with this much of a head start above everybody else. Now, if the Chargers win this weekend, they've earned it. But it was a weird scheduling quirk. And I'm telling you, if they get this dub, they are going to have a 2-game lead likely because I think the Raiders are going to go to Washington and lose this weekend. Now, there's some iffiness about if Jaden Daniels is going to be ready to go.
What is the story with Jaden Daniels? Because I think he makes a big difference. I think Washington's a very good team.
Does.
But, I mean...
Who's the backup there? Is it Mariota?
I think it is.
Which he's competent enough. You know,
sure.
We're well aware, Moj. Look, we aren't in Los Angeles or Seattle,
By the way,
but going to the East Coast to play an 11 o'clock game is very difficult for teams that play in the Western time zones.
Who's their third-string quarterback? You're not going to believe. You won't even believe it.
Give me a hint.
He's been around forever.
He's played on every football
Josh
team
Johnson.
in the...
Yes.
Yeah.
He's played on
Did you
every
see he's
team
got a commercial
in the league. Yeah.
He's got that, is it Cricket Wireless or some sort of commercial where it's like changing phones all the time?
I love it. I think it's great. It's hysterical.
But look, there's a question, I guess, of whether Jaden's going to play or not. But bottom line is, it feels as if the Broncos lose, almost all teams in the AFC West outside the Chargers are going to be 1-2, which means you're all 2 games back. And they have at least a split of the head-to-head, and they're already 500 in divisional play through 3 weeks of the season, which would be an unbelievable, like the best 3-game start in NFL history would go to the Chargers. Because you can't have more things ticked in the pros column than them.
They also have not had a 3-0 start since 2002.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how long it has been. 2002. It's crazy.
Do you buy into the Harbaugh versus Sean Payton thing? Where I believe Vic told us yesterday, is it 1-5? Sean Payton's 1-5 all time as a head coach against Harbaugh?
I don't know that is necessarily. I think that's more of an anomaly than anything else. I think it's more just circumstantial than it is.
Okay.
Hey, Harbaugh's got Payton's number. That's what I feel. I mean, I think he's a good coach, but I just think that's more of, hey, man, and when you look back at Harbaugh and those, talking specifically Niners stuff, right?
Yeah.
He had some pretty good, I mean, obviously, we're talking Niners. he had some pretty dang good players and some dang good teams. I mean, he went to the friggin' Super Bowl.
Yeah. Harbaugh's just, you know what you get every time you play against him. And we're going to play a little bit, I've changed the name, Moj. Más o menos at 8:45. It was my more or lesser game. It's now Más o menos.
Actually, we did it last week. It was the first time we did it, and it changed names 4 times.
In the middle of the segment.
In the middle of the segment,
I
yes.
might change it again in the middle of the segment. Who knows? A lot or a little? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But that'll be at 8:45. And part of what I'm going to ask, and I think this is a huge thing, you have to play a clean game against the Harbaugh coach team. You cannot do what you did against the Colts. You cannot do what you did against the Titans. You will get smoked. They will make you pay. You know what Harbaugh coach teams don't do? Turn the ball over. Ever. Justin Herbert had 3 interceptions all year last year. Played in every game. 3 picks. He just is not the kind of guy, under Harbaugh anyway, that's going to put the ball in harm's way because they don't have to. And so just doing a quick check. Last year, in talking about turnovers, turnover differential for every coach is one of the most important things that you can have and blah, blah, blah. Well, the Chargers last year were tied for 3rd in the NFL. They were plus 12. Why? Because they gave away the football 9 times on the year. 9.
And
you know how many times the Broncos did last season? 19.
Yeah. 6 of those were fumbles.
Yes. 6 were fumbles.
6
3
were
picks.
fumbles. 3 were picks. Imagine
the
Justin
only other
Herbert.
team. The only other team that had less was the Bills, who had 8.
So this is what I'm getting at when I describe to Broncos fans the Harbaugh difference. How Jim Harbaugh reined in Justin Herbert. And by the way, I would think, and even you Bronco fans have to admit this, if you're coaching Justin Herbert and you're coaching that arm and that mobility and that guy, right? And he's a behemoth. He's big.
Yep.
Big old dude. And you know that he can take that pig and he can throw it all over the place. It must be difficult. You have to show tremendous restraint to say, all right, hey, listen, big fella, love you. Anyway, you're gonna rein it in.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna come back over here with Nate, right? We're gonna run that. I mean, it must be very difficult to not just. I mean, Staley, he just went crazy and said, unleash the Kraken all over the place.
Yeah.
And so he reined him in. The Chargers play different football now, and that's the Harbaugh touch. That's the Harbaugh way. And so they don't turn the ball over. They play rock-solid defense, run the ball when they can, although they haven't run it very well the first couple of weeks, but that's what they do, man. So you cannot lose the turnover battle.
Who leads the league in turnovers this year?
Overall?
Yeah.
God, it's got to be the Broncos have got to be right there.
Here's who the Broncos have surrounded themselves with. Tied for dead last with 5 for 2 weeks. The Panthers.
Yuck.
The Dolphins. Although they played 3 games, and maybe a little bit of a cheat.
Well, I mean, it should be 4. And Tua threw it right to Bernard's chest. Unbelievable.
And the Vikings.
And that's JJ having a horrific game 1, actually, and not a great game 2.
Yeah.
I say horrific. I mean, horrific 3 quarters of game 1, and then a not so good game 2.
You want a chance to win? That number's got to be 0.
0.
Has to. Maybe you can get away with 1, but no. 0.
See, I completely agree with you. I think you're right on the money with that.
And why or how can you stem that? You feed J.K. Dobbins. Like, Moj, you watch Game of Thrones. Remember Ramsay Bolton's dogs that he would sick on people?
Oh, God. Dude.
That he would starve them for like a month before throwing people in there?
I will say this, Nelly.
You need to treat J.K. Dobbins like those dogs, okay? They're rabid, and you need to feed them.
We can say I can blow the situation now, right? I mean, everybody's seen it.
Game of Thrones is like 10 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Sansa, whatever, the redhead, what's her name?
Sansa.
Okay, Sansa. Right. Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon. when she took out Ramsey with those hounds.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of my
taste of his own medicine.
Dude, that was one of my favorite parts of the entire series.
More satisfying death, was it that or Joffrey's?
Oh, Joffrey wasn't satisfying. He just got poisoned. Ramsey Bolton was as bad a human being as you'll find on planet Earth, and to have his own dogs tear him apart, I thought was absolute justice.
I mean,
Am I right? Am I right?
You knew that guy was bad news when you saw the sausage stain. I mean, good Lord. Anyway, that's what you got to do with J.K. Dobbins.
Just
feed him
bad guy.
like those hounds.
He made a kind of a funny little thing yesterday too. Hey, yeah, I mean he knows how good they are, but he said, hey, they let this guy go. I look. Is there a revenge factor? Sure.
I love this. By the way,
is it really going to matter because the Chargers defense stops the run pretty well?
Somebody on Twitch says, "Bro will never finish those books," and I think you're right. I think he's just never going to finish that thing.
Oh, you're talking about
Martin.
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah, ever.
I ain't asking for the world here.
Hey, I ain't reading those books anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah, me either.
Bottom line is, don't turn the ball over, and I think feed J.K. Dobbins like crazy, and that'll really help that situation. Plus, I think you're good at it. I've said this all week. The advantage that you hold in this game, believe it or not, is your rushing attack. You are better at running the football than the Chargers are.
As of right now, you're absolutely better at running the football.
You have the best running back in the game between both teams. J.K. Dobbins is better than Najee Harris. He's better than Omarion Hampton, and he's better than R.J. Harvey. He's the best one. You have a better offensive line in this game. You have a defense for the Chargers that is now without Khalil Mack. Like, all of this stuff is adding up to commit to the run, and you can have some success. And if nothing else, Moj, you will keep Justin Herbert off the field. You'll keep time of possession in your favor. You will make it manageable on third down.
I can't imagine that there's any discussion more important over at Dove Valley this week than, you know what? Do not keep putting the ball back in the hands of number 10.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yep.
Limit his touches, and you'll limit so many dang things. Now, again, you go back to week 1. They continually put the ball back in Cam Ward's hands, did they not?
Yes.
And it didn't really matter because he's a rookie, he's figuring things out, and the Titans aren't that good. This guy will tear you up. Now, you talk about them running the football better. The Broncos do that better. You're right about that. On the same side, the Chargers are much better against the run right now than you are.
Yeah.
The Chargers stuff the run better than you do right at this moment.
Chargers didn't face Jonathan Taylor.
Nope.
They faced a Chiefs running game that is just, Pacheco, ever since he had the leg injury, not the same. He's really not. And then they faced Ashton Genty, who is still trying to figure things out. So haven't faced the same sort of attack. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that J.K. Dobbins is Jonathan Taylor, but I think it's better than what they faced so far.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, to back you up, when you go back to week 1, Tony Pollard for Tennessee, I mean, you talk about a top 4 back in this league. I mean, this guy is absolutely...
What are you getting at?
The Titans might have had you running the damn football for all it mattered. No offense to Tony Pollard. Hey, no offense, and hope there's none taken.
Hey,
okay? Tony Pollard ain't anybody's All-American, and the Broncos
but what's your point?
3.3.
They haven't faced the same cup.
No, they didn't face Jonathan Taylor.
No, I just said Jonathan Taylor. I didn't say Pollard. I just said they haven't faced Jonathan Taylor.
That's true, but they also haven't faced Pollard.
What's your point?
Pollard ran for 60 yards against the Broncos. If he's against the Chargers, he rushes for 40.
Okay.
They put him in the
20-yard difference, whatever. They're better. Moj, I'm not disagreeing with you. They're better.
I'm just telling you to beware. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defending them. Just beware.
Hey, tomorrow, do we see more than one quarterback for the Buffs? Get to it next.
Today is September 19th. You've got 11 days. The 30th is approaching. That's when the federal tax incentives go away on electric vehicles. And right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got the largest selection of EVs in Colorado, and they're ready to go. I'm not kidding. Why not do yourself a favor? Go to the website, sthmotors.com, and check it out. How about the awesome Ford Mustang Mach-E, top-rated Ford F-150 Lightning, and many, many more. And right now, here's where you're at with these incentives. 0 interest for 72 months. Lease credits up to $11,000 off. So if you're looking for an EV, it's a no-brainer. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or again, go online at sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
I love this song. Absolutely love this song. I can listen to the song in any scenario. I would listen to this song on the beach, at a funeral, at church. Doesn't matter. I love this song.
Okay. Promise me, if my lovely wife is listening, and I don't, we can't get sideways right now. We got a lot of football to cover.
I got it. I'm just saying I could listen to the song at any time.
If I croak, should we open my funeral up to just listeners and whatnot? They can come and
just bring an aux cord.
Like the people, the people on the text line who say who are all over my bacon all the time. Like 5338, Moser thinks Jaden Daniels makes a big difference. Like people who just want to take a whiz on me, right?
Yeah.
You promise me you'll get up and speak and say and play Still the One in front of everybody for me. Promise me.
Absolutely do it.
Okay.
And then I'll play Still the One by Shania Twain right afterwards because I love that song too.
Okay, good, great. Okay.
So, Moj, tomorrow, 2 big games for what's going to dictate the rest of this college football season for both CSU and CU. Different stakes are on the lines for both teams, though. I think what the Buffs face with a bad performance is a switch to Juju Lewis that is going to be a play for 2026. They're gonna punt on the rest of 2025 and build for the future. That's just on the line for them.
So all Juju all the time. Should they lose to the Cowpokes?
And then I think what's on the line for the Rams is like holistic changes. Like if they, as a dog against UTSA, if they lose at home to UTSA, I think Fowler Nicolosi is in danger of losing his starting job at quarterback because I was already in question heading into this week. And I think there's a big question about Jay Norvell you got to ask. So stakes are different, but still big question marks. Now, here's my curiosity.
I know, but, the Rams, can I just stop you for 1 second, please? I dig. The Rams, they were an 8-5 football team last year.
Yeah, Moj.
They were 6-1 in the conference last. I know. Okay. Listen, major college football is a what have you done for me lately sport. I get it. But they're not the SEC. They're not the Big Ten. They're not the Big 12. They're not the ACC. They're in the Mountain West, bro. It just feels like inside that particular conference and a couple of others, there is some leeway from year to year because you get poached, because you don't get all the goodies. You don't get the goodie bag, right? At the golf tournament. You don't get all that stuff. You make do with what you got.
I'm going to say this again.
And so I think the ability to go up and down is more significant in the Mountain West than anywhere else.
I'm going to say this again. I'm a Norvell guy. I like Jay Norvell. I like him as a dude. I think he's a good coach. But you have to have baseline expectations for coaches that have been here for a minute. This is year 4. This isn't year 2. This isn't year 1. What should have been a loss to Northern Colorado, only to be followed up by being a home dog to UTSA. What should I expect in year 4? And for all the people that have given me grief for saying the same things about Dion, you can't accuse me of not being fair because I'm saying the same thing about Jay Norvell. Like, I don't want to hear what program you took over, what you did a couple of years ago, where you came from. You're in year 4. There has to be a standard that you need to hit. And if not, then you go and find somebody that will reach the standard. And I pray to God that CSU wins by 50 points this weekend and goes on a run because I don't want to see Norvell out of here. But we're dealing with a reality. You know what I mean? You have standards now. It's funny. I'll just make a quick aside comparison, and then we'll get back to the subject we were going to discuss. Nelly asked me a question yesterday in the appetizer. And again, it's a difficult one for us to have, Moj, and especially you, and whatever you feel like you can or can't say, I mean, take it for what you will. But we were talking about the Avs, and it was the quote from Bednar where he said, this feels like the 2022 team as far as depth on the roster and just sort of the motivation of the team and blah, blah, blah. And I think we all kind of agree with that, right? And he goes, at what point does the seat of Jared Bednar, this is what Nelly asked me, get a little bit warmer? And I said, now. Now's it. Like they've had, I think there's been room for you to say, well, if this was different, they didn't get hurt, they had better goaltending, they had this and that. If Landy didn't, blah, blah, blah. Val didn't, blah, blah, blah. Like, you have all of those things. And you know as well as I do, Moj, you know my feelings on Jared Bednar. I think he is one of the best coaches in the NHL. And just as a personal note, I adore the guy on a personal level. But reality is the reality that the Avs are in a position to win. And if not, then you have to kind of take a look at, like, okay, what more can we do to help out? And he's going to be in a position where it's like there are super high standards for the Avs this year, correct? Am I wrong about anything I just said?
No, not at all.
I think the same thing needs to apply to these college coaches. Because when you say roster turnover and you tell me where they started from and all this stuff, I go, so when does that flip into I need to see results consistently?
I agree with you. But I think, again, I can't divorce the Rams from the Mountain West Conference. Let me go up and down the Mountain West for you for a second here, okay?
Just one last thing, real quick.
One last thing. Go ahead.
Because somebody on Twitch
because I'm going to buff it out, too.
Okay, gotcha.
I will buff it out moment. So all you Buff fans, buckle up.
Texture says, all right, Brett, what about Sean Payton? It's the same thing. You made the playoffs last year. The expectation is you make the playoffs again, and more than that, like, you need to be competing for the division. You need to set a standard on, like, making the playoffs and losing is, look, nobody's getting fired over that, but you should expect more. You're not in year one with the quarterback. Like, all of these things need to take a jump. And I understand in sports, you can't keep getting better every single year. You're going to have years in which you take a step back. But take a step back from what?
Okay.
If CSU last year, Moj, went 11-1, fine. If the Buffs went to the Big 12 championship game last year, fine. If the Broncos went to the AFC championship last year and took a step back, fine. But it's not what happened. I'm looking for incremental steps.
All right, it's time for you to get destroyed on the text line and the Twitch feed or YouTube, wherever you're consuming Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. It's time for Brett to get destroyed.
You can do it on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's
on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Nelly, Voice of the People, is it up and running? It's hot right now, right?
Oh, it's hot,
It's hot, baby. It's hot. Here's what I want.
Double up.
I wanted them round and big. I want people to jump on the Voice of the People on the app. And you're going to have to say, Brett got totally destroyed.
Okay. Great. Go ahead. Moj, I will shut up and let you destroy.
This is the modern reality in the Mountain West Conference. I'm going to give you some teams. Because we're dealing with different college football than we used to, Brett. It is more Wild West and crazy than ever before. And the disparity between the haves and the have-nots has never been greater. Here are your teams. Utah State, UNLV, Fresno, Hawaii, New Mexico, Wyoming, of course, Boise. And by the way, Boise, there's a Mother Truckin' Boise's a prime example of what I'm going to tell you. The Rams, San Diego State, Nevada, San Jose State, and Air Force. I predict from this point on in the Mountain West Conference every single year, you throw all those teams into a Yahtzee cup. Before the season, you shake it and you spill it out. And that's how they're going to finish.
Insane.
And do it year after. But, Brett, and here's the reason why. Because all the best players from those teams get poached. They don't have the NIL money like other places. They can't get all the big guns, and they never really could. But the loyalty factor was built into the rules. Guys didn't just flat out leave a program when they're the leading receiver because they couldn't. Hang on.
I'm not being destroyed because these are things I already know.
Hang on.
Finish him.
You can have your vision of, oh, boy, you know what? I think they need to have expectations, and once you win 8 games, you should have a higher expectation. You can sit there in your little fantasy eating Skittles type of world all you want, but the reality of this conference, the reality of modern college football in this regard is that Could the Utah State Aggies win 10 games this year, win the conference? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who the hell they are. I don't know who the hell anybody is because it changes every single year in that conference. All the best players. Do you know how many times I'm watching college football on a Saturday and I'm hearing the announcers go, the kicker who just transferred from New Mexico and he's kicking for Clemson or whatever, right? Or the tight end played the last 3 years at Bowling Green. I mean, all the big guns now, they have the bread to go get all the best players. They poach the Mountain West, dude. The Mountain West is the produce section at the grocery store. And the other teams come and they squeeze all the tomatoes and cucumbers and find the best ones.
Can I ask a question in the middle of this?
You're destroyed. You have no comeback.
There's no destroyed.
And there's no bigger example than the Boise State Broncos.
You have not.
They'll go to South Florida and get their butts absolutely kicked.
Finish him.
Don't you dare use Boise State as a sort of addition to your take. Boise State's exactly mine. What did I tell you? If the CSU Rams went to the college football playoff last year and then struggled the following season, I'd be like, hey, that's going to happen.
That's what happens in this conference, Brett. Man,
here's what you didn't answer in your 4 minutes of incoherent transfer portal talk.
It was absolutely right on the money.
What's fair? What's fair for me to expect then? That's something you didn't say. In all of what you just told me about how difficult things were, you didn't tell me what should I expect every year then.
All right, let me...
Is it fair? Is it fair for me to expect when a coach is in year 4, or in Prime's case, year 3, or in Sean Payton's case, year 3, that you shouldn't be a dog at home to UTSA? Are you telling me that's an unfair expectation because rules and transfer portal?
No, I'm not saying it's unfair. I'm just saying...
So what the hell are you telling me?
I'm saying reality would tell you, dude, that, hey, man, it's a crapshoot every single year. And I would even make this argument. I'll tell you what. You take whatever coach you want. You take whatever. No. It's because it's both. Is it fair? Yeah, I guess it's fair because they've been winning. Is it reality? No, man, because guys come and go and they go to bigger programs and you get what you can off the scrap heap of recruiting. Let me go back here. And again, guys are not forced to stay at programs anymore. You know, there's no sitting out a year. There's no disincentive to transfer. It's now, hey, man, I'm going to get all I can. And guys flee constantly these smaller programs. You know it and I know it, and it's just the reality of it. You take any coach out of the Big Ten. I'll tell you what. You take Kurt Cignetti out of Indiana. And I'm going to get on Chad Brown's butt today, too. Don't go ahead.
No. Finish the Cignetti thought. Go ahead.
Tell
me.
Kurt Cignetti. Think he's a pretty good football coach?
I do.
It's pretty simple. I win.
Yeah.
Google me.
Yeah, okay. So you take Kurt Cignetti and you put him, let's say, coaching
at IUPUI, where he went 53-17. James Madison, where he went 52-9. Is that what you're telling me?
What years?
Well, James Madison was 19-23.
Yeah.
What are you telling me?
You take him, put him at San Jose State.
You know what I want.
And what do you think the Spartans do next 5 years, Brett?
No, okay. All right,
so
you need to take a timeout.
What I'm telling you is that teams in this conference face issues that not a lot of other teams face.
You take a timeout for a second.
I mean, actually, a lot of other teams face it, just not the Power Four.
You guys can go ahead. I'm to make another Game of Thrones reference because we're on it today.
You're trying to fire Jay Norvell, and I'm not.
I'm not. I'm doing the exact opposite of that. I'm doing the opposite of it. Here's what I'm telling you. This is my Jon Snow. I unsheath my sword, and I have nothing but that army running towards me with all the horses, okay? I'm by myself, because a lot of people agree with you on the text line. So you win. What I'm being told is don't have expectations. College football is weird, and it doesn't matter if you win or lose, because things are always going to change. That's what I'm being told. Like, none of you guys have told me this. What's fair? Because when I tell you, despite the turnover and all the different rules, and yes, when you're CU and you're CSU, you aren't Ohio State, you aren't Georgia. I acknowledge that stuff. But when I say, is it fair to ask to be competitive in the Mountain West every year? Is it fair?
But can I give you an example?
Hold.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair for me to say, hey, in year 3, I know you lost some guys. Big guys. Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner. Really hard to replace. Can you guys get bowl eligible? Or is losing 2 players so steep of a drop that if they go 3-9 this season, I have to be like, well, you know what? That's college football now. What are you guys telling me?
What I'm trying to tell you for Colorado State, when Torrey Horton leaves, you ain't replacing him, period.
I don't buy it.
When Trey McBride,
I just don't buy it, man.
You find these diamonds in the rough that become players. When Trey McBride leaves, you're not replacing that. You don't have the ability to replace that unless you get lucky. That's it. You can't. The kind of players that Norvell coached them up to be, the kind of studs that he coached them up to be.
So what is okay?
Brett, I don't know. I'll see it when I'll see it when I see it.
That's what I'm telling you. I need you at minimum to be
you know
bowl
what?
eligible.
Then you're a hard ass.
Maybe I am.
Okay.
But it's one thing, Moser. Again, if they were Boise State last year and they went to the college football playoff and then had this start, guess what? I'll give you some grace. Because if you're telling me we're going to have a spike year and then a down year, I think that's acceptable. But can I ask you, what's the best accomplishment for CU or CSU over the last 3 years for each of them? What's the thing that you would hold up like, hey, I know it's not going great now, but they did do this. What is it?
Went to a bowl game.
If that's our standards here, we're having a rough go.
You're damn right we are.
I want conference championships.
Well, so do I. I'm selfish
That's what
too.
I want.
I'm telling you right now.
I want to be in the mix. I want to be a team that's taken seriously. That's what I want.
Okay.
For both of these teams. And what I'm being told by a whole bunch of people is, well, guess what, man? That's a fool's errand in college football now. And I'm like, why?
Because you're in the Mountain West.
Okay, exactly. You aren't in the SEC. If you were Vandy, I might have a different take.
Look, far be it from me to sit here and just defend the Rams all day. I'm just saying, it is my opinion, the reality of the situation is, man, you're going to go up and down like a yo-yo, and wherever you land, you're going to land. And
the ups
you want to
need to be more up. If you want to use that argument, which I think is fair, the ups need to be up. You don't yo-yo halfway and then go back down. You need to come back to my hand.
And I'm telling you, the reality is, for almost every single team outside of a Power Four, that is not that doesn't happen. They go up and down and all around like a Wonka friggin' Vader. Freaking what you call it thing. What do you call it? What's the thing?
Up and down and all around.
Willy Wonka.
Oh, the Wonka Vader.
The Wonka Vader. Yeah.
It goes
Great glass elevator.
every way. And he's smoking weed inside there, and Charlie's getting a contact high. He's got the frizzy hair, and he's freaking out in his purple hat.
All right. When we return, Más o Menos next.
Brett Kane got mother trucking destroyed by Mark Moser.
Oh,
Come
good
on.
Lord.
Stop! He's already dead!
Please.
Brett got destroyed. Lay it down.
Finish him.
Here's the text. You all never talk about CSU. When you do talk about them, it's always like this with Brett Kane's dumb take. What you should really measure is, does the football program bring in revenue? The answer is yes. Yeah, that's what I do on Sunday, or on Saturdays. I watch college football games, and you know what I do, Moj? I'm like, gosh, it's a great game. The result doesn't matter because both of these teams make money. That's what I think every day when I sit on my couch on Saturdays. I had no idea. I was watching football completely incorrectly when I thought the results mattered.
It's a little more complicated than that. You know what? I worked out a deal with CSU. Did you know that? And CU.
Good God.
I worked out a...
what are we doing?
I'm an auditor for them. I actually don't care about the football outcome. I go around to the concession stands and I add up how many beers were sold.
I was checking the till, and it's like, you know what?
Yeah.
They might have lost by 40 points, but I'll tell you what. We're in the positive on the money ledger.
All right. Listen, you're already in a cast.
It's a win.
You're already in a cast. Okay?
No, I'm not, because none of you guys have answered my question. None of you.
We're getting to Bueno.
Not a single person that has said Moser was so right has answered my question of what is fair to expect then. If my standards are too high, then what should we do?
I think it's not. Okay. I love expectations.
Including you, by the way.
I love expectations, and I think they should be high for they should be higher for a program like CU than they should for CSU. That's my opinion. So I'm all about that. I'm saying most of these programs outside of a Power 4, because if you have Power 4 money, you should be able to get players, and then with a good coach, combine that to wins. Most programs outside of a Power 4, every season's hope. We hope we do good. What happens to a coach who wins in a non-Power 4 and kicks a major butt?
He gets hired by a bigger school.
Yeah, right away.
God, I would love for that discussion to take place.
With Jay Norvell?
CSU just had that happen.
Mm-hmm.
They had a really good coach that was super successful, that got a bigger job.
In Minnesota.
And does it suck to lose him? Yeah, but it means your team's good. You should want to, it's a weird thing to say. You should want your team's head coach to be poached if you're one of these teams outside the Power 4.
I'm saying it's accelerated. Nowadays, it accelerates much more quickly than it ever did before. That's my opinion. Let's get to bueno or no bueno. What's it called?
It's not bueno or no. Well, it could be that if you want to. Más o menos.
I don't know what that means either.
More or less.
Oh, más o menos.
Más o menos.
Okay, let's do it.
What'd you say, Nelly? Sorry.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday is what I was going to say. Yes, absolutely right. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I don't even want to play the game right now because I just want to keep talking about this. We'll save it. Nelly, I need some music, please. Some cheesy music, and we're going to have Moj play this game alone. So this used to be more or less, and then Vic said that is not grammatically correct for the English language. It is supposed to be more or fewer. And then it became more or fewer, and now it is más o menos.
Bueno or no bueno?
I like bueno or no bueno. All right. So here you go. Más o menos. I'm going to give you, it's basically over-unders here. So, más o menos.
See, these scare me because you ask some really difficult questions. I mean, you're right on the bubble on these, man.
Justin Herbert, 250 passing yards. Más o menos.
250?
50.
250. I am going to say for Justin Hebert that right now 250. He'll only get there, in my opinion. He'll only get there if he has to play come from behind football. But he's also not had a great running game. I'm going to say more. I'm going to say he's going to pass for. Sorry, Matt. Bueno. 263 yards passing for Justin Herbert.
I think menos. I'm going to assume that the defense bounces back.
Me too. Yeah.
And the secondary doesn't get beat the way that they did against Daniel Jones. And Surtain's probably going to be angry as hell with his game last week. So I'll go menos. Bo Nix, más o menos 225 passing yards.
Más menos, no bueno.
Yeah, I'm menos.
Yeah.
I think that
He goes for like, what, 250, 240, 230, what?
It was difficult for him to get there last year. The Chargers defense is still really good, especially their secondary. Their secondary is solid.
So what's menos mean? It means more.
Mas is more. Menos is
menos.
less.
I'm sorry, menos.
Menos is like minus.
Yeah,
Yes.
menos, because here's the story. He hasn't thrown for that amount yet this year in a game, has he?
I don't believe so.
I mean, the first 2 games. And the Chargers defense is really good, dude. Now, without Khalil Mack, is it going to change some things? Yeah, but not to the tune of 80 more passing yards.
All right,
Okay.
to roll through these a little bit quicker. Cortland Sutton, who had 1 catch last week, más o menos 60 receiving yards.
Moss.
I think so, too. I think he makes a jump. How about this one? Not knowing the health of Evan Ingram. Broncos tight ends, 3.5 receptions, más o menos.
No bueno.
Texas says, every time Moser shouts bueno, I'm dead.
No bueno.
Yeah, I
Non-poso.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Non-poso.
J.K. Dobbins, 75 rushing yards, más o menos.
Moss. I think he
Buenos
goes. I
dias.
think he goes for less than 100, but I bet he gets. And the Chargers are stingy, man. They only give up like 85 yards a game on the ground. Period. God, I'm gonna say revenge. Well, crap.
I'm going to go Dobbins revenge game, Moss.
Moss. I'm gonna say Moss. Yeah, I'm with you.
R.J. Harvey carries 7.5.
Well, Moss. I bet he gets about 9. Under 10, but 9.
I think I'm going to go menos. I think this is going to be a steady
All
feed
Dobbins
J.K.
game?
Dobbins game. He's only got 11 carries on the year. He's had 6 carries in week 1, 5 in week 2. I think it's going to be less. So menos. Chargers team rushing yards, 100. Más o menos.
Well, they don't even average 100 per game so far. Do they? They can't.
I'm going to go menos. I think less than that. I don't fear. The only thing that can happen is an Omari and Hampton breakout run, which might, but I doubt it. I'm going to go menos.
You know what's funny about what you're saying? Jonathan Taylor last week rushed for 165 yards.
Yeah.
Did he not? I mean,
Yes, he did.
Okay.
But Jonathan Taylor's Jonathan Taylor.
But you're talking about as a team. That includes that includes Herbert carries.
Yes.
Moss.
Total touchdowns in the game, 5.5. Más o menos.
God, that's probably right on the money. That's right. I think that's right on the number. That's right on the number. I'm gonna go. That's
menos.
No.
I think less.
I'm gonna say Moss. Say 3 each, and come down to field goals.
Broncos turnovers, 1.5. Más o menos.
Menos. It's going to be
clean game.
It's going to be an absolute point of emphasis this week. Hang on to the dang pig.
Chargers total points, 22.5. Más o menos.
Moss.
Really?
Moss.
I think everything's just going to come up short in this game. I think it's just going to be low scoring and watch us be 50-48. I'm going to go menos. Broncos total points, I think 22.5.
I think it's going to be like 27-24, so I'll go Moss.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a high-scoring game for this one.
The over-under's what? What is it, Nelly? 46? 46 and a half?
I think it's like 40. God, it can't be that high, can it?
It's 45 and a half.
Yeah,
Moss. I want to have some fireworks. Yeah,
so there you go.
Buenos dias.
That is... I like that better.
That's
Más o
it?
menos.
We're done?
Well, I had more, but we just ran out of time.
Could you just give me one little one?
Yeah, I'll give you another one.
A little baby taste.
Broncos special teams mistakes. Over under más o menos 0.5.
This week, no bueno. If they make a special teams mistake, if they get a kick blocked.
Much better for this segment,
Thank you.
this music.
If they get a kick blocked, if they run into the kicker like the Dolphins did last night, like Sealer did if they do anything if they muff a punt,
okay.
If anything happens, I'm going to lose my brain.
One last one, real quick. One last one. There's another one I picked out. Pat Surtain catches allowed, 2.5, más o menos.
Menos.
Oh, you think he's just going to go lockdown, huh?
I think he's coming in with a burr in his saddle, with a bee in his bonnet.
There you go. I like that game so much better as Mas o menos. Especially with the music.
Who do you? I mean, do you just say whoever goes to the side, or what do you do?
Yeah, I think you just have him play a side of the field because
Ladd McConkey's pretty good.
And so is Keenan Allen.
And Keenan Allen's
and
actually
Quentin
helping
Johnston
him play.
Is actually catching the football this year, which is different.
And he's actually scoring touchdowns. Yeah.
So we'll get more into this game as we go along. Hang out with DMac tomorrow before the Colorado-Wyoming game. He'll be live from 4 to 6 at Rally House in Boulder on Pearl Street. Grab your game day gear and enter to win prizes at Rally House tomorrow. Back after this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So tonight, Moser's going to be on the call. High school football. It's going to be on AM 950 at 6:30. Fossil Ridge at Regis Jesuit. Yourself and Polumbus going to be calling that game. For the weekend, by the way, quick run through for you guys. So tomorrow at 1:30, it is number 21 Michigan at Nebraska. At 6:30.
Ooh-wee, Corn fans. You know what?
My wife is she's in a place that she hasn't been in a long time, which is hopeful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And this could go very poorly for her.
It could, but if they could, oh my God, if they could pick that up, oh boy.
6:30 tomorrow is going to be Rapids at FC Dallas on 92.5 as well, and then we have Wyoming at Colorado. We have that game. It's going to be on AM 950 at 8:15. So keep that in mind. Sunday, 11 a.m., Rams, Eagles. And then you know what we have at 2:30, Moj? Preseason game number 1 for the Avs is going to be on 92.5 at 2:30 against the Mammoth. And then they got the second game that is – so that the first one's at DU.
That's correct.
The second one's going to be at Ball Arena.
That's also correct.
And that's going to be at 6:30, and you can hear that on AM 950.
That is correct.
Because also at 6:30, we have Chiefs-Giants Sunday Night Football.
That is correct.
That's going to be on 92.5.
We got so much good stuff going on.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Jam-packed. So, going back to where we started, Moj, I want to emphasize something. I was thinking about this last night, and the rarity in which you get in a moment like this. 3 weeks into the NFL season, I cannot remember a game that's felt like it's had more impact this early in the season. And if you want to accuse me of being hyperbolic, you want to say I'm being a little bit over the top, I think feel free to do it. The Chargers playing 3 divisional games out of the gates and playing as well as they have so far. Win against the Chiefs in Brazil, win over the Raiders last week. If they beat the Broncos this weekend, they will have as commanding of a 3 weeks into the season lead as any team in NFL history for this reason. I'm going to tell you guys what's on the line here. Here's what's likely to happen this weekend. What's likely is the Raiders are going to go play an 11 o'clock game in Washington and probably lose, which puts them at 1-2. The Chiefs will likely go to New York on Sunday and beat the Giants, which puts them at 1-2. If the Chargers beat you this weekend, you will also be at 1-2, and the Chargers won't just be 3-0 with a 2-game lead on everybody in the AFC West. They'll be 3-0 with a 2-game lead and at least 500 in the division for the year already, and at least 500 head-to-head against each team in the division already. That is, as far as tiebreakers go, when we said before the season started, the Broncos, pretty good last year, should have some expectation this season. Maybe you could win the division. Well, guess what, Moj? If one of those teams starts 3-0 and is 1-0 against each team in your division, that is going to be a Mount Everest climb to try and take that back from them.
I was thinking about this. If I looked at the schedule when it came out, and the Broncos had 3 division games, including one in Brazil, to start off the season, I would be mad. I would not want 3 straight division games to begin the season.
No.
Right? However, if I was the Broncos and I had 3 straight division games to begin the season, and I was at home to go 3-0 to start the season in the division, I would be like, hell yeah!
Yeah.
I would be incredibly happy. I've been trying to think in my head what the vibes are like inside of both of those offices getting ready for this game. The fact that the Chargers can stake themselves to a major head start is not lost in L.A.
No.
It is not lost on Jim Harbaugh. It is not lost on any guy inside that room at all. They know, dude. They they win this game, they are in the catbird seat. They're not taking anything lightly whatsoever. Zero.
Can I?
And by the way, have you figured this out yet? You realize that the LA Chargers haven't played at home yet. This is their first home game.
And they still will be neutral site?
I dig. They play in Brazil. Kawhi. They play in Brazil. Then they go to the Blackbird Nest in Vegas. They're home against the Broncos, which, there's going to be a lot of Broncos fans there.
Yeah.
Then they got to go all the way to New York. So they're basically, they'll play one home game in the first 4 games of the year. I think they're going to be pretty fired up to be at home, whatever that means. I mean, whatever that means, families are there, friends are there, LA is there. And let me say this too about LA being such a front-running town. The Rams are the chosen ones. Chargers are just sort of infiltrators. But you saw it. What happens when the Chargers get good?
I mean, it's natural for any sports market. Your team gets good, so you jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, who jumps on the bandwagon in LA?
I don't know what you're asking.
Ashton Kutcher's at the game. Look at him.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer Lawrence is here.
I mean, whatever.
I love Jennifer Lawrence.
Okay. We don't need to know that. That's
What
not
do you mean?
information that's pertinent to this program.
I think she's great.
Yeah, she's a terrific actress. She's great.
She really is.
Great, good.
Good for you, bud.
Oh, here, Nelly, watch this one.
And she's super hot.
How about this?
Anna Kendrick is there.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, whatever. That's your...
No. No. The only thing I've said... That's why I defended her.
Okay, whatever.
I don't...
So the point is that...
You're just incredibly rude to her.
The point is that when the Chargers start to get good here and they become a hot ticket, and they will. Hey, listen, if the Chargers are 13-2 going into week, they're Okay. Well, I'm just saying, look, the Chargers have a lot going for them as well. But when it comes down to the football, I think these teams are right there with each other. They're right there.
I do too. This feels like a coin flip.
Now over Dove Valley on the flip side. Don't turn the ball over. Big time. It's not lost inside Dove Valley that, man, if they go to 3-0 and you go to 1-2, dude, you've given up so much goodwill. You're staring 2-3, 1-4 in the face, period. This is a really, really big football game for the Broncos. In fact, I would say it's bigger for the Broncos than it is for the Chargers. Okay? It really is.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was just going to ask it.
If the Broncos are going to get to where they want to be or where they think they should be, this is bigger for the Denver Broncos than it is for the Chargers.
100%. The Chargers, okay. Can I make another personal comparison? When I go to the casino, which is not often anymore, I used to go a lot.
Why?
Because there was a casino when I was in Nebraska. It was 15 minutes from my house.
And you won every time.
Well, no. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
I just enjoy the casino.
Great.
I love playing blackjack.
And now I have nothing.
That is usually how I left every single time. But the few nights in which I would be killing it on the table. You ever do this when you're at the table? You got a stack of chips that you start with. You put your money down, they give you the chips back.
Sure, yeah.
You win a few hands. You're like, dude, I've almost doubled my stack.
Yeah.
I'll take the original stack
put
and
them
put it in my pocket.
Yes.
And I'm like, no matter what happens at the table.
I'm walking away clean.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It kind of feels like the Chargers right now. They got their chips in their pocket for the moment. And they're like, all I can do is kind of improve on this. If I lose, like, obviously they don't want to lose, but they're still in good shape, even if they lose.
But dude, they weren't an 8-win team. They were an 11-win team last year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe they're feeling that way, or maybe they're thinking, you know what? This ain't nothing yet. We need 5 more winning hands in a row.
Maybe. But the point is, like, they aren't going to be absolutely kicking themselves, being like, oh, God, now what do we do if they lose this game? If you're the Broncos, I kind of feel that way. As far as if you want to win your division, which is always the number one goal, ask any head coach in the NFL, what's the goal for this year? They'll tell you, first one is what? Win the division. Win your division, and then you get a home playoff game, and then you can worry about seeding and stuff after that. But it's like, win the division, get a home playoff game, you're good. If the Chargers win this game, my God, 3 weeks into the season, did they have an advantage? It would take an epic collapse, horrible injury luck, like all of that, for them to lose it. And here's why. We always use the term Chargers going to Charger. That was pre-Jim Harbaugh. They win this game. They need to go 7-7 to get to 10 wins. Do you think Jim Harbaugh is going to have them a 500 football team the final 14 weeks of the year? Probably.
Probably so.
Probably better than that,
and
right?
they're not even running the ball as well as he would like. Okay, so this is, if you want to talk about what scares me, and I think the Broncos have way more than a puncher's chance to go in there and beat those
The Broncos
guys.
have the responsibility to keep this division competitive this weekend.
You're damn right, and that's why Kansas City and the Raiders are going to be going, come on, Broncos.
Yep.
Let me explain a little bit about how it's gone so far. Maybe this is concerning because Harbaugh wants to run the football, right?
Yeah.
Do you realize that right now, the Los Angeles Chargers of Orange County, or whatever the hell they are, they're first in the league in receptions. This is what Harbaugh has done in year 2 with Justin Herbert when he said, all right, we're not running the ball so well. I got my cannon. They lead the league in receptions with 34. This is the wide receiving core. They're number 1 in yards after catch. They're tied for second in touchdowns. And they're third in yards at almost 450. Also, they're the only team that boasts multiple wideouts with multiple receiving touchdowns. And part of the reason is who's finally catching the ball?
Quentin Johnston.
What about Ladd McConkey?
Well, he's been good since he got in the league.
What about Keenan Allen?
Keenan Allen, I think, is one of the most underrated signings of the offseason.
What about the 2 kids they drafted in Harrison and Lambert Smith? I mean,
I don't know anything about them.
But they round out the whole wide receiving core.
Yeah.
That core is pretty damn good. So which is why I went Moss on the Herbert over 250 throw.
Más o menos. Bueno o no bueno?
Bueno. Not that I'm happy about it. I'd like it to be hella no bueno.
Yeah.
I'd like it to be no freaking bueno. But it's bueno.
What's freaking in Spanish? We got to figure that out because I know the bad version. I know the bad version word. I won't say it.
Hey, listen, you've spent enough time on the beach in Cozumel.
No.
Where do you go?
Puerto Vallarta. Is
Puerto
my favorite
Vallarta.
place.
Okay, there you go.
Beautiful.
Hey, senor.
I miss it.
How about another?
Trust me. Myself and Margarito, which was my guy all weekend. The last time I went, Margarito. Dude, I'm telling you, I had Margarito was...
Is there anything like a flamenco guitar, dude? Oh, my God, I love this.
Let me tell you something right now, Moshe, as we go to break.
Yes. Si, senor.
If this is my drink at my table, Margarito sets another one down next to me because he knows I got another one coming. I pulled a cigar out. Before I could even cut the back end of the cigar, he brought a lighter over to me. I'm like, Margarito, you are just the man.
Can I just say one thing?
Everybody needs a Margarito in their life.
Can I say one thing? The mariachi band's playing at this restaurant we're at last time I was there, and they're good. But they're playing Tijuana Taxi a lot. I played Tijuana Taxi. And I said, hey, to the head guy with the big old fat guitar, great player. I said, do you play anything? Do you play like El Paso?
What, Van Halen?
He looks at me right in the face. He goes, we play Taxi. I'm like, Taxi it is. Do it again, baby. Do it again.
Wait, what is that?
We play Taxi.
What's the movie? Is it Step Brothers?
Yeah, you're thinking of Step Brothers where, hey, we only play 80s Joel. Now take your wife and get out of here.
Oh, so good.
Hey, just quickly before we get to a break.
I mean, it's a Catalina wine mixer, bro.
I mean, of course.
Whoa. You better pump the brakes there, Speed Racer. It's the Catalina wine mixer.
Oh, so good.
So before we get to break, just quickly taking a look at the injury report here. So Dre Greenlaw did not practice again. He's not going to play this weekend, okay? According to Mike Kliss,
it's a problem.
Their plan is to ramp him up for next weekend's game against the Bengals.
This is a problem. You need him this week.
I'm just assuming he is not playing until somebody tells me he's absolutely in. Fellow linebacker, Sternad, he's been limited. He was limited on Thursday after sitting out entirely on Wednesday's session. So being limited, I guess, is an improvement.
He'll be questionable.
He's got a foot injury. It's just you're facing some issues, and then Evan Ingram, who we were all worried about the calf, now has a back injury. And Jeff Legwold yesterday said he saw him moving after the game last week, and it did not look good. He was absent again on Thursday. And so that's just a basic breeze through the injury report. And all injury reports are brought to you by powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. So 2 guys that we had high hopes for in the offseason, still dealing with injuries. Greenlaw, Ingram, hopefully they get better. And if nothing else, please, Justin Sternad be healthy. Because we watched the linebacker play last week, which was steady struggling all game. You don't want to move farther down the totem pole at that position.
You don't think that Harbaugh saw all of that?
Oh, sure he did.
I mean, you don't think that they're looking at the middle of that field and going, "Hey, man,
crossing routes, get guys in space
with McConkey and Johnston and Allen and Ty Conklin and the like." Scary.
So when we come back, it's our new favorite segment.
Lay
it down with Moser next. Hey, before we get to lay it down, can I bring this back one more time? Not to have a big argument, Moj. It's Friday. We want to be happy. But I'm going to ask this in a calmer.
Nelly, kill that real quick because that's our bed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say this towards the end. Do you want to do it now? We can do it now if you want to.
No. We're going to save that. It's going good.
Okay. That's my bad. Bad communication on my part.
Yeah, horrible.
Well, lay it down just takes a few minutes. I want to give you time to ramp it up. I mean,
Dude, but hold on a second. I think we've established after week 1, when I lay it down,
you lay it down.
I really lay it down.
So Moser's going to lay it down in just a few minutes.
Okay.
As far as games that he likes. I asked a question earlier in the show. Rank the teams between the Broncos, Buffs, and Rams.
Are you rethinking your position? Are you coming over to me? Oh.
No. Most likely to least likely to cover. So it's Buffs 12.5 over Wyoming. It's CSU a 4.5-point dog at home to UTSA. And then the Broncos are 2.5-point dogs in Los Angeles. And we don't got to go through that again. But it sort of evolved into a bigger conversation, especially in the college ranks, of what's fair. Like, what's fair to expect from these teams? And I still don't. Maybe my standards are too high. Maybe I'm too old school in my thinking that I'm not taking the nuance of the new college football into account like I should be. But maybe I'm just stubborn and hard-headed in that way. But when you have coaches that have been here for a few years that have had time to establish what they want the program to be, there has to be a set of expectations that you need to hit. And even for teams that aren't like your Ohio States and Georgias and Penn States and Bamas and teams like that, because they have a wildly different expectation level. But when I see that CSU is a 4.5-point dog at home to UTSA, that it's like upsetting to me to see that. When I think a for their standards bad Wyoming team comes to Boulder and it's a 12.5-point spread, I want it to be in the 20s. And the fact that we're not getting that is like, well, what should be the expectation for these teams then? Because here's where I'm at.
And I'm telling you, okay, I see what you're saying, but reality is reality, and I'm going to prove it to you one more time.
Go ahead.
Sonny Lubick, whom I love, struggled at the end of his career at CSU. Well, let's get past Sonny. Let's go to Steve Fairchild in 2008. I'm going to go through the records of all the coaches from that point on. I'm going to see, I know what you're going to like and what you're not going to like, but I'm going to go down what's gone on with the Rams now for almost 20 years, okay?
The Rams.
The Rams. Steve Fairchild, 7-6, 3-9, 3-9, 3-9. McElwain comes in, 4-8, 8-6, 10-3, and then he gets hired away by Florida. Recall that? Mike Bobo comes in, 7-6, 7-6, 7-6, 3-9, 4-8. He gone. Adazio, 2 years, 1-3. Well, he took over, right? 1-3, 3-9. I mean, it's the COVID and then 3-9.
Yeah.
And then Norvell, 3-9, 5-7, 8-5. And what you want to say is, why can't they be 9-4 with a bowl win and blah, or whatever? I think what you're saying. I'm just telling you, it's flipping hard. So for 20 years, dude, 20 years they've had. This is reality. In 20 years, I'll go back to Sonny's last year in 2005. They've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 winning seasons in 20 years. And you want to hold them to some friggin' high expectation. And I'm trying to tell you, bro, that ain't the reality in Fort Collins. That ain't the reality in New Mexico. That ain't the reality at San Diego State. It's just not the reality. It just ain't reality.
Why can't it be?
Because you don't have the money. And
to compete against who? I'm talking Mountain West, Moj. I don't think they should have beaten or Washington in week 1.
What I'm trying to tell you is that in the Mountain West, because of the nature of poaching nowadays and because of the nature of
that applies to every school in the Mountain West, not just the Rams.
Which is why It's every team porpoises. You're up, you're down, you're up, you're down. It depends if you get lucky, if you get a Torrey Horton, if you get a Trey McBride, if you get a quarterback, if you get, whatever, you porpoise. You're up and down all the time.
Have the same quarterback for 3 years.
I completely understand, but what about around him? I'm not saying that you shouldn't have expectations, and the president and the AD and the fan base and all the Ram supporters and everything else shouldn't want their team or expect their team to be an 8-win team every year. I'm telling you, it ain't reality. They've had one 8-win season in the last 11 years, and it was last year.
Yeah, but to me, that's like, okay,
find somebody else, get more money.
It's not find somebody else necessarily, but if I don't buy the, well, this is how it's always been thing or whatever. Like, I think you should set your standards higher.
Okay.
Boise State's been able to do it over and over again. You've had Fresno State that's had spike years before. You've had different
spike years.
But where's the spike? Give me the spike.
Well, Jim McElwain spiked at 10-3 and then went to Florida.
Great. So you're telling me that it is possible. That's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm saying. It's a different story. And when it comes to CU's got even less of what you're talking about, Moj, even less than that. Like, you need to be. Like, is this unfair for me to say, Moj? Dion once every 4 years, and I'll give him a little leeway on these first couple for what he took over. Fine. But let's say from year 2 to year 6, should there be a Big 12 championship in there? Should there be a college football playoff appearance?
I think so because of the money that's flowed in, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
They don't look very close to it right now. They don't look like they're going to be
in fact, let me get back to,
eligible.
Thank goodness Chad Brown is on an airplane right now, so he's not going to fight me. But you asked him today about bowl eligibility. That's if they beat Wyoming. And he said, I feel like it's 50-50. That's the Buff and him talking. Because even if they beat Wyoming and they go to 2-2, I give them
still
about
uphill.
a 28% chance of being bowl eligible.
Yeah.
Let alone win a bowl game, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And he said if they lose to the Cowboys, maybe a 10% chance. I would say it's 0. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Buffs, even if you beat Wyoming by 20, you getting bowl eligible, I know it sounds crazy, but it's going to be hard for you. It really, look at that schedule. You're going to be a dog every single damn game the rest of the way. End of story.
Yep.
Even at home.
All right, let's cue up our new
Wait,
favorite segment.
Okay.
What do you want?
I'm just going to say, I'm going through all these teams inside the Mountain West, man. They are flipper. They're at the bottom of the ocean. They're at the top of the ocean, jumping next to a ship. They're somewhere in between. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that's what you're going to do in the Mountain West. You're going to porpoise, have spike years and unspike years, and it's going to go back and forth and all around.
Then I want to see the spike.
All right, let's lay it down.
All right, if you guys don't know, started last week. It's one of my new favorite things. Moser takes a look at the college football and NFL landscape of the weekend, takes a look at some odds, and if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, he's gonna tell you what, Moj?
You go to the window in Vegas. You take your bread, you take your stack, and you lay it down.
Lay it down. All right, Moj. Start us off. How many games we got this week, by the way?
I've got 4 that I really like,
4.
but I may go 5. Do you want me to start in college or pro?
Whatever feels right to you.
Let's go pro. I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it. I can feel it. Matt Stafford and the Rams are going to go to Philly this week. They're getting 3.5 as a dog. They're going to win outright.
Really?
This is going to be revenge for the playoff game in the divisional round they lost last year. The Rams are a damn good football team, and Philly's defense, great. They ain't seen a passing attack like this, I promise you. And you know what the Rams did to blow it last year in the divisional round? They fumbled twice and punted in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
They should have won that damn football game in the snow.
Yep.
It ain't going to be snowy. The Rams D right now, get this, they're fourth in the National Football League in terms of total yards. They only allow 14 points a game. You can push your way to Mars. I don't give a rat's butt. The Rams plus 3.5.
Lay it down.
Lay it down.
This is an absolute no-brainer. Justin Fields is out. He's got a concussion. Got a racked-up brain. Jets are on the road at Baker Mayfield and company, down in front of the Cannons and the Pirates and all the pirate hookers and everybody else who's down there. Gasparilla. 6.5. Tyrod Taylor is starting at quarterback for the New York Football Jets. Take the Buccaneers. Lay the 6.5. It won't even be that close. Lay it down!
Lay it down!
Let's get to college football.
Moser was so excited he ripped the headphones
I pulled
right
my
out of the
headphones
jack.
off. I've got two really angry football teams that are going to just destroy. And I mean seek and destroy like Metallica. How do you remain in the top 25 but you're 0-2? How's that even possible, Brett?
Because you played two good teams.
You played two great teams that are probably going to be in the playoffs, are they not?
Looks like it.
The Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I don't know what to say, but they are a dang fine football team. And poor Purdue this week, they may be 2-1, a couple of wins over Cupcakes. They are going to feel the full wrath of the Fighting Irish in front of Touchdown Jesus. Notre Dame is minus 25.5. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Whoopie-loopie. USC just beat the snot out of the Boilermakers last week. It's the Irish in front of Touchdown Jesus. And all the anger of those Catholics is going to come out in one fell swoop.
Old Testament
the wrath
stuff?
of God is coming down on the Boilermakers. Take your bread, lay the 25.5, and lay it down.
Moser just went Old Testament God on the Purdue Boilermakers.
That means they got to cover. Dude, poor Purdue. Another team, like you say, poor whatever you want to say. Oh, boy. We had a situation this week with one Dabo Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
Did we not? What did he actually say in so many words?
Man, you want to go fire me? I'm 55 years old. I'll go somewhere else and win.
He basically said, you know what? You pissed off? Fire me. I think Georgia Tech's pretty good. And they got the Tigers last week. Here comes Syracuse. Syracuse waltz it in. The only team that they played worth of crap is Tennessee, and they got hammered by Tennessee. And Tennessee ain't even that great. But their Memorial Stadium, you got Dabo with a bee in his bonnet, and every Clemson Tiger right now is fuming mad, right?
Yeah.
Here comes Syracuse. They're getting 17. That ain't enough, bro. The Clemson Tigers. And finally, this is the week.
Cade Klubnik plays well?
This is finally the week where he pulls his head out. He's got 3 touches and 3 picks on the year. And he's been He's been a menace. Not this week. The Clemson Tigers are going to destroy the Orange. Lay the 17. Hell, lay 25. I don't care. Lay it down!
Lay it down!
And finally,
ooh, we got a bonus.
I wish we had this game so badly. I really wish we had this game. I think this is the game of the week. And I've really studied this game.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Is it Texas Tech, Utah?
No, it's the game where Chad's going.
Oh, Indiana and Illinois.
Number 9, Illinois. Are they that good, the Illini? You're damn right they are. I've watched them play football. In fact, these two teams, Indiana's 19, and they're at home in Bloomington, but they are virtually the identical team. Look at their quarterbacks.
Yep.
Look at what these guys have done so far. I mean, they are identical. They beat up on a bunch of cupcakes. They put up 50-plus doing it. Luke Altmaier is playing great for the Fighting Illini.
He's been there forever, too.
He has. I mean, he's probably a doctor by now, right? I mean, he's got to be. And by the way, I love the quarterback of Indiana, Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
6'5", 225 pounds, throws the ball like a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
But the Hoosiers are laying 6.5 at home, man. And I'm like, boy, I think for two teams that are equal, I think that's probably a little too much. Now, listen, Indiana may win the game. They very well could because Kurt Cignetti says what?
I win.
It's pretty simple.
Google
I
me.
win. Google me.
But number 9, Illinois, they got a lot to prove, too. And Brett is coaching his butt off, is he not?
Bielema.
Take the 6.5 because the Illini could win outright. That's on the Peacock and NBC.
Wow.
Take the 6.5, and you know what you do? Lay it down!
Lay it down. Oh, I love this segment. Can I just do one? Can I do one for you? Can I add my lay it down?
Please.
But you need to yell lay it down because
All right,
you do
you
it
got
better.
it.
Utah's 3.5-point favorites in a big game in the Big 12 between Texas Tech and Utah. This might be a preview of what the Big 12 championship
I
could
think
be.
this game is going to be. This is, again, one of the other, not a great weekend for college football overall. This is going to be a great game.
I would stay away from this game if not for the little kicker that I got here. The 3.5, that little half-point kick. I'm a huge Baron Morton guy from Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech waltzes into Utah and at minimum covers, but I think they win, which means for Texas Tech plus 3.5, Moj,
lay it down!
Lay it down! And that is another edition of Lay It Down from the Moj. We'll be back. Drunk Takes next. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
I love listening. Last night I'm watching DMac and Coach Sanford do the Altitude After Dark. And Coach Sanford is so right. And as the week goes on, actually, no, I watch them. I'm listening to Tyler and DMac yesterday, too. And Tyler's right. As the week goes on, DMac starts out with, okay, we gotta figure out what happened against the dang Colts, postmortem. We get to midweek, he's like, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good. And then we get to Friday, he's like, the Broncos are gonna kick their ass.
I'm not there.
I'm not. See,
I would say this.
You got your Justin Fields.
I'm in a.
Oh man.
I would say hopeful state.
I'm you can't tell me that you're not nervous, Brett, because you should be.
Oh, I am. No,
you absolutely should be, because the Chargers are no joke. Now, if the Broncos should make them a joke, if they should, I'm going to come in Monday and go, you know what? I feel so good about the Denver Broncos. It's going to, if they go in there and if for some reason they lay a whooping on them, then that's really going to ease my mind in a big way.
I'll say this.
Big way.
Just to reiterate one more time, we'll get to drunk takes in a few minutes. I can't overstate, I think, how big this game is for a Week 3 game. It's kind of unlike any Week 3 game I've ever really sat down and analyzed before. From the standpoint of, if the Chargers win this weekend, they will be 3-0 with likely 2 games up on each team in the division and a 3-0 record, which makes them at minimum 500 in divisional play, and 1-0 against each team in the division. And I've just never seen that before 3 weeks into an NFL season. So they get this, and if the Broncos don't win, forget pole position. They've lapped the field, and it's going to take a stumble. It's going to take... what's homegirl's name from Norway or whatever that was in the Olympics with the Mickey Mouse voice?
Femke Bol.
Femke Bol.
Everybody running so fast.
Yes,
she's from the Netherlands. She's from the Netherlands.
It's going to take a finishing kick like that from one of these teams in the division to, I think, compete with them. Because, again, they start 3-0, and they have that big of a jump on everybody else in the division from a divisional record standpoint. They go 7-7, they're a 10-win football team. And they're going to be better than that, barring some sort of catastrophic injury.
Agreed. Already in Week 3, there were some huge games for teams. I'll give you an example. For the Vikings, home against the Bengals, they've got to win that game. I think the Steelers have to beat the Pats. I think the Rams and the Eagles, if the Rams are as good as I think they can be, I mean, that could be for a tiebreaker down the road. Right?
Yeah.
The Texans are at Jacksonville, and they're 0-2.
I mean, it's huge for them.
And they've won the division the last 2 years, and the Colts are 2-0 and about to go 3-0.
Did you say Cardinals and Niners?
Not yet.
Sorry. Sorry, go down the line.
Would you allow me to get there?
Sorry.
Cardinals and Niners, huge. 2-0 teams, and my God, if Kyle Shanahan wins with Mac Jones against the Cardinals, big time.
Yeah, both of the teams, I think the rest of the NFL world is looking at them like, I don't know about you two.
Hey, but that's to keep pace with the Rams.
Yeah.
The Chiefs have to win at the Giants on Sunday night. They have to win. And then I will say this. Can you imagine the Lions or the Ravens being 1-2?
I know. That's Monday. That's going to be a Monday.
Yeah, I know. But for your Lions, dude, if the Packers go to 3-0 and you drop to 1-2, I know it's not a division game.
Oh, no, but that's,
You're behind the 8 ball in a big way. And same with Baltimore, man. They cannot afford to be screwing around. They're lucky that Burrow got hurt, but Baltimore's got to put some dubs together too.
I'll tell you what, you know what game I'm actually interested in just because whoever loses, the crash out is going to be amazing? If the Bears lose their 3rd consecutive game to start the season and Caleb Williams loses again, it's going to be crazy in Chicago.
And if the Cowboys,
and it's going to be even crazier if they win and the Cowboys lose to them and deal them their first win.
I love the fact that you said that. I am here for the crash out, brother. I am right here.
So just quickly, here's what I'd say about the Broncos game. I am hopeful in this game. I do feel like it's a coin flip. But if I had to quote Moser, lay it down, I'm putting it on the Chargers. That's where I'm at. I think it's going to be a close game. Again, coin flip. But if I had to pick it, my life's on the line, got to pick a team to win, I would pick LA.
I had the Broncos winning last week, and I was wrong. I have the Chargers winning 27. I'll say 27-23, and I hope I'm dead wrong.
Okay.
I hope I'm dead wrong.
Yeah, if the Broncos win, it is going to be, I would say this, a win this weekend is the most signature win of the Sean Payton regime so far. It is the number one win that they've had, and I don't think there's any question. So, with that,
we ran so fast. We're just thankful to win the gold medal.
Our favorite part of the week, please, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Week 1, the offense for the Denver Broncos. Buns. Straight buns. Game 2, defense. How was it?
Buns. Yeah.
Special teams.
What's buns?
It's like cheeks.
Booty. Sorry, Vic. Ass. How's that?
I didn't know I could say that.
That was, you know what?
So good.
Missed opportunity on my part. Prime opportunity for a bend over, and I'll show you, and I missed it entirely.
God.
I didn't know I could say that.
What's next? When we return, another question. Vic had for the coach surrounding, to be honest, Vic, I forgot. You're going to ask Coach Leadership. That's right. Leadership. We'll get to it.
Listen.
Next. I totally forgot.
Thank
Vic said he
God
wanted to
it was
talk
gone
about
that day.
something.
Thank
I was
God.
like, I remember you wanted to talk about something. Yeah, I don't remember.
Thank God.
What's next?
Is that his real name?
I don't know what his real name is.
Dabo?
Dabo, dab, dob, deep dob.
Like, is it
Doob dob.
Bang on, bang on.
Dab, do, deep dob, doob dab. I don't know, whatever.
Every time you do that, it makes me laugh. I don't know why.
Yeah.
By the way, if you guys are wondering, Dabo got his name from his big brother Trip with 2 P's. When they were kids, in the Southern accent and toddler pronunciation, he called him that boy, but it went Dabo.
Dabo.
That's how he got his name? Because what's his name? Like William Christian?
Yeah, William Christopher. Yeah.
What's next?
I think his name was it Dick? Sparky's name Dick?
Yeah, Vic, let me Google this. Are there a lot of Sparkies named Dick? Here's the AI overview. You want to hear it? There's no data to suggest there are a lot of Sparkies named Dick.
Thank you, AI. Robot overlords always know. What's next?
They tried, though. Humor cannot be translated by artificial intelligence. Human humor cannot.
Yet.
Go ahead. Right? Get Chappy Cheek. Get what's called DBT.
Chappy
Chappy
Cheek. I mean, I love it so much.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Get Chappy Cheek.
Get Chappy Cheek.
Write a joke there, funny robots.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
last one. Go ahead.
Do you know what my nickname was as a child? Because my younger brother could not pronounce my real name, Vittorio.
Vidiot.
Yeah. How many names do you want to say, Vic? Moron.
Cole.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I still can't believe you said that. Just because you throw a V at the beginning doesn't make it not the word.
You can throw a V at the beginning of every word and make it fine.
Well, I do guess Vic does work, doesn't it?
I was going to say Vichead. That works, right?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Vic.
iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a wonderful
my
football weekend.
Hey, I'm heading over to Avs camp. I know we had a huge football Friday, but I'm heading over to Avs camp, dude. They look good.
And then tonight at 6:30, you're going to be where?
I'm going to be at Regis Jesuit High School.
So tune in for that tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful weekend. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Get Chevy G. Get what's called GBT.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex, Ryan, Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj alongside the coach. That is Mike Sanford getting ready for Friday Night Lights.
KJ just got me ready. I'll tell you that with that
Granderson is behind the glass. And you guys, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. The Chargers await at 2:05 on Sunday. Broncos 2.5-point dogs in that game, and week 3 of the NFL season kicked off last night on 92.5. You heard it on Westwood 1 with the Bills coming away with a victory over the now 0-3 Miami Dolphins. However, they covered. It wasn't 11.5 points. The Dolphins had a chance to win that football game, man.
Tell you what, by the definition that many would have of what makes a great coach, Mike McDaniel. Great coach. Because good coaches win. Great coaches cover.
Is that enough to take the heat off of him, even though they lose?
He's 0-3.
Because all you have to do is you have to look at that final drive, and you were like, they were stopping the Bills. The Bills couldn't do much in that second half, man.
Raj, you know what I learned about?
It was punt. Tua walks down, and then he throws a pick.
You know what I learned about programs and their decision makers, or franchises in the case of Mike McDaniel? Is decision makers really don't care too much about covering the spread if you lose. They could give two craps. It's all about winning football games. And right now, the Miami Dolphins, they're an 0-3 team. The first team, right, in the National Football League to get to that very challenging place to return from. You do not want to be 0-3.
No, their season's over. You're not coming back. You're certainly not winning the AFC East. I just wonder if like a decent performance from Tyreek and a decent performance from Jalen Waddle is enough to like tamp down the
How about Amazon
hot
Prime?
Seat.
Amazon Prime going after Tyreek a little bit. Ooh. I mean, kind of have to cover it, but some of the accusations that he is going to be going to court for, it seems like. Whew. Boy, has there been a bigger fall from grace for an athlete that I would say just 2 years ago, maybe 3? I felt like he was on top of the world and his favorability rankings were fairly high. Now they are not.
No, chase the money.
He's also an unlikable player with some serious baggage off the field. And he's not producing anywhere near what he was as a Chief or in his first year.
No,
with the Dolphins.
He's not blowing the tops off defenses, man. I don't think
I wouldn't take him here. Would you take him? Would you take Tyreek right now as a Denver Bronco?
No.
I wouldn't.
No, he just doesn't fit the culture. He doesn't fit the culture.
How many cultures that are good right now does he fit? There's long gone is the Bill Belichick where you just bring up somebody else's damaged goods and then somehow, some way
it works.
It works. There's not that team right now. At least it doesn't appear that way.
Yeah, I don't think I'd come calling on him right now if I was Sean Payton. I'm comfortable with that wide receiver core. They just haven't necessarily, gotten it done over the first 2 weeks. I was concerned leaving week 2 with the lack of Courtland Sutton attention and game planning for number 14. I'm excited about Troy Franklin, but should the Troy Franklin emergence come at the cost of Courtland Sutton being targeted like 10 times a game? I think the answer should be a very clear no.
Yeah.
Like he's paid as your number one. He has to be targeted as your number one. He is your biggest big-time playmaker that is on this offense. Am I correct?
You are correct. And he's also been Bo Nix's go-to guy.
Right.
Just when Bo needs somebody. And you know what? That's what played out in game 1, was it not? The guy that got the targets was Courtland Sutton. Game 2, maybe a slight outlier. Some brackets. A team that played a lot of man coverage, had some... When you're a blitzing man coverage team like Lou Anarumo's defense is last week for the Colts, and frankly Vance Joseph's is for the Broncos, there are a lot of variabilities each and every play that just can't help you just say, I am going to target that guy. Because some of the blitz looks end up being bluff looks where you show blitz, don't bring it, and then it leads to a bracket on maybe your number one wide receiver. The Chargers are not built that way. They're built to be a shell coverage team, meaning they play cover 2, cover 4, or the hybrid of cover 2 and cover 4, which is cover 6. And for all of you that are thinking that that's crazy, what I just said, that number, the numbers of coverages, it means how many essentially are deep in coverage. Cover 2, it's the 2 safeties that are playing the deep halves of the field and splitting that space. Cover 4 would be the 2 safeties plus the corner playing a little bit more vertical and dividing it up into quarters. You hear quarters coverage, right? That's what cover 4 is. And then cover 6 is the one side of the field is a half side and the other side's a quarter side. So like 4 + 2 = 6. That's what the Chargers play. And as a result of that, Bo Nix, Sean Payton, there'll be a lot of pure progression reads where you see Bo Nix will set his feet to 1. If 1's open, he'll rip it. And he'll take it 100% of the time because that's how Sean Payton has trained his quarterback. If 2's open, so you pass up 1, 2's open, you rip it. 3 and then 4. It's the best way to get a quarterback in rhythm is when you play against these shell coverage teams. And I think it plays right into the hands of Bo Nix and Sean Payton because Jesse Minter of the Chargers is going to dare the 2 of them to be patient. And I think that's what Sean Payton loves to do.
2 corners up on the injury report for the Chargers. Cam Hart was limited both Wednesday and Thursday with a hip injury. Tarheeb Still, a knee and shoulder injury, limited on Wednesday, full participant on Friday. And then Elijah Molden, the defensive back, did not participate in Wednesday or Thursday's practice. Broncos coming up on the injury reports. You had DNPs from both Evan Ingram and Dre Greenlaw. And this is something that you talked about yesterday. It does scream to be an Evan Ingram game. But if he's not practicing both Wednesday and Thursday,
he's not playing.
I don't see him playing.
And if he is playing, how can he be highly productive? It's a back injury? Coming off of a calf injury? Ugh. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like a guy that's 31, 32 years old and has an injury history in his past.
Well, all 3 of the guys that we talked about heavily in the offseason, and like Hufanga's going to play, but he's already on the injury report. Greenlaw won't. You can't expect Greenlaw back until Monday at the earliest against Cincinnati.
Even then, when's the last time we really saw Dre Greenlaw practice?
It was before the 49ers.
Was it not that Wednesday? Remember that Wednesday practice that we talked about? It was physical.
Yeah, when he and Talanoa Hufanga were getting after it and J.K. Dobbins got up and was all pissed off.
The one time we were able to see the full vision. Even Evan Ingram was healthy and a part of things and going off in the 7-on-7 and 1-on-1 drills. That's about the last time that we saw that. And frankly, that was 10 days before the joint practice against the Cardinals? That's a long time ago.
Yeah, this was worst case scenario for the Broncos. When we were having those offseason conversations, it was, well, yeah, they could be really good if they stay healthy.
Raj, am I fair in saying that? We're talking around like the first week of August.
Dude, it makes me think that the quad injury that everyone was like, oh, don't worry about, like it wasn't a true tear. We sure?
Remember the 49ers?
Are we sure?
The 49ers people, you could just read tea leaves. The 49ers people were essentially trying to make sure that everybody knew that's why you moved on from this player. It's because there's some stuff that you just don't feel great about with his availability. And then, of course, Sean Payton came out. Oh, it's nothing. You'll see. He'll be out there for the first game. Dude, we're going into game 3. Haven't seen said player once. Has he played in a game day, including preseason?
Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah.
I think he got 1 preseason game in. I think
what game would it have been?
Did he not get or I thought he got preseason snaps in game number 1. Or did he just dress?
Game number 1 was 49ers, right? I don't think he didn't play in that one.
No? I can't think back all that far. My CT riddled brain. Did he not play in the preseason? KJ, do you remember if Dre Greenlaw played any snaps in the preseason?
I was fact checking it before I said it into the mic. He did not play in the preseason, so he has not played a single game.
5 opportunities, and he is 0 for 5. And I'm not saying preseason games and availability makes a healthy player or not a healthy player. But after that very physical Broncos practice, that Sean Payton had the big grin on his face and then started the narrative of, I really like this team. Super Bowl type of team. Really, since that moment that spun up all those things, Dre Greenlaw has not been anywhere near a Broncos practice field.
The linebacking core should terrify you right now.
We said it all. We said it.
It was summer. Without a doubt, the inside linebackers were the thinnest part of the team. Your backups right now, like Kareem Reed is going to play snaps.
What about Lavelle Bailey?
Lavelle Bailey.
Please play snaps. Let me see Lavelle Bailey play snaps.
He's a practice squad player at the beginning of the year. You're going to elevate him for at least the next couple of games.
He got cut. And I know you have to make a practice squad, but he was not in.
Dude.
It was Kareem Reed over him. Or no, isn't it Carenet? It's not Kareem, right?
Carenet.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Carenet.
Carenet Reed.
You better believe in Jonah Ellis and Justin Sternad. You better believe in Reed. Dude, I
love Jonah Ellis. The problem is Jonah Ellis isn't an inside linebacker. Maybe he should be.
You bring up a good point about Tillman's penalty.
Is there a world? Let's talk about this, okay? Flexibility, because if Alex Singleton shows that he is not anywhere near the space player that he used to be, tackling people in space. You see some of those clips of both Sternad and Singleton on the same play, getting their ankles obliterated.
In coverage, especially in the flats.
It was bad.
The wheel routes from Jonathan Taylor killed you.
So you did some things in the offseason, right? You stockpiled the nickel room. You stockpiled the defensive back entirely. That room with one of your backups is PJ Locke now. Do you just say maybe Jahdae Barron, Jaquan McMillan on the field at the same time, or
Welcome
PJ,
to the league, young man,
or PJ Locke as the third safety can be on the field, and now you move Hufanga to linebacker, and you play like, I don't like this linebacker crew right now.
You kind of play small ball.
Fine. Blitz them back to the Stone Age, and at least you have great athletes on the field.
Yeah.
Because right now, Justin Sternad's a good special teams player, period. That's it. Not a great linebacker. It played out last year in the last 6 weeks of the season. Dre Greenlaw is he's MIA. He is nowhere to be seen.
At this point, you know who he is? Who's the guy that we have from Dallas? Pass rusher, edge.
Are you talking about Randy Gregory?
Randy Gregory.
Yeah.
That's who he is. That is exactly who he's shaping up to be right now. And that's worst case scenario.
Without the off-field and character.
I'm not talking. Right now, I don't care about the off-field stuff. I care about what happens on the field.
I care about both, but I agree.
The fact,
relative to the discussion, I agree with what you're saying.
And the fact that you signed that big-time player, and that was supposed to be the savior of the middle of the defense, and Gregory at that point was supposed to be this is your next big-time edge rusher. They never did anything because they were never healthy. This was worst case scenario when we were looking at this Broncos team in the summer.
And we just saw the text right here. Keep them coming. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line right here from the 391. The infamous July 29th practice. My word, that's the last time that we saw Dre Greenlaw. Did that amazing practice end up dooming the Denver Broncos?
Your Broncos injury report is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and it's right around the corner, my favorite time of the year, my favorite season of the year, and you could be mad at me, Vic Lombardi, all you want, but I love that fluffy white snow up there in the mountains, and my place to go is Loveland Ski Area, and they still are selling an unrestricted 4-pack right now at skiloveland.com with 4 tickets for just $289, and that's just $72 a day. No blackouts, no restrictions, no limitations on how many 4-packs you can get. You can ski 4 days by yourself. You can share with friends or family members on the same day. You could do 2 and 2. But either way, Gears gives you great flexibility. And for a limited time, make sure you get to skiloveland.com because you save an extra $10 when you buy online right now at skiloveland.com. Hurry. That special offer won't be lasting well into the winter. So check it out and make sure that you get up to Loveland Ski Area where there is more snow and less crowds.
High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Moser and Polumbus call the action between Fossil Ridge and number 10 Regis on Altitude 92.5 with a 6:30 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hairs. We welcome you back to a Bud Light Football Friday. The coach, Mike Sanford, Raj hanging out with you guys until noon today.
Tell you what,
12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6.
Regis Jesuit, probably the best 0-3 football team in America. They've played 3 really, really challenging games. Obviously, us being the lightest of those 3. Cherry Creek, Valor, and then they played an unbelievably highly ranked team from the state of Arizona, Brophy Prep. It's like, whoa! So they're I'm pulling for Regis in this one.
We've talked heavily about the Broncos' lack of interior linebacker depth. We've talked a lot about Evan Ingram and will he be on the field on Sunday. We've talked a lot about Cortland Sutton and why was he not featured as much in the Week 2 loss against Indy.
Did you do the soft T there? Did you do the Colorado soft too? The Colorado and Not the Colorado Sutton or Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton.
You did Cortland Sutton.
It's all good. I don't care.
What do you call that again?
Huh?
You had a term for that one time.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's
just dropping my T's.
Yeah, somebody made fun of somebody. Like there's somebody.
Yeah, Moser and Vic get after me all
That's
about
what it
it.
was.
But everyone
Yeah.
in Colorado drops T's in the middle of words. You deal with it.
It's Cortland Sutton.
Mountains, not mountains. You sound like such.
So
you sound like
mountain.
such a dweeb, such a nerd.
When you enunciate,
Mountains.
let's go up to the mountains. How about my daughter? She gets it a lot, and also the same name, same spelling is the second greatest quarterback to ever play for the Broncos. As everybody call it, it's
Peyton.
Yeah, so she gets a lot of people say Peyton instead of Peyton.
Too chewy for me. Yeah,
Very
I don't
chewy.
care. I've gotten past that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's right.
What we haven't spoken about is, dude, how the hell do you defend a guy like Justin Herbert? He is on the fast track to winning an MVP this year. I don't see a deficit in his game. I don't see something he does poorly at this point. And now he has a quarterback whisperer as his head coach. What on earth can you do to slow that guy down?
You do what you have been doing for a long period of time, and that's play really good defense. And I still believe in this defensive unit. I still believe in Nick Bonito. I think that Jonah Ellis should get more reps, more work opposite Nick Bonito. I like Jonathan Cooper. I think he's more of a first and second down player. I think that Jonah Ellis needs to be out there to apply more pressure on third downs. This is a heavy passing team, and the law of averages tell you that eventually your highly talented Denver Broncos secondary combined with a very, very ballistic pass rush is going to create turnovers. And also, law of averages is telling you that the frequency at which the Chargers are throwing the football, there should be some takeaways available for the Broncos. And that's how you win this game. And that's why I believe the Broncos are going to win this game. The team that gets to two takeaways is going to win this contest.
He's a special athlete, man. He's playing at a high level right now. He's probably the MVP right now, after 2 games. But he is accurate. He's obviously a big man, so he can see over the pressure. He's escaping, on major downs, second and long and third downs, to keep drives alive. So how we rush this guy is going to be key, But how we cover the receiving targets and make him hold the ball is also going to be key. So it's a combination of rushing coverage to contain this quarterback, and it's a run first offense. So the balancing act between stopping and running, defending the pass, is going to be critical.
VJ would go on to talk about how he invites offensive play callers to throw at Pat Surtain, who had arguably his worst game as a Bronco. Is it more important that you get after the quarterback as a pass rusher or after the quarterback as he decides to break, contain, and run? Like, do you have to make sure that you sit back against Justin Herbert and I wouldn't say spy him, but play quarterback contain, make sure he doesn't get out of the pocket,
and allow the perfect guy for that,
and allow your defensive backs to play
man coverage,
right?
Tightly contested man coverage.
Or do you force blitz and pressure?
You use the perfect guy to play that spy. Straight Greenlaw.
Well, sucks to suck.
Would he not have been the most outstanding guy to just sit there as an equalizer, right there, just watching the eyes of Justin Herbert? You want to go this way? Freaking shot out of the cannon and go hit that dude and get your shoulder pads into his ribs a little bit. Who's that guy right now? Maybe it's dime personnel. Like, I don't know. Like, is it Jahdae Barron? Why not? Because right now you have a deficiency athletically in what would typically be the guys that play that spy position. So in cover 1, if you bring 4, which is the standard way to rush, right? It's a 4-man rush. That's not blitz. That's just 4-man base defense. The 2 guys that are left to 2-on-1 the running back are your inside linebackers. So if the tailback free releases to the defense's left side, maybe the inside linebacker on the left side takes that tailback. The other guy has a choice. He either turns into a hole player and can look to pick off other crossing routes, or he can be a spy player, or sometimes they green dog. And what green dogging means is you don't have a responsibility in man because the other linebacker took the man that released. I get the green light to go blitz late, a delayed blitz. I don't love the guys athletically that are in those positions right now. Play dime. Play Jaquan McMillan at the nickel position and bring in Jahdae Barron to be that guy. Why not? And you know what? If it happens on Sunday, I'm going to be so happy because that would pay this wild draft pick that DMac keeps saying is the ultimate luxury pick when maybe you didn't come from a place of luxury, especially on the opposite side of the ball. You don't necessarily have those elite offensive playmakers.
Lean into the spot on defense where you have depth.
Yes.
Where you have elite players considering. Like, I wouldn't say lean into playing a smaller defense, more heavy nickel, throwing dime out there if Greenlaw's healthy. No.
Dude, a healthy Dre Greenlaw covers some of the athletic deficiencies of Alex Singleton.
You know what it feels like? It's like if Joker isn't playing for the Nuggets one night. And like last year, Deron Holmes is injured and DeAndre Jordan is a glorified coach on the bench. And you go, well, we're either going to play small ball and we're going to put Aaron Gordon at the 5.
Glorified coach, or is he the guy that's doing the walk-up with a boxer?
He's on the aux court.
You're the man, champ.
Yeah. He's the coolest dude in the world.
You're
Don't
the champ,
get me wrong.
Champ. You got this, champ.
What value did DeAndre Jordan actually present to the Nuggets last year, right? So you either lean into Aaron Gordon is now the 5 and you play small. And at that point, Michael Porter Jr., you can play the 4. And you play quick, heavy shooting offense. And you just hope to keep your opponent to perimeter shooting. Or what do? You play Zeke Najee and you hope and you pray. I would very much prefer them to play small ball, the Broncos.
Is Justin Strnad to the Broncos what Zeke Najee was to the Nuggets?
I think Sternad's a better player.
Yeah,
I think he is a more useful player.
Member of your team.
He does something. You met. He's a really good special teamer who can give you a few snaps on defense, but if he gets out in coverage, he's screwed.
Whereas Zeke Najee at times felt like he was like a double-A baseball player playing in the big leagues.
Yeah.
That's what I felt. Whereas Justin Strnad feels like an ace special teamer that's a 4A linebacker.
Right. And unfortunately, what you're having to do is you're having to force him into a big-time role because you're not healthy and you're not deep. That's the reason why it's funny. I was screaming for Isaiah Simmons for a couple of days to be signed by this team. You know what Isaiah Simmons is not good at? And the reason why he doesn't have a job right now? Can't cover. He's not a smart football player. He is amazingly talented and athletic. Not a smart football player. And I think it screwed him.
Bad fit with Vance Joseph's scheme, too.
Yeah.
Like, not the scheme that you just thrust a guy into.
No.
Say, hey, go play football.
Right, but you know what he does is he plays well under Vance Joseph. Those are the only seasons where he was good in this league.
He's a
was when he was an inside linebacker for Vance Joseph's defense.
But there's
something
when
he
there,
left Arizona, they moved him to safety, and he stopped being able to play football. So why not kick the tires on that player when you have nobody at the position?
There's got to be a reason, right? Because there's no way that Alex Ryan-Emmy's the only one who's thought of that, and Vance Joseph hasn't.
I know, but he can't have been worse than Singleton and Strnad were in coverage.
There's something that Vance Joseph knows about him that he wants nothing to do with him.
A 27-year-old former first-round pick. Even if he sucks, why not?
Could be a turd. And you don't want turds on your roster.
I don't want turds on the field having to defend Justin Herbert either. You lose that football game when you put turds on the field a bit against Herbert and a resurgent Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnson, who look solid. Like, is Will Dissly someone I should be scared of? No, but when Justin Herbert's playing like this and the Broncos don't have anyone in the middle of the field, I'm going to get nervous about
Will
it.
Dissly, because of some hard play action or something, he's going to be wide open on something. Watch. That's the kind of player he is. That's what my guy Greg Roman loves to do with those tight ends that aren't elite athletes. Just gets them wide open.
I'm very, very nervous about the trajectory of the defense. The defensive backs have to step up in this game. They have to be elite. You have to show you're the best secondary in the league. You have to come away with at least an interception in order to win this game.
Play more of them. Play more of them at a time on the field. Play more of them. Like, is Jahdae Barron and PJ Locke right now? Would you rather see them on the field or Justin Strnad and Alex Singleton?
I'd rather see
with regularity.
I would rather see your highly selected draft picks. I want to see your Ferraris on the field. I get it. Like a 2006 Ford F-150 with 180,000 miles on it, 225,000 miles on it, man. It's still going. Gets the payload from point A to point B, don't get me wrong. But if I've got a sports car just chilling in the garage and it hasn't hit winter yet, I'm going to take that thing out for a spin. That's what Jahdae Barron is at this point.
I hate to do this right now, but because I love undrafted free agents and what they can be for a team. But right now, your two inside linebackers are either a 5th-round pick or an undrafted pick. That's the talent you have. The requisite talent coming out of college is that you are either undrafted or a 5th-round pick. You're playing with two special teams aces right now. And Alex Singleton is better than that. I know that. And I'm not going to quit on Alex Singleton, but Alex Singleton, after the injury history that he's had recently, is he really better than that? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think so. I think you've seen the best out of Alex Singleton.
I think it was 2 years ago.
I worry that you've hit the crest. I don't think he hits a wall, Singleton, but I do believe you're on the decline.
Dude, his first year is 2015.
Yeah.
And he's coming off an ACL. 2015.
Like, can you pencil him in
as an undrafted free agent?
Can you pencil him in for 100 tackles? Because that's the guy. Having Alex Singleton on the roster,
I think you probably pencil him in for it.
You have to.
Do you want that? Like, are the 100 tackles going to be good enough to make up for the ones that he missed and the ones that led to major explosive plays to the running backs and tight ends by way of either busted coverages or just flat out getting beaten coverage? You want that? Is that worth 100 tackles? Like, dude, 100 tackle players are a dime a dozen in the National Football League. It's so frequent.
In order for him to be the player, in order for him to be like the leading inside linebacker on your team, he needs to have 150. He needs to be the Zaire Franklin type of guy.
42 players last year had 100 tackles.
I wouldn't call it a dime a dozen then, Coach.
42, though? I mean,
that's not a dime a dozen.
I mean, you're talking about nearly 3 a team. And a lot of them are going to be just whoever your starting linebacker was. I mean, just look at this list right here. Fred Warner, inside linebacker. Zaire Franklin, inside backer. Roquan Smith, Kobe Turner.
It's 10%. 10% of defensive players. If you just take starters. 10%. That's not dime a dozen, man. It isn't.
I mean, every team's going to have one. Maybe two. I mean, every team should have two. And the position itself, inside linebacker, lends itself to, and especially in a single high structure, to everything being filtered back inside. Because you leverage the ball outside in. So you're just inevitably going to wake up with probably 8 tackles a game. If you're competent in Vance Joseph's scheme. I don't know.
It's a Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a quick timeout. On the other side, we got to catch up with Chargers sideline reporter Shannon Farron. We will talk to her. It was a recorded interview that we did this morning. Coach was out talking with Bill Belichick's defensive coordinator this morning.
We had a visitor from UNC. The Belichick boys were in town.
It's powder blue goes well at Valor and at North Carolina. So Coach wasn't able to make it, but Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the Chargers, on the other side.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Bud Light Football Friday, as we are joined by Chargers sideline reporter Shannon Farron. Shannon, how are you this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great. Anytime I wake up and the Chiefs are still 0-2, it is a good morning.
Are you feeling better about the Chiefs being 0-2 or LA being 2-0? It feels like this. Everyone in the AFC West has just got to be ecstatic about that start for the division, especially you guys.
Yeah, well, in the world of horse racing, it's called a real ding dong. Between starting 2-0 and the Chiefs being 0-2, it's just feel good all around here. But I mean, this is the Chargers offense that everyone has been waiting to see. Got a healthy Justin Herbert for the first time in I don't know how long. It's a very secretive situation, Justin Herbert's health, and he looks darn healthy, and it's been a while. This is the offense that you were hoping for when Greg Roman came over. We haven't seen the run game materialize when you say words like Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh, but it's only a matter of time till those guys get running in the backfield.
Of course, especially you're having to lean on a rookie running back that you take early on in the draft. It was a player in Omarion Hampton that a lot of people here in Denver thought they were going to take. Denver ends up taking a defensive back for a star-studded defense that honestly got walked all over by Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. And the next test coming up on Sunday at 205 Mountain is obviously it's a team that a lot of people are looking at going, is this finally the year that LA gets over the hump, that they stop charging in the postseason? And is this the year that Justin Herbert doesn't throw interceptions in the postseason? This is the guy that a lot of people here in Denver fell in love with and are now terrified about. What has been this next step, this next evolution under Harbaugh?
Well, I think that you make a great point, Raj, in that this Sunday, we will see what these two teams, the Broncos and the Chargers, are made of. Weeks 1 and 2, you're still trying to figure it out. Nobody plays preseason. Week 1 for the Chargers was in Brazil. So nobody was really on their A game, not the Chiefs, not the Chargers. And then you had the Raiders that they're still figuring things out too. You know, you've got Pete Carroll coming in, and no doubt he is a legendary coach in the NFL, and he'll make things happen for the Raiders. Geno Smith is much better than he played last week, and things were just not good for that Raiders team on that night, on Monday night. With that defense, with that lauded Denver Broncos defense, I think you're going to see what Justin Herbert and this offense is made of, frankly. You'd see more of it if you were at Mile High, no doubt, but we'll see it here at SoFi. And we're hoping to just keep the ball rolling here. Justin Herbert has a buffet of weapons, and they are definitely using each and every one. Everybody is eating on this field. You look at the wide receiver room with Keenan Allen back, and by the way, he has not missed a step. When you look at how the Chargers season ended last year in Houston with that playoff game, it was depressing. Justin Herbert had 4 picks. That's one more than he had the entire regular season. He had nobody to throw it to. He had Ladd McConkey. I almost just said Ladd McCaffrey. That's a Freudian slip for the Denver audience. But Keenan said he saw that game and he's watching that game. He's breaking down the defenses and he's like, I could have helped out here and there and everywhere. And now that room is loaded, and a loaded room with Justin Herbert, you're absolutely right to be worried about that.
Keenan Allen was a wide receiver that when he didn't have a job, a lot of people here in Denver were like, why aren't the Broncos kicking the tires on that player? That is a safety blanket for a young quarterback. And he goes back, and through 2 weeks with Justin Herbert, he looks exactly like he did for all of those years when he has been a thorn in the side of Mile High fans here in Denver. You mentioned Ladd McConkey. He showed up on the injury report this week. Is that something to be concerned about for Chargers fans, or actually excited about for Broncos fans?
He was limited at practice on Wednesday. He was limited. Yesterday, he was practicing full, not a worry. We do worry about Khalil Mack. The news was actually really good this week. When you saw him come out immediately in Las Vegas and run to the sideline and just shouting, you're thinking, well, this is somebody who's been around the league for 11 years. He's a 9-time Pro Bowler. He knows when there's something wrong. There's something definitely wrong. Went right into the injury tent, waved off the cart. And we found out that Khalil Mack, as disastrous as that video was that everybody saw with his arm bending the way none of our arms should bend, it is a dislocated dislocated elbow, and he has been put on the IR, which means he's unavailable for the next 4 games. However, it is a great case scenario considering he avoided a season-ending injury. With that said, you're losing that pressure on the edge. You're also losing the pressure from somebody who y'all are familiar with in Joey Bosa, who's now in Buffalo. So you've got next guy up on that D-line when it comes to the edges, outside linebackers. We're already down a linebacker with Denzel Perryman. He's on the IR as well. So definitely some areas for the Denver run game to take advantage of.
Nick Bosa looked great last night off the edge against Miami. Even though that Buffalo defense gives up 21 points, they have to have a game-saving pick, or at least a win-guaranteeing pick on Thursday night. Looks great there, but the Chargers defense continues to roll along. I want to keep it in the injury vein. We call it the Raj curse here on the morning sprint. Maybe it's not a curse so much as incompetence. When I choose that something is going to happen, the exact opposite happens. And when we went through our NFL season preview and we went through first and last place in the AFC West, I'm going to go against the grain. The Chargers are going to finish last in the AFC West because they can't overcome the Mekhi Becton injury. They haven't missed a beat on the offensive line. What's going on? How do you replace an all-pro left tackle and not miss a beat?
I think you're meaning Rashawn Slater. Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, my apologies. Yes, Rashawn Slater.
Shout out to Mekhi Becton for being that important. Like, I'm sure he will love that. No. You're absolutely right to think that. I mean, Rashawn Slater, he signs this massive multi-year deal, and then 11 days later, he is lost for the season, and it was a huge blow, and everyone's worried. Everyone's who's not inside the building was worried about the Chargers offensive line. But what people outside the building don't realize is you take Joe Alt and you move him to the left side from the right side. Joe Alt spent all his time at Notre Dame on the left side. He's very, very comfortable there. He's also the smartest guy, arguably, on the team. Joe Alt has been dealing near perfect games since he has been put in that role. Justin has stayed clean. He has had all the protection he needs. He has had all the time in the world. What your concern was, and all of our concern was too, really, has not panned out, thankfully.
Yeah, especially if I get the name wrong. The last thing before we let you get out of here, Shannon, Mike's not is not able to be with us during this segment here, but he spent a very large portion of his young coaching career after playing quarterback at Boise State under Jim Harbaugh at Sanford. He was his quarterback's coach when they upset Pete Carroll and USC back in 2007. He has a litany of Harbaugh stories. Since you have him in LA, what's been your favorite, quirkiest Harbaugh-ism that you've heard so far?
Gosh, there's so many. I mean, from quoting songs from the 70s about ships going down in a lake in Michigan to saying, I don't want you to be the ship that goes down. I want you to be the storm that brought the ship down, to quoting the entire Black Eyed Peas, I've Got a Feeling, before a game last year when most of the team, that song is even dated. Last time they played the Raiders in our season finale there in January, he reached into his pants and he whipped out a back scratcher, and he told the team, not everybody's going to be scratching your back all the time. Sometimes you have to scratch your own back, and then gifted each player a back scratcher with their name and number on it. Jim Harbaugh is a delight. He is completely authentic. It is not shtick. He is exactly who he is advertised to be. It's refreshing, and the guys buy in. That's why he's the greatest coach ever, no matter what level. When he went to San Diego, when he went to Stanford, when he went to the 49ers, when he went to Michigan, and now with the Chargers, he knows how to get guys how to play for him. And it's one thing, and it's be yourself and be authentic and be honest. And that's Jim Harbaugh.
Shannon Farren, sideline reporter for the Chargers. You can listen to her on the Gary and Shannon show on KFI Mondays through Fridays out there in California, 9 to 1 weekdays. Give me a final score and then get out of here.
21-10. Our defense is very stingy.
That's kicking. You can't do that to me.
I'm so sorry, but our defense is so good. It's so good.
Shannon, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Shannon Farren, Chargers sideline reporter, Broncos and Chargers, 205 Mountain, Denver 2.5-point dogs in that game. Our special thanks to Shan for her time earlier this morning at halftime of tonight's Fossil Ridge and Regis game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado student athletes. Whole bunch of football to get into this weekend on 92.5. On Saturday, we've got Michigan, Nebraska. The Rapids play at Dallas for a big game. They need to continue to climb in the Western Conference MLS standings after we had our conversation with Chris Armas. If you missed any of that, just search at Altitude SR on Twitter. And then Sunday morning, 11 a.m., the Rams and the Eagles, followed by a doubleheader on Sunday of Avalanche hockey. Yes, preseason hockey is coming up. The Avs have a split squad game, 2:30 p.m. at Magnus. And then what Connor's going to do is he's going to hustle down I-25 because he's got another Mammoth and Avs game that night at 6:30 p.m.
That's
at Ball
really
Arena.
neat. It's so cool that there's a hockey versus a lacrosse team. So is half of the surface ice and the other half is turf, or what are we doing here?
There was once upon a time, my college buddies and I brought lacrosse sticks out with some of the Syracuse lacrosse players and gave them some skates, and we played lacrosse on ice, and that is the most dangerous thing that you can possibly do.
Yeah.
That's going to be carnage.
The Avs versus Mammoth is going to be just an incredible KSE event, man. Just all of the Kroenke Sports Entertainment crew getting together and just mixing it up. I hate the fact that the Utah Mammoth stole an already professional team's name that's in the region, nonetheless.
Have you seen the new practice facility?
It's so nice.
Oh, my goodness.
There's some people in the state of Utah that have some serious bread.
The Mammoth practice facility is one of the prettiest things I've ever seen. I haven't obviously seen it
Taj
in person.
Mahal, man.
It is.
It reminds me of
gorgeous.
it reminds me of like one of those spanking new SEC football facilities where everything's just sparkling.
And the Avs are practicing in a family rec center.
Go Avs, go.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Hour 2, rather, of the morning sprint rolls along. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. We've got KJ's NFL Notes coming up at 11:15. We've talked so much about the quarterbacks and the wide receivers and the lack of inside linebackers. What we haven't talked about all that much this week is, well, J.K. Dobbins returns to the L.A. Chargers after not necessarily being welcomed back. Like, he said yesterday that, oh, yeah, they wanted me back, but, like, I just wasn't.
It was about business.
Yeah.
We didn't see eye to eye on the business.
They didn't want to pay me enough. And I go, it's not like you're getting a whole boatload to play here in Denver. Big chip on his shoulder?
Big chip. And we've seen that J.K. Dobbins is a chip on shoulder type of player. And he's going to probably have even more of a chip on his shoulder. And I can speak firsthand to this. When Jim Harbaugh doesn't end up getting along with a player, when it's all said and done, I would say that players don't necessarily leave Jim Harbaugh's trust tree and have great things and feels about Jim Harbaugh. I can point out one in particular that I was a part of, and the relationship got very strained very quickly and turned into just pure hatred. And that was Stanford wide receiver turned cornerback, because Jim was on offense and they didn't get along, Richard Sherman, who ended up being a part of that rivalry between the Seahawks and the Niners.
I was thinking about that.
They hate each other's guts.
I was thinking about that last night. You love him. He's eccentric. You know he's one of the best football minds, but when
I left him, I was dead to him.
Right. Does he have a clock for a player?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd say I thought his shelf life from the USD guys that I knew that coached there and played there to Stanford to the 49ers, the shelf life for Harbaugh felt like about 3 to 4 years. And it kind of played out in real time at Michigan, because years 5, 6, and 7 were not good. But you know what got reset in that time period during Michigan? COVID. The 2020 year was just like it all reset everything. And then Jim Harbaugh had his renaissance at Michigan and ended up winning a national championship at his alma mater. All that to say, J.K. Dobbins, and I think Sean Payton calling plays for J.K. Dobbins, there's more than a little extra incentive to go out there and put a 100-piece together. And I've got J.K. Dobbins going for a century in this contest.
If he goes for 100 yards, it's another game in which R.J. Harvey will not be featured.
Okay.
And therefore, both your first and second round draft picks this past year will have been afterthoughts.
I'm okay with
3 weeks of the season.
I'm okay with it insofar as Jahdae Barron plays 35 snaps and plays a ton of dime personnel packaging.
But don't care about the second round running back.
Not in this game.
When you probably could have taken a tight end, which would have helped you.
I want to see J.K.
Could have taken an inside linebacker, which, would have helped you.
There was an inside backer available too. That I think the Eagles ended up drafting. Was it Jihad? Is that his name? Jihad Campbell?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't know what he's done so far for the Eagles, but man, I like the player. 6'3", 236 pounds.
In the first round, so let's talk about Barron and R.J. Harvey.
He's got 5 solos and a forced fumble.
If you can commit to J.K. Dobbins being the number one guy and a bell cow back, which is what you're going to have to be to go north of 100 yards in Sean Payton's offense. Like, he's not just going to break 3 40-yard rushes in a game. Maybe he gets one. You can go back to this pick at number 20, and there was Matthew Golden still available. There was Jihad Campbell at number 31, as you mentioned, still available. There was the linebacker out of UCLA, Schweisinger.
Colorado ties.
Who went to Cleveland at the first pick of the second round. You had Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State, who went as the second pick to Houston. You had Luther Burden out of Missouri going to Chicago. All of these helpful players, and Instead, you go defensive back, running back, and both of them will not have been used through 3 weeks.
Well, if we look around, Jihad Campbell, 2 games, 5 tackles. So he's not a mainstay. Luther Burden, through 2 games.
I'm not going to put anything on Luther Burden because of who throws him the football.
2 catches for 2 yards. Matthew Golden, he's got a pretty good guy throwing him the ball, right? 2 catches, 16 yards.
Okay, all right. I stand corrected.
I mean, compared to that, RJ Harvey's incredibly productive.
At least you use him on the return game.
Well, game 1, production in game 1, Raj. Legit production. These guys are rookies, man. Production just doesn't happen in weeks 1 and 2 like Tyler Warren creates for everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. You could be upset about not having Terrence Ferguson, who we had on the show, but Terrence Ferguson hasn't done anything.
I haven't even seen what is.
And he was available in the second round. Has not done anything. I don't know. Maybe it's too early to be upset about the first and second round players not playing, considering you're 1-1 and it took a fluky, brain dead play on special teams to lose you that football game. Maybe it is a little bit of an overreaction. And considering the Broncos haven't had a 100-yard rusher since, the last time against the Chargers in 2023 was that January 2023. Maybe you just take it and run if that's the case, and you forget about the fact that you selected a running back in the second round.
Yeah. I don't think that in game 3 of a rookie's trajectory, especially at the running back position, I don't think that leaning into a J.K. Dobbins is anything.
I'm not upset about the player. For me, it is a usage standpoint.
Yeah, but
those are marquee picks. Therefore, use the player.
Right, but the league isn't doing it. Like the rest of the league isn't playing their marquee mid to late first round draft picks. All right, right now, who's the toast of the 2025 NFL draft?
No, not Ferguson.
Warren.
Tyler Warren.
And who else?
Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Cam looks good.
He's fine.
Like I
looks
think
like a rookie quarterback.
Think he looks like the best quarterback you could have taken in the draft, sure. I'll give you that. Like Ashton Genty hasn't really even been used either.
Very little production and usage.
And did you hear what he said? Like 3 or 4 days ago, he's like, if you're going to take me at number 6, I'm a dude that needs 25, 30 touches in a game.
That just doesn't happen in the NFL. Running backs don't get 25, 30 touches with a lot of frequency.
Also, like, young man, you were in the Mountain West.
This ain't Boise anymore.
Yeah, this ain't Boise.
This is the AFC West.
At least, I mean, Jay Ajayi got touches in the NFL. He got a lot of touches in the NFL.
He had back-to-back 200-yard games.
Yeah, I know. If Jay Ajayi can be run into the ground in college and then also run into the ground in his first 3 years in the NFL, so can Ashton Genty.
Did I tell you I saw Jay?
No, when?
At Fiesta Bowl, Boise State, Penn State, the college football playoff.
Did you say thank you and then sorry at the same time?
I actually went up to him. I was like, hey, Jay, I just want to let you know I love you, and I'm so sorry. And I was like, genuine. I was like, I used you so much. He goes, Coach, he has a full British accent now, which is hilarious. He said, Coach, I wouldn't have gotten to where I was in the NFL if I hadn't had that production. It's all love. I was like, gosh, that feels so much better.
You got to play to get there.
I feel so much better.
And you know what? You didn't tear the ACL.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just the way of the road. That's the way she goes in the NFL, my man.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins, focal point of the offense this week. Absolutely has to be. You cannot get outrushed by L.A., considering they are they're leaning heavily on Justin Herbert. Like, this can't be the Omarion Hampton breakout game. This can't be Najee Harris is back to his early days in Pittsburgh. It can't be.
What has Omarion Hampton done?
Again, it really is another instance of late first round picks and second rounders not really playing all that much. He has more run than anyone not named Travion Henderson.
He's averaging 3.1 yards per carry. 40. So he's got 23 carries. So he's averaging 11 and a half. And receptions because obviously we know about our guy right now. He's got 3 receptions for 14 yards.
You can carry that to RJ Harvey, who in 2 games, 11 touches in the running game, 78 yards. He's got 2 receptions on 3 targets, receiving for 15 yards.
So, I mean, it's six, you know, six is one half dozen the other. I mean, it's Travion Henderson had the dynamic breakout in preseason. And his production hasn't been incredible, has it? You really?
They've still relied upon Ramondre Stevenson to tote the rock there in New England.
Dude, Travion Henderson, so the narrative's not out there. He's got 8 carries in 2 games.
How many touches in the passing game?
37 yards. 8 carries, 37 yards. 8 catches, 54 yards.
There you go.
Still, though, man, that's 16 touches, 2 games. Averaging 8 touches a game.
It's kind of a Marion Hampton. It's a touch more than RJ Harvey, who's got 13 total touches in 2 games. If you're not counting his returns.
I'm trying to think if Travion's had any returns. Trying to look.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the NFL right now.
He's played in 2 games as a punt, as a kickoff. He has 2 kickoff returns for 43 yards. His long was a 23-yarder. I mean, it's just kind of said this rookie class wasn't great. There weren't a lot of instant impact players.
Like Tet McMillan hasn't been anything special. He's had a couple. I think he had 1 large-ish reception in week 2. I want to say he had like a 25-yard reception in week 2. But no touchdowns for Tet McMillan, and he was the 8th overall pick. Travis Hunter hasn't been used whatsoever.
Okay. All right, Tet. I got you, Tet.
Week 2 is his best week. How'd he look?
Good. Yeah, he's 9th in the NFL right now in receiving yards.
What's his long?
It is, so he has 11 catches.
He had a deep crossing route in week 2. I remember watching that
40
on Red
yard
Zone.
long.
Okay, 40 yards, not 25.
He's 11 catches for 168 yards. That's good rookie numbers right there.
Well, who else is going to play in Carolina?
True. I mean, they have my guy, Glorilla, who we'll hear from at the end of the show. One of her typus.
You know what?
Xavier Legette.
You know who actually is? He's probably the most used rookie right now, down in Tampa.
Oh yeah,
Emeka Egbuka.
He is balling.
He is balling, and Baker Mayfield loves that kid out of Ohio State.
And he was pretty available, wasn't he?
Well, he was 1 pick before you.
Oh, that's right.
You had to if you wanted Egbuka, you would have to have traded up into 18, 17, 16, 15. Egbuka went at 19 to Tampa Bay.
He was available as it relates to the neighborhood. You were in the neighborhood of that pick.
That's your most used rookie through 2 weeks.
How many catches?
Egbuka?
Yeah, I gotta.
Well, who's the injured player in Tampa Bay right now that he typically throws to?
It's not. Is it Chris Godwin?
Godwin's been out. So he's got Mike Evans, who's getting longer in the tooth.
Tet McMillan. So where Emeka Egbuka has his production, he's got 3 touchdown catches, but he only has 8 catches. So 3
I
out
love
of his
that
8,
ratio. That's a hell of a ratio.
That's a fantasy football league draft.
No doubt,
dream
it is,
right
man.
there. 8 catches, 96 yards, but yet 3 touchdowns.
He went 4 receptions, 6 targets in week 1 against Atlanta for 67 yards and 2 tutties. That's a hell of a start to your career, man.
That's good.
It's all downhill from here, Mecca. What a great situation to be thrown into as a wide receiver.
Has Loveland done anything?
An amazing situation to be thrown into as a young wideout is Baker Mayfield is going to run around and launch footballs down the field, and I'm going to be the beneficiary of a busted coverage.
Colston Loveland 2 for 12 yards.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch him at all.
Me neither.
All. The only tight end I wanted in that first round was Tyler Warren, and there was no way you were going to get him. That has to be a pick next year. Absolutely.
Jeez, 11 catches, 155 yards. My word. Him and Tet McMillan.
Those are your 2 big players.
2 superstars.
Without a doubt.
2 game sample size.
Hang on with DMac tomorrow before the Colorado-Wyoming game. He's going to be live from 4 to 6 p.m. at Rally House in Boulder on Pearl Street. Make sure you guys grab your game day gear and enter to win prizes at Rally House tomorrow again with DMac, 4 to 6 p.m. up in Boulder on Pearl Street. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
Denver, Colorado. It's the coacher, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I have a big ask for you. Go to BarryRemington.com. Barry Remington, who is the lead realtor at the Remington team of WK Real Estate, based in Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, Denver, and beyond. Check out the website. Check out a home that I listed, because that thing is on the market, and I listed it with my guy, Barry Remington. Barry Remington, the name might sound familiar to you. He's a proud Colorado native, grew up right here in Arvada and attended Fairview High School, played inside backer for the CU Buffs for Coach Mac, Bill McCartney, still holds the all-time tackle record. I love Barry Remington because he's honest, he's hardworking, he's blue collar, and he'll roll up his sleeves to get a deal done for you. And right now it's a buyer's market. Barry's got the most inventory that he's had in over 10 years of doing this. And right now, this is a realtor and a team combined with his daughter, Cassie, that has sold at least 40 homes a year for the last 10 years. So Barry consistently is going to deliver results. So check out Barry Remington at BarryRemington.com, and I'm going to give you a cell number right now. So if you're on the fence, potentially listing your home, or you're looking for a relocation, his cell number is 720-373-9297. Again, Barry Remington, 720-373-9297. Visit BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday edition of KJ's NFL Notes every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20 with Coach and Raj. We go through the biggest stories around the NFL. Make sure you guys tune in all weekend long, starting tonight with Fossil Ridge and Regis Jesuit at 6:30. That kicks off your big football weekend. That gets highlighted by Michigan and Nebraska at 1:30 on Saturday, and Rams at the Eagles. Rematch of last year's big-time playoff game in the NFC. That's at 11 a.m. on Sunday. KJ, what you got?
Well, you guys have done a great job this week of just detailing how it's important to kind of just put things behind you when bad things happen. Broncos assistant head coach and special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi, he finally opened up yesterday when he stepped up to the podium about what went wrong, and he blamed it on the failure to execute. So let's take a listen as to why they didn't execute.
Yeah, Mike, I know Sean went through a lot of it already, so I'm not going to reiterate all the things that he said. But from a coaching standpoint, the thing that's disappointing to me is the execution part. That's on me. As a coach, any coach, if you go out, we're not lined up correctly, and we didn't execute the call that was called. And so, that's what keeps you up at night as a coach. So as far as the penalty goes, listen, the leveraging call, was it letter of the law of foul? Yes. Are there many of those throughout the year that don't get called? Yes. So I get it. I guess probably because the play was in an escalated situation. But again, we'll learn from it, move on. And again, like I said, I know Sean's covered a lot of it, so I'm not going to double, reiterate all the things he said.
This might be my opportunity to publicly apologize to Darren Rizzi because I have drug him this week. Absolutely drug him. Last night, I was a part of the CBS Colorado football blitz that airs on Saturday night. I did it with Benny Fowler. Benny Fowler, who played for both Sean Payton and Darren Rizzi in his career. And he said there's absolutely no way, knowing Darren Rizzi, that he would have made that call. But guess who would? Riverboat gambling Sean Payton. And I think Sean Payton actually told Darren Rizzi to run that middle block. And it was a lack of execution. And that's happened before in my career, where a head coach gets something in their head and they can't let it go, and they demand it and utilize their position of authority in a moment, and it leads to what happened in that game. And I think that's what happened. So Darren, I'm sorry, but your special team still sucked in the first week.
Sean owned it too.
He did.
Sean said, "This is on me as the head coach." I think if he had not called that play or pressured for it,
should I?
Then he throws Rizzi under the bus.
Should I fully forgive Darren Rizzi for his first 2 weeks as a special teams coordinator here?
No, but you can give him props for the only rookie to really affect the Broncos this year. You can give him props. Your 6th round pick, Jeremy Crawshaw.
He's been good.
That's the only rookie that's done anything for you. Pat Bryant is 2 catches for 18 yards. RJ Harvey, we talked about. They haven't used him. He's touched the ball 13 times on offense.
Jahdae Barron have, 2 tackles?
Jahdae Barron has been a ghost. Dude, if he's got 40 combined snaps through the first 2 games, I would be shocked. Savion Jones hasn't played. Q Robinson hasn't played. Caleb Lohner hasn't played.
Yeah, Caleb Lohner might never play.
Jeremy Crawshaw, though. Hey.
Solid.
Hey.
He's is he a top 8 punter right now?
2025 draft class. Success because you're a punter. As my tongue pierces through my cheek. KJ, what's next?
I thought you said you got your tongue pierced. It's a you problem.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Got to spice things up after the kid,
Wow. That's one way to spice it up, Raj.
Oh, I just got our own show spiced up, man.
Goodness gracious.
Wow. Kid's not even here yet.
Right.
It was dead clear.
So happy. Happy for you, Raj.
Jeez Louise. Anyway, back to football. Last week, Colts quarterback Daniel Jones targeted PS2 9 times, and 7 of those passes were completed. This week, PS2, obviously, he faces Justin Herbert in the 4th-ranked passing offense in the NFL. Vance Joseph stepped up to the podium yesterday, and he stood up for his superstar cornerback and said there won't be any of this picking on Patrick Surtain moving forward.
Well, absolutely, but I think most of the good offenses, Mike, they have to do that. If they don't, right, they lose half of their offense. And what we're doing on defense is pushing the ball to Pat sometimes. So he has to make more plays, obviously. We all have to. So I'm not worried about Pat making his plays. I will welcome teams attacking Pat every week. So I'm not worried about Pat.
Yeah, it's time for the Defensive Player of the Year to look like the Defensive Player of the Year again after getting a little bit humbled in week 2. When you have 11 tackles in a game as a corner, you know something has gone wrong. I don't expect him to have back-to-back games like that. The most tackles he's had combined in his career last week. 11 of them. Prior to that, it was 8 against Vegas, 7 against Indy back in 2022, 7 against Baltimore back in 2022 in that 10-9 loss against the Raiders. You can bet on him bouncing back.
Yeah, and I think that's going to ultimately be a big storyline for why the Denver Broncos are going to win this football game, is because Pat Surtain II is going to get his hands on a Justin Herbert errant pass. And it's going to ultimately lead to the Broncos getting their second takeaway, which ultimately this team will win a football game if it gets 2 or more takeaways. It's proven out. Last year, just shy of 90% win percentage at 8-1.
I love that.
When they got 2 or more takeaways.
When did he have his pick 6 against Vegas? Was that week 5 or was it earlier last year?
It was, okay, so I think it was like week 5. Because
Seattle, Pittsburgh, loss.
And then you went on the road, Greenbrier,
win.
And then Raiders.
Vegas at home.
Yep.
Okay, week 5.
That was the beginning of the, oh, wow, this is for real.
I don't need 2 picks and 100 yards. I need 1 pick and get into the red zone.
Yep.
Or 40 plus is what I'll take.
Or right now, how about just an interception?
Just a pick.
A takeaway.
Where you touch the ball.
Because right now it's one takeaway has been
I'm greedy.
created.
You know this about me.
That's a good thing. You should be, as a sports fan, especially when you have an incredibly talented defensive back who now apparently it's like, who cares? He's not that good.
Career's over.
Well, you know what? That's probably music to Pat Surtain's ears. He got to get some at-bats. Get some chances to get his hands on some footballs.
You can get lulled to sleep. So
God, I've gotten so much better, Raj. When I first started doing this radio thing, I used to say hands on balls a lot. He's excited. He's going to get his hands on some balls. I use football. Hands on some footballs.
It's probably smart considering you're going and coaching
football.
Youth football.
18-year-olds out there.
Oh, jeez. KJ.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, announced earlier this morning that quarterback Jaden Daniels will officially be out this Sunday, so he will not play. And let's head to the NFC West. We're still waiting on a decision regarding Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy spoke to the media yesterday, and he said, quote, "We've just got to see come game time how I feel. I want to play every game. I want to be out there. You only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional game going against the Cardinals. If you ask me, I'd love to, but I'm trying to be smart with my body here. You never know. We'll see when the game comes," end quote. Dan Quinn, he's doing what he thinks is best for his quarterback. What should Kyle Shanahan do?
Dan Quinn's commodity at quarterback is worth a whole hell of a lot more than Kyle Shanahan's commodity at quarterback.
Not today.
Well, in terms of dollars, but
in terms of the future.
Yeah.
In the trajectory.
That's like a $75 million quarterback that Washington has there. Dan Quinn should protect the hell out of Jaden Daniels. And Kyle Shanahan, if you want to rush your guy back, be my guest. But honestly,
should Jaden Daniels have maybe had a fictitious injury going into the game playing against Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary, and Lucas Van Ness?
Doesn't it kind of scare you that Parsons, according to Green Bay, hasn't been fully unleashed yet?
Scary.
He's being held back because he doesn't know everything about the scheme.
Yep.
And they say he's about 2 weeks away from having it all. And he still looked really effective in green and gold.
What a luxury to not just have him, but to have those other 2 pass rushers that I mentioned. It's really good pass rushing trio. It's the best in the league.
That team is going to be tough as heck to beat. They're my team in the NFC. I wish I could change it right now.
It's interesting. The NFC North, the shine is off a little bit, isn't it? Outside of Green Bay.
Quay Walker, Xavier McKinney as a safety is
So
really
good.
freaking
Interception
good, man.
machine.
Rashawn Gary's a freak. That's a heck of a
How about the
They have
NFC North?
I think they've got like 4 first-round picks on that
Raj,
defense.
Think about the NFC North, though, right? I don't think Detroit's as good as they were a year ago.
I mean, they did just put up 52.
On who?
Chicago.
Who is absolutely
They are cheeks.
worse. They're buns.
Minnesota, Carson Wentz is starting for Minnesota.
Yeah.
Let's talk about backup quarterbacks while we're
Like
at it.
Kevin O'Connell will have that team hovering around 500. At the end of the day, man, that's the that's the Packers division, period. Like the stranglehold on that thing is real. And I'll tell you this. The way that the Packers have created a stranglehold on the NFC North supremacy is what the Chargers have the opportunity to do this weekend. And the Broncos have to do everything in their power to prevent the Chargers from taking a stranglehold like the Packers have on the NFC North.
Who's the best backup quarterback in the league playing this week? Marcus Mariota, Mac Jones, Tyrod Taylor, Carson Wentz.
There you go.
Jake Browning. Are those the 5 or is there a 6th? I think I've got my 5. Those are my 5.
I'm going Mariota, man. I'm a Mariota guy. I love Marcus Mariota.
I can't take Marcus Mariota, Brian Kelly, or Chip Kelly offense out of my head. I can't do it.
It was beautiful.
I don't think I've
poetry
ever
in
had
motion.
more fun watching college football outside of USC Texas national championship game at the Rose Bowl.
You want to know how terrifying it was to be a coach on the opposite sideline with that Oregon Duck offense?
What
and Marcus
do you
Mariota.
do?
We beat him, Stanford. We beat him at Autzen Stadium, but it was terrifying going into that game. Essentially, we were playing for the Pac-12 championship, which at the time was a very good conference. It's not quite what it is right now with Oregon State and Washington State.
Royce Freeman, DeAnthony Thomas. I thought that was going to be like the next great running back in the NFL, and
he's just whittle.
He was too small. He was just a little dude.
He's a little Raj guy.
Super fast.
He's really fast.
It was me if I could run, a 4.2 40.
He actually ran on a football field as fast as you skate.
22 miles an hour?
Yes, sir. 22-mile-an-hour guy.
Buzzing.
Just going.
It's so good, man. Yeah, Mac Jones did look better than Brock Purdy. I agree from the 601. KJ, keep it going.
Tua Tagovailoa. You know what? Let's talk about that guy because week 3 was kicked off with Dolphins versus Bills last night, which you could have heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Dolphins lost 31-21 after another boneheaded interception by Tua Tagovailoa while the Dolphins were driving to attempt to tie the game up in the fourth quarter. Here's Mike McDaniel attempting to do everything in his power to not blame Tua for the loss.
I wanted to protect the ball. I wish I could, I think the quarterback has to be responsible for it. However, I wish I could just put it on him, but I think it's a tough job to do when there's someone in your face. We need everybody needs to do better, and we can't. If you got to ditch the ball to the flat in moments like that, and that's what we have to learn from.
Is my guy okay? Is he okay?
I think he knows his days as a head coach in Miami are numbered.
Is he okay, period?
I don't know.
Dude, that does not sound like a guy who's okay.
Dude, they played a good enough game to beat Buffalo on the road. They were marching, and yeah, Joey Bosa makes a really good play. Bosa is able to get inside leverage, and it's exactly what happened on the Bo Nix interception against Indy. He was ready, set, underneath his hips, ready to throw a strike to now, Tyreek Hill was far more open than Cortland Sutton was on that third down, but he had to make a last millisecond adjustment. It sailed on Nix, and it sailed on Tagovailoa. Now, Tua's incompletion went out of bounds, and Nix ended up keeping it in play. That was the big difference between the two. But the interception that he throws, man, you can't throw that ball. The game is on Tua. They played well enough. You just can't throw that pick. I understand the errant throws. That's why I bring in the Nix interception as compared to missing Tyreek on a third down. But you just can't throw the interception.
Do you remember when Tua, before his hip injury and before his concussion history, was really fun to watch as an NFL quarterback? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Or does it feel like it's just too far distant? Guys,
I remember
what a
it. I think it's
ridiculous
gone.
fall from grace, man.
I remember it. It's gone.
Does that franchise just cut ties?
You should.
To win games, you have to win the game,
You know
not lose the game.
You know the one thing that can save Mike McDaniel's job? Sitting Tua and playing Zach Wilson and showing like, hey, look what I can do. Look what I can do. I can save a guy's career. I can make us cheaper at quarterback. I can make us more healthy at quarterback. I think that's the one thing he has left to do at 0-3. What else do you have to lose?
Hold on. Let me question you on that, Raj, because if he does that, how much more heat gets under his seat if he pulls that move? Because
it's already the hottest in the league.
He only has 3 to 4 games to turn Zach Wilson into a superstar, or else he's going to get canned midway through the season anyway.
Well, he's got to start it now. Like, if you want to redo that roster, you have a potential out after 2026 on Tua's contract. You'd have to eat 3 years and I think $34.8 million in dead cap, something like that, on average.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of money, but like the Broncos have shown you can do it with a cheap quarterback. What else does he have to lose?
Vance Joseph, head football coach, Miami Dolphins. Go back to the scene of the crime where he got a 70
he did
spot.
here in Denver. What is happening?
Well, it's also the 70 spot was hung up on him there. Like, we love your job interview. It was a lot of fun. Let's bring you over here.
I don't know. I feel bad for McDaniel, but it's
dude. I just think
gone.
that McDaniel should probably mix in maybe a Celsius or something that makes
too chill.
I mean, that kind of chill doesn't come naturally. I mean, listen to that, man.
KJ, one more.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Tom Brady's presence in the coaching booth obviously created some stir earlier this week, as it was reported that Brady talks to the offensive coordinator Chip Kelly 2 to 3 times a week, and now that has caused concern around the league. Head coach Pete Carroll came out and said, guys, stop talking about it. It's nothing to be worried about. Chip Kelly on Coordinator's Day stepped up to the podium and essentially said the same thing yesterday, quote, I don't know what was said on the broadcast because we don't watch the games, but Tom's involvement with me is I spend a lot of time just talking football with him. We don't talk about game plans. I just use him as a resource of, hey, when you face the Mike Zimmer type defense, what did you like protection-wise and play-wise? But on a weekly basis, he's not planning with us or talking to us, and, quote, is it time to put this story to bed, or should we keep an eye on this throughout the season just in case?
I don't think it's a big deal.
I don't either.
How much are you really learning? How much are you divulging in a pregame broadcast meeting of like what's actually going to happen in the game?
Unfortunately, there's times where I probably divulged too much because I was trying to help people do their jobs effectively.
And you understand how helpful it is to like have a roadmap to a game, especially now.
Yeah. But I think there are certain people that will treat every possible media member as they are a mole. They are the mole. The Belichick world is that way.
Hey.
Smart.
Tommy's from that world.
Nobody's going to trust Tommy.
It's not a big deal.
Nobody's going to trust him.
Broadcast meetings and he's talking to Chip Kelly. Like, yeah, if I had the greatest quarterback of all time as a minority owner and I'm the OC of that team that he is a minority owner of, I am talking to the greatest quarterback of all time as much as humanly possible.
Agreed.
How do I make Geno Smith better? You tell me, Tom. You weren't the most physically gifted athlete.
You know what's funny? You bring up a great point. I think if I was an opposing head coach and say like one that would be a divisional matchup at some point, I would actually put the ball in Tom's court. What do you see, Tom? Tell me. What do you like? What are our tendencies?
Yeah, break down this game.
I want to I'd love to hear. Like, so what do you think? Do you like? What are the deficiencies right now at Bo Nix?
How are you going to analyze this game for the American viewing public?
What do you think about the defense right now? Like, if you were to face our defense, where would you attack?
You see all those injuries. Dre Greenlaw is not playing, but you have some all-pro corners on the outside and a first-round draft pick that might be playing nickel. What part of the defense do you think that you would take advantage of,
Is this the
Tom?
definition of gaslighting? Did we just, you and I just gaslighted Tom, didn't we?
Yeah.
Or we just did the opposite where the famous head coach move in a press conference where you answer a question immediately with a question back to the question asker. So good.
It's a PR training right
Yes,
there
it is.
from Coach Mike Sanford. Colorado's most complete local appliance store is Mountain High Appliance. They bring to you every single day here KJ's NFL Notes. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we get our Broncos and Chargers predictions. We pop some tops, and I'll have a little bit of an announcement as we get out of here. A couple of announcements as we wrap up a Football Friday edition of the Morning Sprint presented by Bud Light. Before we get into popping tops with our friends from Surfside and tell you what we're watching this weekend and getting some Broncos and Chargers predictions up on the board, we desperately need some wins on the board, Mike and KJ. We are woefully wrong through the first 2 weeks against the spread and with the over-unders. Some announcements from up north in Boulder. Here comes Ralphie 7 tomorrow making her debut against Wyoming.
Who has one of those?
I am so excited to be
Ralphie
there for the
7.
debut.
The 1-year-old American Bison currently weighs in at 700 pounds and is a gift from the Beaupre family, a multi-generational University of Colorado alumni and owners of the Eagles Wing Ranch outside of Steamboat Springs. Ralphie's run is iconic, and our fans, student, faculty, and staff, as well as alumni, take an incredible amount of pride in this tradition, which transcends sports, says Taylor Stratton, the director of Ralphie Live Mascot
love Taylor
Program.
Stratton. Taylor Stratton's the best part of the CU football and athletic community. She's the Ralphie handler and just such an awesome human being, and I just loved it. I'm glad that Ralphie is back out there in action.
Ralphie 7.
And I'm glad I get to be there for the debut, Raj. I'm going to be there.
I hope that she boogies on out there. That was the reason why Ralphie 6 didn't work. She was averse to running.
Is it bad that I chose CU Wyoming over my alma mater at Air Force?
No.
Just not real interested in the Broncos right now. The Boise State Broncos.
I think I would have chosen Air Force and Boise State if Air Force didn't poo the bed last week.
Yeah. It's also really far from where I live.
Yeah, you haven't moved down south
No.
yet. That is a hike to get down to the academy from Firestone.
That 22-minute drive to Boulder feels
Is that
like
2.5 hours to get down there?
I mean, you
Without
never know. With all,
traffic?
it's so crazy, man. I-25 now has like crazy amounts of traffic on a Saturday or a Sunday randomly. I'm like, well, what are we doing here?
But like Friday morning, nothing.
Just rolling on
No
in.
one's going to work and nothing. You're chilling.
I've learned that about Colorado. People don't drive when you're supposed to drive. They drive when you're not supposed to drive. Because it's just a fun, activity-based individual.
It's 9:15. It's good. That's not rush hour. You're sitting there just at a dead stop between 8th and 6th. Like, what on earth is happening right now?
Like when you work in the East Coast, I worked at Yale. I mean, every other corner in New Haven, Connecticut of
pizza capital of the world.
Well, yeah, pie, but you also had a Dunkin' Donuts everywhere. And everybody went to Dunkin' Donuts the exact same time every single day, and the rush hour traffic was between 6:15 a.m. until about 7:40.
Large iced caramel swirl, maple donut, chocolate donut. Bob's your uncle.
Black, Dunkin' Dark, nothing in it.
Because you're a man.
Munchkins, give me 20 of them.
Munchkins are great, man.
So
You can't
good.
bring him around Moj, though. He'll destroy those things. Can't bring him around Moj.
What?
I
You
get
buy
hammered.
Munchkins for everyone. Moj has 12 of them over the course of 90 seconds.
Who told you that?
I get hammered.
I
at
do
20 spot,
I do
though,
love a
pretty
good
quick.
Dunkin' in the morning, man. It's got nothing on Timmy Hortons.
See,
Double maple glaze. Get
I mean,
out
I
of
lived-
town. Some
Raj,
Timbits on the side.
I lived in
Connor
Minnesota.
McGahey knows what I'm talking
I
about.
lived in Minnesota. There's other places where I've recruited. I think Massachusetts has a pretty big Tim Hortons presence. I just never got into it, man. It's like, what do you love there?
Double, which is like the sugariest coffee on the
Double.
planet. Double, which
you know
is
I'm
2 cream, 2 sugar.
You know I'm a Southern Californian, right? So if I go in and say double, I'm expecting
In and out.
I'm expecting two patties, extra spread, grilled onions.
No, double, 2 sugar,
Everything
2
on it.
cream. It is more sugar than coffee, and it is the most energetic you'll ever feel in your life. You get a maple glazed donut and a set of a dozen Timbits, and you are good for the next 3 hours. Now, you have to have a bathroom next to you, because as Sean Payton knows, you can't have that much sugar and caffeine in your body and not go, have a time in the stall.
It's a number 2.
Appreciate it, Coach.
I had a good conversation yesterday with Romy, Bean, and Benny Fowler about how many athletes on a football field have to go to the bathroom, and they just hold it for hours because there's no other choice. And you knew who's brilliant in all of that? Coach Prime. Why have we not thought of that holistically earlier. A pee-pee tent. I want a pee-pee tent on my sideline.
I'm sure you can find it within the budget.
I got time today.
Speak loud enough. Someone will get it done for you tonight.
Can I please have a pee-pee tent tonight? Can somebody provide a pee-pee tent?
You know what I wanted to do is before the advent of wireless headsets, remember the guy who has to sit behind the coach?
I was the cord holder.
And hold the cord?
That was my first job at the USC on the USC sidelines as a 10-year-old. Holding Larry Smith's cords.
I want someone
Sounds
to
weird, doesn't it? Sounds like a pause.
Unfurl the pee-pee tent, and they have to follow you around the whole time. Because I don't want you to have to walk to it.
Oh.
I want you to take the headset off, turn around, and just...
And it just comes... Does it get dropped over me? Over the top of me?
Right over you. Like you're the Stanford Cardinal tree.
Or is is chest up revealed?
Actually, it's not revealed. It's translucent. It's transparent.
Okay.
So the bottom half of it is like black canvas, and the top half of it is plastic. So you don't miss a second of the action. You can still call the plays. Unfortunately, your quarterback's going to hear tinkle.
Where is set tinkle going to be? Where's it going? Do I need to look down?
No clue.
Okay.
That's a you problem. It's also probably a safe sport problem.
Essentially, so what you're describing is I need to wear Depends. Why even have the apparatus?
Because I think it would look funny.
Setup.
I think it would be hilarious. And I think you should do it. All right, it's Friday, getting to the end of the show. That means it is time for us to choose our Broncos games. 2.5-point dogs on the road Sunday, 2:05 p.m. Over-under is set at 46.5. Coach, do the Broncos cover the spread?
The Broncos are going to cover the spread, and they're going to hit the under in this game. Defense responds in a big way. Denver Broncos 24, and you got 17 for the Chargers.
Mr. Granderson.
They do not cover the spread, and they also take the under. I am going to say the Chargers win 17-13.
17-13. I agree. I like the under 46.5 in this game. I think the Broncos cover. I don't have them winning this game. I think it's going to be a nail-biter. I've got 24-23 in favor of the home Chargers. And as we wrap up a Bud Light Football Friday, it's time to pop some tops here on the morning sprint. Colorado football is back. Cheer on your Buffaloes with an ice-cold Surfside, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It is Surfside, the official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. You must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Coach, what are you popping tops to?
I'm popping tops on Sunday night, which is going to be capping off a wild weekend of football. I'm going to watch Russell Wilson, Mr. Dangerous himself.
Spicy.
Take down the Kansas City Chiefs for one night. All of us, we're all going to live dangerously, vicariously through Russell Wilson. I'm popping tops of that.
You ever done anything dangerous?
I'm popping tops because I'm not watching much sports this weekend. I told you guys I have an announcement. Today is my last day on the morning sprint for a handful of weeks. My lovely wife, Caitlin, and I are expecting the birth of our first daughter Sunday night. So we're going to go into the hospital this weekend. So I am popping tops to my brand new baby girl whenever she decides to show up this weekend. I'm going to miss you guys for a whole bunch. I hope to be back as soon as I possibly can. But I'm going to take a few weeks off and hang out with the family and welcome my first to the family.
And I'm going to pop some tops to fatherhood for my guy, Alex Ryanemi.
Thanks, guys.
I'm excited for you. You're going to be a tremendous father, but more importantly than you slouch you. I'm popping tops to Miss Caitlin. She is going to be a great mama, and for health and great expedient progress at the hospital on Sunday.
We don't want a long stay at the hospital. We want to get in and get out there.
And also not the 40-plus hours of labor that my last child, my most troublesome child.
That'll do it for us, for Coach and KJ. I can't wait to see you guys in a few weeks. I love you. They will speak to you tomorrow or Monday morning at 10 a.m. Go Broncos. PhD's next.
Friday night, hot as hell.
Dude, we're talking Raj, our guy. He's going to be a dad this weekend after he calls hockey games. That is crazy and fantastic. I didn't know what we were doing broadcast-wise. That's really cool what we're doing on Sunday. Because the Avs have a split squad game at Magnus, and then the other half of the team plays Utah later at night at Ball.
Cool.
And Raj is going to do the games with Connor. How great is that? Both games right here on Altitude. So
in two different places, they're just going to make the trip?
He said we're going to do a little social media as we go from one arena to the other to call the game, and we're going to carry the games, and then his wife is due to be induced unless the magic happens a little bit earlier. So that is a hell of a day, man. That is wild.
We'll see him in about 3 months.
That's a memorable one right there. I can't say.
How many days you have off with your kid?
I can say, yeah.
I had about 12 hours, and I went back to work. Yeah, my last had it on Sunday, and I think I was back at work Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, I had my kid, Thursday, my third kid. My first two were in the off season, so those two worked out all right. My third one, though, that was right smack in the middle of the season. Got it induced on C-section on a Tuesday. So I was back to work Wednesday morning. Yeah. That's 6 weeks? 12. 12 weeks. 12 weeks. 12. That's what the state will pay.
Back in the day. That was a long time ago. This is different now.
Back in the day before they gave us 12 weeks off in the middle of the football season.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy for our guy, though. It's pretty funny.
How about Marcus Mariota is starting? Dude,
yeah.
Marcus Mariota is starting. Jake Browning starting. Carson Wentz is starting. Yeah. It's the week of
Tyrod Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrod Taylor is starting.
Not Tyrod. Baker Mayfield explained. Tyrod. You got to hear the audio.
We did know that, actually. That is true.
Yes. You got to. It's funny to hear Baker actually say it. He said Tyrod is just too nice to ever correct people, but it's really Tyrod.
He like 5 or 6 years ago that came out, and then nobody could stick with it. They just went right back to Tyrod.
Yeah, of course. Because
instead of Baker, it's Baker.
Mafield. Yeah, I was like, is he putting us on here? Is this a joke?
No.
It's not. It is not a joke.
Who's he even play for now?
Tyrod
Tyrod
is playing
Jets.
For the Jets, because Fields is out.
Jets.
Yeah, a lot of backups.
Hold on, did we get them all? So Jake Browning, Carson Wentz, Tyrod Taylor. What am I blanking? We had 4 last time, but I think there's 5. Now I only got 3.
Mariota.
Mm-hmm. Who's the 5th? There's a 5th.
Oh, now you're getting me lost. Jets.
Oh, who's Jaden Daniels' backup?
Mariota.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Jets, Washington, Minnesota.
Carson Wentz. Did you say Wentz? I don't know. Whatever. There's 4 or 5 backups starting this season. Well, and then I mean, he's not. But I mean, isn't Russell Wilson kind of a backup?
Oh wow.
I mean, at this point,
dude, he balled out. He balled out. He had a great game.
Oh, Mac Jones.
San Francisco.
Yep.
Right.
Well,
there you go.
Indianapolis.
NFL.
Well, he's not a backup.
He's their star. What are you talking about?
So he beat out Richardson clean and from the start?
They're talking about moving Richardson to tight end. Did you hear that one?
No.
I mean, I can't blame him. The guy's an incredible athlete.
Are they talking about that, or did some just Joe Schmo say that he should do that?
I don't know where I saw it, but there was a vibe that Richardson could just get moved to tight end.
He's not that big, though, is he?
He's bigger than Evan Engram.
Well, taller or thicker?
I think he's both. I mean, you can look up their dimensions, but I bet you he's bigger.
Yeah, he's a big boy, 6'4", 245. That's a big guy.
That's a tight end.
Well, yeah. Ingram. Well, let's be honest. Any of us who went out there at that training camp, were you not shocked?
I couldn't believe how small he was.
Small he was.
I was like, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
I didn't look like anything that special. That's for sure. But he was. I don't know. He's hurt now with a back injury, which
Ingram's listed at 6'3", 240. I don't think so.
Yeah, I
would go maybe 6'2", maybe 230.
I I mean, is it crazy to have Richardson transition?
Yeah.
But why?
Yeah. It would be a really, really tough transition, number one. But actually, I would say number two. But number one, if I'm Anthony Richardson, I ain't giving up on my quarterback career.
Oh, okay.
I'm not doing that just yet.
Yeah, you wonder.
I mean, I'm in year 2, and I'm giving up on my QB career and making $75 million per year.
And compare salaries for a backup quarterback versus a backup tight end.
Right.
Yeah, well, how many teams are going to be interested in having him as
Well,
a
that's
backup
great.
quarterback?
That's a great point. I mean, even if you just make it as backup QB, you can make $8-9 million a year.
Assuming somebody would want him as a backup QB. I mean, there's a lot of other good backup
Well,
QBs
one
out
other
there.
team.
He's so young, though,
One
man.
other team
I mean,
will take a shot at him right now.
He's literally young in age and in NFL age as well. So, I mean, the two things, it's nuts for him to give up on that QB career.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. You guys enjoy watching
that was a great game.
Josh Allen show last night?
The Josh Allen show? You thought that was a Josh Allen show?
Every game he plays in is the Tua Tagovailoa show until he threw a pick?
I thought it kind of was, to be honest, yeah.
Listen, they hung around, no doubt about it. And they got a little lucky that Prater missed a field goal earlier in the game, or that the stretch would have been on. But I don't know. I just felt like they were talking about Tua not throwing interceptions so much. It just felt like destiny that he was about to.
Dude, the block punt changed the entire tide of the game. Because Buffalo,
Josh Allen, Bill's offense couldn't do anything on that defense.
The Buffalo was on the ropes, and then you got the roughing the pass or roughing the kicker, and that just absolutely killed you. They go down and score a touchdown. I think that took the lead, right?
Yes. They were tied up.
It was 21-21.
Miami had gotten like 3 straight 3-and-outs or something.
Yeah.
And then they got the block punt.
Yeah, I thought.
Or not the block punt, the roughing the.
You know what? We said it on the show. I like Mike McDaniels, and he's got a little root history, obviously, here in Denver. But I was like, okay, they haven't quit on him. Because I thought they came out and played and had a little energy and life about them. And I was a little excited for him. I was hopeful. I got to the point I was kind of cheering for him. And I don't think Tua is very good. But you could see, I mean, that was a coach that programmed the playbook, especially the first 3 quarters.
Dude, he was scheming it up. You see all those motions and everything else they were using.
Yeah.
And I mean, listen, the Bills don't have 3 wide receivers like the Dolphins have got. Like those guys are and Tyreek, I mean, say whatever you want about Tyreek Hill. That dude was on one last night.
Yeah, early
I mean, that dude was making some plays out of nothing.
And their running game was on
The
fleek.
Dolphins were 100% as good as the Buffalo Bills last night. I mean, I don't know what that means long term, but last night they were 100% as good.
Yep. And they're still 0-3.
Yep. Now, here's the question for Mike McDaniel, because I agree. It did not look like that team had given up on him, though. But, you got a big game against the Buffalo Bills. Sometimes it's easy to get up for a game like that, right?
Inter-division rival and all that stuff.
If you win it, you kind of salvage the hopes for the season. You lose it, next week will be really fascinating to see what that team comes out looking like.
Well, it's almost maybe good that they had a Thursday. Now they can get a couple of days to kind of flush it with a couple of days off, maybe, and then get them back. I'd cheer for Mike McDaniel. I don't – listen, I was going as far as the first 2 weeks going, we're going to see Zach Wilson. You're going to see Zach Wilson going to be a starting quarterback in Miami sometime during this season.
Mm-hmm.
And then last night I was like, okay, they schemed it up pretty good. And then just a terrible pick.
Terrible pick.
But the block punt's what killed them.
Special teams, throwing games away on special teams.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the Buffalo Bills schedule, though?
No.
Oh, man, it's not hard. They have just drawn a very favorable schedule. Very favorable.
Well, you got it.
What do they got?
They're a little bit Josh. It's the Josh Allen era, as you said kind of a while ago, like Tom Brady did. They're getting 5-6 wins every year just in conference, right?
Well,
they're probably going to get 6 wins.
I'll be stunned if they're not 6-0 in the AFC East.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Dolphins might be. Let's see. They're 0-3, right? They might be 3-4 in 4 more weeks. They got the Jets, Panthers, Chargers, Browns. They could be 3 of those 4 teams.
Yeah. And where's the Chargers game? Is it in Miami or
in Miami?
LA? Well, so you got a team flying 5 hours across country.
Yeah.
Well, you're assuming they're going to keep it together as a team, though. That they're not going to wither and fall apart and have more team meetings. They had a players only meeting after week 1.
Yep.
Fun game though. Fun to watch. Fun to just see everything with it. And Yeah, Buffalo's schedule is unbelievably easy. Buffalo I don't know. They may be a 14-3, 15-2 team this year. Seriously, it's like that. So we'll see. I mean, it's the NFL. Anything can happen, obviously. But
Who's
it's not hard.
Because of the schedule or because they're that good?
No, well, I mean, a little combo meal, But the schedule's not difficult.
Who is it? When Peyton Manning and Brady were both going, you knew the NFL schedulers were always going to put a Manning-Brady game. I mean, I think they did it for like 10 or 11 years right in a row, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it now? Is it Jackson and Josh? Is it Jackson and Mahomes, Josh and Mahomes? Which are the two quarterbacks that you know are going to match up in season every year?
Well, it feels like this year it should be Bills-Ravens, right?
Yeah, and that's already happened. And then I guess you'd want, Bengals, Ravens. Well, you always get the Bengals, Ravens.
Yeah.
You Bengals, Bills, yeah.
Cincinnati, Burrows, Mahomes. Do you want that?
Yeah, you want that too, for sure. Yeah, the NFC, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Is Jalen Hurts in that category? The Eagles, that kind of team?
The Eagles are in that category, yeah.
Yeah, the refs are supposed to keep a closer eye on the old tush push.
Meaning what? I saw that, but meaning what?
I have no idea.
Well, their two guards are both offsides on that last
I think it's like that.
And they've constantly got at least one dude that is technically false starting, and he gets a head start. Good luck. Good luck seeing that in real time.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, if you throw flags on the old tush push, then that's the way you stop it. I mean, that is exactly the way you stop it.
Well, where's the line judge? He can't see them two dudes starting before the ball moves?
Got me. I don't know. Who knows?
Dan's got it.
So they're going to be watching to make sure the Eagles aren't lined up off sides, they're going to be looking for more false starts on the tush push.
Oh, they're definitely going to throw some flags on the Eagles. That's coming. This is how they're going to try to control it without changing the rule this year.
Well, or what happens is you basically go your next couple of games, and you don't really have to do the tush push, and then they forget about it in 3 weeks.
We have some interesting cuts from Darren Rizzi from yesterday that we need to check out. But we do have some breaking news up there in Boulder. And I'll be at Rally House on Pearl Street tomorrow with a pregame for that big Buffs Wyoming thing. Would love to see you up at Pearl Street. So grab your game gear, and we'll see you on up there at Boulder on Pearl Street. And while I'm at Pearl Street, I'm sure one of the talks will be the new Ralphie is about to be unleashed on the world tomorrow. A 1-year-old, 700-pound bison from Steamboat Springs, some, ranch up there, who looks, no name for the bison yet. The name will come after her first run. So you will have a Ralphie, unnamed right now, but there will be an unveiling of the name of Ralphie 7 after the first run tomorrow night.
So the name could, after this game, be at least she's better than the last one?
Sure.
I mean, that could be the name, right?
The the photos of this Ralphie.
Slightly better.
Slightly better.
The photos of this Ralphie looked like, okay.
No, I mean, everything you hear from people that are up there, this Ralphie is supposed to be the real deal.
Right.
Like she's rambunctious. She's borderline uncontrollable.
She's not, what was the term? To running?
Indifferent.
Indifferent to running.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the story is that this was the plan for week 1, and she just was like, she needed some more training. Like, she was ready to go, like too ready to go. So your Buffs are going to,
cool.
Have Ralphie running tomorrow night, and we'll see who the quarterback is.
The people really want you to know that there's no Z in bison. You say bison.
Okay.
Bison.
The people can pound sand. It goes both ways.
It goes both ways.
You can say bison or bison.
Bison.
You can say it either
way. Are
way.
you sure? Is bison plural?
We'll get to Darren Rizzi.
If that was plural, I could buy that.
I think there's a Z in that, and he had some fun things to say. Plus, it is a Bud Light Football Friday, so fired up for the Broncos and the Chargers. PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in need of a new vehicle, don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state of Colorado. I know a lot of folks go shopping over the weekend. There's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. You're probably going to walk out a customer for life, just like I've been ever since my rookie year. Phil Long Ford is the only dealership that I ever need to deal with. Guys, they've got incredible deals right now. They won't be beat. And you can check out all the amazing deals online at phillongford.com.
It's time for the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm, partner of the Denver Broncos. I mean, no Dre Greenlaw, no Evan Engram. Justin Cernad was limited. So not holding out hope for either of those guys, which Golly, man, what are we talking about with Dre Greenlaw at this point? 2 months? I mean, when was the last time he was healthy?
Did he come back for like one practice?
He came back for roughly a week, I feel like, give or take. Maybe three practices, something like that. Not good, man.
Not good.
That injury was right at the start of training camp. I mean, wow. Both of your big free agents, too, that we were worried whether they're going to be able to stay healthy, and early on it's not looking good. Unfortunately for Evan Ingram, he's got 2 different injuries he's battling. He's got the calf, and now he's got the back.
How about that? The back is I think back injuries are – calf's not good either. None of it's good.
I wouldn't be entirely shocked if today's injury report said Evan Ingram limited. That's what happened last week.
We'll see. How much does this impact the team this weekend? What's the level?
Well, fortunately, the Chargers aren't running the ball particularly well right now, so that limits the damage of having Dre Greenlaw out. Evan Ingram has really been a non-factor in the offense no matter what, even when he's been out there. I feel like it's a matter of time until Evan Ingram has got an explosive game, a 100-yard game or something like that, but we haven't seen it yet.
Well, let me ask this, and it's so tough to say this. We do sports talk radio, and so you sit there and throw stuff out there that you're not sure you're buying into yet. However, and it's only 2 weeks into the season, but Evan Ingram is traveling down the road of B that rhymes with tust or must. There you go. That's better. He's traveling down the road that starts with B that rhymes with must.
What do we think tust means?
Oh, I was thinking of a word that would rhyme with bust.
Yeah.
And then
I just think we should put something on it. I mean, we should just make it a word.
Well, they had that Fleetwood Mac song, Tust.
Yeah.
Tust. No, it was Tust.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought it was Tusk.
Nah. Tust.
I talked to Stevie. She said it was Tust.
Yeah.
Lindsay wanted Tusk, and that's why they broke up.
Yeah. Well, and I heard they actually looked to vote of the USC ban, and then that also
Yeah. I mean, because
changed
Lindsay was always getting his way, but Stevie was the real talent.
Well, that's why the ban was in it, because they knew they sided with Lindsay.
Well, that's the injury situation for the Broncos. We'll get an update. They're practicing right now, so we'll before the show's over, we'll give you an update as it goes.
But what do you think that? Do you not think that Evan Ingram right now, in some Broncos fans' mind,
it's not looking good.
Is traveling down the bust road?
Listen, man. We talked endlessly about them drafting a tight end. Endlessly. Even when they got Ingram, we still were like, okay, cool. You got the vet. Now let's go get the younger guy.
Get a good young guy, right?
Yeah, because nobody really thought Troutman or Kroll or, Atkins has been out, although I think he's close to coming back at this point.
He's been practicing this week, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but, none of these guys is like, moving the needle.
Well, what's the young guy from Tennessee, the Colorado kid, right? You could have got him.
Oh, you could have got like 3 different tight ends.
Later.
You could have got Arroyo.
You talking about Ferguson? Who
yeah, Terrence Ferguson, yes. Arroyo's and Elijah Arroyo's another one. I mean, listen, the guys they passed on were Henderson, Judkins, Arroyo, Ferguson, Golden.
Don't forget Terry Creek.
And yes, help me.
Can you get it?
Oh, my God, Texas.
Gunner Helm.
That's what I was talking about.
Gunner Helm, too. Oh, well, there were 2. There was one from Heritage and Gunner Helm from Creek.
Yeah, that was one, because he plays for Tennessee and had his first catch.
You
right?
literally, during the draft, if you're the Broncos, passed on like 6 different impact offensive dudes. And you did that because, 1, you had faith in Ingram. 2, Barron dropped to you, so you jumped on it. 3, you loved R.J. Harvey, and you loved Pat Bryant. So that's why they don't have any of those dudes, because of those 3 guys. So we'll see. We'll see how it all works out. But right now at the tight end position, it seems like a complete wash now for the Broncos.
Hey, squirrel moment here. I'm sorry, but I just thought about it. I meant to bring it up in the last segment. How about the end of the game? Josh Allen didn't take a knee. Josh Allen did not take a knee. He handed that ball to the referee. That was a live football.
Ooh,
Well,
that was
I
a
didn't
live.
pay attention to that.
That was a live football.
You got to go back and watch it because he fumbled.
I know he puts he starts with his left knee down, then he tries to grab it, tries to put his right knee down, but that right knee was not down.
By the rules, as long as you give yourself up, you don't even have to take a knee.
What does that mean? How did he give himself up? By handing the ball to the referee?
Here, Mr. Referee, have the ball.
I could give myself up by handing the ball to the referee.
I saw a photo too. It looked like his knee was down while he was holding the ball on the ground.
Ooh, I don't know,
I know
man.
what you're saying.
I don't know.
Well, this is going to happen fast. Boom, right there.
He's not down yet.
No, he was. He is.
Oh,
it goes really fast, but
the
it's
knee
his,
was down before
not,
he got the ball.
that knee down right there.
The right.
It is, and there've been a million. But that being said, somebody also copied the rule, and as long as you're giving yourself up.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, the game's over. They're in victory formation. He's clearly giving himself up. Right there. Oh, well.
I think that knee's up by the time he gets control of that football.
All right.
No, I'm serious. Dan, go pause that. Okay, right? Okay, keep going. I know it's hard. Sorry. Because he's kind of fumbling that ball a little bit.
There's
well, I
photos
tell you
all
what,
over the
that
internet
guy
of
that got through the middle didn't think he touched his knee down.
I know. I'm telling you.
They did fumble the victory snap, though.
So because he starts running backwards, that's giving himself
Would it
up?
have been funny if that
that's what
defender
they
would have
said.
came through and hit the referee, boom, blew him up, grabbed the ball, went in for a touchdown?
Okay, let me ask you a dumb question then.
Sure.
Why do you ever take a knee? Why don't you just grab the ball and just turn around and walk backwards?
Because
it's not giving yourself up.
If you went as if you were going to a knee and turned around and gave yourself up, they would count. They would blow the whistle on that too. Apparently.
Oh.
What can I tell you? You can look up the rule. Listen, I thought the same thing when I saw it, and then I'm following it, and then somebody printed the rule of it.
All that would affect is the point spread, though. You're still up 10.
Yeah. I mean, the game was over.
I know, but you're right. It wouldn't have affected the win.
It's a sloppy moment from the Bills, though, one way or the other.
And I'm not sure a sloppy moment from the officials.
I agree. I think you're looking at some weird gray area by saying he was giving himself up.
Yeah. The only thing you could have done is if the referee would have just moved the ball out of the way.
Because I thought the same thing. And I was thinking the same thing, and my parade.
You sound like sad that I brought it up.
No, I'm sad. The parade was rained on by the guy posting the rule, and I'm looking at the rule. I'm like, oh, because I was hoping it was something else too. I always root for something to be
chaos.
more. Yeah, I love chaos. Chaos. I get bummed when it's not chaos. I wish it was chaos. That's all. I was just disappointed that, there's a rule about giving yourself up that I was. It actually does amaze me all this time covering football and doing football stuff that, all the rules are a little shady. The special teams rule is different too. Rizzy actually went on and on about how the special rule is different.
Dan, I don't know if there's audio of this, but Andy texted me in the middle of the show yesterday. I did not hear this audio. But apparently Rizzy said yesterday that he's had up to 80 field goal blocks in his career.
I got all this stuff.
80?
You want to hear it?
I'm calling BS. I'm calling you a liar, pal.
All right. Well, here's a bunch of the Rizzy stuff from yesterday. So we'll start with the lack of execution for the play.
Yeah, Mike, I know Sean went through a lot of it already, so I'm not going to read all the things that he said. But from a coaching standpoint, the thing that's disappointing to me is the execution part. That's on me. As a coach, any coach, if you go out, we're not lined up correctly, and we didn't execute the call that was called. And so, that's what keeps you up at night as a coach. So as far as the penalty goes, listen, the leveraging call, was it letter of the law, a foul? Yes. Are there many of those throughout the year that don't get called? Yes. So I get it. I guess probably because the play was in an escalated situation. But again, we'll learn from it, move on, and again, like I said, I know Sean's covered a lot of it, so I'm not going to double, reiterate all the things he said.
Okay, so that's the first part. But remember the story that you said was BS in the Indy Star?
Yep.
Well, guess who feels the same way?
Yeah, anybody that knows football.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody who's watched the play.
Yeah, anybody that knows football.
So here's how Rizzy explained that.
Yeah, listen, Brian Mason's a great young coach. I think Brian Mason's going to have a great career in this league. And so I respect Brian. Listen, no one self-scouts more than us. We know our tendencies. I would say this to you, the call we were supposed to run, we've never, ever run before, ever. So I would have to say that would be coach speak a little bit. We've probably, in my 17 years in the league, we've probably run about 80 different field goal blocks. and we ran the call incorrectly. So to say that, I would have to kind of say that's some coach speak there. But again, I got a lot of respect for Brian. He does a heck of a job. He's done a great job in college and a great job at the Colts. And so, but I'm very, very confident that our tendencies, we don't have that many, and that play that we were supposed to run had never been run before. So,
all right. So what he said, there's actually a bunch of stuff there. In his career, he's run 80 different field goal blocks.
Yeah, I'm calling BS on that.
Oh, I think he had, but he's not saying he blocked 80. He said
I
he
know.
had the blocking calls.
80 different variations.
In his
Dude's
career.
been in the league for 35 years.
Okay, we're getting down to some weird semantics here on like, did it go to the right side or the left side? I guess that counts as 2.
I guess.
I mean, in any given year, you might have about 4 blocks in. About 4.
All right, but he's not saying the Broncos have 80. He says he's had 80 in his career, and they've never – how about that? He's had all these in his career, so he claims, and he's never called that one.
Well, at least here with the Broncos, but –
yeah. So who do you think was really calling that play? You think he was – Darren Rizzi all of a sudden said, I got an idea. Let's do something we've never –
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, DMac.
You don't think Sean Payton had anything to do with that?
Sean Payton does not spend 30 seconds of his week designing a field goal block.
So you think Darren Rizzi just completely on his own
why
called a play they've never, ever run before?
They were running it through. They were practicing it throughout the week because that was what they liked this week. Yes. DMac,
Wow.
you're nuts if you think a head coach is spending time designing a field goal block.
Okay. I respectfully disagree. This screams Sean Payton.
You think Sean Payton is spending time during his week designing field goal block?
No, not designing it, but having it. Yeah, and I'm sure he's aware
or
of it.
yelling down, let's block this.
Yeah,
He
whatever.
may have done that.
Correct.
Oh, sure, he could have done that.
Or they could have talked. They could have talked. If we get in this situation, this is the play that we're going to call. Like that. Like if we get in a game.
But then the question again, I asked, why didn't someone ask? Why put a dangerous play in
It's
the field goal
stupid.
block at that time of the game?
It's insane. However it got called, it just seems crazy to me that Rizzi would just do that completely on his own at that time. I think what he's saying there is, why do you think Sean's got his back on this one?
Because it was this guy that he fired 2 other guys for?
I just think Sean Payton overcoaches a lot of situations in life, in football. Not life, in football.
Vance Joseph would say I agree with that.
Yeah. I think Sean makes things way more complicated. 4th and 8, what are we doing? Throwing the ball, we don't have to. We're scheming up a block that we've never done before. That's not out of the Sean Payton playbook. Sounds like it. Guy's Mr. Onside Kick. I mean, Sean's plays everything. How many times during training camp did he gather the entire team for endless amounts of chit chat? This feels just like, to me, it feels just like Sean Payton. And I think to his own detriment. I think he's, death gripping that steering wheel outside a sushi restaurant. Why did I overthink this? He admitted he should have done it on a shorter kick. So I don't know. However it happened, I think the coaches at the end of the day, one way or the other, cost the Broncos a game. Because they overcoached, in my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you this. If the field goal block is executed the way it was designed, you got no problems. You got no penalty. So that's what it really comes down to. The players did not execute it the way the play was designed.
Well, that's true.
So we're sitting here crushing the coaches for a very risky call. And I get that. I really do. I understand everybody that's saying, why would you risk anything on a 60-yard field goal? I got you. That's fine. But I'm just saying, the coaches did not design a particularly risky call, intentionally risking a penalty. The players did not execute it as it was designed.
No doubt about that. The players screwed it up. There's no doubt it wasn't designed like that. No doubt about it. But my question is, why would you make a call like that? It feels a little desperate to call something according to him, we've never, ever run that before. I have 80
Well, he's only
blocks.
been here for 2 games.
Yeah, but he's talking about his relationship with Sean. He's talking about their time together. That's a New Orleans Saints sort of deal right there.
You brought something up, but I think this is what you were getting to a while ago. The greatest special teams play ever called in Super Bowl history basically helped the Saints win a Super Bowl over the.
Yeah.
Was that
Colts.
special teams coach calling that?
No way, of
was
course
that
not.
Sean Payton calling that.
Yeah. Sean Payton. I think at the end of, I don't know, man. You clearly know better than me. But it seems to me at end of half, end of game situations, the head coach is always the one that has the final say on everything that happens. I don't know. And it was a different form. Everybody admits it was a different thing. Silly way to lose a game, man. I don't know. Scott, basketball-wise, can you compare it to an inbound play? Like we're going to call an inbound play that we don't really practice and we haven't really done?
Well,
we're going to overcomplicate this thing?
You might. I mean, you would hope that your team is disciplined enough that you could draw a play on the board.
And they would get it.
In the old days.
That's what I keep going back to.
Yeah.
You designed something that was a safe football play. The players didn't execute it.
Yeah, might have been. But I will say this. I don't know if modern-day players, at least in basketball, that you could sit there with the board and go, okay, this guy go here, because I've seen him do it, and then all of a sudden your small forward stand there going, what do I do?
All right, well, let me just ask you guys this question. Again, you've been there. How often do coaches make things harder than they need to be?
A lot.
Every coach in the history of coaching has done that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a reason why keep it simple, stupid works.
Why do coaches do that?
They get paid a lot of money, they got a lot of time, and they make themselves stay there till 2 a.m.
I watched.
Okay, that's fair. They work at it. You want to use it.
I watched Gino Ariamo, however you say his name, at a Nike at a Nike's coaching clinic, and he was going over their kind of motion offense big thing that they do, and I am sitting there watching this entire lecture. I got it on VHS, and I'm going back and pausing, writing notes down. I'm putting diagrams. I got 2 or 3 pages of diagrams, the sequences, how to practice to get the guys, small breakdown practices and drills of each little thing. Maybe I get done. I spent an hour and a half on this thing, at least.
All right.
And then he gets to, I have now made it more complicated than it needs to be. Then he gets to the end. He goes, now, of course, here's what you coaches need to remember. He says it at the very freaking end of the video. That's an All-American. That's an All-American. That's an All-American. That's an All-American. Right. So the thing being, there's a whole lot of coaches make things a lot harder than it meant to be because it looks so cool. That ain't an All-Pro.
Yeah.
That's not a Pro Bowler. That's a dummy. That's just a good athlete.
I was at a youth baseball clinic, and the guy was really good. He was like, I can take any group of kids and turn them into a championship team or get to the championship. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, just do these things. You'll get to a championship. And, well, what happens when you get to the championship? Oh, we always lose. They're better. Because you can only do so much, man. At the end of the day, the athletes are going to be the athletes. Whatever. The Dolphins lost that game, arguably, or lost a chance for the game, because they ran into the punter when they were the Bills were going to give you the ball back.
Yep. With a chance to go win the game. Correct.
Like, you did it. And this one guy on special teams who's probably trying to keep a job, right? Like, he's, I'm assuming you're on special teams. You're trying to do something desperate. That's why I was never a fan of having a kick returner or a punt returner who wasn't an established member of the team. No problem for the Broncos. We got one. That's good. But how many years have we had, like, Joe desperate for a job taking kicks back, or like Trendon Holiday, who was very dynamic, but he had one job? How often is Trendon Holiday going to fair catch a ball? I mean, the ball's the size of his torso. Now, every now and then, it's pretty exciting, but he's going to take a chance because he's trying to justify his existence. It's dumb. Special teams mistakes that cost you games are just, they're the stupidest things.
Denver lost one last year. Miami helped contribute to lose one last night.
All right, we'll come back and we'll look at the big NFL games this weekend. Plus, Matt Money Smith will preview the Chargers for us after 1 o'clock on PHT. All right, erectile dysfunction, you don't want that. You want to have a great weekend, not an unsatisfactory one. And if you've ignored it and put it off and just said, it'll get better at some point, but it isn't, and it hasn't been. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. It causes stress, anxiety, and depression. Well, listen, here's what you do. You get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, you could be like a lot of men and be having sex the day after your appointment, so best of luck. Great location in Castle Rock, the shining jewel of 4 other locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, by the way, and of course, the people on the text line, Sean Ma's the text line, are certainly smarter than I am. The guy that, I think this is even worse for the Dolphins. The guy that got the flag for the punt, Captain Zach Sealer, and Mike McDaniel said after the game, it was not designed for him to block. He was supposed to put.
Got through.
He got through. He was supposed to put push to hurry things along. Sealer said, I've got to be better. I can't make stupid errors like that. It's the second time this season they have done this roughing the kicker penalty. In fact, on defense, McDaniel said a couple of weeks ago that he was trying to do too much on defense. So you have a team captain for the Dolphins that is kind of, the do your job thing, trying to do a little bit too much. I think that's actually worse than the young buck just trying to keep a job. But can you imagine your team captain? This is a guy you're really dependent on, and he's letting you down in these situations, and you got to talk about him multiple times, and he's a team captain?
Dude, the temptation to attempt to block a punt has got to be so unbelievably strong. Like you can taste it. You can see it right there. All I got to do is dive after this thing, and I'm about to make a play, even though I know this really, because you've got punt block, you got punt safe, you got a lot of different calls. Sometimes you get through on punt safe, and you're like, well, am I going to make an attempt on this thing or not?
How often in sports is it I wasn't supposed to do this, but I did it anyways, and it turned out, and my coach was mad at me, but he said, great job.
Yeah, don't shoot that 3, Tyler. Nice shot, Tyler.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Happens all the time, right? There's a great video of Ed Reed catching an interception in the end zone, and Brian
I just
Billick,
watched that yesterday.
right? And he's like, no, Ed, go down.
Yeah.
Ed runs it back 100.
Go Ed!
Well, it's one of those things when you make a
playing
decision
sports.
to do it, like when he makes the decision to block the punt, you better block the punt. And he wasn't even close to blocking the punt.
Anytime you go out of your responsibility at all, you're going out on some sort of ledge, right? You're taking some sort of chance. And you know what? In all honesty, that's a situation where I feel bad for the coaches. Clearly, they called something, and when your player tries to freelance, I mean, is that on the coaches? He's been coached to not do that like probably 10,000 times. Special teams.
All the way going back to high school.
How much freelancing goes on in high school? Does it happen all the time?
You say he's coaching. He's been coached that since high school.
Oh, yeah, of course. All right, let's look at some of the games this weekend. My camera's diving there.
My computer won't turn on.
Your computer won't turn on?
Yeah.
You got to hit the power button.
No, I hit it and go.
Try power.
It was on a while ago, and then it just went off, and now it goes back to this.
Did you
the camera must have seen you.
Wow. Rams-Eagles, guys. Let's go through some of the games here this weekend. We have the 2-0 Rams against the 2-0 Eagles. Is this a preview of an NFC Championship game? I guess the question is, are you buying the Rams? That's I suppose, the real question.
I always buy the Rams, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good coach. It's a good quarterback who feels, gosh, how old is Matthew Stafford?
Right at 40, 40, 41.
He's got to be in the 40s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? He might have been the same class as me. He might be the same age as me.
Really? He's 37.
He is not the same class as me.
Younger
no, but he could have been 1 year behind, though, because he came out early, right? Anyways, my answer is I always buy the Rams.
Rams are good and got a chance as long as he's on his feet.
Raiders at the Commanders. Washington is favored by 2.5, and we're going with Marcus Mariota.
If the Raiders were going to give themselves a chance, it says no signal now. If the Raiders are going to give themselves a chance to win, this will be the week.
Yeah, Commanders are not the same team they were last year, and that's even with Jaden Daniels at QB. Still probably take the Commanders in this one.
Boy, I'd love to see that. That would be fantastic. Hopefully that is the case. We go to the Texans at the Jaguars. The Jaguars are actually favored in this. How about that? Hello.
How much?
Of just 1.5, but still, the mighty have fallen with the Texans, or have they? They're 0-2 right now. Jags are 1-1. In that division is something new going on there. Or the Texans, boy, that would feel.
I'm drawing a blank on who the Texans played. I watched the game, and I'm drawing a blank. Came down to the end. Who did they play last week?
Texans, I believe it was
Tampa.
the Bengals.
That's right.
That was Tampa. That's right.
That was the Baker. That's right.
Right. That was.
I thought Texans looked pretty good, didn't they?
Did Bulls let them score on purpose to give the ball back to Baker? That was that game. Great game. Great game.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Jags are favored. I'd take Texans.
Sky, what do you like there?
Well, I'm not a big Trevor Lawrence fan. I'm trying to go back to week one and see who the Texans Lost to. They lost to the Rams 14-9.
Okay.
So they're 0-2, but they've lost 2 really close games, and that was in L.A. I'm going to take the Texans.
Cardinals 49ers, and that is Mac Jones playing for the 49ers. And boy, we remember Mac Jones from just being lights out in the preseason. You guys remember that? How good Mac Jones was against the vaunted Denver Broncos defense?
I sure do. That first drive, march straight down the field.
Look at this for a division game, man. Like both 2-0 teams. Here we go.
And it's in San Francisco, right?
It is, yes. Santa Clara, but yes.
I'll take the 49ers.
Even with Mac Jones.
Even with Mac Jones.
They're favored by 2.5.
Because you got another quarterback whisperer. The only times I give teams a chance with the backup is when the coach or somebody on that staff is a quarterback whisperer.
I like that pick. I'm going to copy it. I do. I just don't ever buy the Cardinals, I guess is what it really comes down to. I never, ever buy into the Cardinals, even though a lot of people predicted they were going to win the NFC West.
On Sunday night, you've got the Chiefs against the Giants. Giants are 0-2, Chiefs are 0-2. Wow. Who would have well, you might not be surprised by the Giants. But 2 winless teams. Are the Chiefs done for the AFC West if they lose this game?
Yes.
If they go 0-3, is that a wrap on them winning the AFC West this year?
I don't know. Are the Chargers going to charge her?
Well, we can get to that in a second.
Hey, real fast, we get that. Going back to that Cardinals, they're 2-0.
Yeah.
They've beaten the Saints and Carolina.
Okay. So you're putting a little asterisk there.
Yeah, I'm putting a little asterisk on that 2-0.
Chiefs ain't losing to the Giants.
Chiefs ain't losing to the Giants. Russell Wilson going to come back to earth?
Probably.
Yeah. Little reality check there.
Oh, I don't know.
Russ might be feeling himself, takes a few chances. INT.
Boy, it's a big Russ Wilson game, though, isn't it? New York City, Sunday night. I mean, I know they lost against Dallas last week, but you want to talk about a loss that probably felt okay, at least from his perspective. You got Sienna there, Scotty. She's probably
Chiefs
singing
gave
somewhere.
Up 27 points in week 1.
Let's go with Cinnamon.
Cinnamon. Oh,
yeah.
Cinnamon singing.
That's actually
yeah.
Right there. And what did they give up last week?
How many bathrooms do you think Russ has in his wherever
New York
he's living?
City?
Yeah. Is he living in New York? Where is he living?
He's definitely got a penthouse somewhere.
Somewhere there. Yeah.
Oh, he's like Times Square, man. I
You
mean,
think so?
He's like penthouse Times Square.
You think he's got a joint in Manhattan, even though everything is in New Jersey for the Giants?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, there is a high rise right on the other side of the Hoboken.
Cinnamon ain't staying in New Jersey.
Cinnamon's not staying in Jersey. She's not hanging out next to Tony Soprano.
No,
in
what
a
you do
mansion
is
in Jersey.
you get your condo that's close to the practice
Get
field,
both?
and then you get one downtown.
So you spread the 12 bathrooms out. Maybe 7 one place, 5 in another.
I bet he went low.
Really?
Yeah, I bet.
Think he's got like a little like a twin dwelling in like Hoboken.
Yeah.
Just a little side by side.
Yeah.
Shares it with the neighbor.
Right there by a little diner that looks like an old railroad car. Yep.
Some place that has a payphone outside.
Hoboken got hot for a while.
Donnie Brasco's making phone calls on the payphone. Just Russ is in there having a bacon sandwich.
Guys out playing checkers in front of a no-name bar.
What's your pick for the Broncos and the Chargers? We're going to talk to Matt Money Smith here in about 6 minutes. But right now, what's your vibe? Chargers got a score?
27-20.
Okay,
Tyler?
Yeah, I'm so tempted to take the Broncos, but it's just foolish. Chargers are a better football team. I got the Chargers 24-17. Is that what you just said? I'm sorry.
27-20.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a quirky game. I got a lot of field goals. I got a lot of red zone failure. I'll take the Chargers 25-23 in a pretty close game.
23.
Yeah, two touchdowns, 3 field goals.
Okay.
That's
a lot. Hey, that's a lot of trips to the red zone, though.
Well, you listen to Nate Kreckman. If you can't kick a field goal, you suck in the NFL these days. You can't have a field goal opportunity, you blow. So,
well, just saying, if Lutz keeps missing big field goals, then maybe next year we'll draft a kicker.
That would be such a great idea.
That'd be great. Draft a kicker and draft a punter.
We'll talk to Matt Money Smith. He's on the call.
Get your priorities right.
Of the Chargers game. He's next.
Although the punter's been the best draft pick they've had.
He's been good. He's been great.
Yeah, I think it's always important to be in the conversation, and we truly do take it week by week, like you said. But to be in the conversation, to be competing for a spot like that is our goal is to be able to understand that it's a really long season, and we got to do our best to take it week by week, never look too far ahead, never look back, and as long as we're doing everything we can, listening to Coach Harbaugh and taking care of business, you just got to trust the process and see where you end up.
There's Justin Herbert. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. The great Matt Money Smith, the Chargers radio play-by-play dude. On with us, Matt. Hey, thanks for joining us. Your Chargers, man. Big hype on the Chargers. Like, here we go, right? It's kind of cool for the Chargers, I would guess.
It is DMac, and I would say not necessarily great, maybe slightly above average. Matt Money Smith is where I would probably slide.
Hey Matt, what year is it for you in this business, brother? It's great by me, man. You keep doing it. You keep plugging away, brother.
31.
That's awesome.
Year 31 in the business of radio, and somehow it still exists. Who would have ever believed?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun. You look at the schedule when it's released, and obviously the Chargers well known for their schedule release videos, so it's up top of mind. And you see the Chiefs, the Raiders, and the Broncos, and it's like, all right, well, I guess we're going to know a heck of a lot about this team by week 4, right. And they've passed their first 2 tests. You knock off the Chiefs after an 11-hour flight, 4 time zones away, and then you head to Vegas, where it's always a hostile atmosphere, and you knock off the Raiders. So now let's see if they can, make it 3 in a row against the Broncos and really kind of get a stranglehold on this division and talk about building some momentum for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying for the AFC West, honestly. I probably would have been mad when I looked at that schedule if I was you guys at the beginning, but now, I mean, you got an opportunity to start out 3-0, and wow, talk about being in the driver's seat. That's pretty nuts. But anyways, hey, I wanted to ask you about the offense is different this year, right? Harbaugh known as a run the ball 3 yards in cloud of dust guy. He's got a Ferrari at the quarterback position, and he's driving it, huh? I mean, do you expect that to stay that way the rest of the season?
We had a conversation with Greg Roman, the OC, in training camp, and he just seemed to repeatedly not point out, but just sort of allude to the fact that Justin was really banged up last year, that planner, the first week of training camp pretty much put him in a boot for the remainder of camp, the final 3 weeks. And then the high ankle sprain was gnarly in Carolina. We got to see that firsthand because we were staying with the team for the week. We stayed in Carolina for the week leading into the Pittsburgh game. So he's hobbling around the hotel. He ends up playing against Pittsburgh. I think it gets even worse. And he talked about how healthy Justin was. He's like, I got a healthy Justin Herbert. I like, when we talked about in the pocket versus out of the pocket, he's like, I like my quarterbacks to be on the move. I feel like it's, they're now piloting, the play as opposed to reacting to the play. And so we had an idea that this was going to be possible. And I think so much of it is predicated on Justin being able to use his legs. It's just how effective he is as a runner. So I think they've really kind of leaned into that as maybe the best weapon they have available to them. Justin's, pretty much just Justin in general, but when you combine his intellect along with his arm talent, and now you can mix in the feet, I just feel like they look at that and say, yeah, this is our greatest advantage going into any game.
Hey, Matt, Scott Hastings here. We have one of the other guys on our radio station, one of the hosts, actually coached with Harbaugh in Sanford. And he always says, listen, Harbaugh brings an identity. Wherever he goes, whether it's Michigan or Stanford or wherever he coaches, he brings an identity now to the Chargers. The old identity for the Chargers, back in us guys have been following the AFC West since the 60s, when the ones that still remember Seattle in that division. San Diego was always that pretty finesse team. Under Harbaugh, this ain't a pretty finesse team on either side of the football, really, is it?
No, you got it, Scott. I mean, I'll tell you what, you watch the film from last week and you want to see a defense that wanted to punish a team. We could hear the pads popping all the way up on the 7th story, of Allegiant Stadium. Derwin, Alohi, just look at the first play of the game. Alohi Gilman hits that receiver so hard, it pops that ball into the air 30 feet. That Dion gets that interception. And that's, you're absolutely right. I think it's the Harbaugh identity. Jesse Minter is we were floored that he didn't even get an interview in college or the NFL for a head coaching position with what he had to work with and what he walked out with at the end of 17 games in 18 weeks, the number 1 scoring defense, top 10 across all metrics, and everybody said, well, that can't sustain this year. And then you look through 2 games and allowing 6 points per first half, a single touchdown pass, and they're just kind of right back where they were last year in dominating. And I think so much of that, everyone, zone defense and the way he disguises and all the different looks he's presenting. I think so much of it, though, guys, is just physicality. And they call it BTB, burst the ball. Like when you watch the game back and you look at a tackle being made, you'll see 5 Charger jerseys around it. And I think that has also kind of hopped over to the offensive side of the ball, and just how physical this offensive line has been with the addition of Mekhi Becton, and how hard and how strong the pass protection has been, how hard those backs are hitting in Omari Hampton and Najee Harris. So, yeah, I think it's carried over where it may look kind of like finesse, like you said, a little Air Coryell, Scott, but at the same time, there's a lot of physical play on the line and in pass protection to lead to those big explosives.
Well, we had J.K. Dobbins was talking yesterday, Matt, and let me play something for you because it has to do with his relationship with the Chargers. Go ahead, Dan, run it.
I mean, is there any thoughts that they went after Najee, they drafted Hampton, they didn't really seem to want you? Are there any thoughts on, hey, they didn't want me, I want to get revenge?
Well, they did. But
they wanted you?
But, yeah, okay. Of course. But we just didn't see eye to eye. And, business is business. They did what they had to do. I did what I had to do. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say they absolutely wanted me, but we just didn't see eye to eye business-wise. So that's where that's at. Like, no, they didn't. No. Yeah.
Was that salary or pretty much? Or,
yeah, I mean, okay. Something like that.
Okay.
Okay. Matt, you buying that or not?
I am, yeah. I love JK. He was so much fun to have around last year, and I'm sure you guys have experienced it, man.
Yeah, he's been great.
He is. He's just a walking smile, So you see him walk on the field, and you can't help but smile. I love him, and I think he's right. I think they did want him back, but they were concerned. He's someone that has had that injury situation every single year of his career, and it stinks because he's such a good runner and so much fun to be around. His teammates love him, but last year it crushed him, man. Those final 4 weeks, 5 weeks that he was out, and he was not right in that Houston game, and they ran the ball for like 2 yards. They couldn't run the ball. They ran it for like 2 yards per carry. So now all of a sudden the D-line is teeing off on Herbert. He can't pass the ball. And so I think that's probably what was built into that offer is, it happened again. Yeah, you were great when you were healthy, but, man, the final month of the season and the playoff was really a gut punch. And so I think they wanted a little protection there. But I got the sense that JK, and I think he's being honest there, left on good terms, loved his single year there. And hopefully, and I know, I hope he doesn't go off tomorrow, on Sunday, I should say, but right. I wish nothing but the best for him, man, because I really liked, having him around.
All right, if the Chargers lose to the Broncos, what happened?
You try to bounce back against the Giants and finish your first quarter 3-1, and you consider that an incredibly successful first quarter of the season. You're on pace to win 12, 13 games, and you feel really good about yourself. Look, I think they win, and I do think the conversation, really kind of turns to what a stranglehold they have on this division, and, the easiest way to punch your ticket to the tournament is with a division win. So I think the narrative around them is considerably different if they win the game. If they lose the game, it's like, yeah, that's a tough start, man. Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos to go 3-0 against those 3 teams. And you just kind of focus on finishing the quarter 3-1 and look at a second quarter that I think is very favorable and see if you can get out of this thing at 8-2 or better. Now, don't get me wrong. They want to win this game and try to put their foot on the throat of the AFC West. No doubt about it.
Well, man, I think what he was talking about, if Denver were to win, how did that happen if Denver were to win?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Well, sorry. Yeah, I think you just look at the 2 games from last year, right? Bo Nix used to say it was kind of the Bo Nix coming out party, right? In that first game last year, that second half, they jump up 23-0. And then all of a sudden, Bo just kind of starts using his legs, and that leads to some open passes, and he really turned it on, and that kind of launched the rest of the 2024 campaign. So, and then I look at that first half of the Thursday night game, and Bo carved them up in 3 straight drives. It was touchdown, 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 and they're up 21-10. So I think if the Broncos win, the Chargers lose, I think it's mostly because Bo was able, and Sean Payton, with how great of a play caller he is, they were able to kind of find some soft spots and some weakness. And because, look, that was one of the most effective first halves, if not I think it was maybe the Buccaneers. It was either that or the Buccaneers game, most effective first half any team had against this Jesse Minter defense last year. So we know it's in there. And we know Sean Payton can coach, man, and we know that Jesse Minter can coach. So it's going to be a tussle between those two. And if Sean and Bo get out ahead of them, I think that's probably what it is.
All right, last one for you, Matt Money Smith, the Chargers radio play-by-play man. Cortland Sutton compared playing the Chargers at SoFi like going on a high school game when you go 30 minutes down the road and all your fans come with you on school buses, where all of a sudden they sort of take over the stadium. What has the culture been like for Chargers fans, and how annoying is it when that does happen? And trust me, Matt, we know that's like at Coors Field with the Rockies. You know, we get it. But I assume that still happens there, or am I wrong on that? Are the Chargers fans sort of coming around a little bit better?
No, I think they're coming around. I mean, I'll be honest. I think it's a pretty annoying talking point, just because I think it's changed so much. It's been 8 years now, you know, and I think when you look at year one, and look, Cortland's been there a long time, so I think he had the opportunity to see when it was really bad, when they were in that little stadium and it was only 30,000 seats and tickets were incredibly expensive because they were trying to make their money. And so, you know, you've got all these Bronco fans that are going to go to one game a year in Los Angeles that live here. We know, you know, that Los Angeles is a destination for people from all over the country. They want to come live here because of, you know, how great it is. And so they've all got their favorite teams. And yeah, man, it was ugly the first few years. It was really ugly. I do think that it has changed dramatically. And I mean that, like, dramatically. I think there are still, and look, I just saw it last week in Vegas on Monday. I mean, that place, the Chargers sideline was 50% Charger fans, powder blue behind. And who would have ever thought that at a Raider game? I mean, geez, Charger fans were terrified to go to Raider games before. But Vegas is a destination. So I think you just kind of accept it. But I'll say, like, DMac, the Charger fan base has grown because of two things. One, and it's number one by a wide margin, Justin Herbert. He's a superstar. And when you have a superstar at quarterback, you can cultivate those kids that are playing Friday Night Lights and high school players. And now their parents become Charger fans when they were living in the NFL wilderness for 20 years because we didn't have a team. And then Harbaugh. I think Harbaugh is a superstar coach. And that's brought even more people. So I think when you look at the stadium, yeah, there's going to be a lot of orange in there, no doubt about it. But I think compared to what it was, it's dramatically different. And headed in the right direction. Look, it ain't going to take – we knew it wasn't going to take a year. We knew it was going to take a long time, and I think with a superstar quarterback and a great head coach, now the only thing that's missing is that playoff run. They get that, and I think, you know, it'll fully be a great push in kind of taking that next step.
All right, Matt, who's got it better than you guys?
Nobody. And I hope that continues on Sunday afternoon.
All right, is everybody buying this sort of corniness of Jim Harbaugh? Is everybody like, we're all in on this stuff?
Crazy.
They love it?
It is crazy. I would have never imagined. I mean that. Look, you guys, Tyler and Scott, you know, I mean, what it's like in DMac, what it's like in a locker room. I would have never imagined everybody leaning into and embracing high fives. Or he's a jolly good fellow, and who's got it better than us? But they love it. They love him, man. He is. You know what it is, and you always hear this from players, right? Hey, man, just be you. Don't try to be anybody else. As long as you're you, and you put the players in the right position to maximize their earning potential and their playing potential, you'll be fine. I think the coach we had before was a really smart coach, a bright coach. I just never quite felt like he was. I always felt like it wasn't necessarily his authentic self. And I think to have this come on the heels of that is like, oh, yeah, who would ever want to try to be like this? This is no doubt. You know, this is who this guy really is.
That's awesome. Thank you, Matt. We appreciate it. Have a great call on Sunday, brother.
You got it, guys. Be
there
good.
You go.
See you, Matt.
Matt Money Smith. I guess the corniness works. If you're genuine.
Yeah.
No?
I don't know, man. I mean, I've been around some corny guys that were genuinely corny and it didn't work.
Helps to have a good team.
But here's why I think it works for Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Because he's the perfect mix of, like, just the ultimate dude meathead doing dumb things with corny liners. Like, I love you guys so much, you know?
Right.
Like I'm jumping into Cold Town with my khaki pants on, but somehow I'm just a dude doing that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But it doesn't look like it's working for Mike McDaniel right now. Like him being himself. Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd call Mike corny. Is he corny?
I think
quirky.
he's
He's quirky,
nerdy,
sure.
Yeah.
quirky.
Easy Rex Ryan back there with the nerdy stuff. Is Sean Payton his genuine self?
No. I'm just trying to figure out. Everybody keeps calling him an offensive genius.
All right, well, let's dig into
You
it.
and Woody,
man.
buddy. I sent you that article.
We saw that. You got. Oh, you don't?
Oh, you don't know
you're
it.
going to love this. You're going to love this.
Woody's got your back.
Yeah, we'll
I
take a
haven't looked
break.
at my phone. I have to go look at it.
PhD on 92.5. Oh, this is kind of fun. I'm seeing that's a really cool video. I'm seeing a ton of Ralphie highlights, Tyler, from over the years.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and there's my kid calling me. Like, seriously.
Just doing my job, son.
Yeah.
You didn't know what you do.
Paying for your bills.
Yeah, exactly. Just really, seriously.
College one or downtown?
No, this is the meathead
Oh, by
up
the
at
way,
CU.
did meet or the other ones?
No, he worked out.
He didn't come see you.
He went to the gym.
That a kid. Not a kid.
You gotta see. You wouldn't.
Hey,
looking at me, you wouldn't
comes
believe.
between gym time, DMac.
And tell me about it. The kid is he's dedicated to it. So no, he did not come see Dad. He worked out.
Dan and I wanted to dedicate a song to you here in a second.
Little Harry Chapin, is that coming down the pipe? Yeah, I can see it. No, the hype videos for Ralphie's. It's funny, like seeing Ralphie's from like the 50s, who would just
they were enormous.
Would just run away from the kids.
That's
all
back
the
when
road.
they had dudes too, right? They were Ralphie.
Like it's cool to have a big buffalo and all, but they're like, yeah, we might have to find a middle-sized buffalo.
Yeah,
dude, they used to drag the trainers around.
There was definitely a time where they did not have the training of Ralphie down to a science like they do now. It's hysterical. So yeah, new Ralphie, by the way, 700 pounds from outside of Steamboat. So I did see from RK there at DNVR, they were getting some Ralphies from Nebraska. I did not know that. Did you know that?
No, I mean, it doesn't shock me, but
yeah.
Why don't you just go up there in the foothills and snipe one off I-70?
I was going past.
Are those Teds? I think those are.
I think so.
Yeah. I was roaming past some the other day on the bike up at Daniels Park. That road, that's a beautiful road. Like near Sanctuary, that's sort of area.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see all 314ers from the front range. It's pretty amazing.
So let's go backwards just a little bit. So you did an appearance last night.
Scott needs to get a song in.
Paid, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wife came?
She did, because it was a Bills bar event, as Rob Trujillo runs.
Is he
that.
there?
Yeah, he's like Mr. Bill,
Okay.
Mr. Denver Bill.
And so your son lives, what'd you say?
Around the corner.
Around the corner.
Like less than a quarter mile.
So he showed up at least to say, hi, Mom, give you a hug or whatever. He didn't show up?
We got a text from him. We stayed through halftime.
Right.
And we got a text from him. I just got done working out. Are you still there? This is like
and this
8
like
o'clock
10:30? Oh, you're already in the car on the way home.
Well, halftime. Whenever halftime was over.
Yeah.
Whatever time that is.
Well, it just brought to the attention. I'm sure Tyler, Dan, have you heard the song, Dan? Oh, okay.
This is all a hype for a song?
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh,
well, because this is turned into you now. Think about it.
Well, you might as well just play the song.
I feel a little sad for you.
All right.
No, we don't have to play it.
No, go ahead, play it.
Why
don't you just play it?
Now, the last verse, then it hit me that my son has grown up just like me, right?
We're trying to keep our drivers alert here, buddy.
It's just a moment.
Yes, I know, Cat.
It's a good dig.
I thought I did a good job raising him.
Yeah.
Thought he would he lives around the corner, but he had to get his pump in.
Why couldn't he get his pump in after he came?
He doesn't ever want to wear sleeves like the two of you ever for the rest of his life.
So why didn't he just come in after work, say hello, and then go get a workout?
Because he didn't want to see him.
Turn it up, Dan. He could have.
Did it rub you at all? A little raw?
It's fine. I'm glad he's happy.
Are you guys going to have Christmas at your house when or Thanksgiving dinner?
We try. Both, by the way.
You and the wife are having a goose at Christmas at some Chinese restaurant, ain't you? Let's be honest. You and the wife are eating a goose at a Chinese restaurant at Christmas.
We try to go skiing over the holidays. That's what we try to do. That's what we want to do. Although, if there's a Nuggets game, he did come to that. How about that? I got one for you. He was there Christmas night for the dunk, the Shamit dunk.
Phoenix dunk?
For the AG Shamit, yeah. Of course, that game started at 8:30 at night.
So it came after his lift. So it did interfere with his lift.
Not that night, no. On Christmas night, it did not
But
interfere
and
with
also,
his lift.
Dad probably got him a free ticket.
Well, yeah, we were in the box. And all right, anyways, can we move on, please? I got my other ding-dong son who doesn't even realize when I'm working.
Yeah.
Unless something horrible is happening. That's what always freaks you out. You think, like, when you hear from a family, something terrible is happening, and then they realize they don't know what you do for a job.
Or
don't worry, Scott's wife calls him 20 times.
Yeah, or it's just a warden who just calls, you know, every quarter.
She is amazingly on point with the breaks, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she never calls you while we're actually on air.
Well,
She is.
She listens when she can.
Yeah, my son is. By the way, our show, I was listening to the station the other day, comes in crystal clear in Boulder. You even, you know, I know it's an old-fashioned concept to use a radio, but, like, you know, even on a radio, you know, on the digital, crystal clear. You can always check.
I had a moment that I could have helped. Well, it wouldn't have helped ratings, but my buddy lives in Wichita. He goes, "Yeah, I wish I could get you guys out here." You know,
every day you can look at me every day.
I said, "Well, there's an app."
Yeah. Well, there's an app.
I said,
"There's YouTube. There's Twitch."
I said, "There's an app thing you can get on." I said, "But don't ask me what it is, where how to do
Did
it."
you tell him the Safeway Twitch
Do you not
stream?
have the app on your phone? You are a terrible employee.
No, I think I do. I don't. What's it called?
The Altitude Sports Radio app.
I think I did.
All right, let me tell you about the Safeway Twitch stream. You can order online.
channel?
Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or
called?
free pickup with the
Altitude
same
Sports
great
Radio.
deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can watch us from Wichita on Twitch or anywhere, frankly. Scott, you would like this. You want to tell them about the Woody article?
Oh, well, I mean, go ahead. You're fine.
No, go ahead. You're the one that spotted it.
I think Woody's listening to you, Scott. That's all I know. You know, either you and Woody, the two gray hairs of the media here in Denver, got the same mind, or he's listening in or whatever. But you've been harping on the Sean Payton needs to give up his play calling duties to Davis Webb. All of a sudden, I'm looking on the old Twitter machine. Headline: Sean Payton needs to give up his play calling duties to Davis Webb. Woody Page on the same page as you.
Well, I'm looking for that article. Did you send it to us?
I sure did.
I don't see it.
It was. Well, this is like 2 days
The
ago.
concept, though, you don't even need the specifics.
You got
Tyler's
that,
right. You got the idea. His idea is the same as yours. By the way, I'm seeing some vibes too on social media about Sean. I do think he does overcoach things sometimes. It goes back to the classic, like, would you rather have your head coach calling the plays, being involved with everything, or would you rather have a guy who's just managing the game? What would you rather have as a head coach?
Managing the game.
Instead of overcoaching and doing too much.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean admitted last year, remember that famous one? My eyes were bad. I called the wrong play because I couldn't see it on the call sheet.
Yeah.
I mean, we all laughed at it. But
and we laugh, but if you can't read the call sheet, why are you calling plays?
It'd be interesting for us to go through it 1 through 32 and just do all the head coaches, how many of them are calling plays. My gut tells me there's more guys calling plays nowadays than there are just game managers.
Harbaugh's a game manager, right?
I wouldn't disagree with that, especially a lot of the younger guys.
Yep.
That are doing their own things.
Especially the recent hires within the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Almost every single one of them calls plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's probably how they got the job in the first
I think
place,
Cincinnati
right?
does, Minnesota does, Miami does.
All of the Shanahan guys call plays. So
San Francisco
LaFleur,
does.
McVay, Shanahan, McDaniel, they all call plays. Brian Callahan calling plays. Kevin O'Connell calling plays.
Andy Reid
calling plays.
Well, maybe it's not how
We've got two in this division that are not, and Pete Carroll and Harbaugh.
Right.
But Pete doesn't call plays, but he hires a defensive coordinator that's going to run the exact same scheme every single year, and it's going to be Pete Carroll's scheme, right?
Right.
So, I mean, Pete Carroll's got the most simplistic defensive game plan in the history of the NFL. He's been doing the exact same thing with that underfront for, I don't know, since he got hired in Seattle.
Well, couldn't you get somebody that's in that deep and wide coaching tree of Sean Payton's and bring him as the OC?
Well, he does have that. He does. It's Joe Lombardi.
A coaching tree or
Joe
or a guy?
Lombardi is one. Well, what's the difference? I mean, it's Rizzi's one of his guys. Lombardi's one of his guys. VJ is not one of his guys. He didn't even know VJ before he hired him. But if you remember, the DC was the last hire, and Rex Ryan was bucking for that job.
Yep.
So, that's why we've always thought that maybe VJ could, we'll see how things go there.
Well,
so far, so
there were
good.
talk last year, and it might have been after that Baltimore game, because you said something about it yesterday, how he plays too much base, or he plays a lot of base with a running quarterback, mobile quarterback. But there was also whisperings of there was too much control from even above the DC is saying we need to do this and watch ourselves for this. And then they got back to running more of a Vance style after that. And they were great after that game. So I'm wondering now, seriously, I watched the last game. I'm like, come on, man. Did anybody watch Daniel Jones the last 3 years? When you put pressure on him, he wilts, and we're running base on him. Now you're giving a veteran guy that's probably seen every kind of look.
Well, who are you calling out there?
I think that's a VJ thing.
If it's a VJ thing, or is it the head coach saying let's be safe?
I mean, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the coach. I mean, they put a game plan together for the game, and then you got to figure it out. So, I don't know, man. Are you still on it? Like, again, I think Sean Payton will retire before he gives up play calling.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's a silly convo. Not that you can't have an opinion. I mean, I understand the opinion. I'm just saying it's a silly dream, because if you want a new play caller, you're going to have to fire your head coach.
I think Sean Payton is as big of a control coach as I've ever seen. Like, and he has the keys to the caddy. Like, he gets to do, as long as it's football related, anything on the field, Sean is absolutely 100% in charge.
If you got a lot more Woody Pages out there making noise like that, Pinners won't take that. Pinners will say, no, let's go.
All right, but in all honesty, would you rather have a first-time play caller who's never done it before?
I wouldn't mind a guy being advised and coached and looked at with the guy. Listen, you got to know the strength of what your personnel is and what they can do. And that not just your quarterback. I think Sean calls great plays for his quarterback to make him go 20 of 28 and 112 yards. But I don't know if he knows how to do best for Franklin or Cortland or any of the other guys trying to get out. Does any other wide receivers catching them? Mims caught the one touchdown, I think. Anybody else catching any balls?
10 guys.
He's spreading the wealth a little bit.
We did have 10 guys catch a pass.
Evan Engram caught one.
So did Cortland Sutton catch one?
Does that fit your narrative, Scott?
Cortland Sutton caught one. He got one pass.
Yeah.
So is he doing what's best? Who's your number one receiver?
Yeah.
So is he setting up your number one receiver to get open and get plays to get him the rock? Looks like not. Then if you're getting to 10 guys and he only gets one,
I don't know.
Are you anti-Troy Franklin catching 8 passes?
No.
I got no problems with the guy who's 6'3", the fastest guy in the field.
I got him in my fantasy team.
And he's on your fantasy team?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup right there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. That's some smart fantasy football playing right there.
See, I think Sean Payton gets hired because you want Sean Payton calling plays.
Yeah.
You know?
I understand that, but again, and I don't know, and this is just where I'm coming from. You're making me go anti my best friend, and I'm not. I saw the hype of this great offensive mind, and yet I've not seen the evidence of a great offensive mind.
Okay.
Is that? I mean, that's.
Let me just counter it with the guy that you want to pass off the duties to. He's in his third year as a coach. Third year as a coach with a singular preseason football game that he's called plays for.
And I'll quote Patrick Wall. Everybody's it's always the first time for everybody.
I got you, but I mean,
and I don't know if he's the answer. Maybe Lombardi is. I don't know.
That's what I said to my wife on our wedding night. What? Sorry.
You know, his is in the Guinness Books of World Records.
Really?
Until the librarian told him to take it out of there.
Stop.
The cats in the cradle.
We're full cycle. I don't know. I don't know. I just, I joke around, but not really. I'm just waiting for the.
I think Sean.
I wanted a laser. When they hired Sean Payton, I'm thinking laser show every day. And we get a laser half.
But then we had to be told to run the ball, so that's what he did. He ran the ball.
You know what? Don't run the ball a second if you can give me 40 points. I'm okay.
Well,
win it 40-28. I'm good.
I mean, Sean said I have to run the ball. We had people on this radio station screaming RPO, get rid of the R's. Or get rid of the P's, rather. Sorry, no more P's. More R's. Less P's.
Well, let me ask this. You and I were watching. They had the recap of the game, and you and I are watching the game during the break.
Yeah.
It was a big third down play, third and 4.
Yeah.
And the play's called, and it's the one where Sean talked to Bo, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
A, it's to Ingram. It's
Yeah.
a horrible pass.
Terrible
B,
pass. Not a great
even
call
if it's
either.
in Ingram's chest,
Short.
He's 2 yards short of a third and 4.
Yeah.
Oh, is that 3rd and 4 that I've been complaining about?
Yeah, maybe that's the same one. But
Third quarter.
Even if the pass is,
and that's when they had their meltdown on the sideline.
that is the one I was talking about.
If the pass is in his chest, it's still short.
It is.
Instead, it was a bad throw. He didn't have a chance to catch it. Why?
Don't know. Bad throw, bad call. Bad throw, bad call.
There's no laser involved in that play.
I actually, from X's and O's standpoint, Tyler, I'll just go to you directly on this. To me, that just screams play action, boot roll, see what's what, and then you can just run for it.
Well, good luck running play action on 3rd down. But, yeah.
Nobody's going to buy it?
No. I mean, 3rd down's passing down.
How about shotgun, roll the pocket right, and see if he can do anything, if he can pick and bob and weave or whatever. All I know is Russ, and listen, Russ will probably go 15 for 32 this week and 2 picks and 1 touchdown.
Well, what about that? Can you not roll?
Fourth and 4 in that game late when they're down. Dude hit a 45-yard touchdown pass. Pew, 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 pew. That was a laser show.
Yeah, I mean, you can do sprint right, sprint left stuff. It's a very limited route tree. When you go sprint right, when you go sprint left, which was what you guys are asking for, which is,
Smooth.
No, you know what?
A rollout concept to the right or the left.
I'll take it back, honey. I'm not even asking for a rollout. You know what I want? I don't want a 2-yard pass to the flats that ain't going to pick up a first down.
Well, ironically, that's what you get out of sprint right, sprint left. Sprint right, sprint left is really like a 3rd and 2 type of call. It's really not a 3rd and medium.
What was the one great play early in the game? It was a quick slant that he hit. Was it Franklin that he hit?
It probably was Franklin.
and
yes, it was Franklin.
Where's that play?
Well,
the old Bronco, the old Shanahan office, and you would know better than all of us. How big were slants in that office? They were hitting dudes with slants left and right.
Mm-hmm.
We never do. We're always outside.
You want a laser show?
I just
You want to run the ball. What do you want?
I've just been told.
He
you
just
know
wants
what?
to complain.
No, I've been told that I got this great offensive mind.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Okay.
I've not seen it.
You want a laser show?
Well, whatever. I want 12 wins.
Well, what do you want?
I want 12 wins in an AFC game, championship game.
We'll play an AFC game.
We won't play an AFC championship game. That team you saw the other day go in the AFC championship?
No, but was that your expectation this year?
Well, you said they're going to win a playoff game.
That's not the AFC Championship game.
Okay, that's one game out.
Well, I got them losing then to get there. But I had them beating like Houston in like a wild card
I would not
game.
say a team that wins a playoff game is far off from AFC Championship.
No, and that's why next year, in 26, it's a different deal.
So that team you saw this week in an AFC Championship caliber get-to game, is that game you saw, that team you saw last week, is that a 10-win team?
No, I've said this. I mean, I think the Broncos it's going to be a roll of the dice to make playoffs this year.
All right. Well, we got the Chargers.
That makes me sad, okay?
Well,
Scott. I'm sorry if I care so much and you guys don't, that I'm sad.
All right.
I just care too much. You guys hate on me.
That's in the cradle and the silver
A reminder that
little boy blue and the man on the moon.
Tonight
when
it's
you're coming home, son. I don't know when.
Mark Moser and Tyler Polumbus.
Gotta get my lift in. Yeah. Wow. Gotta get a pump in.
Wow.
That's my kind of guy.
Yeah, you guys would get along great. Just angry stomping around a gym wearing no sleeves. It'd be perfect.
I got 8,500.
It's Fossil Ridge
I
and Regis on 92.5 with Tyler wearing no sleeves and Mark Moser. 6:30 kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. No dumb questions next. All right, we get it.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, hit us up 303-504-0925 on Twitch. We see you there. Twitch, on YouTube, we got you there as well. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Just hit us up. No dumb question. Did something just break? Did something just fall off?
I don't know what the heck that was.
Oh, that was just a little. That was nothing. No dumb question. How confident are we that the Broncos-Chiefs Christmas game will be for the division?
Dude, how confident are we?
I'm not confident about that at all.
I mean, you want us to put a number on that?
3? I'm not confident that's going to be for that.
No. Scott?
Listen, I think that right there is going to determine the season.
Heck yeah, because you like Star Wars, and we've been getting that.
No, I'm a Bronco fan. I believe in my team. Unlike you.
Look, that'd be awesome. I'll tell you this. If you want that Christmas game to be for the division, got to win on Sunday. You got to win on Sunday.
That is true.
Start with that.
Yep.
You got to beat the Chargers on Sunday. You cannot let these Chargers get out to a 3-0 lead.
In that like it's a 2:00 game. Is that what time the Christmas day game is?
Oh, I assume so. I'm not sure.
So in that because you got
I assume it is.
Broncos at 2 and the Nuggets at like 8 that night.
Yeah, where did our schedule go? We used to have a schedule in here. It's just like who takes the schedule?
Why did you tape that down like he asked, Dan?
I think
he asked you to tape that to the desk.
It's not a bad idea.
I'll have it laminated.
I only know that because I've been hearing it for the 8 years I've worked with him.
It's just they tape.
All he wants is to have the schedule taped to the desk.
I mean, I can tell you Fossil Ridge at Regis.
See
at 6:30.
The schedule needed an FMLA too, so it'll take 12 weeks. It'll pop back in 6 to 12 weeks.
Okay. Rosendo, what do you do when you're?
Bad? Huh? Don't you feel bad?
No, not at all.
Why does DMac get so scared?
I'm not scared. I'm trying to read the next question.
No,
what are you scared about?
every time we bring that one up, you get scared.
No, I'm just trying to be nice.
Oh, you get
trying
scared.
to be nice. I'm
Well,
not
it's the
scared.
APD. I mean, let's be honest.
No. Silly. What do you do when you're? I'm fine. Now go ahead.
Even that.
I'll let you ask the next question.
When's your haircut coming?
Oh, I was thinking about. I might do it this afternoon actually, because I just found out because of stuff. I found out I am going to Boulder tonight. We weren't going to because I'm going to be at Rally House. Join me 4 to 6 tomorrow.
So you guys going to spend the night then?
No. It's Parents' Weekend. There's. You should see what Airbnbs go for this weekend. You want to make a couple of bucks living in Boulder? Put it up on Airbnb for Parents' Weekend.
So you're going to go up here tonight and
what
tomorrow?
Are you going on for tonight?
We're having the dinner tonight. I'm working at Rally House, which I'm really looking forward to. 4 to 6.
Pick me up a hoodie.
Sure.
Oh, you know what? I've got some returns. Can you do
Good
that
luck
for
on
me?
that. There's a great store there in Littleton. I saw that
Can
place.
you do that for me?
Yeah, sure. I'll get that done. You got him with you?
Give it to Sal.
They honestly might be in the car.
Give it to Sal.
Not even kidding.
What do you mean you have returns?
Last time we were at Rally House, I bought like $300 worth of gear for all my kids.
Too little.
Yeah.
And I got 2 returns.
Too big, too little.
I didn't like.
Anyways.
Ungrateful little children.
What? Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That
we can turn the conversation.
That one fit fine.
Okay.
That one was like.
The kids. You got problems. You got cats in the cradle.
Yeah.
You got issues.
Yeah.
Okay. So my issues look, no big deal.
I got cougars in the cradle.
I don't know. We're supposed to be up in Boulder. You want to talk about hell? I'm going to be in the car from 5 p.m. driving to Boulder tonight. How do you think that's going to go? How do you think that's going to be?
Yeah. Well, probably from 3 to whenever to get to Boulder is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's anyways, whatever. We're going up tonight, and then we'll be up. I don't know. I've never been to the Pearl Street Walk, Tyler. What's the Pearl Street? There's my dumb question. What's the Pearl Street Walk all about?
I haven't done it in a few years, but it's fun, and I would imagine tonight would be really fun because I imagine there's gonna be a lot of parents and stuff. I mean, they bring out the marching band, and it's cool.
Well, we're eating at Rio Grande at 6 p.m., but I don't know what the hell time we're gonna get there because we can't leave any earlier than 5. I can, but the wife's got a job. She loves her job now, though, but she cannot leave. It's like she cannot get out of there a second earlier than 5 o'clock. It's a weird kind of job. Like, you can't leave. You got to stay till like 5, but as soon as it hits 5, I mean, like, it is like The Office.
Yeah.
Like a scene from The Office. Like, click, bam, 5, out the door.
It's like a government job.
It is like a government job. Just bam, go.
Dude, we
sprint for the elevators.
So when I was in Washington, Shanahan was like, he was known like he was going to stay until between midnight and 12:30. Generally speaking, that's about when he was going to stay. Now, a lot of staffs, they'll stay till 2 a.m. sometimes, right? But it was like Mike he would go say his goodbyes, right? And in his head, he was really taking attendance. And the coaches knew that, right? So he would walk down the hallways. He'd open up the door. See you, Chris. See you, Joe. Say goodbye to all the coaches. The second Mike got in that car, it was a freaking exodus of coaches out of that building.
What if Mike just drove around the block and just came back?
I know.
That's a weird. The coaches and the whole thing.
What if you just left at 10? What's he going to do?
Well,
as long as you got your stuff done and you knew what you were doing.
Are you Kyle? You good?
Well, Kyle wasn't official staff. Oh, you're talking about Washington?
Oh, yeah. Kyle was our OC.
Yeah, Washington.
If Klutz misses a field goal, wow. Boy, ripping on our guy.
42, wasn't it?
Yeah. In the fourth quarter, whether it's consequential or not, will be time to find someone new. Holy cow, we're out on Will
how about
Lutz.
this? I was teasing said this a couple breaks ago.
The answer is yes, DMac. That's not a crazy question.
You
That's
think
not a
so?
dumb question at all. You got one job to do. If you mess it up back-to-back weeks, your job's on the line.
Your most effective draft pick from this year's draft is your punter. I say draft a kicker.
What round?
It don't matter. What the punter was 6?
Yeah.
Give me a 6-round kicker. I'm good.
No, I mean, I actually don't think it's a dumb question at all. Like, Lutz is making a lot of money, so he'll probably be safe with one more mistake, but he's on the radar. Absolutely.
Okay. Hey,
how many mistakes can a specialist get?
Especially 42.
Right.
I mean, that's chip shot.
Okay.
That's ice and win the game.
He is a New Orleans guy. He's a Sean Payton guy.
Well, you think?
Well, he is. Yeah. I mean, it's the apple of Sean Payton's eye. Yeah, it sucked. You hit that field goal, the Broncos probably win the game.
Maybe we can get Jimmy Graham to come back. He's got a good one catch a game in him, doesn't he?
Do you
Get
know
the band back together, baby.
Tyler, at halftime, when you keep working tonight, at halftime of the game, Fossil Ridge Regis, at halftime, we are going to honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Like, that's probably something you guys
I heard he's got a 1.6 GPA.
That's a good use of the word right there. Rooting for high school athletes.
Well, that's what Mr. Rooter does.
Mr. Rooter. Yeah.
Keep going.
I don't know if it's the same thing.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, I don't think it is. He might get sued for copyright infringement.
Big question
It's
of the day
nebulous.
next. Oh, we got a little Sean Payton talking right now. Let's take a little Sean, see what he's got to say. Go ahead, Sean.
The third downs in the first half compared to in the second half, a lot of it was just the early down efficiency with run and pass. So obviously that's important.
Some of the defense players said this week, kind of getting back to the basics, tightening things up. How did the week go with those things?
I think good. I think, look, we all look at, as teachers, hey, how we can clean some things up. You know, the player with a clear head and knowing exactly what to do plays faster. And then our job is to make sure we don't slow them down before the snap. So I thought we had a good week.
Sean, even before the cap, the back, what were you seeing with Evans? Just kind of utilization in the first couple.
Yeah, I think it was probably too early to tell.
Yeah.
Certainly, he's going to play a big role for us, and so 2 games in, it's.
Were injuries a factor with that?
No. I think the back became a factor during the game last week. So
Ingram.
No.
You carried Nate Atkins for a couple games. You really like him. Is there something special, unique about his qualities that
he does? A lot of things. He does the thing that we found. In college, he was predominantly a blocker. I mean, I think we had to watch 11 games to see him have a catch. But he's one of those guys that he's physical and he is a good receiver. He can do a lot of things well. So we'll see where he's at.
Over the years, when a team plays that much of a shell or the 2 deep, have you been one of the people who thinks you can run people out of that? Or?
Yeah, and look, when a lot of it, so they play a soft coverage shell, and yet, man, there are a number of times where they're buzzing into the box, and so they do a good job with what looks like one thing, and so in this Texan game, a lot of it is down and distance driven, in the self scout as to our run pass, As a play caller, I'm always thinking single safety, shell, or pressure. Single safety, shell, or pressure. And I think defensively, there's some similarities as to looking at what offenses are doing, what's the down and distance, and then what's the history of this play caller relative to run or pass. So, trying to, and sometimes it's more difficult than you think, but trying to go opposite of maybe what your predictability or what AI would say you're going to do.
Coach, after the Colts really made announcements to take Cortland Sutton out of the game last week, did you try to get him involved early in this?
I think it's important. He's one. I think it's important in the third down. I think it's important in the red zone, and then throughout the game plan. Yeah. There's a number of things.
All right, and we'll keep following along if Sean says anything else. Got to get Cortland Sutton more involved. Evan Engram with a back issue did not practice today. He missed his 3rd straight practice. They anticipate he'll be listed as out. Nate Atkins figures to be up. We just talked about him. And Greenlaw we're not hearing anything about, but he hasn't practiced for a couple months now. So, of course, there's got to be some sort of amp up before he gets back there. How will all these things impact what's happening on Sunday?
I am cautiously optimistic that this game does not, the impact of not having Dre Greenlaw, maybe it's limited a little bit because of the game plan from the Chargers. I mean, listen, Dre Greenlaw is not just, and I'm talking specifically about run defense right up the middle, but he's not just a great run defender, he's also a great coverage guy. So that does hurt us. Chargers, who is the Chargers tight end? I'm drawing a blank right now.
Chargers tight end. Well, he's actually Disley is kind of
Will Disley from Seattle.
So I don't know if he's going or not. And then they got Conklin, which we talked about, and Gadsden and Tucker Fisk, whoever that is.
Yeah, so cautiously optimistic that you could survive it without Dre this week, but you're going up against a hell of a quarterback. Evan Engram, to me, you need him, right? And I know that he had very limited catches in the first 2 games, but you desperately need him to be a huge part of this offense if you want to take the next evolution.
Who steps up in his absence? What do you do in his absence?
It's the thing you've been doing for the first 2 weeks in all of preseason. What you been doing?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been zero factor.
You don't get Sherfield in the mix a little bit more, somehow try to involve him, who had a great preseason? You don't try I'm not even suggesting you use Atkins, Krull, or Troutman. I suppose you could use Troutman, though. You
all
could try
those
to
guys
use
have been
Troutman.
getting a catch or two per game. It feels like every single one of them gets at least a catch or two.
Yep. At least Troutman for sure. They ain't gonna do that.
Kroll caught the first was it Kroll caught the first pass of the season?
Of the year, yes, he did. Yeah, he did. All right, well, that's the situation that the Broncos are in. You're favoring, all three of us are picking the Chargers. What's the headline on Monday? What are we talking about on Monday?
Scott?
I'll probably be in here and go, what are we doing with the play calling? That's my biggest fear.
You think that's going to let the Broncos down?
Well, it has
You think, so we're into the third week, and like Sean was just talking about, we probably should get Cortland Sutton involved. Just like we probably do need to run the ball more. So you anticipate more like that. Something will be missing that they need to get to.
You know what? Let's take about something, or I'll take a cue from earlier in the week. I don't think they have an identity offensively right now. And I think they got to figure out what it is.
Who needs that?
Who wants an identity? What is an identity?
Oh, I don't know. Go ask Philadelphia what theirs is, or Buffalo. We saw last night.
Wait till Philadelphia has 6 flags on them for during tush pushing
for 1 week, and then it'll go back to normal like it always does with officiating. If you got as an organization tell your officials that here's what you got to start working for because you're not working for it, means you got bad officials because they ain't been doing their job.
I'm laughing because I saw a clip where they were talking about this, and George Stephanopoulos called it the push tush.
Nice. Got his birds mixed.
Yeah, a little bit, yes. All right, so Monday, you know what?
I'll tell you my fear.
Yeah.
I'll tell you my fear of what the headline will be on Monday.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not right. We're going to be sitting here talking about why did this vaunted Denver Broncos defense get exposed for the second week in a row.
Wow. What's your score? What do you got?
24-17.
You think that's going to come with some damage to the defense? They're going to look bad at points?
Well, that's at least 3 tutties.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I got them winning 25-23, Chargers. And you got it 27-20, so we're kind of all in the same. We all think, I guess, that the Denver defense is going to be, getting torched a little bit. All of us sort of have it in that range.
Well, if your offense is not putting enough pressure on them, which they didn't in the other than the first drive of the second half, your offense put no real pressure on Indianapolis. Eventually, wear out your defense, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to come here on Monday and we're going to be like, all right, no surprise. Let's get ready for the Bengals. I think at the end of the day, as we're looking at this game, none of us are going to be surprised if the Chargers actually win this one. We're all predicting it. We respect what the Chargers got going, and that's fine. It's not the end of the world.
But I also feel that the Broncos are good enough. I feel like I'd be sitting there in this game, kind of like if I was last night and I was a Miami fan that hey, there's a chance.
Oh, that would be, and I think that. Well, I do think it'll be like that. In fact, I think that's a good comparison. I think the Broncos will be in it the whole time, and it just will somehow slip away.
What a freaking break the Denver Broncos got with Joe Burrow getting out.
Absolutely.
Because you lose this game, you go to 1-2. Joe Burrow's playing, you might be 1-3, and that ain't good. That is not good. So what a break that on Monday Night Football you're going to be going up against Browning instead of Joe Burrow.
And I think we're going to spend the vast majority of next week just being very optimistic, very sunshiny, very
probably
we're going to beat the Bengals.
Watch to see what Browning does this week, right?
Yeah, well, whatever though. I don't care what he does this week. You're playing the Broncos in Denver on a Monday night without Joe Burrow. I'll take our chances.
I think he is now. He didn't get credited for the win because Joe Burrow started. But if you were to give him the win because they hung on a 1 last week, he's like 5-3 filling in for Joe Burrow.
The Browning is?
Yeah.
How much does Browning make a year?
Oh, probably $5 million, $6 million.
How much does Joe Burrow make a year?
40.
I think more.
45.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen, I'm not trying to look down my nose at $5 million. Trust me, that would be
Brownie's
amazing.
making $1 million.
Okay, is that right?
So you got a $50 million quarterback
Difference.
room. No, a quarterback room.'s making 49. One's making 1.
I don't know, guys. Anytime there's a $50 million difference between players, I'm gonna say you got a better shot, no matter what. Yep. I like our odds on that one, and that is the nature of the NFL. How slanted
But
it
the
is towards
7
the
games he started for Joe Burrow was it 2 years ago? He's hurt. They were 4-3, and he held on and got him a win last game. So that would be 5-3.
If the game though was in Cincinnati, I don't know. Maybe we'd be thinking different. But you're theoretically you're coming off a loss, which is going to sting. You've lost 2 games in a row, and you got a Monday night game at home. Come on, man.
Now let's look at a reverse. You find a way to go into the Chargers and get that win.
I'd be unbelievable.
Now all of a sudden you're looking at 3-1 after a month, and Andy points this out all the time. Sean's record in October as a coach is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
It'd be a gargantuan win.
Yeah,
but it's not a must win. It'd be huge, but it's not a must-win. The Colts game is going to sting.
When we put it out in his career, he always gets that one game. No one thinks he's going to win. No one thought they were going to get a win in Buffalo, get a win. Didn't think they were going to Tampa and get a win.
Let's go.
Win. So maybe it's this week, this year.
That'd be nice. I'm telling you, you win this game, and the whole season's in front of you, including the AFC West.
It'd be awesome.
Yep. You win this game, then we go back to what the no dumb question somebody wrote in. Then the Christmas game could have a big impact.
Correct. Yeah, you want Christmas to matter? Win this weekend.
Well, I would say this: if they are going to win this game, first of all, Bo Nix can't. You got a Bo leave. I'm wearing my Bo leave hat today, by the way. No interceptions, no turnovers. Start there, and the defense. You got to be +2. How about that? Giveaway, takeaway. You got to be. I'll throw it out there +2 and score at least 10 points on those turnovers. You do that, you probably got a shot. Anything less than that's going to be kind of tricky.
That'd be very helpful. I mean, it's hard to envision a win without winning the turnover battle.
It is. And Herbert hasn't thrown an interception all year. They got 1 fumble. That's it.
Well, how many times have you been sacked this year?
Oh, that's a good question there,
See,
Scott. I got that at my fingertips right here, pal.
I think trying to wear him out a little bit, pressures will be big too.
5. It's been sacked 5 times.
What's Bo?
1.
1.
Yep.
What's their record?
Pretty good offensive line. They're 2-0.
Yeah, what's ours?
1-1. Did I pass? What else do you want to know?
I'm just saying, you do 5 sacks and 1 sack. And
how many games they played?
2, both teams. And one of those.
What
is
are they
in Brazil.
averaging per game rushing?
Not great.
Let me guess.
Okay, I got it.
As a team, well, taking Herbert's yards out of it, because that's going to count for Herbert.
I can't take Herbert's.
Right?
I can't take. Yes, I cannot take his numbers out.
I bet it's still 100-ish with Herbert.
You want to play high-low on this?
87-9.
You're too high. You're too high.
Oh, wow.
A little high-low here. Let's go.
So even with Herbert involved.
67-8.
You're too low.
73-5.
You're too low.
78-4.
You're too low.
79.
You're too low.
82.
Keep going.
Too low.
You're going to get there.
84.
No, don't do that.
Too low.
85. Too high.
Too low.
85.4.
Oh, my gosh.
Too low.
85.8.
Too high.
85.6.
Too high.
85.5.
Oh, my God. Got it.
What's Denver averaging?
All right, let's play high-low. We should have some music or something.
97.
Too low.
Too low.
Per game? Average yards per game. Too low.
112.
Too low.
136.
Too high.
135.
Too high.
133.8.
Nobody's listening.
134.4.
Too low.
134.5.
That's it right there. Nailed it.
That's better than I thought. Isn't
You're
it?
getting hot.
Yep.
Colder.
Boy, Chargers have not run the football.
They have not.
You're scalding hot.
And they've got a huge offensive line. They have gargantuan running backs, and they got Matlock, the biggest ginger fullback in the world. 300-pound fullback.
Love it.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a Harbaugh fullback if I've ever seen one.
That is a fullback. Matlock is a load. And that is amazing. They're not more dedicated to run the ball with the offensive line they have.
Over under this week, Chargers.
It'll correct itself.
Chargers on their average.
I bet the Chargers probably rush for like 130 yards this week. I bet they actually make an emphasis of it and they try to soften the Broncos up a little bit.
Well, I mean, if you're game planning against the Broncos, you want to go up against that secondary, you want to go up a depleted inside linebacker.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yep. So do not be surprised if it's a heavy dose of Hampton and who's there? Najee Harris, right? Najee Harris. So do not be surprised by that at all.
And Big Red.
And Big Red, Mr. Matlock.
Yeah.
That dude is have you seen this guy?
No.
Oh, my God, Scott. He is the biggest fullback of all time, and there's been big fullbacks. Ain't nobody like this Matlock guy. I mean, it is insane.
How tall is he?
He's pretty big, Tyler. I think he's like 6'3", 6'4", something like that.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
He's a load. Well, I'll get it for you.
Looks like a defensive tackle.
Yeah, it's crazy. Scott Matlock. Let's go here, Scott. 6'4", 296 officially.
So let me ask you this.
Fullback. Big Red. There he is right there.
Was Refrigerator Perry considered more a fullback or a running back?
Running back. Right?
What? Refrigerator Perry would have been running back.
That'd be a fullback.
Of course. He lined up as a fullback. He didn't. What do you think? He dotted the I?
Well, no, I just asked you a question. Why ask a question?
He would be a fullback, and Walter Payton was behind him. Those are some fun plays. Those were the days, brother. Those were the days.
The tush push before the tush push.
That was like trying to stop this.
Yeah, trying to stop the fridge.
All right, Let's Football Goes coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can cause all sorts of issues. Brain fog, decreased energy, just unproductive workouts, just don't feel like yourself. Well, if you're like a lot of guys who are low T, within a few weeks, you'll enjoy your energy return and the brain fog go away. It's because of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Great location in Castle Rock. Looks absolutely spectacular. 4 other locations up and down I-25. And just have to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 questions, yes or no. If, hey man, this is you, they'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Check out the results with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Cost the appointment, $99. Get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment for the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Dealing with men's health the best way they can. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will get you back in the game. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So the checklist is 12 wins in an AFC game.
He went on to say AFC Championship.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you to Brad and his team at Mountain High Appliance who do such an amazing job. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, quick update here, fellas. So Mike Kliss is reporting Evan Ingram did not practice again today, and Mike said he expects him to be listed as out for Sunday's game in Los Angeles against the Chargers. Zach Stevens is reporting that Sean said that Evan Ingram hurt his back in the Colts game. So it looks like no Evan Ingram on Sunday for the Broncos. Bummer.
Well, yeah, it's been a disappointing start when it comes to Ingram, that's for sure. I don't know if they're ever going to get the bang out of that buck, Tyler, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I've said it many times that this free agency class has got the potential to be the biggest boomer bust free agency class in the history of the Broncos. I mean, if all those guys could stay healthy, my gosh, you signed some players, but you signed 3 dudes with significant injury concerns. The early returns ain't looking good.
Here's what the truth is, at least at this very small sample size. Your best free agent that wasn't previously on the team is Hufanga. No doubt about it. It's clear. Your best draft pick right now in terms of production is your punter.
Yeah. We are 2 games in.
I got you. Small sample size.
I'm a little bit hesitant to start reviewing the rookie class here. Matter of fact, Coach and Raj earlier this morning, I don't know if you heard that segment,
Did not.
but they broke down the stats of basically every rookie offensive playmaker. So running backs, wide receivers, they broke down the stats, and almost everybody is non-existent. The entire first round, all the playmakers, like non-existent in the first 2 weeks of the season.
I had a fun back and forth with Coach because I was like, hey, Genty. And he got sensitive. Usually he kind of is not sensitive, but he's a little sensitive about Genty.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
I mean,
We'll
I
see.
think you're nuts anointing that dude as a bust right now.
I
also
there's
think you're nuts
potential.
calling him a tiny guy. He's not a tiny guy, nor is he a bust.
He's 5'8", 203.
Okay? Look at our running back room.
Okay. I mean, I didn't call our guys big either.
5'8", 203, that's pretty stacked, dude.
All right. Well, RJ Harvey is not. Listen, we'll see. It's so early, it's hard to judge. But in terms of the free agents, it is disappointing. I don't know when Dre Greenlaw is going to play. Seriously, what? I mean, he hasn't played football, Tyler, in 2 months.
I know.
Like, what is the amp up time for a guy to be ready to play who's missed this much time?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I mean, you got to assume he re-aggravated that thing, and
definitely, because they would have put him on IR if they knew it was going to be this long.
Sure.
So no, I have no doubts that he re-aggravated it. And a back injury for Evan Ingram. So I was told his calf wasn't really that bad at all. Like no biggie. So this is something kind of new.
Yeah, and he finished the game. I mean, backs are weird, man. I mean, a lot of times you don't even know that you hurt your back until the next day, and all of a sudden you got spasms galore.
It is ironic that we were dogging Crawshaw.
Isn't it ironic?
Don't you think?
Just a little bit.
That
again, what do you mean we?
Well, all of us were giving Crawshaw a hard time.
I didn't call him Crawshank. You did.
You called him Crawshank.
But saying the Crawshank redemption was just too good. But it
has been a Crawshank redemption.
He's been so redemption-like, I think we should use his real name. Like, there's no reason to bomb on this guy. He's actually been great.
But we said it. I don't know if we said it loud on air. He's your best draft pick of this draft so far.
So far. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, Patrick Surtain had arguably his worst game of his NFL career on Sunday against the Colts. Here is VJ's message to PS2 after getting thrown at a lot last Sunday.
Well, absolutely, but I think most of the good offenses, Mike, they have to do that. If they don't, right, they lose half of their offense. And what we're doing on defense is pushing the ball to Pat sometimes. So he has to make more plays, obviously. We all have to, so I'm not worried about Pat making his plays. I will welcome teams attacking Pat every week. So I'm not worried about Pat.
Do you guys think this will be a trend now moving forward as the NFL is a copycat league where teams will start to target Pat Surtain a little bit more, or do you think that was more of just a one-off with the Colts last weekend?
God, no. No, this is definitely not going to become a copycat thing. And if it does, that's going to be a good thing for the Broncos. I'm with Vance. Try that, man. Keep trying that, man, and something bad's going to happen to you.
Well, we watched the re-air, and it's on again, by the way. It wasn't like he's getting burned. I mean, the one play late that I think they got a field goal late third quarter. He deflects the ball. The guy makes a catch on it. Pretty good coverage. Guy's going to make a play once in a while. Second one was like a 3-yard out. Well, there's 2 of your plays. He wasn't like burned. They went at him, weren't afraid, and that's what we weren't used to. Say he had a bad game.
Yeah, I think when we watched the vast majority of the catches, they were sort of these crossing patterns or slants, and Daniel Jones was really accurate. Like, let's give these other guys a little credit, right? Like, hey, how much can a corner do if the quarterback has time and the quarterback puts it in the right place? There's only so much you can do.
Look at that play.
Pew, 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 pew. Daniel Jones was really good, guys. He was really good. And they still couldn't finish in the red zone. The Broncos, 2 for 6 in the red zone. And as our guy Nate Kreckman says, if you can't get in position for a field goal on every drive these days in the NFL, you kind of suck.
Just about. That's a pretty good take. Especially you got a guy that can move a little bit and who's accurate.
Have you seen what the percentages are in terms of returns for the kickoffs? It's through the roof. It's unbelievable how many returns are happening. The play in the NFL is starting at the 35 or deeper almost on every drive for every team. Do you guys like that? Do you like how that's sort of going these days?
Sure. I mean, it's made the play relevant.
It makes tougher, I think, to have a team like the Ravens or the Bears in 86 or any of those teams to hold a team to 10 points, because if you're starting with a third of the field already taken up, kind of tough on your defense, because like you said, you can give up two first downs and another 9 yards, and you're kicking field goals.
You know what's amazing, though, with the returns? Like, you see some really cool returns, and there's been a few of them, right? And back in the day, if you got the ball past the 40, to the 40, I'll say to the 40-yard line, hell of a return, man.
Oh, you're
way to go.
Out. You're freaking out.
You get the ball to the 38-yard line now, and I saw one of those the other day. It was a great return.
Mm-hmm.
You're 3 yards past where you would have gotten the touchback.
That's it. But it is remarkable how much difference those 5 yards had made, and it's the evolution of the kickers being better too. So I think the NFL's, believe it or not, got more interesting. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, Travis Hunter keeps getting called for illegal shifts. I mean, it's only 2 games in, but I believe he's had 3 illegal shift penalties so far in his NFL career with the Jags. Here's James Palmer and former wide receiver Steve Smith. Now, Steve Smith isn't blaming their head coach Liam Cohen. He's blaming one of Travis's college coaches.
Look at this last game in week 2. He had like 3 illegal shift penalties, Travis Hunter. He's getting help. He's getting help on getting lined up. Is this an issue or not? Because to me,
it's not an issue because, again, we've talked about it in the past, and I've talked about it in the past. I do not think Pat Shurmur was a very good offensive coordinator.
Wow.
This is not your first time saying that.
Okay.
Okay.
He was not a good offensive coordinator. Liam Cohen, based off him getting hired, was a hell of an offensive coordinator, right?
There's a lot to this offense, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you come from and you move into ooh, there's a
What is Steve Smith's history with Pat Shurmur? Because that sounds like an axe grinding right there.
The entire NFL's deal with Pat Shurmur?
No, but was there something specific with Steve Smith and Pat Shurmur? I mean,
not to my knowledge.
Because that's what's Steve Smith's relationship with Prime? I don't know. That just seemed very personal right there. Like kind of out of the blue.
No, I think most of the NFL felt that way about Pat Shurmur.
Yeah, I think it just sounds like analysis to me. It didn't sound overly personal, in my opinion, but I don't know, Pat Shurmur coach for the Panthers or something?
I don't know, but he's not blaming the head coach Deion Sanders. He's going down to the OC for a college team.
Well, Deion's a defensive guy, if anything.
I gotcha, but all right, whatever. I mean,
basically saying what we've said.
Pat Shurmur, man, he takes some slings and arrows, brother. I'm telling you,
and he's
man.
still standing.
Okay, well, that's prime, man. He defends his guy.
No. Hey, before we go back, I want to go to Dan's next one. Back to the field goal talk and the field position.
Yes.
And I don't know if anybody said it this week. I know we haven't on our show. You know, the NFL set a record in the first 2 weeks of the season with 141 field goals made. More field goals
Wow, I
made.
did not know that.
More field goals made than touchdowns, 136. And last week, set an NFL record for a week with 73 made field goals last week.
They're better than ever.
So what Nate was saying, that it feels like you should always get at least a field goal.
An attempt, yeah. And
73 field goals made in 1 week of football? That's a lot of field goals.
You are seeing an
It's good. It's good.
Explosion of more talent, better athletes, first of all, being field goal kickers. And
coaches trusting those kickers.
Coaches trust, yes. And probably more teams going for it on fourth down to create more opportunities rather than punt it and take our chances on defense. You're probably seeing a combination of all those things.
I mean, listen, every fan likes points, and every fan likes to think that every drive has got a chance to score. So this is a good thing.
Well,
yeah, like if you don't go for it on fourth and whatever around the 50-yard line, if you don't go for it, it is almost an automatic, it feels like these days, that your opponent will get a field goal attempt.
Right.
Period.
Well, it's the first time, historical context right here, first time in the history of the NFL through 2 weeks of football, there's been more field goals and touchdowns.
Wow, that's crazy. That's a good little stat right there. Is that better for the game? Does that make the game more interesting?
Well, you look up on the scoreboards, and if all you do is watch Red Zone or follow your score bug things that pop up on your screen, and you see 24-18, you're like, oh, that might be a pretty good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8 field goals and 6.
Well, look at the Colts last week against the Broncos. You know, it was 5 field goals.
Yeah, as horrible as the defense did, back in the day, you hold team to field goals, you win those games, right? You hold them to 5 field goals, 4 field goals in the red zone out of 6 appearances. You're supposed to win those games.
I think the craziest thing, too, is that a lot of people are giving Steichen like a problem about, 60-yarder. But what he was really saying is, I trust my guy from there. Like, I'm fine with him, bombing away from that distance.
Yeah, that was still stupid, though. If 53, 55, I could get that. 60, that's still a 60-yard bomb.
It just wasn't an accident.
I mean,
like, you may say it's stupid, but they didn't screw up. Once they got there, that was their plan. They were fine with it. If you think it's stupid, fine. But it's not like they made some sort of big mistake. They got to where they wanted to be. And where they were comfortable with was a 60-yarder. That's crazy. But there you go. That's the NFL these days. You might be right about Lutz is an interesting guy, man. You may be a little bit right about maybe because he doesn't feel like a bomber to me, like a guy that can bomb those field goals like these other guys around the league.
I just looked up the last 2 seasons. How many 60-yard field goals have been made? How many do you think?
I would say more in the last 2 years than the previous 10.
I didn't look that up, but I guarantee you're right. I would agree with that assessment. But even with that assessment, what do you think?
6.
Really good guess. 7. 7.
Well, you could have done another high-low game right there. The audience.
No, I was bored out of my mind when you guys did that. I was just going to give the answer out.
They want more high-low.
Yeah, but you know what? Dan was wearing sweatpants on when we were doing that, so he was into it.
Jeez.
Let me give you just real quick on the Rock. I've got one stat for you on the Rockies, and I don't want to get in the way of Andy, but one stat on the Rockies. Stunningly, after getting swept by the Marlins, most sweeps they've had in a season ever, the Rockies. They started the season 4-22 when we started regarding them as the worst team of all time. And their last 26 games, your Colorado Rockies are 4-22.
Oh.
So you have
manager change.
You have also, they're the first Major League Baseball team to cross the Rubicon of being minus 400 in run differential ever.
And how many they lost in a row now? 5 or 4?
They have lost 5 in a row. They have lost 5 games, 5 opportunities to win that 42nd game.
They got 8 left?
They got 9 to go.
9 to go.
Their last 3 games of the year at home are against the Angels, who are a last-place team.
Well, they're allowed to sweep them.
They go on the road against the Mariners, who are playing really well, and they finish up with the Giants. There is still, Scott, keep hope alive on this. The walk of shame, if they continue to lose 9 more games in a row, which would be incredible, that would keep that hope alive for me to walk from here down to Coors Field.
I just want you to apologize to Bud. That's all I want.
I want this to come
I might have to. You may be right about that.
I want this to come down to game 162.
I kind of do too.
Then we'll have like a red zone of national media games all over the country, sitting there trying to, let's check in with the Rockies. They got a chance to not break the record.
Yeah, they're right there. But by the way, if they weren't to get the 42 and just were tied with the White Sox, their other numbers are so bad. They're so bad. They would slam dunk be way worse than the White Sox. In fact, their numbers are so bad, if you can get past win-loss total, they're so bad, you may consider the Rockies, even if they get to 42 wins, as the worst team of all time.
And yeah, if they go on a 9-game win streak, they can still win 50.
And then you keep Warren Schaefer. So that hope is alive too, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. No, seriously, it is stunning that your Colorado Rockies are finishing the season arguably worse than how they started, and they started as the worst team since like the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. So way to go, Rocks. Way to go. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. They're the best. Thank you, Revitalized Health. Tyler, you got some football tonight, right? We got Fossil Ridge Regis.
Fossil Ridge Regis high school football game. It's at Regis.
Yeah.
Kickoff 6:30, 5 p.m. We'll go on at 6:30, and
you and
with Mark Moser.
Yeah, how about that?
It'll be a good time.
You gonna bring some warm clothing, some layers?
Is it supposed to be cold, Scott?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. What is the weather?
I've not checked the weather yet.
Well, let me look.
I appreciate you being my weatherman.
Oh, it's a nice night. I mean, low of 62.
Okay.
I mean, that feels like.
I promise you it couldn't be worse than the first game I called, the Valor versus Pine Creek. That was freezing, raining, horizontal rain. I mean, that was nuts.
I got a funny story for you. So my kid was playing some summer league baseball during the COVID times. Wasn't that all fun? And one of the baseball moms, we're at Regis. The Regis has 2 fields, and the JV field, which we were playing at, overlooks the football field. And one of the baseball moms goes to me and goes, "Wow, those Regis football players are huge." It was a collection of Denver Broncos players working out on the Regis field. I go, yeah, they're gonna be a problem this year. They're gonna be really good this year.
They can beat anybody.
Regis has a nice facility though. They got a good field, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They turn out. The crowds turn out for that one. So, got any fun facts for us about that one?
Someone's got to win.
All right, well, hear that analysis and more with Tyler and Mark Moser coming up tonight.
No. A couple teams with a rough start, but Regis had a hell of a schedule to start out the season. They had Cherry Creek and Valor, and gosh, I think Legend might have been the third one.
Oh, wow.
They had like the 3 top dogs in the state.
So they're 0-3.
Yeah, both teams.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. See you against Wyoming tomorrow. What do you guys like? See you, Wyoming. Let's go over some of the games from the weekend. What do you think? What do you think happens in that one?
I listen. This is not a great Wyoming football team, right? So, do I have conviction that the Buffs are going to blow them out? No. I mean, I don't have much conviction about this Buffs team at all. But this is a game that the Buffs should win by 3 scores, right? What was the line? 13.5, something like that.
Oh, I'm not even sure. I
think it was 13.5 last I saw. And you would think going up against a bad Wyoming team, you should win by at least 3.
Yeah, I think they should have I think it'll be a little bit like the Delaware. I think they'll get this be an easy win for you. You'll be good.
The return to Caden Salter, right?
Well, that's what we hear, even though it hasn't been officially announced.
Yeah,
but
that's the rumor coming out.
Correct. It is 12 or 13.5. 13.5. That's where it actually dropped to 12.5. So it went down a point. 12.5. The over/under is 45.5. So they're calling for, what are we talking about? 30 to 20. Something like that. 30, no, not
30,
even.
18.
30, 18,
That's not a very big spread in college football.
No, it's not. You're right.
Not for a Big 12 team going up against Wyoming.
Would you be all right with it was 30-17?
Yes. I mean.
Fine with that?
Yeah. Go get a freaking win. That's what matters.
Okay. Well, then the conversation is about going to TCU, and we got our new quarterback, and we got a new Ralphie. It's a whiteout for a family weekend up there, and we go from there. Another game on national TV, too. CU's doing nothing but playing games on national TV for now.
Well, you still got Prime on the sideline, and so we'll see. I still think it's funny that I was talking to somebody the other day, how much that Shedeur and Travis, the sins they must have covered up.
Right.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
To get them what the wins they got. What, 9 wins? They win 9 last year, Tyler?
Yeah, it had a chance to be a really special year. It definitely was those 2 guys, but you lost a lot of playmakers in the wide receiver room.
Well, you lost.
That's true.
You lost 3 other dudes that are playing in the NFL this year,
Correct.
aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, 4 to 6, I'll be at Rally House on Pearl Street in Boulder. If you're up in Boulder, you want to say hi. Rally House is awesome. All sorts of gear, beautiful stuff. Whether the people you like it, that you buy the gifts for, they like it. That's, not on Rally House. Rally House has plenty of selection.
That's right, DMac.
You probably just got to know the people you're buying the stuff
better. Keep my
better.
kid's name out your mouth.
I didn't say a word about nobody's kids. On Sunday,
The Avs are playing, this is a really neat one. The Avs are playing Utah in a doubleheader split squad. So half the team is playing at Magnus Arena at like 2 o'clock or something.
2:30.
2:30. Oh, that's probably right up there, isn't it? Yeah, 2:30, sorry. And then at 6:30 at Ball Arena, that is, the games are on 9:50, from what I can tell. Is that right? Or is the 2:31 on 92.5, Dan? Not exactly sure.
2:30, I believe, is on 92.5, but I will check.
Okay, I think you're right. And then 9:50 for the 6:30 game. Connor McGahee and Good Raj are calling both games on the radio together. So they're going from one game to another. So they're doing 2 hockey games in the same day. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a fun little deal.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then the Broncos. And then we're talking Broncos and the Chargers. But we're all predicting. You guys want to change your prediction at any point here? Or we all picking the Chargers to win here? We all sticking with that?
No, I'm saying it's a 2 o'clock, 2:05 game, right?
Mm-hmm. Or is it 2? Well, I don't know. 2 o'clock, 2:25. One of them.
2:05.
2:05
for Broncos Chargers.
I guess I'm all over the times today.
Yeah.
Start getting back in the Nuggets boat.
Yeah.
I'm taking. I hate doing, but I'm taking the Chargers.
Yeah, don't feel much reason to change. I'll put it this way: I got the Chargers winning the game, and my score. What did I say? 24-17. I think that's what I said. They're a better team. It's a great defense. It's a good offense with a great quarterback. They're a better team. They probably should win the game. I do think that if the Broncos play good football, they can win. So I don't view this as an unattainable win for the Denver Broncos, but on paper, the Chargers are better.
Yeah, I got a win too for the Chargers, unfortunately. I got it closer. I got 25-23, something like that. But not the worst thing in the world.
I think if it's a one-score game, the Broncos win.
They figure it out?
I think if it's a one-score game, I just feel like the Broncos will win.
All right, well, take your optimism.
It's time, right?
It's time for what?
It's time. You lost
What's the time
you
for?
lost a one-score game last week, and you gave that game away. I mean, we should be going this game. It should be 2 undefeated teams going at you.
I would rather, I think, at this point, lose the game by 10, 13 points and give a game away. Giving a game away feels so ridiculously.
You felt kind of predicted, though, with your score?
With my score from last week?
No, this week.
25? No, I'm not predicting that. I'm predicting like field goal palooza. The Chargers are the number 1 team so far through 2 weeks in the red zone, and the Broncos are number 2. I've just got a lot of field goals. I think Nate Kreckman is right. I think it's easier than ever to get in field goal position. And I think the defenses are bend but don't break, both of them. And I'm just giving the Chargers a nod because they're the home team. That's all. So a couple touchdowns for both. A bunch. They got Dicker the kicker. Guy's all right, and he's got a funny name for being a kicker.
And we got Lutz the Putz.
We got Lutz the Putz hitting the doinkers. Don't hit the doinker, we win the game.
Does Derwin James intercept Bo Nix?
Probably.
Oh my gosh! If we got it again, dude.
Well, we all got them losing, so we got some bad things happening.
I'm sorry, I wasn't saying probably like you're nuts. I'm just saying like Bo Nix has got to get these interceptions under control, man. And it's not just the start of this season. You go back into last season, the way he wrapped it up. He's got a problem turning the ball over all of a sudden.
Well, who on the station, of us savants here doing sports talk, who's got the Broncos winning this one? Who? I'm like an owl. Who? What are you, an owl?
I don't know many.
Has Andy got him winning?
Well, that probably means that we're going to win, right? Because whenever we all pick, we get it wrong.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, who's the optimistic one out of our crew?
I said they'll win a close game if it's close.
Well, thanks, Scott. So if this, then that. Yeah, okay, fine.
No. I think if it's a one-score game, Denver wins. But if not, I think they lose by 10.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, yes, I predicted the Chargers will win, but I really do mean it. I think if the Broncos play good football, this is a game that is feasible for the Broncos to walk away with a road victory on.
Well, that would be amazing. That would put – so the Broncos would have the tiebreaker, correct? They have to, right? If they did that.
I think they'd still be in second.
How? How would that make sense?
No, they'd be in first.
Well, they'd both be 2-1, and the Broncos would have the head-to-head.
Okay.
Well, what if the Raiders are 2-1?
That's a good question.
Right. And that's probably why they'd be in second, because you'd have two AFC. They would have two AFC.
I think it goes off strength of schedule after head-to-head.
No, Tyler's probably right. It's got to go like what you are in your division first, wouldn't it? I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? We'll see how it goes.
We only do this for a living.
Our guy, Andy Lindahl, is jumping in here. Are you on the call? You're on the call for the bus game, of course. You do that every week.
Yes, sir. I will probably not be doing any more road games, but yeah, that one worked out.
Why? Did things go poorly?
I got a show here.
Oh, okay. I see.
I kind of had to call in a couple favors just to go on the one trip.
You're not being punished or anything.
No, there was a need.
Well, maybe you just take 12 weeks off, for the football season.
Scott, don't make DMac uncomfortable.
Well, Andy would have to do something else to make that happen. And judging on how things went last Saturday night.
You got
I don't know.
You got to get reps to be the starter. What?
That's the greatest line ever.
Are you coming off the bench?
I don't even know why I'm in the rotation. I might be practice squad. Who knows?
We'll see.
Who knows?
Oh, my God. You got the Broncos?
I don't have the hype. I'd be Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. You got the Broncos winning or losing this one?
Boy, I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
You're not there yet, huh?
Well, look, last year's results don't make me feel good about this game. And when we were calling it, if I stick to my early season prediction, no, I didn't have them winning this one. I just didn't.
None of us have them winning either. I was speculating who does have them winning here on the station. I don't know if Nate does.
Well, I don't know what a Spring feels. Spring had him starting 4-0, so that's already out the window.
Oh, well then. Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if he decided to reflect.
Uh-huh.
That's why he's working hourly and not.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he's a big bettor, so if he bet that 4-0, then now we know he's on an hourly
Well, I haven't
job.
seen him yet today. Maybe something came through. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't need us.
We're all pretty optimistic about Cincinnati the next week, though. I think that's why nobody's freaking out necessarily.
Yeah, but the closer we get to it, and it's not because of the team, and you got a guy right here. Well, you got two guys. He's lived it. They've both lived it. He's lived it as a player. He's lived it as a broadcaster. To think about that play on Monday, go early game Philly, go to London, and then come back home. Like, what bothers me about the Giants game right now is not the Giants. It just has that feel of a Nuggets. Oh, guess what? New York's here, and we're just getting back in town at 2 a.m. because they're not getting that bye week.
Are we going to get swept like the Nuggets got swept by the Wizards last year?
Please, shh, no.
That did happen.
No.
How about that?
But I'm just saying.
Put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
It's a scheduled win that got a little funky because you had to go messing with the schedule. Like, why? I guess it was just too early in the year, which is why Sean didn't ask for the bye week. Because you're allowed to request the bye week.
It is weird.
So. No, you are. If you go to London, you're allowed to pick bye week or look it up.
Really?
Yeah, that is interesting why they wouldn't do that. That's a really good point.
Well, because what is that week? So we're talking 3 weeks from now. I mean, that's kind of middle of the year.
I think you made that up.
I did not make it up.
I think you made it up.
All right, I'm texting Patrick. Hey, your former player and sideline reporter wants to know about the rules.
All right.
So anyway, I don't know. I mean, okay, Nate and I played this game yesterday. Who has to have a good game for us to be talking good things on Monday?
Bo Nix can't turn the ball over.
But
besides Bo? Are we playing besides Bo?
Sure.
The besides Bo game?
Here's the deal. Okay, I'm going to tell you where I sit before I tell you where I stand. At no point in all our predictions, because I heard enough of you, and I know you weren't here. None of us were saying Bo Nix was going to send a John Elway Jr., put the team on his back, and carry them to success. Mm-hmm. It was the defense. It was what I thought was a more balanced offense around him. Again, I think Bo Nix will contribute to the success and lead the offense, but I'm not putting it all on Bo Nix because, to me, against the Chargers, run the ball.
See, I'm putting it all on Bo Nix. I think he's got to be flirting with close to 300. Cortland Sutton has got to have more than one catch.
Yeah.
And I think if he's flirting around 300, he'll have more than one catch.
And you're not going to have Evan Engram. You don't have a receding tight end.
So we got to figure somebody to take his.
We got
one
Nate
catch.
Atkins back. What are you talking about?
Right, Nate Atkins.
Why did they not draft
By the way,
these young tight ends.
Great line today by Sean Payton. We had to look at 11 games before we saw Nate Atkins catch a pass in college.
Fired me up, baby.
That's a fun one right there.
That got me excited.
I think Cortland Sutton has to be your. I know you want to run the ball. You guys want more R's. You don't like P's.
More R's, less POs.
I know. I got you with the whole thing, but you still got to score points.
Well, no, I'm with you. But again, and look, I'm not saying don't let Bo throw the football, but keep him off balanced is all I'm asking for. Just keep him off balance. Like, don't go. Tell me this. What was it? I think Nate looked at the first drive, or maybe you did. They come out, they've got 3 good runs, and it's like pass. Just, it's all right. You can go back and mix another run in.
Yeah, but you can't be upset about the first half, Andy. I mean, they had 4 possessions, they scored 3 touchdowns.
And then what happened?
Well, then they had halftime.
You know what's scary?
But the first half wasn't the issue.
You realize when you go back to the Charger game, the first matchup last year, they went 3 quarters before they scored. They got into the 4th quarter before they scored. Now then they scored 17 in the last few minutes. And then they kind of did the same thing against the Chargers too in the second game, where again, we had that great first half you described. Remember that? It was Christmas time. We were down at Stoney's. We were doing the watch party like you did last night. By the way, how close to being real sad was Rob Trujillo last night?
Well, it got weird because it looked like, well, first of all, it started terrible because Miami just went right down the field. But then it was like, oh, the Bills are going to win this one by 30. And they got kind of stalled out. And yeah, it was a little weird. It was fun, though. It's a big Bills. If you're a Bills fan, go hang out with Rob Trujillo at Stoney's Uptown joint. There's like 100 Bills fans there. It was crazy.
I know. He's got the Bills backers there. You know, the Jets bar is Stoney's main location to go to off Broadway.
Yeah, I know.
And now I'm trying to figure out who's – they got a Sloan's Lake one now, too.
It's KKSE-FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Do you ever know what Sloan's Lake was like back in the day?
Educate us.
One fancy and all this stuff now. When I was in high school, let's just put it this way. Andy bust out to Mullen, kind of on a favor. I was one of the favor kids, you know. I had to vacuum classrooms and do all that stuff. I didn't have a lot of people from the Mullen area that wanted to come visit me down here in North Denver. I'll just tell you that.
Geez, what kind of things were happening at Sloan's Lake? I never thought of Sloan's Lake as like
well, it's a hipster.
Listen,
now.
You wouldn't have gone running around the lake at night then, I'll tell you that.
but now people go run around the lake
all the time. Hey,
is that the place to
we'll
go?
Just do the midnight thing with your little blinky light on.
Sloan's Lake, huh? That was kind of a...
Sounds like it would have been a good idea to take the run because it would have made you go really fast.
Oh, yeah, you'd have been chased. There's no doubt about it.
Are you taking the Chargers or the Broncos here, Nate?
I'm taking the Broncos.
Oh, wow. There you go.
I actually,
Captain Sunshine here.
I actually am.
Here we go.
Yeah,
You're in so far.
I like the matchup. I do. I think that I do think the Denver defense matches up well with what Herbert and Roman and Harbaugh want to do, and I don't think they're going to have any commitment to running the ball. And I'm starting to think more and more that maybe the Indianapolis Colts are pretty good.
Yeah, I think that too.
Because, and I know, like the Dolphins, that was a bad team showing some backbone last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad team playing with a little bit of pride, but also like, you know, they gave the Bills a game. They made them sweat that thing a little bit last night. And I also think the Bills were mailing it in a little bit, but still they made them sweat it enough.
You don't make a penalty on a punt, you may lose that game.
That's what I'm saying right there. Brain dead penalty, by the way.
Penalty,
Come on.
By a captain.
That's a veteran. Did you see Mike McDaniel? Mike McDaniel just had just somebody punch me in the face right now. This is hell. Yeah, he had a moment where he was beside himself. But no, the way the Colts blew out the Dolphins, it's like, okay, well, maybe the Colts are better than we realize.
Okay, I like your optimism, man. You're, as far as I can tell, you're it.
And
I think they're part of that group of teams that can win 8 to 10 games.
Yeah,
which is kind of what Denver is.
I thought they were in the group that could win, 6-7 games to start the year. So
6-7.
I think
6-7. Don't know what the hell that means. Hey, by the way, look at your Zoom right now. Look at Sanford.
What's wrong with him?
Sanford looks like get out of the wings first off. That's a little creepy. That's got a touch of Silence of the Lambs. But when I first turned it on, he looked like angry post-game college coach waiting to do, what do you want to know? We didn't run the ball. Who's your most miserable college coach right now?
Well, we've got
you got a ranking.
We have got we're going to bring everybody a fun montage today of miserable college football coaches. Ironically,
look at him.
The three that we're going to highlight are three of the highest paid coaches in the entire country who seem to just hate their jobs.
Hell, they should.
Dabo Sweeney, by the way, is like, he's suggesting that everybody wants him fired.
Oh, they're taking on my cues this weekend, buddy.
Which, like,
tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Who wants him fired? What was Clemson football without Dabo Sweeney? How is it going to be any better with anybody else?
Mike, what's the usual shelf life of a coach? How long before you know that they're not in love with you anymore?
Before they're broken inside.
When the date's over.
Well, I got a good 2 years. One time I got 2 years as a head coach, and one time I got 8 games. So you can kind of do the math that it's not always so great.
But you haven't won him anything, right? You didn't win it like a. How about I put it this way? As a title-winning coach, how long before you figure you're not going to get stakes at every place you walk into anymore?
It depends on who you're. Obviously the situation that you're coming from. Ed Orgeron was fired at a year and a half after he won a national championship in 2019.
Yeah, but he's making time with some mothers, so maybe
he had some stuff going on.
Yeah, as long as you're not creeping.
He kind of sped up the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, but I mean, they were ready. They attributed.
It did seem fast, though. It did. I mean, it did. Well, from winning a championship to see it later.
LSU, I can only put so much of this
I tell you what, this is what I wish so badly I had done, and I think I meant to, and then I just didn't pay attention. I wish I had listened to like whatever the Ohio State flagship station was last year after they won the national championship to count how many callers it was on the postgame until somebody still wanted to fire Ryan Day.
Well, then Malone lived a little of that life here. I think we got 6 months in next year. You got to file him out. See, Mike, they can't get it done. They just got it done. No, they can't.
The Malone situation felt a little Orgeron-esque, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Didn't take long. Yeah.
It wasn't all that long. It's weird. It's one of those situations where when you see it and it's just not right, it's a ticking time bomb. And nowadays, with social media being what it is, it happens so quickly.
But does Clemson really seriously think they could do better than Dabo Sweeney?
I know. You know where you are? It's literally called Death Valley. You think I'm looking to move there?
I mean, you got Brian Kelly going out there and picking a fight with the media after he won. He won the game.
You know what I think's hilarious about Brian Kelly? That Southern accent is long gone.
Dude,
I've been thinking 2 years.
There was a great story in The Athletic last week that was actually, and it largely referred to Brian Kelly, but they talked to a linguistics expert about why like a Southern accent plays better. Whoa.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Something got up. It was in there. It was him. It was Dan. Dan did it.
Stop touching buttons. Anyway.
A Southern accent helps you?
A Southern accent, it both plays better with your fan base and it plays better on your recruiting trail. And that was why Brian Kelly, who is, I think he's from the Northeast. And
he's neighbors with DMac.
Yeah, Boston.
Parents,
and he was coaching in the Midwest.
Right.
And then he showed up at LSU and he did his introductory press conference and he was Brian Kelly. And then he went to the basketball game that night and it was, "You're all my family." Yeah.
You know what? I've had that happen in Texas. Mike's lived 1,000 places. DMac's lived a few spots too, but
a couple.
Fixin'. I hate the word fixin'. Just say you're gonna. I don't know. I don't need to be fixing
but if we didn't have fixing, we wouldn't have the greatest Gary Kubiak quote of all time.
I know, fixing to find out.
See, but here's what I like about the both. I don't like the South. I'm going to be really candid. I lived there for 3 years. The South didn't like me either, which is why I got okay. So full transparency.
South is different, man. Come on.
It is, man. And there's a lot of, "Oh, bless your heart, coach, praying for you." And then they go right back. They're like, "That guy's the worst coach he's terrible.
Yeah,
you don't want that."
They get on the message board and they just crush you.
They're emptying garbage cans on your front lawn.
Yes. There were two aspects of
avalanche
of Southern living that I found to be very, very efficient. Y'all. We in English, we do not have a plural version of you.
You guys.
But that's not a real word. Use?
No, it's two words. You guys.
Use, guys.
Yeah, use. Or what about in Pittsburgh? They say yins. Yeah.
Yins. Y'all, it works. It works. Okay. The other one, is getting ready to is shortened by FI''INDA.
You know, but here's what's funny about that is they shorten those words or combine them or whatever you want to call it, and yet they're not in a hurry to do literally anything else. They're the slowest people on the face of the earth.
Yeah, but Mike just gave you great reasons to hate the South. I mean, you don't really need anything else. You got it. You know, those.
I wasn't looking for new reasons, but I'll take them.
I just hate the South. Where does the South begin and end? By the way,
Mason-Dixon line.
Really?
Depends.
You know where the Mason-Dixon line really is?
I do. You know what's funny about it? Maryland and Delaware are south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Way further
and not
north.
Even remotely, nowhere near culturally Southern.
And here's what's funny about it, too. And this is another thing that I read in that story about when you ask that question, what is the South? You know what they all associate it with? The SEC.
Well, yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's football.
If you're
football
not
drawing the map.
If you are not in the SEC, you're not really the South. Like West Virginia, that's the friggin' South. Nope.
So hold on.
Wrong conference.
Dabo Sweeney's not in the South because he's in the ACC, and they're
Clemson,
South Carolina. South Carolina.
No, he's in South Carolina, which South Carolina is in the SEC. Thus, South Carolina is in the South.
Gotcha.
That is a Southern state because it has an SEC team in its state.
Right, exactly.
Gotcha.
I
gotcha.
But like Kentucky. You know, like Kentucky is pretty north. Yeah, Kentucky's in the SEC, thus Kentucky is in the South.
But I'm going to tell you guys.
Exactly. Feels south, but look at a map. It's not that south.
I'm going to tell y'all right now, Kentucky, especially South Central Kentucky, where I used to live, is very southern.
Were white
southern
guys with an attitude from South Central Kentucky?
Yeah.
When I got grown men calling a head football coach, they'd see me around and be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing, buddy? You good, buddy?" And I'm like, "Don't you buddy me, guy."
Oh, it got your burr up, did it?
Oh, yeah.
Put a little bee in your bonnet, did it?
Andy, if you ever want to be in my bonnet, man, call me buddy.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have said any of that because now they're going to. You know what I've decided to do? I'm just going to intimidate all you by one hand in this thing, huh?
Kentucky, so
you were laughing at it.
Western Kentucky is the South, clearly.
What? Western Kentucky.
That's where he coached. He was the coach of the Hilltoppers.
So hold on. So, but what's Cincinnati then? Is Cincinnati in the South?
It's right there. Right on the other side.
Cincinnati.
Of course it's close. It's really close.
It's right
Cincinnati
there.
feels more like a Chicago kind of the
but you realize
West
it's like 5 miles away from where we're talking about Kentucky.
Oh, trust me, I know.
You know what though? But
Northern Kentucky is a suburb of Cincinnati.
It is, but you know what Northern Kentucky has that the state of Ohio and the city of Cincinnati do not have?
Banjos.
State boundaries. They have an SEC team. That's what's different.
Open carry laws.
Moonshine runners.
They've got a lot of things.
Coach is so locked in and ready to coach. He's putting up with us rubes just hanging out. Looking to have a Friday.
Yep.
Looking to have a Friday.
Well, he's got his first home game of the year today.
Yeah, look, he's bouncing around. He's got that nervous energy.
Home opener for the
Are you going to run
tonight.
through like a paper thing or something? You got some big grand entrance?
I'm not doing that. Now, yeah, I did plan a new entrance, Andy, and I had to get the Daubers up a little bit to get ready for your alma mater tonight because the Mullen Mustangs are coming to town, man, and that is a rivalry game, Andy, because I'm
glad one of us thinks so.
It's me versus you, okay, Andy?
Look, it's fine.
They were gonna call Valor New Mullen, but they went with Valor instead.
Yeah.
But Valor really is New Mullen, isn't it, Andy?
They took everything.
They did.
Hey, you want to swing by and grab the old brother there, Brother Bernard, on our stadium? Lovely man.
Brother
Love some brandy.
Hey, look at Mullen. Isn't that a good idea? Let's do it in Highlands Ridge. Valor.
My guy, Brother Bernard, my favorite guy there. He literally is Brother Bernard. We had a golf classic for him. We would all go on, hey, brother, got to hit the restroom. All right. Dude, at one point, I came back my senior year, half the class was gone, and brother had no idea. So we loved him. Perfect. He was about yay tall. He was smaller than DMac. Walked up to us. We asked him our senior year to give us a little inspirational speech, and all he could say was, I don't know what's going to happen on the field. I understand your sport, but you better not lose the fight in the parking lot. And off he walked. That was it.
Go Mustangs.
Go Mustangs. Thank you, brother.
Andy, you want to know?
I don't know why you asked me here, but if you lose in the parking lot, you're all suspended.
That was great.
Andy, you want to know how I know of the?
No, you know why? You're from Ballard. I don't give a damn. You're getting muted. It's my show. See you, Sanford. Now he's got his wings again. Don't put that. I don't know what it is about the arms back. It's like a creepy serial killer movie when you do. You know what he looks like? He looks like the dude in Silence of the Lambs, the cop that was strewn across the wall. That's why I don't like that. Don't do that.
You're not ready for that, man. You're Mullen Mustang.
I'm absolutely not ready for that.
Hey, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Jeff Legwald jumping aboard next. How does Denver beat the Chargers? We'll find out. Leggy will lay out the game plan when we return.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the weekend, Friday night, great night for date night, Saturday night, great night for date night. If you're not seeking out, romance in your life, whether it's with someone that maybe is already in your life or maybe that new person, simply because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, then there's no need to continue to waste opportunities to find that special someone or get that special feeling back, because you can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, a lot of folks, a lot of men suffer from ED. You don't want to let this ruin your life. You don't want to let it ruin your love life. You don't let it ruin your confidence. Just come on, get that old feeling back. Maybe the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you laughed it off. No big deal, but now it's not a bit laughing matter anymore. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some will have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you desire. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The other great thing when you get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is, again, they've got the multiple treatments there, things that work when the pills and herbals fail. Told you about that. So get on down there and check things out. $99 the first visit. It includes a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about your results, about what you're dealing with. You'll get a test dose if advised, and if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the whole visit's free, so nothing to risk there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. But check out Castle Rock, revamped location. They're really proud of this one. Get on in there, see the good folks there. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
High school football on Altitude Sports Radio tonight. Moser and Tyler Polumbus call the action as Fossil Ridge and Regis Jesuit do battle on 92.5. 6:30 is the kickoff in that one. High school football powered by Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. It's a Friday afternoon. Let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident? You require Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwald is with us here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwald, we continue to wait to see Dre Greenlaw, and Evan Engram will not play in this game. I am sure that Sean Payton was verbose and generous with information when it came to his players' injuries. So what do we know?
He was effusive. So I think the one thing he did say was that, as I suspect, I think we talked Monday a little bit, he did say Ingram's back injury came in the game Sunday in Indy, so it does explain some of the snap count personnel use issues, and that was kind of the first time he said it out loud, even though we've all kind of assumed it. But yeah, the Greenlaw thing, I think they still, the way I understand it from talking to as many people as I can is he is on the timetable they thought he was. Like, this isn't a surprise to them in the recovery, which is maybe different than the public, perception they've put out there, which I think personally makes it tough on the player, which is why I think teams should just fess up and say when a guy's hurt, when he's not. It's not competitive. I don't care what they say, but it does put it all on the player. When Sean Payton says 3 weeks ago, you're going to see him sooner rather than later. And, earlier this week, he says things like, well, the injury's nebulous. I think all of that sort of puts the onus on the player unnecessarily, but it does make the decision not to put him on IR for 4 weeks a little bit interesting at this point.
Jeff, that was going to be my question is, like, if it's the timetable that they thought he was on the whole way, then that means he has to play next week. Otherwise, it makes absolutely no sense that they didn't make the IR transaction with him. Am I reading that correctly?
I think, and I think sometimes maybe it's easier if you keep him on the roster. He can do a little more on the field with the team.
Okay.
So there is a benefit to do it. And he did practice Friday before, the Indy game, which is kind of, I can't get a clear answer as if whether or not something happened a week ago, just a little twinge or something, because he did practice in a jersey on Friday before the Indy game. So it made you think, this week was going to be a ramp up, and it was not. So, again, it's a little unclear if something happened last week, but, they certainly could use them. And this is a game where, against a team that plays this many heavy formations and big player packages, he's certainly a guy they could have used this week for sure.
All right, Jeff, we've been asking this question. If the Broncos were to get this win, because it kind of feels like they are the underdog in Vegas, and it just feels like this is a tough one for them, who will be the star? What will be the storyline in your mind?
I think if they have effectiveness getting Chargers defense out of what they need to get them out of, I think Dobbins will have had a very big day. It's the old, some things become old adages because they continue to be true. And if a team's going to play this much shell coverage, you got to run them out of it at some time. And to do that, it will be because Dobbins, I think, has a big day.
January 8th, 2023, Leggy, the last time the Denver Broncos had a 100-yard rusher. With the storyline of J.K. Dobbins not being welcome back, if you will, at least financially, and what he wanted from the Chargers organization, would that storyline motivate Sean Payton enough to lean into the ground game and find a bell cow running back for really the first time in his tenure?
Well, Mike, I think at some point, I think people would like to see what would motivate Sean to use a running back extensively. He's so, and this as a play caller, but he is so situational driven. I think it's really hard for him in many ways philosophically to have one person who has this enormous role beyond the quarterback. But so I think some of his philosophy is always going to get in the way of one back being the guy, unless that one back catches a lot of passes, and that's not been Dobbins's snap count so far. He's not seeing a lot of those snaps, but I think that could change if he does continue to run like he did in Indy in the second half.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here on a Friday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Mike Sanford. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Leggy, as you had a chance to really dive into the defense's performance last week against Indianapolis, and it's hard to rely on trends after 2 weeks. There's a lot of noise within the numbers. But going back and looking at that game, they did force 5 field goals. They did force a couple of turnovers on downs. They only allowed 2 touchdowns in that game. Like, generally, they did a lot of the things that you need modern defense to do. As you looked back on it, what was your read of how they played and sort of where this defense is at right now, 2 games into the year?
Yeah, I think, the yardage totals were alarming, and they were sufficiently alarmed by them. I don't want to make it sound like I'm underselling.
Big plays, too, Leggy. I mean, big chunks they gave up.
You got 3 40-yard pass plays. You got a 68-yard run. I mean, that's too many explosives in any world. But, in talking to Vance Joseph a little bit and getting a few in yesterday, they, and I think they're right after charting the video. Daniel Jones was exceptionally accurate on a lot of throws, which in this day and age, there's no defense for a DB against a perfectly thrown ball. You can't play physically enough anymore to keep that pass away from a receiver like you used to.
Unless you're Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, and if you're a quarterback and you're on a heater, you're going to have a good day against almost anybody. So I think his play can't be undersold in that. But I think the Colts were very ready for their single high looks and a lot of their man coverages away from Surtain even. So I think the Broncos were much better in the second half when they did what they don't usually do a lot, which is play a lot more zone and just play more coverage looks. They were able to at least slow it down a little more. And, the second half didn't look so much like the first half. And the big run, like a lot of big runs, was just missed tackles. So that's, take your storyline there. Is it because they don't tackle in training camp anymore? Is it because they don't get much preseason work? But you see a lot of missed tackles early in the year, and the Broncos certainly had their share in the first 2 games.
Like, you look back at a game a year ago against Baltimore where the fear and the threat of the legs of Lamar Jackson got Vance Joseph to be uncharacteristically a zoned defensive team, at least on that day, and it was a bad day. What have you noticed in terms of zone coverage for Vance Joseph in really his 3rd year as a coordinator? Has it improved? Has it looked tighter? You mentioned that second half adjustment looked a lot better. What have you seen, and do you think that's a commitment that the Broncos are ready in case their fastball isn't working?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they go through it more quickly, Mike. I think it's never going to be their, the proverbial bread and butter for them. And I think as a result, they're never going to quite look as good doing it as some people do. I do think Hufanga improves their chances of playing better zone coverage. So I think his activity level and his ability to close on the ball and all of those things make them a better zone team than they were last year. But it's the same scenario here. Now, I put Lamar as a runner in another galaxy compared to everybody else, frankly, at quarterback. But Herbert's exceptionally accurate this year, 72% right now. And I think the thing that strikes me is he's been the 5th most blitzed quarterback in the league after 2 games, and he's still completing 72% of the ball. So that means an awful lot of people are sending an awful lot of pressure at him and not getting there. And they're, he's having time to wait for receivers to clear. And I think that's really hard for a team that wants to be aggressive like the Broncos. And some of it is, the Chargers have plenty of 3 wide looks like everybody else in the league now, but they play, it's a weird dynamic. They play these big, heavy personnel groupings. There's one with 7 offensive linemen in it. And they play these big groupings, and then they throw out of it. They're not like coming at you as a running team out of those things. They're basically playing max protect on Justin Herbert and wait until a receiver is clear.
All right, Leggy, I call you the balloon popper. You know that. So I'll let you take a crack at this one. How big is this game for the Broncos? You know how it is. We're doing radio here. Feels like a pretty big week for them. But overall, how big is this, do you think, in the grand scheme for them?
Oh, I won't pop that balloon. I'll let that one fly. I think the one thing that strikes me is, look, it's anecdotal, and I can't say for sure, but I don't remember a team like the Chargers playing 3 division games in the first 3 weeks of a season. And if the Chargers win, that means they will have won half of their AFC West games already, and it's not October. So it puts them in a very, very good position against everybody, including the Broncos. So I think this is a pretty big ticket item for a week 3 game just because of the weirdness of the schedule. I mean, you only play 6 division games, and the Chargers, if they win, will have already played 3 of them and won all 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of tie-breaking implications going on right there. Even Leggy's hyping this one, guys. Read Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Catch his coverage, and we'll be talking to him Monday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold, travel safely, my friend.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, good stuff right there. I want to get back to something that Sandman said right there about relying heavily on J.K. Dobbins in this game. Mike, you said yesterday on the show, and I like this idea. The question is, it's not that there is a commitment. I think there's a commitment. But it's with Sean Payton, it's how committed are you, okay? Is Sean Payton, is there an implied Saturday night date, or is Sean Payton still making plans week to week? That's what we want to know here. And it comes to the run game, and it comes to J.K. Dobbins, and you said yesterday, 22 personnel, put 2 tight ends, 2 backs out on the field, and run directly at them. And you can shift into it. You can do whatever you need to move around with pre-snap, but to do your best to mess with what they're doing in that cover 4 and try and get Derwin James a little bit off balance wherever you can. Again, I don't think the question is whether or not Denver will do it. It goes back to, Coach, is like how much are they going to do it? And that's the part of it we don't know about with Sean Payton.
And it's the challenge of the shotgun run game, as Andy mentioned. And I called him an old man. I called him angry guy yelling at the clouds. And I was wrong because you're right. It's either that you have to zone read it, run the RPO, and we've already talked about there's way too much P, and we want more R, right? And getting into some hard-headed runs, I call them tanks. And think about a Panzer tank from Germany. You would drive that into anything, any look. And that's what a tank run is that you're just going to call it and haul it. You don't need Bo Nix to check you out of it into a pass. You just are going to run it. And typically that comes with population of multiple tight ends and even a fullback on the field at one time. And the way that Evan Ingram is not going to be a part of this game, that at least it appears that way, is that you will have Nate Atkins back. I love that. He can be your wing tight end. Lucas Kroll is not a physical enough tight end. I think that Troutman is by far your most physical tight end. And then you throw Prentice in there. And yeah, you can run the football maybe 8 times hard-headed in those formations. And then the rest of the runs come by way of your shotgun, dink and dunk, RPO, find the looks. But like you talked about it, man, in 11 personnel, when you have one tight end on the field, you're going to see a lot of shell coverage, a lot of too high. And if that's the case in the RPO, what does too high equals? It equals the R. You hand the football off in too high structures.
So this is NFL Pro stuff. Mike, you're going to like this. And Andy, you're going to like this. Do you realize that 83% of J.K. Dobbins' runs this year, 83% of his 30 carries have come with Bo Nix under center?
Yeah, that's what you need. Because you want what I call the two-way go, right or left.
Yep.
Go either side.
He's running inside the tackles 50% of the time with a 40% success rate, which is like it's that's good. You want it right around there. Okay? 40% is good. You bump it up when you can, but that's just it. And it's going to come down to, again, is like how committed are the Broncos to being able to get to that place. I think if you're dropping Bo Nix back too much in this game, I think you're just playing into what the Chargers want to do. I think you have to put them on their heels. I think you got to give your offensive line an opportunity to shoot off the line of scrimmage and bring some physicality against these guys.
I think the roadmap forward is to run the football versus too high structures, RPO versus leverage defender. So Derwin James wants to be a half zone defender in the pass game and then a half box defender.
Yeah.
Make him declare. That's what RPO is built for.
Mm-hmm.
RPO is built versus too high structures with a leverage defender. Okay. And then the other piece is the quick game. The quick game has to become part of what you do so that you can just take patiently everything that is presented it for you, and then you can run the ball hard-headed.
Here's what everybody else has been caught off by. Are there the products at your house that a female visitor would need for this to be a Saturday night commitment? Because we've had about 3 texts asking that question. That's really the answer.
Is there a toothbrush in the medicine cabinet?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just lunch date?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Or
we'll do lunch.
What do they call that again? What do they call that?
Is Sean sending them back with all of their own feminine hygiene products?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was that. I thought you were talking about to making sure that you don't procreate. So
no.
Oh, prophylactics?
Yeah, that's I didn't.
Oh, no,
I didn't know if it's anaphylactic. That's different, I think.
You already. I'm assuming those are already in the bedside drawer.
Sure.
I'm assuming.
Sure. And those travel, Mike. The question is, we're talking about a good old fashioned get up and have breakfast, and you never
Andy,
know.
The question when you were a Mullen Mustang was: we know that they travel, but how long did they stay in the old leather wallet? And was it a good product by the time that it was used? Was it a 9-month traveler in the leather wallet with your ska chain that you had connected to your wallet?
Well, because if it was, then you know you're going to end up with a 9-month traveler. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, who needs to have a day on Sunday against the Chargers? Who must have a day for the Broncos to get on a plane with a victory? We'll do that next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Bud Light Football Friday. Broncos injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Dre Greenlaw, out. Evan Ingram, out. That's it. Everybody else is perfectly fine. Nate Adkins, Nick Benito, Talanoa Hufanga, Alex Singleton, and Justin Sternad. They are all okay, and they will be playing for the San Diego Superchargers. By the way, we haven't even heard the song yet this week. How is that humanly possible? Will Dissly has a knee injury, and he is out.
Ooh, that's big. That is big.
So right up to your face, and Dissly will not be out there. Tyler Conklin. Going to be a big Tyler Conklin game. Also for the Chargers. Elijah Molden has a hamstring. He will not play.
A hammy?
You know who will play? Lad McConkey.
Oh, Laddie.
Chargers!
I just want video when this was recorded.
Can't you just see it? I see a man in a sequined suit.
Yeah.
Just dropping
a disco ball
funk
in the studio.
Oh, God, yeah.
Background singers hanging out in the booth.
Loads of cocaine. Yeah. It's all right there.
Yeah, probably. Probably. Wow, he really gave that one extra. I didn't hear that part before.
They were charged up in that studio.
They were.
That's your injury report, brought to you by Ramos Law. Guys, who's going to have a day? Who's going to have a day when the Broncos go to play those San Diego Superchargers on Sunday in Los Angeles? We'll go around the room. Andy, I'm starting with you. Who's gonna have a day?
I want to know from Mike. Because Mike had...
Once again, you're answering a question with
a
question.
You're right, but I'm curious. I've been waiting to ask Mike this because he had a whole soliloquy on how it had to be Bo Nix and Evan Ingram needed to be best of friends, and now Evan Ingram's out. So how does that change anything?
Is he out of practice or is he
No, they
out?
ruled him out today.
He's out.
He's out. Pelissero told the world he's out.
He's out. Andy, who's got to have a day?
We'll tell you who's going to have a day. It's J.K. Dobbins. I said it yesterday. He's gonna break the streak. He's gonna have 100+ yards rushing.
Just kidding, Dobbins. Got to go have himself a game.
Jeremiah Kerfuffle.
I truly wonder. Like, this is one where it's like it's right there in front of you, man. Like it's right there in front of you, and yet, like last year, remember going into the playoff game against Buffalo, and we all looked at it and we were just like, okay, well, you can't run the ball up the middle, so Tyler Bidet is going to play instead of Audric Estime because you got to get to the edges, and that's where Buffalo is susceptible, and that's where you can beat those guys. And we talked about it all week long, and it just seemed so obvious to everybody, and then they didn't do it.
You know what I'd love to see have a day? I can't give you that he's going to have a day.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just get like a really good, complete Marvin Mims game?
Okay.
Not the touchdown was nice last week. Did he get the handoff, or was that it was week one where he went back into the right?
Franklin got an 11-yard banger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I agree, man. Marvin Mims Jr. Great call, Andy.
Just show me what you are, please.
Wouldn't it be great to see him be more of a joker than the stupid joker that was promised to us that never happened?
Mims last year, if you remember the game in LA, that was when he had the 53-yarder, and that was just that was a eye candy play behind the line of scrimmage, quick out, and boom, he was upfield. Like, guys, that's the name I wrote down, Marvin Mims. That's what they have to do. It's got to be quick hitters, and it's got to be a big yak game because it's going to be tough to beat these guys over the top. Not impossible, but it's going to be tough to beat these dudes over the top. Get the ball in the hands of a playmaker. Marvin Mims, like you said, the touchdown was good last week.
But then he was gone.
It's been ineffective at best. I think he's caught like one bubble screen so far.
Right.
There's been next to nothing out of Marvin Mims. Like this feels like a week. Like, okay, get creative, get the ball out of Bo's hands, get it into the hands of a speedster, and let's see what he can do.
But here's the problem: can he really be the Joker? Because the Joker catches things, and he's a receiver. It's already in the name. Wide receiver. So he can't be a joker because the joker just catches stuff, Mike. That's what we've learned.
But if you're a receiver that doesn't catch the ball, are you actually
right?
I think that makes you qualified.
I just thought that the Joker was a card in a deck that can be a multitude of cards.
We all did, Mike, but then we learned it's just a guy that catches stuff.
Just a guy that catches the ball.
By the Sean Payton definition, and it's his offense we're talking about, you just got to be able to catch things.
So not a wide receiver, just a receiver is the definition of a Joker. A receiver. That's it. All we wanted was a receiver. And I guess it's also what we've learned, Andy, is that it's a receiver who is oft injured and is not available.
Well, all right. There you go.
We learned who our Joker is.
Evan Ingram.
Oft injured catcher of the football.
Evan Ingram.
Guys, let me tell you who else has to have a day. The Denver secondary has to have a day. And I'm looking at all those guys right now. But the Denver secondary has to have a day. Right now, the Chargers, and it's been years since we've been able to say this. Because, they had Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. Those dudes were never healthy at the same time. But, right now, between Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen, who's on the field and back with the Chargers, and Quentin Johnston, that's three guys, top 25 in the league in receiving yardage right now. I mean, the way people are talking about the Chargers is they're like, wide receiver is now one of the strengths of that football team.
Isn't that crazy?
I know, it's wild. It's because
this was what Raj was pointing to this the entire offseason. Who the heck's going to catch the football from Justin Herbert? I said, just wait. Jim Harbaugh, Griff Whalen became a receiver for him, and so did Ryan Whalen, both walk-ons that are unrelated, that have the same last name and share that they are non-Pacific Islander, non-Asian, Caucasian men. And were walk-on players that caught a multitude of passes in a Jim Harbaugh offense. He just finds a way, and so does Greg Roman, to get the unheralded players to play at a very high level. Ladd McConkey was the perfect draft pick for the Broncos or for the Chargers, and now Quentin Johnston's having his renaissance as well.
Yeah,
super talented player.
All right,
renaissance. He's showing up. He's not dropping everything they throw to him.
Mike,
but he was good at TCU.
Yeah,
right. I mean, he was a worthy draft pick with a lot of physical attributes at TCU. He just was terrible in his first year and a half or 2 years, really, as a pro.
All right, before we let you go, then Chad Brown called out the Denver defensive line basically Tuesday as one of the reasons why we shouldn't be comparing this thing to 2015. Does the Denver defensive line need a bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, I like the defensive line period. I thought Nick Bonito was fantastic. So I would be cautious to throw him as part of maybe the problems from a pass rush standpoint that existed. But Jonathan Taylor's just had this entire defensive unit's number 2 years in a row. Big plays, explosive plays. He hits for contact. He gets the singles, the doubles, and then he hits the triples. I mean, that's the thing that he's done against them. I just don't think that you're going to see Omarion Hampton or Najee Harris, who I think is grossly overrated and is a subpar starting running back in the National Football League. I just don't see it right now with the Chargers' commitment to the run game. And I think you're going to get a better pass rush. You know what I want to see more of? I want to see more Jonah Ellis. Give me more Jonah Ellis. I like Nick Bonito and Jonah Ellis. I think they're your most talented, most ballistic, nonstop effort pass rushing dudes on that front. And I think I want to see more of that young man.
Sandman, who needs to have a night tonight against Mullen for the Valor Christian Eags as you guys play your home opener down there in Highlands Ranch tonight? Who needs to have a night?
Well, the Highland Ranch's version of Travis Hunter, of course, Cash Spence, who plays just about every position for the Valor Christian Eagles. And I'll tell you this, I don't know if you've known the Mullen Mustangs, your alma mater, Andy, they got a tight end, big old 6'6" joker committed to Michigan, the home of Jim Harbaugh.
Is he actually a joker?
He's a joker, a real bona fide joker. Good player.
Is Cash going to cover him tonight?
Ooh, that's a bit of a size problem.
All right, here's my question.
By the way, I love asking Sandman, who needs to have a night? Answer, my best player.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's high school. Hey, it's easy in high school.
That's good coaching right there.
If your good guy goes off, good things usually happen. How are we going to do this show next week? Because you and I are going to be out at a car dealership getting ready to call the Sandman's game. And so is that a conflict of interest? I don't know if we get to talk to Coach next Friday.
I don't feel all that conflicted by it.
Do you?
No,
okay.
no.
Dude, is he going to come out and drive a Hyundai? Here's the only thing I ask, because we're going to a Hyundai dealership. I want to drive one like we stole it.
A nice Tucson?
Whatever.
Ooh,
Give it to me. I want to take it around. I want to do jump scenes like we're in Ferris Bueller. You and me. What is that?
Have you guys seen that new Hyundai Santa Fe? That thing is unbelievable.
Can I jump it?
That bad boy. No, you absolutely can. You want to talk about a beautiful electronics in that thing? It's as good as it gets, man. It's kind of like the Tesla sans Elon Musk.
If
you Elon Musk out
man an endorsement.
A Santa Fe. Yeah.
I want me a Santa Fe.
I used to tell there was a guy named Steven Jenkins at Land Rover Denver, and every time he would give me a new one. No, this guy, he was English.
Oh, okay.
He had a great English accent, but the first time I dropped "drive it like you stole it" on him, he laughed and couldn't quit saying it to me in his English accent. And I can't even do a good impression of him anymore because you know what was funny in Land Rover? They had like a hill they'd make you go up to show you that it was a real 4x4. He was terrified of that thing.
Since he's British, would it be drive it like you nicked it?
See, that might be it. I don't know.
But
not me.
Mm-hmm. Sandman, go have a great game tonight, pal. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, fellas. You're the best.
All right, the great Mike Sanford, everybody. Valor Christian, home opener tonight against the Stangs of Mullen. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. Mark Johnson coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Andy, we got a new Ralphie.
Oh, can't wait.
We got a new Ralphie. Ralphie 7 is in our life.
Word is.
Yeah?
Not opposed to running.
Oh.
What was the word they used? She became indifferent to running or something?
Yeah, a willing and able runner, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark Johnson's going to give us the scouting report. Looking forward to that. Kreckman and Lindahl. Keep it here. Andy, PFF gives us a fun matchup to watch in this game. Joe Alt v. Nick Bonito.
All right.
Yeah, left tackle v. edge rusher. Strength on strength. Let's do this.
Alt was last year, top pick for them last year, correct?
He was, and he was an interior lineman. They moved him to left tackle this summer. And across 2 games, he has allowed just 2 pressures on 76 pass blocking sets. That earns him the second highest PFF pass block grade. Now, Nick Bonito leads the NFL in pressures so far through 2 weeks with 15 and a pressure rate right around 40%. The ESPN pass rush win rate stat puts him at 32.5%, but that's number 1 in the NFL out of Nick Bonito right now. Strength on strength. Andy, I'm telling you, like, this, I circled the secondary, and Leggy talked about it before, the blitz rate, the way that opponents are blitzing Justin Herbert, and it's not doing anything right now. So I think one of the biggest things that the Broncos could help themselves out with is win with 4, cover the hell out of these dudes, and just know you're going to get beat sometimes because they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's funny. You need a Vic Fangio-style defense.
You do.
Right? Just need to Vic Fangio this thing up.
Right.
Which is funny because didn't Vic always have surprising success against them?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
He always would win one when we... Of course, Sean's been good for a couple of surprising wins this year. All right, this is what I wanted to ask you. Would this be a surprising win? I guess not to you. You're saying that they're going to win.
No, I'm picking Denver in this game. Andy, and maybe I've been too caught up in the Indianapolis game. That game is a fluke. The more that I've looked back on that game, the more I recognize that game was a stupid fluke. The Broncos had a victory. They took it away from themselves with the dumb leverage penalty. They took it away from themselves with Lutz doinking a field goal. And look, like it's coin flippy kind of stuff, but that's what road games are in the NFL. The Broncos played well enough to win that game. I didn't look at the result of that game and have it change the way that I viewed the Broncos played in that game, which I thought they generally played pretty well. They just lost a game on the road. And look, are there issues? Yeah, they can't stop the run. Guess what? The Chargers can't run the ball. They suck at it, and they don't even really try to do it. And you can't just flip your mentality in 1 week. Like, this is a team that's just basically a 70-30 pass team. And guess what? Some of the damage that they're doing running the football, it's just Herbert making plays. That's all it is. Like, he looks healthy right now, so he's willing to get outside the pocket and run a little bit. He's a very good slider, by the way. Have you noticed that about Justin Herbert? He's maybe the best sliding quarterback in the game today.
Okay.
Very smooth at it. He's got a nice pop-up slide. It's a good look. Anyway, I don't think they can run the ball. So if you can cover and if you can get pressure with your well-compensated and very good pass rushers, which are Bonito and Cooper and Ellis, then I think you're well set up in this matchup.
I just think it's funny because it's amazing how many of these quarterbacks in modern day, I guess it just shows you how much they're all playing one sport, maybe not multiple sports, but they don't know how to slide.
Right.
It's amazing to me. Some of the baseball players don't know how to slide, so maybe I shouldn't be shocked.
There's that too.
All right, I'm looking back again at this game. Got the play-by-play pulled up. Looking back at this game from a year ago. Here's the only thing.
Which one, the first or second?
I'm looking at the second. The first one, Bo was quite. Look, a lot of people felt like Bo had a terrible 3 quarters to start that game against the Chargers. But then they got a little something going. They went a little bit up-tempo. And if you remember, I think, didn't they go on to play Tampa the next week? And things just kind of finally got going from there. It's almost like Sean figured out, all right, I need to let the kid have a little more up-tempo stuff, all that kind of stuff. And they finally got it going. The second game, that's where I was disappointed because I felt like the Broncos had found their identity. They were battling for a playoff spot. This was their first kind of real must-need win in order to, although it turns out they made the playoffs anyway, but you would have liked to have gotten this one. And they started off, that's right, they started off the right way. 2 touchdown drives the first time, 3 touchdown drives to start the game, 10 plays, 12 plays, 6 plays, 72 yards, 70 yards, and 70 yards. And then again,
those are good drives. I'll take those.
They got 21 points halfway through the second quarter. They finished with 27. Who can make something different this year? Where I get a little nervous about this game, now you've added Talanoa Hufanga, but you're not going to have Dre Greenlaw. You're going to have Singleton in for Barton, who would have been playing a year ago. Now, I think Barton was playing a year ago. But this is still kind of the same Bronco team all of a sudden from a year ago. Because as we know, as we talked about all offseason long, the roster hasn't changed. And the guys you brought in, like Greenlaw, and for those that missed it, our Ramos Injury Law Firm injury report, you got Greenlaw out. They've already been ruled out. Greenlaw and Ingram already ruled out for this game. So you don't really have two of the big pieces you brought in to look different. You still have Jahdae Barron, but that's a young corner. I'm not surprised a young corner's not getting a ton of playing time early on.
Yeah.
No matter how high a pick you are, it happens quite often, especially when you've got a secondary like they got.
I was going to say he was drafted it was strength on strength.
It was. So what does this team that's largely now the same? Now, you got different running backs, so is that why you key in on maybe running Dobbins more?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking. Or can you expect more consistency out of Troy Franklin? See, if Troy Franklin can do something I feel like Marvin Mims doesn't often do, but put a second really good game together in consecutive weeks, that maybe makes you different.
So last week, the Broncos came out eager to run, and they carried 3 times right away in that game, and Dobbins had, I believe, 28 yards on his first 3 carries, and then they got away from it, and then they 3-and-outed, and then really for the rest of the game, the commitment to the run was wishy-washy at best. Sean Payton, one of the things that I'm hoping is like they're just part of the organic process of a football season, is that Sean just starts to figure out what works and starts to pare some of it down, all right? He had a lot of time this offseason, okay? He just, again, like he hadn't just drafted a quarterback. Like it was a lot of returning talent. 86% of the roster was returning this year for the Broncos. It wasn't all getting turned back over. And Andy, honestly, I think it gave him too much time to sit there with a notepad in front of himself and scribble stuff down.
Boy, judging by that play sheet you saw the other day, not only did he have the play sheet, then he had another like separate sheet of paper. It's just like, what is all that?
Yes, like be willing to go big in this game. You know, run. Nate Adkins is back. Put Nate Adkins at fullback and have Troutman and Lucas Kroll out there and let them block and go heavy personnel, go double tight, go 2 in the backfield, the old 22 personnel, and just run it at them and get downhill and go between the tackles and commit to some physicality and use the RPO stuff and then quick hitters to the outside. And then who knows, maybe you open up some play action, you get Derwin James biting on it a little bit, and you can make some plays. What I want to see is like a cohesive progression of play calling in this game and not just, well, here's 14 different personnel groupings on the first 15 plays.
Right. You don't need them all.
That's what I want to see out of Sean Payton in this game is just like, okay, pick out what works and go and do it. And I think the one spot where the Chargers can be susceptible is by running the ball straight at them. And you might look at it and go, well, Ashton Genty didn't do anything special last week. There was a bunch of turnovers, and they were quickly down in that game, and it got away from them. Like, this is one where I'm looking at the Denver secondary and the Denver rushing game to win them this game. But I think there is a path to get it done. This is why I'm picking the Broncos to go in there and get this win. I think this is a ticked-off team that can go and win a tight one on the road. I believe the Broncos will come back with a victory after this game, and I say that with all due respect to the Chargers, who I think are playing really, really well. I'm not saying this is a knock on L.A. I don't think they're a 2-0 fraud or anything else like that. I think the Broncos are still really, really good.
So you think the matchup's better. I will say this. You mentioned Ashton Genty. Well, he doesn't have his feel or his veteran eyes the way that J.K. Dobbins does. It's also why R.J. Harvey hasn't played it.
Exactly.
Just J.K. Dobbins knows where he's looking and knows where to look for the cutback lane.
Yeah.
So that's why he could be set up for more success.
And use and by the way, use Harvey. Get him to the outside.
Sure.
Like do that. Mix that into the game plan, but just largely like just hit the frickin' interior, man. Just go. 50% of Dobbins' runs so far this year have been between the tackles. I kick it up to 65% in this game.
Well, and we could talk more about this later, but the defense has got to figure out a new plan too. In that second half of that game, 70-yard touchdown drive, 78-yard touchdown drive, 90-yard touchdown drive.
Broncos-Chargers drinking game coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll step aside right now. On the return, we will bring Mark Johnson into the program. Big debut tomorrow night out at Folsom Field. Ralphie 7 runs. How's it going to go? We find out from Mark Johnson. Oh, by the way, are the Buffs going to run the ball against Wyoming? We'll talk about all that coming up next. Hey, dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. It's coming up. Oh, man, I cut the spots yesterday. The October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Dudes, for nearly 50 years, Roller Auction has been the best place to find Colorado city, county fleet vehicles and equipment. You may be asking yourself, why would I want to buy one of those? Well, number one, have you seen the cost of a used car? Number two, these are well-maintained fleet vehicles and equipment. In order to be able to keep these up to local government standards, they have to be able to meet the maintenance schedule. Therefore, you know you're buying a good automobile. This auction is going to open up on October 1st. That's right, on October 1st. So get yourself signed up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. SUVs, trucks, sedans, so much more. Get to roller.bid/altitude right now to sign up. That also gets you on the email list, dude. So they will email you and tell you when this auction is drawing closer. But if you're looking for a well-maintained used vehicle, this is the best place to get a fantastic deal from Roller Auction. Again, sign up to bid, roller.bid/altitude. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl. We play ska music on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Johnson coming up here in just a moment. CU Wyoming tomorrow night. What time is that game going to kick off, Andy?
Oh, they're saying 8:15. I'm the Connor McGahee of this sucker because it's my next 2 Saturdays where 8:15 will be 8:30, which means getting home will be, I don't know, 2 a.m.
Yeah. Going to be a bit of a late night, folks.
It's 2 a.m. I'm feeling lonely. Although the drive home usually at least is easy those days.
Caden Salter back at quarterback this week.
That's what we're expecting.
That's what we believe to be the case going up against Wyoming, who defensively have been very good so far this season, including limiting Utah to only 3 points in the first half last week. So this team has been good. They shut out Akron. Northern Iowa had a touchdown. And again, the first half against Utah, very, very good. Second half, well, it's Utah. There's a pretty good Wyoming defense. Can Colorado effectively? I feel like it's the same thing as the Broncos question. Can Colorado make a legitimate commitment to running the football, to using Caden Salter to do what he does best, and to hopefully out physical and wear down Wyoming by the time this game gets to the fourth quarter?
I would hope so. I don't know what to expect, Nate. Last week kind of threw me off. I wasn't sure I expected the Buffs to win because I think anytime you get, I think anytime anyone comes here and they come to altitude, it's tough. I think when you take some of these kids and they go to the South and you're dealing with, and I know some are from there, but when you're dealing with humidity that you're not used to playing football in, I thought it would be a little bit tougher. And then it turned out the night was not so bad. And really, it wouldn't have mattered what conditions we were playing in. CU did not play physical enough. They did not tackle well enough. For all the great good feelings that you got out of Ryan Staub the week before, he didn't look like he knew what he was looking at sometimes. And then there were other times where he would throw a pass, and it just was a little too far outside, inside, a little too high. Like, all that's got to stop. And on top of it, and I know Coach Cringe did it earlier in the week, but nobody seems to know what your identity is. And you need an identity to know what you're going to fall back on to try to get a game like this in hand.
To that point, CU's running backs had 12 carries last week at Houston. Right now, the Buffs are 104th in the nation, 124 rushing yards per game.
And look, I just can give you some of the opinions of a Gary Barnett that does the show with, that I do the broadcast with. And Coach is constantly asking, why do we keep throwing these bubble screens? These side passes that don't seem to go anywhere. They had a couple good ones against Georgia Tech, but for the most part, it's like that tape's out there, and the other teams have been ready since.
Yeah.
Delaware nearly picked off 2 or 3 of those bubble screens. Like, their tackler nearly got to the ball before our receiver did. So, I don't know, Nate. I really don't know. They've got guys that look the part, but that part needs to start getting played a little bit better.
Yeah, well said. I anticipate, I think this is a fourth quarter game.
Yeah, I could see it being a close game.
Yeah. Wyoming, to their credit, they do know their identity, and they do play with some pretty good physicality. They rebuilt their defense this past offseason. They got a linebacker, Braden Johnson, this kid that they found from Oklahoma Baptist, D2 Oklahoma Baptist, Andy. This dude is 6'3", 245. He's a giant out there, and he gives them the kind of length that they need in coverage and being able to tackle. He's basically been their best defensive player every single game so far this season. Like that, again, this Wyoming team, I think physically is going to be up to the challenge. It's going to be on Colorado, take advantage of their speed and win this game. And they should be able to.
Well, they need to, yes, again, you're the one that's recruiting these athletes. And so go and show that you've got the athletes, but they've got to do it. Again, I don't know what to expect out of the rest of this season. It's just been that kind of year right now, Nate.
Yep.
Just has been.
Colorado State, by the way, Andy, they will take on UTSA this week.
University of Texas, San Antonio.
The mighty Roadrunners are coming to Fort Collins as a 4.5-point favorite.
Really?
Yes. The Rammies home dog to the 1-2 Roadrunners of UTSA. You guys have to win this game. You have to win this game.
That's an Owen McCown team.
Jay needs to win this game.
Oh, that's right.
Good call. Well done. Mm-hmm. Was he a CU commit?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he played. He played
you're
for
right.
Sanford.
You're right.
Matter of fact, he was so slight, I was worried about him.
Well, he's still only listed at 6'1", 190. So basically, they have a quarterback that's like my size out there.
Remember, he was in the center of, wasn't it the controversy with Memphis, where the Memphis DB decided to hand him all the calls and whatnot?
Oh,
and
you're
UTSA
right.
smoked him. Not smoked him, but still won the game when Memphis was pretty good last year.
Yeah, Rammy's got to get that one. Air Force and Boise as well tomorrow
Boise.
night. No, I'll just keep saying it correctly.
Boise.
I'm just going to keep saying it the way that I like to say it, which is how the world says it, except for the people that live there, apparently. So, college football coaches are kind of cranky right now, Andy.
Well, you pay people money.
You expect something.
Sometimes it doesn't work out.
And the problem is it makes everybody expect too much out of you. This was an interesting week for grouchy football coaches. Let's see. We had Dabo Sweeney basically daring his university to fire him after he lost to Haynes King and Georgia Tech. You had Brian Kelly yelling at the media after he won.
Well, he was upset because the reporter came in with offensive questions, and he didn't want to talk about his offense right at that point.
Were they offensive questions about his offense, or were they offensive questions about his offense?
He was upset that the reporter was offended by the offense.
Well, you only scored 20 points.
Right. Now,
Okay.
now, again, Kelly walked a little bit of it back from what I saw Monday, apologizing, but
his point was made. He's grumpy.
Sure.
He's miserable.
Yeah.
Everyone makes fun of his fake accent. He's having a bad time. Even Dion's having a bad time. Dion's all up in arms about identity. Here you go, everybody. This has been our celebration of the week in football, the week in college football, specifically Grumpy Coaches edition. Spring?
Which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much
I don't
patience?
give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins.
What are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
If they want me gone, they tired of winning, they can send me on their way, because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good?
I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. As long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good.
All right, how about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game.
Hey, listen, I mean, Clemson's tired of winning. They send me on my way, but I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all going to have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Wow. That was Dabo Sweeney.
Dabo, Brian, and Prime right there. By the way, on the unofficial list, that is the number 3, Dabo Sweeney, number 6, Deion Sanders, and number 10, Brian Kelly, highest paid coaches in college football this year.
Not psyched about the check.
You know, Andy.
Maybe they're psyched about the check, but
You know this about me. I love the chaos, right?
Oh, yeah.
For all of the hand-wringing that we have about modern college athletics and the portal NIL era that we all exist in, I do have to say, again, as an enjoyer of the mess, maybe new college football actually is better because it makes these guys insane. And it's more entertaining for the rest of us.
Sure, unless you're rooting for a team that is also making you, the fan, insane.
Unless you're one of his players, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So,
yeah, the college football coaches, they are a grumpy right now so far this year. I can't wait to see what this week has in store. You got the Buffs and Wyoming. Andy will be on the broadcast. By the way,
hopefully Johnson's going to be on the broadcast because I don't know where he is.
Yeah, we'll see.
Way to go, Johnson.
By the way, we'll have that game for you over on AM 950 tomorrow night. Wyoming and CU. Voice of the Pokes, Keith Kelly on the call.
Oh,
over on AM 950. I know, competing AM-style broadcasts coming at you here tomorrow night.
I think we're FM.
Are you guys? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know all the rules over there on the local.
We don't work there. Who knows?
Yeah. Sometimes the team chasing the most worst history they could have gets to take a little precedent. But
Rockies and Angels this weekend, by the way. Final 3 home games of the campaign for the Mighty Rocks as they are still in search of win number 42 on the year to get them clear of the 2024 White Sox as the worst team in the modern era.
How bad do you want them not to do it?
I'm
disappointed they've gotten this close to not doing it.
How funny would this be? They are, by the way, month of September, they are 2-14. 2-14 in the calendar month of September. None of them want to be there.
Oh, yes, you could tell.
For the love of God, let them all go home. All right.
They just got swept by the Marlins.
You know, the only guy that's enjoying it right now is Mickey Moniak, who can't stop homering. Yeah.
You think even he's psyched?
Well, that's
sure he wouldn't mind going home wherever.
That's
home
what
is.
I wonder about Mickey Moniak, is now he's like been so good that it's like a no-brainer that the Rockies have to bring him back, and he's got like 2 more years of club control. And I wonder if it's one of those things where it's like for Mickey, it's just like, hey man, maybe if you back it off a little bit, you don't have to be on the Rockies again next year. Maybe you can go play for one of them competitive clubs.
Well, isn't this going to be another case where you start to talk about should you trade the guy? I mean, by the time you get anything, is he so young?
27, I think, is Mickey.
See, to me, Ethan Holiday.
He was the number 1 pick in 2016.
I need everybody that's going to line up with Ethan Holiday. That's what I'm looking at.
Speaking of drafts, one more quick note on the Rocks. Clayton Kershaw made it official yesterday. He's retiring. Apparently, he's going to address the crowd at Dodger Stadium this week. Thought his press conference was good yesterday. Saw some of the clips of that. I was entertained. You do remember the 2006 Major League Draft, in which
remind me, Nate. I believe the Rockies had the 3rd pick?
They had the second pick.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Second pick in that draft. So in the 2006 Major League Draft, with the number 7 overall pick, the Los Angeles Dodgers took Clayton Kershaw out of Highland Park High School in Texas. 3 Cy Young Awards. 3 picks later, the San Francisco Giants selected Tim Lincecum out of the University of Washington. 2 Cy Youngs, and how many rings did that guy? Was he on all 3 of those?
I think he was.
Yeah.
I think he was.
With the number 11 overall selection, the Arizona Diamondbacks selected right-hander Max Scherzer out of the University
he's been pretty good too.
of Missouri. 3 more Cy Young Awards. That was picks 7 through 11 in that draft produced 8 Cy Young Awards. At number 2, the Rockies selected right-hander Greg Reynolds out of Stanford, who won. He won 6 games in his career.
Yeah, that's not good.
The other 3, 8 Cy Youngs.
They had more Cy Youngs than he had wins.
5 of his wins came in a Rockies uniform, by the way.
That's tough.
Wasn't
there a good third baseman, too?
Evan Longoria.
Yeah. He was missed.
Hall of Very Good to borderline Hall of Fame by the Tampa Bay Rays at number 3. He played in a World Series for the Rays.
Yeah, that happened.
He sure did. Andrew Miller went 6 to the Tigers. He was in some All-Star games in that career. Mm-hmm.
Did they miss on David Price, too?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, it's good drafting is how you get here.
Good drafting.
Yeah.
Good drafting, good organization building, all those good things. 8 Cy Youngs in that draft.
Did I see the note, though? Didn't Patrick Saunders kind of float some tea into the old water there about how the Rays are going to sell their team?
So,
do you think there's a number that the Rays could fetch that might raise the eyebrow of one Richard Monfort?
So it's interesting that you bring that up right there. So apparently, as a part of the Rays team sale is they're cleaning house. And Rays team president Matt Silverman is stepping down as the sale of the team nears. Is there a world where Matt Silverman, like who was both a team president, head of baseball ops, then back to team president, somebody from an actual small market club that knows how to build a winner, would they even consider coming to work here for the Colorado Rockies? Would the Rockies even consider bringing him here? Because Silverman only ever worked for the Rays, so technically he does not have any experience with baseball at elevation. Not qualified, Andy.
Sure.
Not qualified.
I'd let him give it a go.
Your Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Evan Engram out. Dre Greenlaw out. The Evan Engram thing, it's also a back, as it was initially a calf, was what he first dealt with after the Tennessee game. Now apparently it's a back that, according to Sean Payton, the back injury was suffered in the game last week against Indianapolis, but he is out this week, and Dre Greenlaw is out as well. So this is now 3 games in which he has not played. Jeff Legwold said that the Greenlaw, that the timetable, that the team is what they thought it was, even though it was nebulous relative to the injury earlier in the week. But like if that is true, there is like a math component of this. That means if the timetable is what you thought it was, he does have to play next week. Otherwise, why wouldn't you have put him on IR?
Exactly. I agree. But is this I don't know what the story is with LaVale Bailey. That's the weird one for me right now. Because you and I went to a lot of camp where you're like, man, that guy really pops.
Good player.
He's going to have to make the team.
Looks like a good
player,
right?
We thought that they may give up, who was the other Utah kid that made the team? Corrine Reed.
Yeah.
Who not really seeing the field either. So.
Special teamer. Yeah.
I get it, but look, last week, again, you had brought it up this week, and it shocked me that Alex Singleton played 100% of the snaps
100%.
in that game. After a couple of those coverage attempts, why would you not let someone else give it a go?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't understand that. Try to keep up with those young backs. Jonathan Taylor, I don't know, pretty fast. Is he a young back? He's probably not so young anymore.
He's getting up there.
But he had wheels. He had pretty good wheels.
I think he hit like 22.6 miles an hour or whatever on the 68-yard run. Or, as Kevin Harlan said, 69-yard run.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Why not?
Yeah.
69 yards! You can round up, I suppose, right? Texter asked, does Greenlaw go to IR? We better hope not, because then all of a sudden you're talking about a half-season now injury.
You are.
You better hope he doesn't go to IR.
And it appears right now that linebacker is the weakness we thought it could be.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like so far.
Even though he did practice today, but Strnad got beat up last week too. He got dinged up and was on the injury report, did not practice Wednesday. Now he's been back since. But still, you got a little beat up crew there.
Not great. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I have got a concerning note on Bo Nix before he faces Jesse Minter and the Charger defense, which would suggest maybe this J.K. Dobbins idea ain't so bad. I'll tell you what that is next.
Oh, it's a silly Scott Friday, as Nate Kreckman calls it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer rolling with you until 6 o'clock tonight. And then we've got the call. Springer, are you doing a little blitz before we go out to some high school football? I know we've got Mark Moser and Tyler Polumbus on the game this evening.
Yes, I think me and Mark Bertinoli, at least as far as I'm aware, are doing a 30-minute blitz.
You know what? I see it right there on the board.
Yeah, before Regis and Fossil Ridge.
6:30 kickoff between, as Mark said, Regis and Fossil Ridge. Still want to hear Mose drop a clams on there. Don't know why. Just give me clams. That's right. Give me just one of those before we get going. And then Nate and I, because it's not like you get enough of me and Nate or like we get enough of each other. You get a full dose of Nate and I next Friday, as we've got, who do we got already? It's Ralston Valley versus Valor.
It's going to be a fun one.
Should you and I show up wearing Ralston Valley hats, just continue to try to poke Coach, just see what we can do?
I plan to spend the entire broadcast shredding his in-game decision-making and play
Should
calling.
I just question play calling at every turn?
Constantly.
I don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah. No idea what Sanford is up to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That seems like an unusual spot for a fake punt.
Can they kick him down another level? Going to be coaching junior high next week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, at halftime of tonight's Fossil Ridge Regis game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Andy, NFL Sunday ahead. Broncos-Chargers. Really, this is one of the better games of the week. Like I would argue Monday night Lions-Ravens is number one. That's the headliner game that is on the list this week. Can't wait to watch that one. Rams-Eagles at 11 a.m. on Fox is going to kick ass. There's some drop-off then after that. But give me a game. Give me the game that you have circled, that you have said, this is the one that I got to watch this week. This is the one outside of the Broncos-Chargers. This is the game for me.
Now, here's part of the problem. I think I've got one.
Okay.
But just in case, no. A lot of backup quarterbacks.
There sure
so what
are.
could have been some kind of sexy matchups aren't so sexy.
Right.
Matter of fact, let's be honest about it. I guess, you know what? See, Bengals-Vikings could have been fun if you had the two young guns going, but neither is going.
Hold on. You're just going to dismiss a Jake Browning v. Carson Wentz game out of hand just like that?
It could be a good game.
That's what I'm saying.
It could be.
I honestly think, like, with Jake Browning, here's the thing about this. And what's kind of interesting about this game is when you're a play caller like Zach Taylor, who, that's where you cut your teeth. And then you have Joe Burrow, right? Obviously, you want one of the best quarterbacks in the world, but also, like, it goes into partnership then. Then you have to run Joe Burrow's offense, and you guys have to collaborate. Like, I think coaches like Zach Taylor, I think once the starter's out of the way and it's just like, ooh, let me get my system guy in there now. Honestly, I think Kyle Shanahan is kind of liking coaching Mac Jones a little bit right now. Brock Purdy used to be the system guy, and then last year Brock Purdy was like, I'm going to freewheel it a little bit back here. Like, I think those real play-callery kind of coaches, I think they sometimes like the guy that they can just, like, video game control out there. You are my football robot. Go and execute my vision perfectly.
Who are you talking about? Who are you describing? Seriously, who are you describing?
Sean Payton.
Yep, there you go.
That's right. Which I think a part of some of the sideline conversations is that Bo is not that dude.
Yeah, Bo's letting him know, I'm not here to be your video game guy.
He's grown out of it a little bit.
All right, obviously, as I think you mentioned, Rams-Eagles, that's kind of the prime game. It's a playoff rematch, so that's interesting. I will give you a few to choose from.
By the way, did you see the story on the tush push? They're going to be watching that thing.
Because of the
Andy Reid complaining about the false starts.
About that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Point of emphasis for the officials.
God, Andy, isn't it annoying when the officials don't get the call right?
The tush push is that
it's going to go away.
It's going
next
away.
Year. They're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
They're going to rewrite if Goodell has to write the rule himself,
right,
he's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's a couple in the afternoon window. Not that we need it because we've got Broncos-Chargers. Let's be honest. Broncos-Chargers is probably the sexiest game in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But two games, if I had the Sunday ticket and I could record it, I would record Cowboys-Bears and Chiefs-Giants. Because you know what?
Well, Chiefs-Giants is the Sunday nighter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Oh,
I read everything.
Andy,
No, you're right.
We're watching every second of that
You're
game.
darn right.
We are locked
you and I are
in.
locked in. But not because of that. Boy, I was reading that Eastern time. 4:20 is what I thought they had it tabbed as. Anyway, Cowboys, Bears, and Chiefs, Giants. You got a whole lot of teams that need some wins.
Yeah.
The Bears need some wins. So you and I
Desperation.
kind of talked about this in the car. I feel like this is the early moment of desperation. This is an early NFL desperation weekend. We saw how the Dolphins played last night. And I agree with you. I think the Bills have had a really weird schedule. They had the Thursday night, then they played on, did they play on Monday? No, they played on Sunday, but now they got the Thursday again.
Yeah.
So they've been kind of living this weird life, and maybe it caught up. But nonetheless, desperate Dolphins team that looked like leading up to the game last night, they had no business hanging in the Bills' weight class, and they gave him a game. Darn near won that thing.
Started using their rookie back, Ollie Gordon, who looked pretty good, kind of split him with Achane out there. They got something cooking a little bit. You know, that again, the roughing the kicker penalty, the roughing the punter, that's a veteran player. Mike McDaniel couldn't believe that. Of all the guys that are going to kill me and make me lose this game, it's going to be you. That I felt for Mike McDaniel in that moment. That's especially a guy firing off from the inside of the line like that. You got to know. You can't risk that. You got Josh Allen off the field, and then give him a fresh set of downs, and he goes down and scores a touchdown because, of course.
I want to talk about, we'll remind everybody of the skin in the game we have for Chiefs Giants, but real quick, are the Bears, can they be desperate enough? Because, look, the Bears do have a pretty good roster on paper. It just is not all gelling. Can they be desperate enough to bite the Cowboys? Because I think the Cowboys are the better team. Dak's the better quarterback, but it's in Chicago.
So this is my sense on the Bears at the moment, okay? I think that Ben Johnson, I would equate it to right now, what Ben Johnson is experiencing with the Bears is similar to 2023 Sean Payton in Denver.
Okay. Where he's deciding he hates half his team.
He showed up and he was like, I feel great about all of this. And then he started looking around and he going, oh, this is bad.
I waited for this.
I think some of the the criticizing of practice habits and everything, like Ben Johnson's been pretty vocally, I would say pretty critical of his team. I think it's because he's looking around and he's letting everybody know, lower the expectations. Okay, this is going to take a while. I think that's what's happening around there right now.
All right. Let me shift to the night game.
One more note on the Cowboys really quickly.
Yes.
Have you noticed what their back has been doing?
Javonte, I have it in front of me. 33 carries, 151 yards, 3 touchdowns.
4.6 yards per carry. He adds on 8 catches for 43 yards so far this season. He has also looked considerably more spry than he had his last couple of years here in Denver.
You know, it's funny because Scotty brought this up on our podcast the other night because we were talking a little bit about Javonte. Now, I still say let's see how much the wear and tear of the season gets to him. But Scotty said one of the Nuggets trainers told him, and it's evidenced through Jamal Murray, it really takes 2 years to get back from that terrible knee injury that he had. So he's in year 3.
There's kind of a funny cycle that we do, right, with guys that are coming off of injury, because then it's like, okay, well, Javonte Williams came off the ACL, pretty significant one, came back fast, to be honest. Didn't he? He suffered that injury.
Yeah, we were shocked. He had like a complete destruction of the knee.
It was like October or November when it happened. It was late. It was like later in the season when he suffered the injury.
He did not sit out a whole year.
And then he came back and he started the year and he wasn't good. And it took time. And then it's so it's almost just like, oh, see that guy, his knee is wrecked. He's not a good player. And then you forget about him for a while. Even though he was the Broncos' leading rusher last year, which was not something to necessarily hang your hat on and be proud of, but still. But now he's down there in Dallas, and he's putting up a couple of good games, and it's just like, oh, man, Javonte Williams, forgot about that guy, bounce-back player. And it's just like, well, maybe he was just recovering the entire time. And I will raise – I'm not here to kill Sean Payton and the Broncos for
I'd have made the same decision.
Getting rid of him. He was bad.
Yeah, nobody in this town called up and said you shouldn't have got rid of him.
Right. I'm with him on that, but also there is just you got to recover, and maybe that's what he is right now.
All right, quick question on Chiefs Giants.
Yeah,
are the Chiefs truly desperate? because the Giants
They should be.
at 0-2 with Dable's job on line. But Andy Reid's job's not on the line.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the real desperation, if you don't want. Now, I don't know if Mara is going to end up blowing all this stuff up or not, but Dable has got to be feeling some heat out there in a miserable media market. I just don't see how the Chiefs. I get 0-3, and they're not used to that for their standard. But if the Giants don't show up as a more desperate team for this, there's no saving them.
The Chiefs have not forced a takeaway defensively yet this season. No takeaways through 2 games. So right there, you're not helping Patrick Mahomes out that much. Also, Mahomes is a much more willing runner of the football so far this year. And I think it is completely born out of the part where just guys are not getting open for that football team right now.
Giants were supposed to be a good defense.
Yes.
That's why you mocked me for having them on my fantasy team. I think I'm starting Russ this week, man. It's got to be Russ, Browning, or Penix.
I was going to say, you have to, don't you?
Yeah, Russ, Browning, or Penix.
Mm-hmm.
But Browning's going against that Vikings defense, which I think is pretty good.
Hey, by the way, speaking of backup quarterbacks, can I give you one more note that I heard on Carson Wentz?
Sure.
Did you realize he is the first player in NFL history to start a game for 6 different teams in 6 years? Isn't that great? Philadelphia, Indianapolis, Washington, the Rams. He did start a game for the Rams 2 years ago. He started a game for Kansas City last year, Week 18 against the Broncos. And now he's starting on Sunday for Minnesota. First quarterback in NFL history to do it.
Isn't it crazy what that guy was? Because I think back to 2017 when he came out, led the Broncos to the slaughtering. The slaughtering. Was on his way to MVP, blows his knee out, and has never been the same.
Third in the MVP, second team All-Pro that year. And he's never been the same since.
Never been close to what he was.
Not even close.
And he was thought to be the better pick over Jared Goff of that class once upon a time.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL on a Bud Light Football Friday, and we will give you that news, including tons of injury updates that you need to hear before your fantasy football weekend. That's next. Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday. It all happens on a Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, Andy, I had a Bo Nix tease before. I didn't pay it off.
We're gonna.
We
What's
will.
this guy's deal?
I assure you, because we have got Bo Nix stuff that we need to get to this hour.
People opining
They are.
about Bo Nix.
Yes, and
Good.
There's a reason why this matchup might not be the greatest get-right opportunity for Bo Nix, says the guy that picked the Broncos to win. Let's do it, Spring. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go.
Hey, the Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Let's take a look at that Broncos injury report. So,
do we have to?
Well, it's 2 guys are out, and we've been talking about them all week. The obvious one, the guy who won't play, Dre Greenlaw, is out with a quad injury. Evan Engram is out with a back injury.
I tell you what, Andy, it's the revenge of NFL free agency enthusiasm, isn't it? The revenge of all that excitement of the second week in March when we get real fired up. Hey, Evan Engram caught 114 passes a couple of years ago. Hey, Dre Greenlaw was one of the best linebackers in the NFL before he popped his Achilles running out onto the field in the Super Bowl. How's that working out for everybody so far?
I want to have a longer Evan Engram discussion probably after the drinking game. So, yeah.
You're going to need the drinking game to want to have an Evan Engram discussion, I think is what's really going on. What else do we got, Spring?
Well, let's hear from Sean Payton. He was asked about Evan Engram, how they have utilized him so far, and is
He
any
hasn't played. He's barely been on the field.
And when he was the first game, he barely got targeted.
That's how he's been utilized. They don't put him on the field. They put Adam Troutman out there more.
Is any of that utilization or lack thereof due to his injuries?
Yeah, I think it was probably too early to tell.
Yeah.
Certainly, he's going to play a big role for us. And so, 2 games in, it's...
Were injuries a factor with that?
No. I think the back became a factor during the game last week, so no.
Well, yes, were injuries a factor, and then you said the back became a factor. Anyway, he's barely played, Andy.
Yeah.
He just has not spent much time out on the field. What is his impact going to be as of right now? The answer is we don't know. We don't know because we've barely seen him, and in the meantime, like Adam Troutman has been the guy, which quite honestly, maybe that's a better matchup for this game anyway, where the Broncos probably should seriously consider leaning into the run game and having their heaviest and best run-blocking tight end on the field in Adam Troutman, and then using Nate Adkins both in an H-back and in a tight end role as well. By the way, Nate Adkins, good to go. He's playing.
Yeah, I'd like to see some tight end involvement. It's just crazy because Sean Payton has had some really good tight ends in his career, and yet, again, we'll have a larger discussion about it. They just don't seem real worried.
I'd like to believe
about finding one.
That there is a world where one day the Denver Broncos, the Denver football Broncos of the NFL, will actually have a tight end that contributes to what they are offensively.
First since Julius Thomas, really.
Scores touchdowns, makes cool plays down the seam.
Get some of that yak you're so fond of.
I do like yak.
Is it Y-A-K or Y-A-C?
Y-A-C. I go YAC.
Because it's catch.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
But I always think of yaks when we say it that live in the Himalayas.
That's fair.
I always think of Ace Ventura too.
Maybe if we slaughtered a yak with a tight end jersey on it, we could get a tight end that gets some yak.
You ever seen the Sherpa house over there in Golden?
No.
I was walking by there. I had dinner there once. It was really good.
The hell was that?
But they had 2 yaks.
Okay.
They were like penned in front of the place.
Sure.
And I was like, I was looking at them with the kids. We're looking at the yaks. It's like, they're cool. They're yaks, right?
Sure.
You don't see one of those every day. And then, Lucy was like, oh, like, where are they going to move to? And I was like, the kitchen.
Yeah, the table. They're spicy.
I'm sure they'll send them to a nice farm upstate somewhere.
Yeah, it'll be
honey,
they'll
lovely.
be processed and everything will be fine. You're too young to know what that means.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk Chargers. Let's start with their injury report. My second round pick of my fantasy team, Ladd McConkey. He's got seps of steel. He's playing.
Laddada.
Despite a biceps injury. Attaboy, Ladd.
Do you realize Ladd's his middle name, by the way?
Really?
Andrew Ladd McConkey.
Okay.
I heard his first name was Justa.
There you go.
I'm not even hitting the drop for that one.
Nothing? Nothing.
He wants to play his weird yak sound more.
We haven't played this one in a while.
Oh,
There you go.
I haven't heard from the mummy in
How
some
is
time.
the mummy been?
That's what you get for
Where
that
has
one.
the mummy been?
Ladd McConkey, by the way, out of Chatsworth, Georgia.
Chatsworth?
Population.
Where they raise bankers there? Chatsworth?
Population 4,874. I think they're just hoping to have literacy, Andy. Let's see. Ladd McConkey is a middle child. His father, Benji McConkey, was a star quarterback in high school. His brother, Hinton McConkey, was the quarterback at the University of West Georgia. And McConkey writes 1/2016 on his towel before games to honor his grandfather, Vic McConkey, who died on that date.
All right.
That's all the McConkey knowledge I can give
Seriously, he's not related to Phil McConkey, formerly of the Giants in the 80s, beat the Broncos in a Super Bowl?
No, we looked this up ahead of the draft. I remember this. Yeah, he's not.
How many damn McConkeys are running out of there? We're not in Ireland.
McConkey married his high school sweetheart, Sydney Horn, on April 12th, 2015. Or 2025, excuse me. Horn with an E, so it could be like Hornet, like Kim Basinger in Wayne's World, too. Anyway, that's Ladd McConkey knowledge for you.
Yeah, he's playing.
Yeah, he is playing. He had a biceps, but he's good to go.
He's playing.
He's also really good. He and Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston, like those, the three of them have been quite
situation.
good.
Gotta deal with it.
Quite a good trio of receivers. What else, Spring?
Tight end Will Dissly is out with a knee injury. He did not practice all week. Backup safety Elijah Molden is out with a hamstring injury. Jim Harbaugh talking to the media today. 3 straight weeks that the Chargers have played an AFC West opponent. Chiefs, Raiders, now Broncos. Here's Jim.
It is as much as I hate the is what it is. I mean, that's what it is. And it happened. I think it happens in other times. I mean, you play your division opponent twice, so I mean, you got to. Those 6 games are in the schedule. Last year, we played 3 division opponents in the first 5 games. This year, 3 in the first 3 games. And it's the most important game because it's the next game.
Yeah.
And guys have been attacking it. Had a really good week of practice. And very confident that, it's a big, huge game for Denver as well. And I'm sure their preparation has been great. And it'll be 2 opposing wills meeting on Sunday, 2 opposing forces. And be excited. Can't wait.
God, what the hell just happened there?
See,
it is what it is. Now the first part of it's pure gold.
I enjoyed that.
And then it was like he got somehow caught in the roundabout and he couldn't find what road he was supposed to take to get out of there.
Big Ben, Parliament. He's a guy that, and I noticed this during his halftime interview on Monday night during the Raider game. I think sometimes he legitimately forgets where he is and what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then
what he's talking about, why you're there with him.
And then he circles back around mid-answer, and he gets back into it. He did go great week of preparation.
It's always a good sign.
But I've never heard anybody say, but I bet they've also had a great week of preparation.
Fair enough. He balanced it out.
He did. That's unusual. VJ could have helped himself to have employed that strategy a few times.
Yeah. So what happens if we both had a good week of preparation?
Yeah, what if Vance Joseph would have just said, we had a great week of preparation, but theirs apparently was better?
Listen, I can't be shocked. I think they had one too.
They also had practice.
Plus, they had some guy named Ladd.
A nice white receiver named Ladd. He's very good. He's very fast.
Yeah. He's a fast lad.
He's a fast lad. He sure is.
He's a strapping lad.
Lad with 2 Ds, by the way. Laddada. His first name, Andrew. Andrew Ladd McConkey. So he's an Andy.
Or a Drew.
Or a Drew. Or simply a Ladd.
Or a Dre.
I don't think he is. I won't go on. I won't wander out onto that bridge with
Why
you.
can't he be Dre?
He can't be. It's just that those are the
I
rules.
can't go Dre Lindahl?
I didn't make them. They're the rules.
There's a certain amount of lack of pigment that does not allow you to be a Dre. Is that what you're saying?
Again, I didn't make the rules. They're just there.
You just have to go with them.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, gigantic implications surrounding this Sunday night football game. The
Huge.
Giants hosting the Chiefs. Injuries for the Chiefs. Xavier Worthy is questionable.
Yeah, sure is.
To play in this game.
Who hurt his shoulder again?
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, nice going.
Yep. Trucked his own teammate week 1 in Brazil. Also, 4th round rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals.
Out of?
Is questionable. Is that a Utah State?
Utah State?
Which conference?
Well done.
Mountain
West. That's right. Well, that was strong. Man, Spring.
Sounds about right.
Spring was teeing it up for himself the entire time. Who am I to even doubt?
You do the same thing.
Jalen Royals is apparently banged up in this game as well. Left tackle Josh Simmons has an illness. Hollywood Brown has an ankle. At what point can we take away Hollywood off the nickname?
Yeah.
Charles Imenehu.
Slums of Beverly Hills at this point, pal.
And don't forget, Mahomes has that right wrist injury, although he was a full participant in all of the practices this week. Go Giants. Let's
Are
do
you
this,
sure?
Russ.
You know what you're getting into.
I'm doing it. I'm manifesting it out into the world.
Because you want to do the bit.
I want the Chiefs to be 0-3. That's what I want, and I'm willing to do something for it, Andy. I'm putting it out there for the world, okay? If I'm going to spend all of this hot air that I've got in my dumb head talking about how lousy the Chiefs are, then I should have to do something for it.
Good.
I'm not just waiting for everybody else to clean my dirty laundry for me. I'm going to do something. And again, if you had not heard this week here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, if the Giants handle their business and beat the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football, then we will be. I also included you poor schmoes in this as well. Then we will be obligated contractually by wager to do this, Spring.
It's time to say something nice about Russell Wilson.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Russell Wilson. Holy. Very exciting.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited.
I was doing high knees and then working on my legs and everything else, make sure I'm ready to rock.
Be careful though. It's spicy.
You ever done anything dangerous? Ooh, jeez, that is dangerous.
Listen, I'm going to need the sassy lady back at the end of that thing that goes, now say something nice.
Something.
If we have to go forward with this.
I can't wait.
Something struck me that
listen, that playthrough.
Okay. Did you hear the part where he says you got to have the thought process
of being unlimited?
Yeah. Is that why Russ got sacked 100 times in 2 years? Because every time that he dropped back into the pocket, he never stopped freaking thinking because he had an unlimited thought process that made him hold the damn ball and then get smeared by somebody that was bearing down on him. The thought process of well, I should throw the ball. Well, I should throw the ball. Well, I should throw the ball. Nah, I'm not going to throw the ball. Why don't I run around for a little bit? Oops, sack fumble.
Once you've taken one sack, you may as well take an unlimited number of sacks.
I just think he couldn't see.
He also couldn't see.
Couldn't see over the line.
That was the unlimited thought.
Yeah.
Was, will you guys move your heads?
Here's the problem. He wanted unlimited vision of the middle of the field. Turns out it was limited.
Sean kept calling them passes over the middle. It's like, dude, just.
At one point, Dulcich was like, I'm literally right here.
Just boot him and let him throw it 1,000 feet in the air. That's what Dabo did last week, and it worked. That's all he's got left. Just let him do it.
But they've got Malik Neighbors. Broncos didn't have a guy like that.
No, they sure didn't.
Or don't.
What else do we have, Spring?
Sure, Spring.
Hey, more AFC West news. The Raiders are at the Manders. Jaden Daniels is out, and Marcus Mariota is going to get the start.
Oh, yeah.
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 Marcus Mariota. That's a pretty savvy backup for Jaden Daniels in terms of play style.
Sure.
He has not started a game in the NFL since 2022. I did not realize it had been that long for Marcus Mariota. Meanwhile, Raiders are pretty banged up, which is not helping their situation in the slightest bit either. But this is another one of those games, Andy, where like Pete Carroll got to have this one. Week 3 is where the pressure starts to crank a little bit. Pete Carroll can't watch everyone else start running away with this division. You gotta go beat a backup quarterback.
Sure. Did he call Tom Brady and talk game plan this week then, or what happened there? That never happened. They never just talk football.
They never discuss game plans.
Yeah.
No, it's not allowed.
Would Pete Carroll call Tom Brady? Is that why Chip Kelly's been calling Tom Brady? Does Pete Carroll want to talk to Tom Brady?
It's a good question.
I mean,
does he value the insight of the guy that beat him in a Super Bowl? I have no idea.
Do you think it's part of the reason they hired him? Like it was part of the deal. Like you will deal with Tom.
I'm assuming so, but also like Pete was their third or fourth choice. Like he was down the list.
Yeah.
It was just like we just need to get somebody.
We finally need to pick a coach.
We need a big name and somebody that's actually coached and that isn't Antonio Pierce. Like Ben Johnson turned him down. Everybody was turning them down left and right. They had to go find somebody. Yeah. So let's go get Pete Carroll and wipe off the mothballs and get him out here. What else do we got, Spring?
High five.
And finally, battle of 2-2-0 NFC West teams, though I don't care about this game at all for some reason. The Niners host the Cardinals. Look like Brock Purdy might return from injury, but that will not be the case. Mac Jones will get a second straight start.
Yeah, Mac Jones is going to come back and play in this game. Niners are a 2.5-point favorite. I maintain my take that the NFC West is producing a minimum 2 and probably 3 playoff teams. And again, it's because they play both the NFC and the AFC South this year. Whatever the schedule lottery is that came down for the NFC West this year, they won. They won the lottery big time this season. They're going to stack it up. And it's again, like I say this about teams, like the Rams are really good. The Niners are struggling to stay healthy as always, but Kyle Shanahan knows what the hell he's doing. Arizona, I don't think Arizona's bad. I think they got a lot of athletes on the defensive side of the ball. They closed that game out last week against Carolina, and the Seahawks defense is really good. I think they got to find out what they are offensively. I think there's a bunch of nice, decent teams in that division. It's going to be a lot of playoff teams, though, out of the NFC West.
You really walked it back a little bit. You went there. You went nice and decent.
Mostly because somebody has to make the playoffs in the NFC.
Fair enough, but the AFC South could be tougher than we thought because Indy's playing better than we expected.
How's everyone else doing?
Well, we'll see. I mean,
Yeah. Houston's been they're 0-2. Offensively, they're uneven. Their defense is still awesome. I take nothing away from them right now, and I'm not worried about it.
Jacksonville's weird, man. But Liam Cohen's just saying I'm just talking to my QB. Even though I was asking you why you can't hit the guy right in the chest.
Texans Jaguars, that's 11 a.m. on Sunday. I think that game will actually be kind of fun. I think that'll be a fun game played between two middling teams. But I'm surprised that the Texans offensively are such a mess, even with getting rid of Slowick and changing out the offensive coordinator. They still they don't look like they know what they are yet offensively. C.J. Stroud's another quarterback that looks a little jittery.
Needs to get back to what he was.
Bronco-Charger drinking game coming up here. You want to watch the game on Sunday? You want to have a couple of beverages, a few snacks? Well, we have got you some props when we return.
Little sweet?
Little salt, little sweet, little tangy. Okay?
Nah, I'm good there.
You like some nice umami, do you?
Buffalo wings, good enough.
You can do it all, but it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, you want to listen to your Broncos-Chargers drinking game. That is next. Yes, it is a Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And on a Bud Light Football Friday, we bring you the drinking game. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly along those responsible enjoyment lines. As always, guys, you don't have to drink to participate in the Kreckman and Lindahl Bronco game drinking game. You don't have to do that. You can substitute a nice chip and some dip, a nice soda, a bubbly water if you want to, whatever beverage you choose.
Just grab a drink available to you.
Yes.
That you're allowed to have.
Yes, something refreshing.
And play along.
That's
you get
right.
the food, then it gets a little tough.
Yes.
Because sometimes you make you finish a drink. You can't just finish a chip. That ain't enough. So then what?
Finish the bag of chips?
No, let's not do that.
Lick out the bottom of the dip?
As your guests come in and catch you tongue deep in the bowl.
What are you doing?
What the?
What's this guy's deal?
Nacho cheese all down your chin. The floor, the carpet stained.
Actually sounds like a pretty good time. Now that you keep talking about it, I'm just like, well, it's getting more.
I'll go home and get into some.
It's actually getting more appealing the more you talk about it. All right, let's start this off.
Come on, let's go drink till we can't feel feelings anymore.
Thank you, Peter. Let's start with our standard penalty props for you, okay?
Let's get them all in.
This guy actually gave us a clean sheet in week number 2. Maybe this prop doesn't deserve a chance to be on the board, but we'll put it out there anyway. Holding on number 5.
Holding, offense number 5. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Trent Sherfield?
Sherfield's becoming the guy that was so fun in the preseason. Now you forget he's on the team.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Garrett Bowles, as always, you're on the sheet.
Holding, offense, number 72.
And, of course, the man with the nicest number on the team.
McFlinchy.
Nice.
McGlinchey. Well, start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty. It's been a rough first quarter for the right tackle.
And we'll add on to the penalty props for this week. If leverage is called against the Broncos field goal block
whole
unit,
drink.
That's it.
I mean, pound it all, tongue
That's
the
it.
dip
Did you hear
bowl,
me?
every bit of it, all right?
That's what that's it means.
Shove your hand into the chips, just get handfuls and cram them into your mouth until they're gone.
And hope that crumbs get into your eyes so you don't finish the game.
So you don't have to watch any more of it if leverage is called against the Broncos. Did you realize Bo Nix is currently tied for second in the NFL in interceptions, trailing only Geno Smith and Tua? Tua has an extra game in there, by the way. So if you see a Bo Nix interception, you should drink.
Duh.
All right.
Yeah.
Couple of Kevin Harlan props to throw in there.
He gets us again.
Kevin Harlan back on the call. I want to bring back one of last week's props, which, again, I give credit to Kevin Harlan. He stayed clean on this one. But if Kevin Harlan says the word deuce,
What a smooth deuce right there.
then you have to drink, okay?
Who probed and found the deuce.
It was in basketball, but we'll see.
It can be in any context. He could be.
Oh, my goodness.
He could be referencing P.S. Deuce, Patrick Surtain. It could be a gain
I like
of
that.
What if they elevate Deuce Vaughn?
If running back Deuce Vaughn from the practice squad, that's a deuce. If Kevin Harlan says deuce, drink.
69 yards.
Yes, Kevin Harlan. If Kevin Harlan
69 points.
screams the number 69, you do have to drink.
Even if it's only a 19-yard gain.
It's happened twice now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Because the Dolphins scored 70 points and because Jonathan Taylor had a 68-yard run. They both
I'll
landed
take a drink.
on 69. We're 1 for 2 on Bronco games so far this season, Andy. If the Bo Nix Drew Brees Summit is mentioned, you have to drink.
That was last week.
That was last week. I came from the sideline reporter. That was
That's right.
Melanie Collins, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm. Melanie, gee, I think you're swellany. Bo Nix scrambles for a first down. You got to drink. If Nick Bonito comes up with a sack or a tackle for loss, you have to drink. If Patrick Surtain has a pass breakup,
a PBU,
you must drink.
a PBR.
But also, I want to add one more on this one. If Surtain allows a catch in coverage, drink. A week after Patrick Surtain allowed 7 catches for 63 yards against the Indianapolis Colts, if Surtain makes a play or if Surtain doesn't make a play,
chug. I'm telling you, a pass breakup is a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well put.
Huh?
Yes.
PB Army ASAP.
Bo Nix, if he targets Cortland Sutton on 3rd down, drink.
Boom.
Because he can't exactly target Evan Engram, can he? Got to add this one in now this week. If Sean Payton and Bo Nix are seen having a visible sideline disagreement, any kind of kerfuffle at all, you have to drink.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Mm-hmm. Bo Nix does not like the cameras catching those moments, by the way.
Well, but they're always they are following him to the bench every time now.
Yeah, they're going to know. If the Broncos commit a special teams blunder, you must drink. Big kickoff return, Mims muff, Tillman leverage. We've had it all so far this year. Oh, and one more. Speaking of special teams miscues, if Will Lutz doinks another kick, you just finish your drink.
And if it's a really good radiating smack off the upright, pour another one and get half that down too.
We need a good mic on the upright
that's
this week.
right.
Make it happen.
This needs to sound like some high school kid's blown speaker in the back of his Subaru.
If the broadcast mentions that the Chargers are in sole possession of first place in the AFC West, you have to drink.
I don't feel so good.
If the Chiefs' slow start is mentioned on the broadcast, you have to drink. AFC West showdown, everybody. You know this is going to be a topic.
Now, this is where you went a little overboard. This is where I question your intentions.
I know. This one...
This is where you want an early Sunday night.
This one's going to get people because we know Broncos country, Broncos Nation, and Bronco Land.
Broncos Nation.
Bronco Land. Are all going to show out for this game. Every time that a Bronco fan is shown on the telecast, you have to drink.
Like I'm half drunk right now.
Not just spotting an orange jersey up in the stands. I'm talking about an ISO shot of a Bronco fan.
Probably wearing some paraphernalia.
The guy is drunk.
There's going to be a lot more Broncos fans because the Chargers, what do you think they're up to now? 17, 18 fans by now in L.A.?
They're doing well.
Still generous?
Might be 25.
Okay, up to a cool 25.
25, yeah. Can fill a small portion of the bar, but not the whole bar. Still plenty of bar.
2 Chargers props to finish off. Every time Justin Herbert slides,
drink.
It's a nice slide.
You like a good hook slide.
I do. And one more. If Jim Harbaugh is shown with a blank stare off into the distance, you must go ahead and drink because who knows where Jim Harbaugh's brain is at any given moment.
Yeah, man, I want to be best friends with him. And really, I mean, I can't imagine anybody. I cannot imagine anybody. I mean, if you're not best friends, if you don't love Justin Herbert, then there's something wrong with you.
Wow.
He really likes Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Do you think like if Harbaugh calls Herbert late at night, Herbert's hanging out with Madison Beers or whoever, you think if he sends it right to voicemail, you think Harbaugh's the kind of guy that
calls back.
He either calls back or immediately sends the text, "You okay?
Yeah.
Everything good?
Where are you, guy?" You know what I think he is?
You up?
I think he's going full Michael in The Office from the office window where he calls Ryan the intern and sees him chuck the phone in his car. I think Harbaugh's outside the old shack and he gives it a good look to see if Justin's looking at the phone as he calls. He didn't just call, he's over there. "Hey, what are you doing, buddy? Because I'm here. Coming in."
Remember when Harbaugh explained that if he cleaned the cafeteria, he would get more milk?
Whole milk, though, not the candy-ass 2% or skim milk. A lot of milk. A lot of milk. A lot of milk.
Attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Ate a booger.
What? How do you start the cut you played earlier? Just that first part of the cut. that you had in a high five? Because I remember that being kind of funny.
Oh, it is as much as I hate the is what it is. I mean, that's what it is.
There you go. We got to keep that one now. That's got to go in the archives.
Sometimes what it is undefeated.
It is.
It got Jim on that one.
What else you going to do? I don't know what. It just is what it is.
They scheduled them. I had to play them.
Yeah, I had to play 3 games against the division. What do you want me to do?
They are what they are, and that is what it is. But he hates it is what it is. And yet he's still...
But that's what it is.
That's why it is what it is.
It literally is what it is.
That's why it's there.
And then he started to give us a good week of practice, but didn't want to commit because he thought they had a good week of practice too.
They also had a good week of practice.
I'm sure. He's sure. He hasn't seen it, but he would bet. He and Sean know each other. I'm sure the practice was fine.
We had a great week of preparation.
I'm looking forward to this Broncos-Chargers game. I think this is going to be a fun one, folks.
It is the game of the afternoon, isn't
it? It sure is. Kevin Harlan, Trent Green on the call, CBS, Sunday, 2 o'clock. All right, let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's talk about Bo Nix a little bit in this matchup, okay? What do we need to see out of the Bronco quarterback? We've talked a lot about the need for a run game. What about old number 10? We'll do that before we get out of here on a Friday afternoon. Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. Chargers, one of the zone happiest defensive teams in the NFL. 66% of their snaps so far this season. Andy, did you realize, according to ESPN Analytics, all 3 of Bo's interceptions this season have been against zone coverage?
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting because, like, that's in Bo's play style, that sort of should be where he's at his best, because it doesn't require the most tight window of throws, and yet it's given him problems so far this year. And I think kind of the word is out a little bit. I think they're watching the eyes and they're seeing what they can do to take advantage of him. Chris Harris, doing a talk show for Yahoo, and Chris Harris Jr., the former Broncos corner, he talked about Bo's struggles taking care of the football so far this season.
Bo Nix and some of his turnovers. We saw that early in his college career, sometimes his tendency to throw interceptions. From you, as from a defensive back brain, what are you seeing from Bo Nix that can be improved upon? What do you kind of see in a quarterback's eyes or in his progressions to say, okay, like that's one that I can snag?
Yeah. Just taking what the defense gives you. You know, sometimes as a young quarterback, you want to make those flashy plays and those sports center plays. And I think with Bo, is that he just has to take what they give him. And it sounds easy, but, you know, it still can be hard as a young quarterback because you always want to make that big-time play. And I think that's what's happening right now with Bo. He's pressing, and he's gotten, he's been picked off a couple times this year. And right now, you know, going into this game, the Chargers, they feast off turnovers. So he has to be very smart coming into this week and being able to control the football, play complementary football with the defense and not have takeaways, and that'll give them a chance to win.
I think he's dead on right there. I think it's a part of what has kind of eluded Bo Nix so far this season is I think he's tried to do a little bit too much. Again, it's a full off season in the system. I think both he and Sean want to crank up the level of this offense. And at least in the early going, the early returns on it have been that I do think that Bo has been trying to do a little bit too much. I think one of his superpowers has been negating negative plays. He's very good at that. Unfortunately, this year it's gotten away from him a little bit. Get back to taking the easy stuff. You brought up Marvin Mims earlier in the show. I want to see Sean design 2-3 good short passes out to Marvin Mims. He had a 53-yarder the last time that they played the Chargers. Like, get the ball in his hands. Let him go be a playmaker. Stop sending him out running into routes and use him in that gadget role. Obviously, get the run game going, but the biggest thing that I want to see in this game is give Bo the easy outs and for Bo Nix to stay committed to it because big chunks are hard to come by with the kind of quarters coverage that the Chargers played. Take what they give you. It's, you know what? 14, 15 play drive, just don't get impatient in the midst of it. You just have to take what the Chargers give you.
He has to do that, and I do think Chris is right about the pressing, and I just think it's been all the off-season noise. I feel like Sean's pressing too, quite honestly. I think both need to relax and let it come to him again.
I agree.
Don't be afraid. Look, there's nothing wrong. You won plenty of games with the offense that you had last year.
Mm-hmm.
So go back to playing that when you had it humming, when you had it going, when you had it working properly. As we talked about, without Evan Ingram, you don't really have a lot of different personnel than you had a year ago. But you know what I do think you had, despite the numbers we mentioned from Javonte Williams earlier? I think you got a better starting running back. Frankly, I think you got a better second running back in R.J. Harvey. Just do your thing. Just do your thing. And you know what's funny about it? He talked about Bo pressing, and Chris talked about Bo pressing, and yet Bo already had 2 nice touchdown passes to both Franklin and Mims already by the time he threw the pick. Just don't be afraid. Bo's almost got to remember, don't be afraid to just live another day.
I am picking the Broncos on Sunday. I'm gonna stay with my take that I believe this Denver defense is well suited and well matched up for what Herbert and the Chargers do well. Now look, there's also the possibility that as I say this, Maybe this is the year where the play meets potential. Maybe this is the year that Justin Herbert goes out there and makes an all-pro team, and he and Jim get this thing humming, and he's got the receivers, and he's got the connection with his play caller, and the team finds its health, and Justin Herbert just, you know what, he's in the MVP conversation, and we tip our cap to him. This might be the year, okay? That very well could be what happens. And you know what? Even as well as Denver matches up with them, maybe Herbert just beats him, okay? That can happen because guess what? The NFL. Hell, Daniel Jones beat them a week ago. But I think what the Broncos do well, which is being one of the best pressure defenses in the entire NFL, and the way I believe they're capable of covering, and I think they're capable of covering a lot better than they did last week, put those two things together. Shorter week for the Chargers. I think a Broncos team with a chip on his shoulder and a little pissed off after the way they lost against the Colts and the dumb leverage penalty and everything else like that. I'm going to take Denver to win this game on the road. Broncos 22, Chargers 21.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you. Really nip and tuck. Don't get a leverage penalty then.
The nippest and tuckest it can get, Andy. But I got the Broncos to go and pull this game out. I think they get some late game magic, and Will Lutz doesn't doink it this time.
All right, here's the problem for me. I feel like Sean Payton in the early going always gives us a surprise win. I think the surprise win may come in Philly, so we'll revisit that in a couple weeks. We'll revisit that in a couple weeks. Right now, I just feel like the Chargers are the better team, more specifically the better offense. I feel like Denver's offense is, we've seen it. They've just not been, they have it going, but then it shuts off for a bit. And if they're going to win this weekend, then the water can't afford to turn off. You got to keep the sprinklers going.
Yeah.
But because it's in LA, because I think the Chargers are in just a better spot right now. Again, I don't like the Greenlaw and Ingram injuries. If those two were playing, I might give you a different prediction.
Yeah.
But I'm a little worried that Omari and Hampton may have a little bit of a coming out party against this Denver defense. I don't think he'll go full Jonathan Taylor, but I'm worried he may burn him for some Jonathan Taylor-like plays. If Singleton gets covering him out of the backfield again, that's going to be an issue. So I'm going to take Chargers 23, Denver 17.
Ugh.
Ooh, 17 would be good.
1 and 2. That's not going to be fun to talk about. I'm doing it. I think the Broncos were
I'm
better.
glad you are.
The Broncos were better last week than what the scoreboard indicated. And they should have won that game. Leverage is so stupid.
It was a dumb call. They should be 2-0
on a 60-yarder. And I'm not even that mad at the refs. I'm mad at Darren Rizzi and Sean Payton.
I know.
That's who I'm mad at.
Don't call a block there. We've been saying it all week. You should be 2-0.
You just handed it to him.
You should be 2-0, and then this Charger thing wouldn't be such a big deal, especially with the Burrow situation, but it is what it is. Uh-oh.
What'd
Someone's
you just
got
do?
his chips out.
Someone's
about to dip in a big old fat bowl of guacamole. And then you know what he's going to do? He's going to lick it like we talked about in the drinking game.
That's right. It is time for the weekend preview. Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Yeah. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? Oh, Andy, your football weekend begins tonight with high school football on Altitude Sports Radio as Mark Moser and Tyler Polumbus call the action. Fossil Ridge and number 10 Regis Jesuit on 92.5, 6:30 kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. We have got a full college football Saturday, and really a full college football Saturday night here on the Front Range. Air Force welcoming in the defending Mountain West champions and the defending college football playoff participant, Boise State Broncos, at 5 o'clock tomorrow at Falcons Stadium. That game televised on CBS Sports Network. Colorado State, got to get this one, 4.5-point home dog against UTSA. And then don't forget Wyoming and Colorado tomorrow night, 8:15 at Folsom Field. Game is on ESPN. Make sure you go hang out with DMac tomorrow before the CU Wyoming game. He's going to be live 4 to 6 at Rally House in Boulder on Pearl Street. So grab your game day gear and enter to win prizes at Rally House tomorrow.
You know what you could do? Grab your gear at Rally House.
You could.
Then go over to Taco Bell and get you one of them $7 Buff boxes and get you a cup with some player on it, like Jordan Seaton.
You could do that. You certainly could. You get Julian Lewis, I believe, as well, too.
I don't know who the other two are.
He should probably play.
Remember.
Tomorrow, college football here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Michigan, Nebraska at 1:30. We'll have the Rapids and Dallas MLS action tomorrow night. And then your NFL Sunday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rams, Eagles at 11 a.m. We'll have the Avs and the Utah Mammoth playing over at DU at 2:30 p.m. Avs and Mammoth, the preseason game on AM 950. And then Chiefs-Giants Sunday night at 6:30. Again, if the Giants win, we are obligated to say one nice thing about Russell Wilson on this show every week for the rest of the football season. Also, I should add, and this is also the other part to hope for on the bit, is that if the Chiefs just win, like we're expecting them to as a touchdown favorite, we're just going to kill Russell Wilson on Monday for that.
Does he get an open, though?
We'll see. See what he's made of. I'll be watching Illinois, Indiana tomorrow at 5:30. Going to be locked in on that one. Illini road